Miss He, wake up. Things are urgent. How can you still be sleeping? A worried voice suddenly rang out. Shung He woke up in shock, and the sight before her left her completely stunned. A mud brick house in the countryside? Shouldn't she be in a five-star hotel, enjoying the first day of her vacation? Before she could think further, a flood of strange memories rushed into her mind. Oh, heavens! She, a woman with doctorates in medicine and space science, had just completed a major research project, only to find herself suddenly transported back to ancient times. This place was called Wuchuan County, a poor and barren land suffering through a famine. The people here were struggling to survive. Her father, the county magistrate, was an honest but poor official with no chance of advancement. That alone would have been fine, but the original owner of this body had a troubled past. She lost her mother young, fell ill, and became mute. At 13 or 14, she ran away with a man, only to return a year later with a baby in her arms and tears in her eyes. From then on, she became the talk of the town, scorned by everyone. By the time she was nearly 20, no one wanted to marry her. Accepting this harsh reality, Shung He swallowed her frustration, only to hear her young maid crying again. Miss He, Mrs. Liu is here with a crowd of onlookers. What should we do? You're not really going to marry her son, are you? Two faces immediately appeared in Shung He's mind, one of a sharp-tongued, overbearing woman, and the other of a greasy man with a foolish grin. Just thinking about them gave her a headache. Mrs. Liu's father-in-law was the village head, and she often used that to throw her weight around. Her son, Liu Erling, had never been very bright. He spent his days grinning foolishly, and though he was already grown, no one wanted to marry him, much to his mother's frustration. Unable to find him a good match, Mrs. Liu decided her son still needed someone to take care of him and continue the family line. So, she set her sights on the original Miss He, hoping to force her into marriage. Mrs. Liu even encouraged her son to behave inappropriately toward Miss He, trying to trap her into marrying him without paying a single coin. Ashamed and angry, the mute Miss He locked herself indoors, refusing to go out. When that didn't work, Mrs. Liu grew furious and came to the house to cause trouble. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. That sly woman Shung, he keeps flirting with my son by the river, and even pulling him around in the woods. What's going on here? Outside came the sharp, high-pitched voice of Erlung's mother. She clearly wanted everyone to know that Shung He and her son were behaving inappropriately. The one speaking with her was Shung He's stepmother, Madam Chi. Madam Chi didn't care about Shung He's well-being at all. Her eyes were fixed on the dowry left by Shung He's late mother. She dreamed of driving Shung He and her little child out of the house with nothing. This kind of scene was exactly what Madam Chi enjoyed. She eagerly joined in with Erlung's mother, echoing her words. My dear sister-in-law, what can I say as her stepmother? You know how stubborn Shung He is. She makes her own choices about men. But Erlung is a good boy, honest and quiet. Erlung's mother lifted her chin proudly. Of course my son is good. If Shung He can give him a few strong sons, we won't treat her badly. But she's not exactly a young maiden anymore, and she already has a child. Plus, last year's drought hurt our harvest, so we won't be giving any bride price. Those words were exactly what Madam Chi wanted to hear. If the groom's family didn't pay a bride price, she wouldn't have to send a dowry either. That meant she could keep all the money left by Shung He's late mother for herself. Besides, if Shung He married Liu Erlung, she'd spend her life working hard for a foolish husband and a harsh mother-in-law. Even if she gave everything, it would never be enough for those two. Madam Chi said with fake cheer, this marriage is a good match. Shung He is lucky to marry Erlung. The two women's greedy plans were practically written on their faces. But Shung He was no longer the timid girl she used to be. She strode out and snapped, then why don't you take this good fortune yourself? Madam Chi's eyes widened, and Erlung's mother turned around in shock, staring as if she'd seen a ghost. You can talk now? Only little Fu stood frozen for a moment before bursting into tears of joy. Miss, you can talk again. Shung He's dark eyes fixed on Erlung's mother, making the woman uneasy. Sensing trouble, Erlung's mother raised her voice to sound braver. So what if you can talk? How dare you interrupt your elders? No wonder no one wants you. Go pour me some tea. I've been talking so long my throat's dry. Sheng He gave a cold laugh, picked up the teapot, and poured it right over the woman's head. Have you said enough now? Aunt Erlung screamed and jumped up from her seat, startling Madame Chi so much that she almost bit her tongue. Aunt Erlung shook the tea leaves off her head, furious enough to want to tear Sheng He's mouth apart, but this was the county magistrate's residence. Although the magistrate was a weak man with no achievements and no one really respected him, Aunt Erlung still didn't dare to actually hit his daughter. If she were accused of intentional harm, she would be punished. Sheng He gave a cold laugh, determined to expose this paper tiger.
Lu Zhao,
she shouted. My reputation may not have been good before, but that doesn't mean you and your foolish son can insult me. I was once sick and couldn't speak, and you bullied me. Now I'll let everyone see your son's true face. I never tried to get close to Lu Erlung. It was always him saying rude things to me and even trying to touch me. I was disgusted. And now you want me to marry him and have children with him? Ridiculous. If he dares to bother me again, I'll make sure he regrets it. Sheng He stood tall, her anger making her look far more spirited than her usual timid self. The crowd, hearing her bold words, didn't find them offensive. In fact, they felt relieved.
how dare you?
You're slandering my son.
Aunt Erlung shouted angrily.
Sheng He refused to back down. I swear to the heavens that every word I said is true. If you're so sure, then swear too.
Aunt Erlung was speechless.
She won't dare. Lu Erlung always harasses young women. Someone in the crowd shouted. That's right. Her son's a fool, and it's probably this old woman who encourages him. With Sheng He leading the way, the onlookers began to join in, all agreeing loudly. Although most people didn't like Sheng He and thought poorly of her, the Lu family's behavior was so hateful that everyone wanted to see them humiliated. As the crowd's accusations grew louder, Aunt Erlung's face turned from green to red, and she couldn't say a word. Madame Chi hadn't expected Sheng He to turn the situation around like this. Feeling jealous, she pretended to be kind and said, All right, everyone, we're all neighbors. Let's not make things too hard for Aunt Erlung. Then she turned to Sheng He, putting on the air of a strict stepmother. Ahi, you've gone too far. No matter what, Aunt Erlung is your elder.
How can you speak to her like that?
Sheng He rolled her eyes on the spot. She was about to scold her stepmother when a familiar voice at the door spoke first. An elder? Our Sheng family has no relation to the Lu family. Where did such a shameless elder come from? Sheng He turned toward the voice and saw a man in his 40s stepping through the crowd into the room. He had a small beard and wore a plain blue linen robe. Unlike the tanned, strong men who worked in the fields, he looked thin and scholarly. This was Sheng He's father, Sheng Ziyuan, the county magistrate of Wuchuan and Hezhou. Behind him stood two people, one older, one younger. The older one was Sheng Jiang, Sheng He's younger brother from the same mother. At 15 or 16, he was already tall and strong, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes. People often said that if not for his sister Sheng He's ruined reputation, girls from nearby villages would be lining up to catch his attention. Sheng He's gaze finally fell on the little boy holding Sheng Jiang's hand. The boy looked about 4 or 5 years old, with round, rosy cheeks and delicate features that hinted at a fine appearance when he grew up. What stood out most were his eyes, dark, clear, and full of intelligence. He looked like a bright and well-behaved child. Sheng He's heart softened instantly, but the moment their eyes met, she could clearly sense his fear and dislike. She sighed quietly. The relationship between this child and his mother was indeed strained. The boy's name was Sheng Yinzhu, nicknamed Zhou. He was the one everyone called the illegitimate child that Sheng He had supposedly brought home after running away with a man. But what no one knew was that the boy was not Sheng He's biological child. She was still unmarried and innocent. Years ago, when she ran away with her lover, she discovered halfway that she had been deceived. The man had planned to sell her to a distant land. She barely escaped with her life. Unable to speak and penniless, she suffered greatly on her way home. It was then that she rescued a baby abandoned by the roadside. That was the only truly good deed she had ever done, yet it brought her endless trouble. After returning home with the baby, Sheng-He fell seriously ill. When she finally woke up 2 weeks later, rumors had already spread everywhere that the magistrate's daughter had come back with a secret child. Sheng-He wanted to explain that the child was not her own, but she couldn't write or speak, so she could only show her dislike and rejection as best as she could. In everyone's eyes, it looked as if Sheng-He hated her former lover for abandoning her and took out all her anger on the child. Under the gossip and judgment of others, Sheng-He deeply regretted saving the child. Several times, she even thought about throwing him out and letting him fend for himself. Fortunately, her father, Sheng Ziyuan, ignored the rumors and treated the child as his eldest grandson, caring for him with great patience. What a tangled and complicated family this was. While Sheng-He was lost in distant memories, her father pulled her behind him protectively and shouted, "Erlung's wife, don't come here acting like a bossy mother-in-law. My daughter is mine to care for all my life, and I'll never let her fall into your family's trouble." Erlung's wife, already embarrassed by the crowd's scolding, was furious at Sheng Ziyuan's harsh words. She screamed angrily, shouted, "You'll regret this," and stormed off. Her younger brother, Sheng Jiang, frowned and told the onlookers to leave. "Everyone, go home. Today isn't a court day, and this isn't the magistrate's office. My father isn't settling any disputes today, so there's nothing to see." Looking at her father and brother standing up for her, Sheng-He felt a warm glow in her heart. Since arriving in this world, Sheng-He had always disliked the original person's behavior and choices, but at this moment, she couldn't help feeling a little envious. The original Sheng-He had a family that loved and protected her, never wanting her to suffer. They were her strongest support. Sadly, the original never appreciated it. She lived every day in self-pity, constantly blaming and criticizing her family. Feeling guilty on her behalf, Sheng-He softly called out, "Father." Hearing his daughter speak, Sheng Ziyuan's eyes turned red. "Here, ever since your mother passed away, you can finally talk again." Yes, the original Sheng-He had once been a lively, sweet little girl. But after her mother died giving birth to her brother, she was so heartbroken that she stopped speaking altogether. Because of that, she had always resented her brother, Sheng Jiang, believing he was the reason their mother died. Their relationship was colder than that of strangers. Just as Sheng-He was ready for a touching moment of family reunion, her father suddenly turned stern and shouted, "Since you can talk now, tell me honestly, what exactly is going on between you and Lu Erling?" Sheng-He. Well, she couldn't really blame her father for being so upset. After all, the original Sheng-He had always been foolishly in love. Even after being hurt and humiliated by men, she still couldn't help but be drawn to them. Over the years, she had secretly tried to get close to several men, even going so far as to throw herself at them, and her family couldn't stop her. The most ironic part was that none of those men ever truly liked her. When Sheng Jiang saw Sheng-He staying silent for so long, he thought she was admitting guilt. Angry and wary, he quickly pulled his little nephew behind him. "Sis, we can't control your temper, but Jojo's last name is Sheng. No matter who you want to marry, you can't take him away." Jojo clutched his uncle's sleeve tightly, his clear eyes full of fear and sadness. Sheng-He sighed. What kind of trouble had the original owner caused for her to clean up now? She looked gently at the nervous little boy, then raised her head and said sincerely to her father and brother, "I was wrong before. Last night, Mother came to me in a dream and told me to change my ways and live with a clear heart. Father, Jiang, don't worry. From now on, I'll live peacefully with you and help raise Jojo into a good person. I knew you were shallow-minded." "Wait, what did you just say?" Sheng Ziyuan stopped mid-scolding, suddenly realizing what she had said. Sheng Jiang, who had heard her clearly, looked at her in disbelief. "Sis, are you sure you're really better now and not just confused? Otherwise, how could she say something like that?" Before, she couldn't wait to take the money their mother left and marry into a better family to live comfortably. Even the quiet little boy couldn't help but widen his eyes at her. This woman, who used to threaten to sell him away, was now saying she wanted to raise him well?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Don't believe it. Don't spread it. Watching from the side, Madame Chi couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Look at our he. She's just started talking again, and already her words sound so grand. I almost believed her. Be quiet. I heard what you said to that foolish woman earlier. You want he to marry into the Liu family? Are you trying to ruin my daughter's life? Sheng Ziyuan glared at Madame Chi, his voice full of anger. Mrs. Chi didn't expect to bring trouble upon herself and quickly argued in a sharp voice. Everyone outside is saying it. I thought the rumor about he and Liu Erling was true. I only said it for her own good. Sheng Ziyuan didn't want to hear her excuses. He pointed to the door and said, "Get out. I'll deal with you later." Mrs. Chi snorted and unwillingly stepped out of the flower hall. Only the family remained inside. Sheng He said seriously, "Father, I really don't have any secret relationship with Liu Erling. He's too unattractive. I couldn't possibly like him. And I truly meant it when I said I want to live a steady life." Sheng Ziyuan sighed. "I believe the first part, but I'll think more about the second." Sheng He. What happened to basic trust between people? Mrs. Chi returned to her room angrily. Just as she sat down, her daughter Sheng Yulan pushed the door open and came in. Sheng Yulan, originally named Leah, was the daughter of Mrs. Chi's late first husband. She had just turned 15 and looked quite pretty. "Mother, I was just chatting with cousin Qinglin in the drying yard. When I heard that Liu Erling's wife came to make trouble for Sheng He, I rushed back to watch the fun. Why is it so quiet now?" She poured herself a cup of water, drank it quickly, and spoke excitedly. "Fun? I'm the real joke of this Sheng family." Mrs. Chi spat and muttered angrily. Sheng Yulan noticed her mother's dark expression. "Mother, what's wrong? Who upset you?" Mrs. Chi looked up and pulled her daughter to sit beside her. Something happened. Liu Erling's wife didn't get her way this time, because Sheng He can talk again. What? That's impossible. Sheng Yulan was shocked. She's been mute for years. Thinking about it made Mrs. Chi even more upset.
Why not?
She said her late mother appeared in a dream and cured her. She used to be silent as a stone, but now she's sharp-tongued. She drove away Liu Erling's wife and even made her father happy. Who knows what our days will be like from now on? Sheng Yulan shrugged carelessly. Mother, what are you afraid of? With Sheng He's bad reputation, what can she really do? Besides, my stepfather Sheng Ziyuan isn't too bad. He won't let us go hungry or cold. At the mention of Sheng Ziyuan, Mrs. Chi gritted her teeth. If it weren't for the comfort and food here, I would have stopped being this so-called county magistrate's wife long ago. Madame Chi was a distant relative of Sheng He's late mother, Madame Yang. She had married a farmer when she was young, but her husband passed away soon after, leaving her alone with a child and no one to rely on. Around that time, Madame Yang had been gone for a year or two, and Sheng Ziyuan was struggling to raise 2 children while managing his official duties. Sheng He's grandfather introduced Madame Chi to his widowed son-in-law, hoping they could marry, support each other, and take care of the children together. Madame Chi was overjoyed, thinking she would become the wife of a county magistrate and live a comfortable life. However, Sheng Ziyuan firmly refused, saying he could not forget his late wife. Madame Chi refused to give up. She took her daughter, rode an ox cart to the magistrate's residence, and knelt at the gate, crying and begging Sheng Ziyuan to take them in. Feeling sorry for her and her child, Sheng Ziyuan offered a compromise. He would provide them with food, shelter, and a proper household status, but they would live together only as companions, not as husband and wife. Madame Chi was shocked. How is that any different from living alone? Still, she thought time might change things. After all, a man and a woman sharing a home might eventually grow close. So she agreed to his terms. But to her surprise, Sheng Ziyuan truly kept his word. No matter how she tried to get his attention over the years, he always ignored her. Madame Qi grew increasingly frustrated. Sheng Yulan, not understanding her mother's anger, asked carefully, "Mother, what did father do to upset you?" Madame Qi sighed. "You're still young. You'll understand such matters when you're married." At the mention of marriage, Sheng Yulan blushed. "Mother, cousin Xinglin said a few days ago that he wants to marry me." Hearing this, Madame Qi's eyes lit up and her gloom vanished. "Truly? Your cousin Xinglin is a scholar and will surely become a respected official one day. My dear Lan, you are truly blessed." Sheng Yulan lifted her chin proudly. "Of course. I'm not like that foolish Sheng He who was tricked and ruined by a man. I'm going to live well." Seeing her daughter's confidence, Madame Qi's spirits rose too. "Then we must make sure to keep the money Madame Yang left behind. I'll see you married in style." The Sheng family's dinner was buckwheat buns with vegetable stew. Sheng He ate until her mouth felt bitter and her throat dry, but this was already considered good food in Wuchuan County. Last year, the northern region suffered from droughts of varying severity, and Wuchuan County in Hezhou Prefecture was hit the hardest. Most crops yielded less than half of their usual harvest, and after paying taxes, almost nothing was left. Even the wild vegetables on the mountains had been dug up. Everyone was hoping for good weather this year. In ancient times, there was no evening entertainment. After dinner, people simply washed up and went to bed. It was early spring and still cold. Sheng He lay on the hard wooden bed, hungry and freezing. She breathed into her hands for warmth and thought bitterly that if only she could bring her research project from her past life here. In her previous life, she had developed an intelligent portable space that could be summoned anytime and anywhere. It had caused a sensation in the scientific world, if only. Forget it, no use thinking about the past. But the next moment, a huge and familiar space station appeared in her mind. It was her research project from her previous life, a space filled with medical equipment, emergency supplies, and daily necessities. Oh my goodness, she could actually summon the space. Tears welled up in Sheng He's eyes. Thank goodness, heaven still has some mercy. The first thing she did was open her computer, planning to learn more about this era online. What she found nearly made her legs give out. In a small note in the history records, it clearly stated, Wuchuan County suffered continuous drought and famine. The county magistrate, Sheng Ziyuan, failed to take action, causing most of the people to starve and wander as refugees. In the 9th year of Yuan Kong, Sheng Ziyuan was dismissed from office, and his family was punished. Sheng He did a quick calculation. Wasn't the 9th year of Yuan-Tai just 1 year away? Oh no! She had just promised her father and brother that they would live a good life, and now it was all about to end. She was just an innocent traveler from another time. Being poor was one thing, but facing execution too? Even the most tragic heroine would pity her. Just as Sheng He was sinking into despair, she suddenly noticed the online shopping app on her computer, and her eyes lit up. How could she have forgotten that? Still hungry from dinner, she quickly ordered a hot dog and meat floss bun online. The next second, a warm, fragrant bun appeared in her hand. She tore open the wrapper and took a big bite. After a whole day of hunger, the satisfaction spread from her heart all the way to her head. She had once again placed an online order for a pile of everyday items that didn't exist in ancient times, along with hundreds of pounds of rice, flour, and bottled water. The remaining balance, she planned to use slowly to stock up on more supplies. With such a magical ability to buy anything, how could she not change her fate? Just as Sheng He was happily planning the future of Wuchuan County, she suddenly heard a faint sound by the window. Someone was climbing in. Sheng He had just withdrawn her mind from the space within her consciousness when she was suddenly restrained on the bed. Stay quiet if you want to live. The man's tense chest pressed against her thin shoulders, and his strong arms held her tightly so she couldn't move. Don't misunderstand. This position wasn't romantic at all. It was actually quite dangerous. But Sheng He didn't panic. Without showing any emotion, a small surgical knife appeared in her hand. Someone breaking into her home in the middle of the night could only be a thief or a troublemaker. Sheng He wasn't someone to be bullied easily. She would make sure this intruder learned a painful lesson. However, just as she was about to strike, The man behind her suddenly collapsed, as if all his strength had been drained. He leaned weakly against the wall, breathing heavily. Sheng He blinked in surprise. Wait, I haven't even done anything yet. Are you pretending? Based on her medical experience, she quickly realized the man was poisoned. It was a kind of toxin that made his limbs weak and his strength disappear completely. Although his face was covered, it was clear he was in bad shape, not only poisoned but also injured, and his life was in danger. Sheng He grew anxious. Oh no, if he dies here, how am I supposed to explain that? My reputation is already bad enough. Frustrated, she debated whether to save him or not, when her eyes caught the fabric of his clothes. Even in the dim light, the material shimmered faintly, with intricate patterns woven into it. That made her suspicious. Such fine clothing wasn't something an ordinary thief could afford. After a moment's thought, she reached out to remove the cloth covering his face. The man turned his head away, watching her warily. Though he couldn't move, his jaw tightened in defiance. No woman had ever dared to act so boldly toward him before. Sheng He, however, thought to herself, "You've already barged into my room, and now you're pretending to be shy? Take a look at him. It's not like you'll lose anything." Then she pressed the man down and, without hesitation, pulled off the cloth covering his face. His features were sharp and well-shaped, strikingly handsome. Perhaps because of his injuries, there was a fierce look in his eyes. Combined with his calm yet cold aura, he looked like a fallen warrior from the heavens. "Have you seen enough?" the man asked hoarsely, clearly losing patience. Only then did Sheng He realize that her face was almost touching his. Thick-skinned as ever, she pretended nothing had happened, covered his face again, and imitated his tone, saying, "If you want to live, don't make a sound." The man froze. The words sounded oddly familiar. Soon, he felt her applying medicine to his wound and sprinkling some powder. The burning pain eased almost instantly. For Sheng He, treating such injuries was nothing difficult. She skillfully bandaged his wound. The man hadn't expected her to know medicine, let alone save him. After a long pause, he finally said, "Thank you." "No need," Sheng He replied, stepping back to keep some distance between them. "When you recover your strength, leave as soon as you can. If someone sees us, a man and a woman alone in one room, it'll be hard to explain." The man said nothing. Sheng He hadn't saved him out of impulse, nor because he was handsome or rich. She simply felt that his identity was unusual, perhaps someone with power or influence. If he died here, it might bring her unnecessary trouble.
She sighed.
Why was it so hard to live a peaceful life? "Sister, who are you talking to?" A rustling sound came from outside. It was her younger stepsister, Sheng Yulan, walking toward the room. Sheng He glanced at the man on the bed and thought, "Just my luck." She quickly stepped outside to meet Sheng Yulan. Earlier that day, Sheng Yulan had heard from her mother that Sheng He could speak again. Jealous and restless, she couldn't sleep and decided to take a walk. As soon as she came out, she heard noises from Sheng He's room and immediately walked over. "Sister, I heard something from your room. Who's in there?" Sheng Yulan held up a small oil lamp, trying to peek inside. Sheng He knew her stepsister and her stepmother, Madame Qi, were both up to no good. Standing at the door without moving aside, she said calmly, "There's no one inside. You should go back." Seeing how tightly Sheng He blocked the door, Sheng Yulan grew even more suspicious. "All right then, sister, have a good rest," Sheng Yulan said with a smile, pretending to leave. Before Sheng He could relax, Sheng Yulan suddenly turned back. "Are you hiding a man in your room?" With a sudden push, Sheng Yulan forced the door open and rushed inside. Caught off guard, Sheng He stumbled back, her heart pounding. She wished she could throw Sheng Yulan out immediately. As soon as Sheng Yulan entered, she looked toward the bed. Before she could see clearly, a dark shadow slipped out of the room. Sheng Yulan shouted loudly. Sheng He met a man in secret. "Come see." Sheng He was with a stranger. Her eyes glinted with malice. She didn't care what was actually on the bed. As long as she insisted it was a man, Sheng He's reputation would be ruined, and no one in Wuchuan County would want to marry her. Then all of Sheng He's dowry would become hers, and she could marry her cousin Qinglin in glory. But before she could shout again, a sharp slap landed on her face. Sheng He, how dare you hit me? Sheng Yulan cried, clutching her cheek. The bed was empty. Realizing the man had already left, Sheng He finally felt relieved. Lifting her chin, her pretty face cold as frost, she raised her hand and slapped Sheng Yulan again. You spread lies and insult others. Tell me, don't you deserve this? You shameless woman! Sheng Yulan screamed, furious, and lunged at Sheng He to fight. But when she turned her head, she met Sheng Ziyuan's cold, stern face. Qishir had also arrived after hearing the noise, and Sheng Jiang came too, holding little Zhozhou, who had been woken up. Sheng Yulan immediately started crying and accusing, Mother, sister hit a man in her room. She hit me and told me not to tell anyone. Sheng He, it's bad enough that you've lost your manners, but now you're hitting your sister? You wicked girl! Qishir shouted angrily, holding her daughter. Sheng He gave a cold laugh, grabbed Sheng Yulan and demanded, You said I hit a man. Where is he? Go on, show me. Struggling under Sheng He's grip, Sheng Yulan screamed, He left. I saw him go out the window. I saw it very clearly. Sheng He raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? Since you saw it so clearly, then tell us, what does he look like? There are only a few families in town. You should at least know his name, right? Sheng Yulan looked uneasy. Her mother was right. This sharp-tongued woman was hard to deal with. She stammered for a long time but couldn't answer. He walked too fast, and it was so dark. I didn't see that clearly after all. Sheng Ziyuan said sternly, Sheng Yulan, did you see it clearly or not? I clearly saw a man's back. He slipped out the window in a flash. He looked like he was sneaking away from something. Sheng Yulan spoke with confidence, as if she had really seen it happen. Sheng Ziyuan sighed, disappointment showing in his eyes. After all, this was something his daughter might actually do. But deep down, he hoped Sheng He would deny Sheng Yulan's words. Sheng Jiang couldn't wait to ask, Sister, is what Sheng Yulan said true? Zhozhou frowned. He remembered how confident Sheng He had been earlier that day, and now he found it laughable. So she really hadn't changed at all. But Sheng He said firmly, I didn't meet any man. What ran out the window was just a black stray cat. Sheng Yulan's voice turned sharp. If it was just a cat, why were you acting so secretive? You're lying. Sheng He replied coldly, You're the one lying. She walked to the bed and pointed at a large bloodstain. I was sleeping peacefully when an injured stray cat somehow came into my room. It was badly hurt, and I couldn't just ignore it, so I got up to treat its wounds. That's when Sheng Yulan came in. The cat was already frightened, and I didn't want her to scare it more, so I asked her to leave. But instead, she pushed her way in, didn't even look properly, and started accusing me of something shameful, loud enough for the whole world to hear. On the bed were not only bloodstains but also scissors and bandages. Who would have such things on their bed if they were doing something improper? Sheng Yulan hadn't noticed those before and was now speechless. Sheng He narrowed her eyes and stepped closer to her. My dear sister, we're family. I'm just curious. Why were you so eager to accuse me? What do you gain from it? You just want to keep the dowry her mother left for yourself, don't you? Sheng Yulan was speechless. She felt Sheng He's gaze like a sharp, icy blade cutting into her back. I didn't. Sheng Yulan threw herself into Madame Qi's arms. Mother, I'm not lying. She's twisting the truth. She's the one who's done wrong. Enough. Sheng Ziyuan and Sheng Jiang shouted at the same time. Sheng Ziyuan said sternly, Sheng Yulan, the evidence is right here. How can you still deny it? You're making false accusations. If this were in court, you'd be punished for slander.
Sheng He laughed. Perfect.
Tomorrow I'll have someone write a petition and take Sheng Yulan to court for defaming her elder sister. Now Sheng Yulan panicked, and Madame Qi did too. That spiteful girl. If this really went to court and caused a scandal, Yulan's cousin Qinglin would never want to see her again. Madame Qi quickly said, It's all a misunderstanding. Here, your sister is still young and foolish. It was dark, and she must have mistaken what she saw. Then she pushed Sheng Yulan forward. Hurry and apologize to your sister. Thinking of her cousin Qinglin, Sheng Yulan pouted and said reluctantly, Sister, I was wrong today. I won't do it again. Sheng he didn't even bother to roll her eyes. Her voice was cold. If I didn't want to trouble father, you'd be in serious trouble this time. If this happens again, you'll be punished. Now leave. Frightened, Sheng Yulan let Madame Qi pull her away. Hearing Sheng He's words, Sheng Ziyuan felt both comforted and proud. Still, he reminded her gently, Here, if anything happens in the future, don't be afraid of troubling me. Always tell your father. Sheng He nodded obediently. Yes, thank you, father. Sheng Jiang muttered under his breath, thinking that his sister had already caused enough trouble over the years. Zhou lowered his head. He hadn't believed Sheng He earlier, but now that the truth was clear, he felt ashamed.
Sheng He didn't mind.
She simply said, You should all rest now. Zhou has school tomorrow, and he needs a good night's sleep. It was a simple reminder, yet the three men were surprised. Was she actually showing concern for them? Sheng Ziyuan was deeply moved. He called to his sons and grandson, all right, let's go back to our rooms. Here, you should rest too. Peace returned once more to Sheng He's room. Not far from the window, under the trees, the injured man leaned against a trunk, listening clearly to the sounds coming from the house. They actually called him a black wild cat. That young lady from the county magistrate's family was quite interesting and surprisingly skilled in medicine. Master, how are your injuries? It's my fault for failing you. Several dark figures appeared out of nowhere like ghosts, kneeling before the man with anxious faces. The man remained as cold as ever. With a wave of his hand, he led the group away from the Sheng residence. Sheng He had been disturbed several times during the night and didn't sleep well. At dawn, she opened her eyes. When she opened the window to get some fresh air, something dropped onto the windowsill with a soft thud. Looking closely, she saw a stack of silver notes, each one of large value. There were faint traces of blood on them. It must have been left by that man from last night. Sheng He smiled. She liked straightforward people like that. She turned on her computer, exchanged the silver notes for money, and deposited it into her account. Another little savings fund. Humming a tune, Sheng He went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Xiaofu, who had just gotten up to boil water, rubbed her eyes. Seeing Sheng He there, she thought she was still half asleep and imagining things. Why, young lady?
Sure.
Sheng He put a finger to her lips. Everyone's still sleeping. The house was so small and old that even a small noise could wake the others. Why are you in the kitchen, miss? Xiaofu asked nervously. If something's wrong, we can talk it out. The last time the young lady had entered the kitchen, she had grabbed a knife and threatened to force her father to arrange a marriage for her. What was going on this time? Aunt Gui, Xiaofu's mother and a long-time servant of the magistrate's household, came in and looked equally alarmed. Miss, what are you doing? Sheng He sighed. What do you think? I'm making breakfast, huh? Be breakfast? Sheng He handed Aunt Gui a basket. Annie, please go pick some greens from the patch by the door. It hasn't rained for a while. If we don't eat them soon, they'll wilt. Aunt Gui stood at the doorway for a long time, watching, before she finally believed that Sheng He truly meant to cook breakfast. Mother, Xiaofu whispered, our young lady seems like a completely different person. Xiaofu's eyes sparkled brightly. Auntie, Agui nodded. She can talk now, and her temper has changed too. The elders say this means she's been blessed by the gods and will have great fortune in the future. Sheng He didn't know what the two were saying behind her back. She just looked at the few poor ingredients in front of her and felt a bit troubled. Mixed grain flour, pickled vegetables, and not even a trace of meat. No wonder everyone in the family looked pale and weak. It was a year of famine, and everyone was struggling. The fact that her family didn't have to dig for wild greens was already a blessing. Sheng He didn't dare take out any fresh meat from her secret storage space. That would be too suspicious and might draw unwanted attention from her family and others. Then she had an idea. While kneading the vegetable dough balls, she quietly added a few eggs and a few drops of sesame oil. The flavor instantly became richer. When making the pickled vegetable soup, she used the same trick. She didn't use plain well water, but added some fresh bone broth instead. Finally, when stir-frying the greens, she added a spoonful of pork fat. The fresh vegetables glistened beautifully, and after a quick stir, they were ready to serve. Early in the morning, Sheng Jiang got up and said to his father, "Sheng Ziyuan, Dad, I dreamed that our kitchen was cooking meat this morning. It smelled amazing." Sheng Ziyuan sniffed the air. There really is a nice smell. Must be Grandma Manhwa next door making something tasty for her grandson. Jojo quickly put on his clothes, slung his small school bag over his shoulder, and comforted his grandfather sensibly. "Our cold flatbread tastes good too." Sheng Ziyuan sighed, feeling a bit guilty toward his son and grandson. When he brought breakfast to the table, both Sheng Ziyuan and the two boys were stunned. "Here, did you make this?" Sheng Ziyuan looked at the steaming, fragrant breakfast in disbelief. So the wonderful smell really was coming from their own kitchen. In the past, he would still be sleeping at this hour. If anyone made too much noise and woke her up, she would throw things and lose her temper. Because of that, the three of them always ate breakfast quietly and quickly, afraid of upsetting her. They never expected her to get up early and make breakfast for them. It was like seeing the sun rise in the west. Seeing their surprise, he skillfully served them soup and said with a smile, "Didn't I say yesterday that I want to live well with all of you from now on? Let's start with this breakfast." Jojo looked carefully at the bowl of soup in front of him, feeling a little uneasy. Could he really drink something given by this woman?
But
it smelled so good. Sheng Ziyuan showed a pleased smile, like a proud father. "Good. Good. My hair has finally grown up. Now I can finally relax." Parents are always forgiving toward their children. As long as they move in a good direction, parents feel endless joy. What are you all waiting for? Come and eat breakfast. You need a good meal to have energy for work. He called out. Sheng Ziyuan quickly picked up a vegetable dumpling and took a bite. His eyes lit up. This dumpling is so fragrant and soft. It even tastes a bit like egg. He smiled and said playfully, "Father, you're giving me too much credit. It's just an ordinary dumpling. Where would we get eggs?" Sheng Ziyuan finished the dumpling in a few bites and gave a thumbs up. "Here, I'm not exaggerating. These dumplings are truly delicious." Jojo couldn't stop swallowing his saliva. He lifted the bowl of soup and took a sniff. The rich aroma filled his nose. He tasted a little, and the flavor instantly won him over. Soon, he was drinking it eagerly.
He laughed.
"Don't just drink this soup. Eat some dumplings and fresh vegetables too. Children need a balanced diet." Her voice was gentle and sweet, something Jojo had never heard from her before. In the past, she always glared at him fiercely, as if he were an enemy, which made him afraid. Now, she seemed like a kind mother from a dream. Jojo's fear of he hadn't completely disappeared. He quietly picked up a dumpling and started eating, pretending not to like it too much. The original he had hurt this child deeply, but she wasn't in a hurry. She would use time and patience to rebuild their bond. Meanwhile, Jiang took a bite of the green vegetables, and his face immediately fell. After trying the soup and dumplings, he almost lost his temper. Seeing his expression, he asked, "What's wrong? Does it taste bad?" That couldn't be right. Look at the grandfather and grandson. They were eating so happily. Jiang took a deep breath and said seriously, "It tastes good, but from now on, you're not allowed to cook anymore." He blinked.
Huh?
Jiang sighed as he ate. "Sister, why did you use pork fat in every dish? We only have a small jar left, and you used almost all of it in one meal. With so much lard, how could the food not smell delicious?" That small jar of lard had taken him half a month of chopping firewood in the mountains to trade for. He chuckled and said gently to reassure him, "It's because your sister cooks well. How much lard do you think I used? Go see for yourself in the kitchen." Half doubting, Jiang went to check. The small jar of lard was almost untouched, sitting neatly in the cupboard. Only then did he relax, his face turning red as he returned to the table. Sheng Ziyuan laughed loudly at his son. Jiang I told you your sister has always been smarter than you, but you wouldn't believe me. Here never learned to cook, yet she does it so well. That's called talent. Breakfast was lively and cheerful, something the Sheng family had never experienced before. After Sheng Ziyuan and the others left, Aunt Gui and her daughter Xiaofu stayed home to finish their chores. Sheng He told them to eat the leftover food in the pot. Aunt Gui quickly waved her hands. Miss, we're just servants. We still have some coarse bread at home. Xiaofu, smelling the delicious aroma, almost drooled, but she said sensibly, Madam and Miss Yulan are still asleep. They haven't eaten yet. We wouldn't dare. At the mention of the Qi mother and daughter, Sheng He gave a cold snort. Those two always had the best food and clothes. Even in hard times, Sheng Ziyuan never let them go without. Yet they acted as if being waited on was their right, never lifting a finger, pretending to be noble ladies. Not only had they never contributed to the household, but they also used the family's money to show off and support their lazy relatives. Meanwhile, Xiaofu's family had worked for the Shengs for years, always honest and hardworking, and they had taken good care of Sheng He. Sheng He said, As long as you're with me, you won't go hungry. Just remember, the food I make isn't for those ungrateful people. With that, she strode to the Qi women's room and kicked the door open with a loud bang, startling them awake. She wasn't trying to be difficult, she was simply giving them a taste of their own medicine. In the past, those two had treated her the same way. Back then, she couldn't speak and couldn't complain to her father. Sheng He, have you lost your mind this early in the morning? Sheng Yulan screamed angrily. She was dreaming about spending time with her beloved Qinglin when her sweet dream was suddenly interrupted. Madame Qi was already in a foul mood. Everything that happened yesterday had annoyed her enough, and now, seeing that troublesome girl early in the morning only made things worse. I'll give you 15 minutes to get ready. Bring the housekeeper's keys and the account book to see me, Sheng He said calmly, ignoring their anger as she crossed her arms and gave her order from above. Watching Sheng He walk away so casually, the mother and daughter were so furious they almost fainted from anger. Mother, how dare she so confidently ask for the housekeeper's keys and the account book? Who does she think she is? Sheng Yulan said angrily, pounding her pillow. Madame Qi gritted her teeth. That ignorant girl thinks she can take charge just by raising her voice? I've held the housekeeper's power for years. She wants it just because she asked?
Dream on.
The two of them muttered angrily as they got out of bed, deliberately ignoring Sheng He's words. After washing up, they went straight to the kitchen. Usually breakfast would already be warm in the pot, but today it was completely empty. Madame Qi grabbed Xiaofu and asked, Where's breakfast? Not ready yet? That lazy girl is slacking off again. Faced with Madame Qi's question, Xiaofu shrank back. Madam, Miss He made breakfast today. It's already been eaten. Already eaten? Sheng Yulan picked up a bowl from the stove and sniffed it. The faint aroma of food still lingered, which made her even angrier. What did she eat behind our backs? It smells so good, Xiaofu carefully replied. Just some simple vegetable dumplings and pickled soup. Miss He's cooking is very good. You're lying. That girl must have secretly made something delicious for herself. Madame Qi stormed off, ready to confront Sheng He, but as soon as she turned around, she met Sheng He's cold gaze. Instantly, her confidence faltered. I told you 15 minutes. Why are you still wasting time here? Sheng He said coldly. Do you really want me to come and fetch you myself? Standing behind her mother, Sheng Yulan snapped. You think we'll go just because you said so? We haven't even had breakfast yet. Sheng He blew on her nails and said calmly, Sheng Yulan, it seems those 2 slaps from last night weren't enough to teach you a lesson, were they? Sheng Yulan's face turned red with anger. Her cheeks were still sore from those slaps. But when Sheng He spoke, for some reason, Sheng Yulan felt a chill run down her spine. Sheng He's gaze carried an invisible pressure that made it hard for her to breathe. Qi Shi also felt the pressure and asked, W, what do you want the house keys and account book for? Sheng He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, You two are useless and only take up space, so I've decided to manage the household from now on. Who are you calling useless? Who do you think you are? Sheng Yulan shouted angrily. Sheng he had already lost her reputation and was raising a child alone. Even if she was the county magistrate's daughter, her life seemed ruined. But Sheng Yulan was about to marry brother Qinglin, a scholar who would soon become an official. She imagined a future of wealth and honor, where getting rid of Sheng he would be as easy as crushing an ant. Thinking of this, Sheng Yulan felt less afraid and even mocked her. You're just a disgrace. Who would let someone like you manage the household? Sheng he grabbed Sheng Yulan by the hair. Didn't I give you time to wash up earlier? Why is your mouth still so foul? If you can't speak nicely, then don't speak at all. Sheng Yulan felt a sharp pressure on the back of her neck. She tried to cry out, but no sound came out.
Ah.
Panicking, Sheng Yulan clutched at Qi Shi's clothes. What did you do to my daughter? Qi Shi was terrified. She had once mocked Sheng he for being mute, but now her own daughter couldn't speak. Sheng he remained calm. Hand over the house keys and account book, and your daughter will be fine. In truth, Sheng he had only pressed a point on Sheng Yulan's neck that would make her temporarily unable to speak. She would recover in less than a minute. But Qi Shi didn't know that. Thinking Sheng he had used some strange trick, she was terrified but had no choice. She quickly fetched the keys and account book and handed them to Sheng he. Are you satisfied now? Qi Shi said through gritted teeth. She thought it didn't matter much to let Sheng he manage the household. After all, it was a time of famine, and there wasn't much silver left. Once Sheng he wasted what little there was, Qi Shi planned to complain to Sheng Ziyuan and take back control. But Sheng he flipped through a few pages and asked, Where's the list of my mother's dowry? Isn't it recorded in the account book? Qi Shi and her daughter's faces changed instantly. Qi Shi said sharply, You're not even married yet. What do you need your mother's dowry for? I'm still the mistress of this house. Don't even think about wasting it. Sheng Yulan, who hadn't yet spoken, quickly stepped in to support Madame Qi. Sheng he placed her hand on the account book, pressing it down on the table, and smiled slightly. The head lady of the house? Madame Qi, your words just reminded me of something. All these years, while my father was handling cases in court, you've been secretly taking money from the townsfolk, haven't you? My father may not have achieved much for the people, but he despises corruption. If he finds out there's a greedy person living under his roof, do you think you'll still be his wife? Madame Qi's eyes widened in shock, as if someone had struck her weak spot. She stammered, how do you know?
No.
You're lying. Sheng he smiled. The original Sheng he had often taken bribes herself, so she knew all of Madame Qi's tricks. They were both cunning, no need to pretend otherwise. Oh, you won't give it to me? Then I'll go tell my father right now. As Sheng he turned to leave, Madame Qi panicked and shouted, I'll give it. I'll give it to you, all right? In the end, Sheng he managed to reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to her mother and the Sheng family. With that done, she still had her own matters to take care of. Knowing that Madame Qi and her daughter still had some savings, Sheng he gave them a warning before leaving. When I come back for dinner tonight, I want 3 dishes and a soup. If there's no food left, go buy some in town or dig something up from the fields. Don't just sit around waiting to be served, or you'll regret it when I return. The 2 women were terrified of her now. Though angry, they didn't dare argue and agreed through gritted teeth. Sheng he had already thought things through. A year from now, life would be hard and business would dry up. It was better to sell the shop now, get some money, and store food while she could. So she took her mother's dowry list and left the county magistrate's residence, heading straight to the alley where little Fu's father, Sun Minshun, lived. Sun Minshun was an honest, hard-working man who had served Sheng Ziyuan since he was young. Whenever there was heavy or tiring work at the Sheng household, he was always the first to step up, working diligently like a loyal old ox. He had both elderly parents and young children to care for, so he often took extra labor jobs to earn more money, coming home sweaty and tired. The original Sheng he had looked down on him for that, often rolling her eyes or spitting in disgust. Thinking of this, Sheng he felt deeply ashamed to be living under the same name. When she reached Sun Minshun's house, She saw him working on some carpentry. "Uncle Min-shun," she called out. Shung-hee smiled brightly and called out to him, "You're at home." Sun Min-shun saw the cheerful young woman walking toward him and thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He looked carefully for a long time before daring to respond. "And Miss He?" He had already heard from his wife that Shung-hee could speak again, and he was truly happy for Master Shung. But Shung-hee coming to find him made him a little uneasy and nervous. "Miss He, what brings you here? Did little Fu upset you again?"
No, no.
Shung-hee quickly waved her hands. "Little Fu is very well behaved and works neatly and quickly. I came today because I need your help with something. Are you free right now?" Sun Min-shun looked at the gentle and polite Shung-hee in front of him, still a bit dazed.
Ah?
"Oh, yes, I have time. Please tell me what you need, Mississippi." It seemed his wife, Agwe, was right. Miss He had really changed. She was no longer the same as before and had stopped being wasteful. But the next moment, Shung-hee said, "Uncle, I'd like your help to sell all the shops my mother left behind." Sun Min-shun's smile disappeared instantly. "Miss He, the shops your late mother left are all in great locations. Why would you want to sell them?" "I can't do that." Sun Min-shun slapped his thigh and sighed. He had been happy for Master Shung for nothing, so the young lady was up to something after all. "Uncle Min-shun, my mother came to me in a dream and told me to do this," Shung-hee said mysteriously, already expecting his question. "That night, in my dream, my mother not only cured my speech problem but also told me to sell the shops for another important purpose. It's all part of fate." The matter of her speech recovery was strange, but aside from the late madam, no one else could have cured her. Sun Min-shun truly believed that. Shung-hee knew that people in ancient times strongly believed in the supernatural, especially honest men like Sun Min-shun who hadn't studied much. Although she didn't like deceiving him, she had no better choice. As expected, Sun Min-shun slowly relaxed. "Miss He, what secret did your mother tell you?" Shung-hee clicked her tongue. "I already said it's a secret of fate. How could I tell you? But my mother said you're a good and trustworthy man, Uncle Min-shun. That's why she told me to come to you for help." Shung-hee spoke cleverly, and when Sun Min-shun heard her praise him, he smiled shyly. "Since it was the late madam who said so, of course I won't refuse. But, young lady, I haven't read much, so don't trick me." Shung-hee said firmly, "Uncle Min-shun, as long as you do what my mother said, everything will be fine." Sun Min-shun was an honest man. That day, he followed Shung-hee to sell all the shops in town and then helped her buy 2 rundown farms. Shung-hee planned to test drought-resistant crops in the fields, and the farms could also be used to secretly store rice she had bought from her special space, to be used later for disaster relief. After working with her all day, Shung-hee wanted to thank him. She pretended to go to the restroom, but actually took out some dog meat from her space and gave it to him. "Uncle, I met a hunter on the road who caught a wild dog. I bought some meat. Please take it home and make a stew." The Sun family hadn't eaten meat for months. Sun Min-shun swallowed hard, but still waved his hand. "That won't do. You earn this money from selling the shops. I can't take it." Shung-hee pushed the meat into his hands. "Uncle, if you don't take it, how can I ask for your help next time?" Only then did Sun Min-shun accept it, feeling a bit embarrassed. After spending the day together, he realized that Miss He had truly changed. She was now smart and kind. Most importantly, the way she looked at him was no longer with disdain, but with sincerity and warmth. "Miss, if you ever need anything, just tell me," he said. After they parted, Sun Min-shun hadn't even stepped into his house when he heard his mother scolding inside. "I knew we shouldn't have let Shung-hee take Das-hun with her. That girl is too sly. What if she tricks my boy?" Sun Min-shun quickly walked in. "Mother, I'm back." "Oh, my son. Why are you so late?" His mother rushed over. "That Shung-hee girl didn't make things hard for you, did she? You shouldn't help her. She won't give you any benefit and will just waste your time." Before she could finish, she saw the meat in his hands. "Wah, where did you get all that meat?" "I helped Miss He today and she gave it to me," he said. "Shung-hee gave it to you?" His mother was stunned. "And that much?" So, It turned out she had been wrong about the girl all along. Madame Sun blushed deeply and nervously took the meat. She said to her son, "Wait here. I'll go fry the meat until it smells good, and later you can take a bowl to Master Sheng's house." After parting ways with Sun Minshun, Sheng he went to the county school in the neighboring county to bring her son, Zhou, home. Wuchuan County was small and poor. A few villages together formed a crossroads that people called a town. It was too poor to build its own county school, so the children of Wuchuan had to study in the next county. By the time Sheng he arrived at the school, the sky was already dark. The lights were out, and all the children had been picked up by their families. The county school had 3 courtyards in a row. At the gate stood a crooked old locust tree, and behind the yard was a small hill. Sheng he saw Zhou alone on the hill, picking wild fruit from a tree while softly reciting his lessons. Seeing her small, sensible, and lonely child made Sheng he's heart ache. In the past, the original Sheng he had ignored Zhou. His grandfather and uncle, who usually came to fetch him, finished work late, so he always had to wait alone until nightfall. "Zhou, be careful." Zhou stood on tiptoe to reach the fruit, but his foot slipped and he fell. Sheng he rushed forward to help him up. But when Zhou saw her, he was startled and instinctively stepped back. Sheng he's hand froze awkwardly in the air. "Why are you here? Where's my uncle?"
Zhou asked warily.
Sheng he gently explained, "Mother had some business in town today, so I came to pick you up on the way. I've already sent someone to tell your uncle." Zhou looked at her, his face showing a trace of fear. Then Sheng he suddenly remembered the terrible thing the original person had done, pretending to pick Zhou up, only to abandon him in the wilderness. That cruel act had left a deep scar in the child's heart.
Sheng he panicked.
She had wanted to show her care, but instead, she had reminded him of his pain. Just as she didn't know what to do, the little boy seemed to gather his courage and said firmly, "You said you'd live well with us. I'll believe you this time, but you mustn't leave me again." His small voice was both soft and fierce, his eyes shining with tears. Sheng he's heart ached, and she quickly said, "I won't, Zhou. Mother will never leave you again. I swear it." Under Sheng he's sincere and steady gaze, Zhou slowly began to relax. Sheng he took out the candy she had prepared earlier and handed it to Zhou. "This is the sweet I bought for you in town. Try it and see if you like the taste." The little one frowned like a grown-up. "Uncle said eating candy causes cavities, and candy is expensive. You shouldn't buy it next time." Sheng he couldn't help but laugh. Oh my! Even the child was lecturing her. "My dear, eating a little candy once in a while won't hurt," Sheng he said as she unwrapped the candy and gave it to Zhou. "And I promise I'll work hard to earn money to take care of you." Zhou blushed and placed the wild fruit he had just picked into Sheng he's hand. In his soft but proud voice, he said, "I won't take your candy for free. I'll trade it for my fruit." The ripe wild fruit was safe to eat, sweet and juicy. Sheng he took a bite and exaggerated her reaction to tease him. "Wow, the fruit my little one picked is so sweet. Totally worth it." Seeing Sheng he's delighted expression, Zhou felt warmth spread through his heart, and he couldn't help but smile shyly. Sheng he safely brought Zhou back to Wuchuan County. When Zhou saw their home, he quietly sighed in relief. Sheng he had not let him down. "It smells like food at home. Did someone cook dinner for us?" Zhou asked, looking up at her. Sheng he patted his head. "It's probably Madame Qi." Zhou pouted. "No way. Stepmother is lazy and only likes to eat. She wouldn't cook for us." During his childhood, Zhou had not only been ignored by his birth mother but also mistreated by Madame Qi and her daughter. He didn't believe she would suddenly become so diligent. Sheng he smiled lightly. "Of course, she didn't cook willingly. I made her do it." Zhou blinked in surprise.
"What?"
"That was possible." Sheng he chuckled. "Zhou, I've already taken back the household management rights from Madame Qi. You don't have to obey or fear her anymore. I'll protect you." Zhou was stunned. His grandfather and uncle had tried many times to take back control from Madame Qi, but failed. How did this woman manage it? Was she just bragging? Before he could finish the thought, he heard a soft, whiny voice complaining in the alley near their gate. Brother Qinglin, Sheng he doesn't respect me, or my mother at all. She just took away the household authority, like it was nothing. You have to marry me soon. I can't stay in the Sheng family any longer. The voice was clearly Sheng Yulan's. The man whispering close to her was her cousin Lu Qinglin. They took away all the household authority. What about the dowry left by Madame Yang? Lu Qinglin's voice suddenly turned anxious. Sheng Yulan pouted and complained. That clever woman took everything for herself. Hearing this, Sheng He kicked a stone toward them, startling the pair. Lu Qinglin quickly pushed Sheng Yulan away. When he saw it was Sheng He and her son, he relaxed a little, though anger soon rose in his chest. Sheng He? Lu Qinglin shouted, you shameless woman. Why did you take the household authority and the dowry? Sheng He smiled brightly.
Of course, I did it for you.
That left Lu Qinglin confused. For him?
Could it be that Sheng He?
His eyes swept over her. Though she already had a child, she still carried herself with grace. But when he noticed Sheng Yulan glaring beside him, he straightened up and said stiffly, for me. What does that have to do with me? Sheng He sneered. Exactly, it has nothing to do with you. So stop barking at my door like a stray dog. Lu Qinglin's face turned red as he realized she was mocking him. You're so rude. I can't stand women like you. Sheng He said calmly, if you can't stand me, then stop looking. Otherwise, keep quiet. Sheng Yulan quickly tried to act gentle and kind. How can you talk to Brother Qinglin like that? Remembering how Sheng Yulan had slandered her the night before, Sheng He shouted, someone come. Sheng Yulan and Lu Qinglin are meeting in secret. Lu Qinglin panicked and ran off immediately, leaving Sheng Yulan standing there, embarrassed. TSK, your brother Qinglin runs fast enough, Sheng He said mockingly. Sheng Yulan felt humiliated but still argued, Brother Qinglin is a scholar. He'll take the imperial exams one day. You shouldn't insult him. Sheng He ignored her nonsense, took little Zhozhou by the hand, and walked home proudly for dinner. Zhozhou looked at his mother with admiration. She was so strong and brave. That evening at the dinner table, Sheng He officially announced that from now on, she would take charge of the family's finances and household affairs. The Qi mother and daughter glared at Sheng He as if she were their enemy, but they didn't dare to argue with her. Sheng He snorted. Humph, I just love how you can't stand me, but can't do anything about it. After dinner, everyone went about their own business as usual, and Sheng He returned to her room. She entered her secret space, exchanged the money she earned from selling the shop into her balance, and stocked up on plenty of white rice, flour, bottled water, and cooking oil. As she watched the storage area fill up, she felt a wave of happiness. At least now, her family had enough food to last for a while. But they were still far from escaping the tragic fate of the Sheng family's downfall. Sheng He sighed. She had thought about running away early, but the Sheng family's roots were deep here. Sheng Ziyuan would never agree to resign and leave Wuchuan County. As for leaving on her own, that was impossible. Her household registration was still tightly controlled by her father, who feared she might one day fall in love again and run off with someone. The revolution hasn't succeeded yet. We still have to work hard, Sheng He told herself with resignation. Fortunately, the Great Drought hadn't arrived yet. Sheng He planned to quietly find ways to store more food and help Wuchuan County survive the coming disaster. She searched online for the most profitable business in this era, and soon a suggestion popped up. Trade with neighboring countries? Her eyes lit up. At this time, private trade was thriving. Many clever southern merchants made fortunes by traveling overseas or trading in the northern regions. Although Wuchuan County in Hezhou was close to the north, it was blocked by mountains. The people here, having suffered from hunger, didn't dare to venture out. They were content just to farm their small plots of land. Sheng He wanted to make big money. Maybe she could partner with a merchant who traded in the north. After all, with her secret space, she could buy all kinds of good products at low prices. This time she could finally be the one earning the profit as a middleman. But then again, Hezhou was the poorest region in the Great Zhao, and Wuchuan County was the poorest in Hezhou. The cause wasn't just natural disasters, it was also human greed. 5 years ago, the court was in turmoil. The former crown prince suddenly died of illness, and the mighty General Dinghuai, who was close to him, rushed back to the capital from the border. Unexpectedly, when passing through Hezhou, the general also died under mysterious circumstances, leaving no trace behind. Since then, the people of Dazhao have regarded Hezhou as an unlucky place where the god of war met his end, and Wuchuan County, being the poorest and most dangerous part of Hezhou, was scolded the most.
Sheng He sighed.
Who can you even reason with about this? The Prince of Dinghuai?
He's already gone.
But that prince was quite pitiful too. It was said that he was extremely handsome, unmatched in the world. At only 16, he led the Dinghuai army to victory and became a legend, bringing the 6 northern kingdoms under control so completely that they still dare not rebel. If not for him, no one in Dazhao would be able to trade safely in the northern lands. Not only that, he was also very talented in literature. He wasn't just a warrior, his poems and essays were so well loved that every student owned a copy. Sadly, heaven seems to envy the gifted. Oh heavens, do you even realize what you've done? Sheng He thought bitterly. Just as she was feeling sorrowful, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. When she opened it, she saw little Zhou, freshly washed and holding a small pillow. The child looked a bit shy, clearly wanting to say something. What is it, little one? Sheng He asked, surprised that Zhou had come to her on his own. The little one smelled fresh and clean, with a faint scent of soap, though he tried hard to keep a proud and serious face. I just wanted to ask, tomorrow, will you still come to take me home? He asked, his serious tone hiding a bit of hope. Sheng He's heart melted, and she laughed softly. Of course. I'll be the first one there to bring you home. All right? Zhou's eyes lit up, his long lashes fluttering like tiny butterflies. Still, he reminded her carefully, just don't forget. Then he hugged his pillow and ran back to his room to sleep. Sheng He smiled, watching until the light in his room went out before returning to her own. With the idea of trading with neighboring countries still in mind, Sheng He went early the next morning to find Sun Minshun and asked him to help her contact a merchant who traded in the northern lands. Sun Minshun readily agreed, changed into cloth shoes, and hurried to the county town. Thanks to Miss He, his family had enjoyed a hearty meal of dog meat the night before, and the taste still lingered. He felt full of energy and eager to help her again. After finishing her business, Sheng He didn't forget the promise she had made to Zhou the day before. She couldn't let Zhou lose face, so she changed into a simple, clean outfit and carefully dabbed a little rouge on her lips. When Sheng He looked into the bronze mirror, the girl reflected there had bright, lively eyes and such charm that even she was amazed by her own beauty. The original Sheng He had always been stunning. If not for her terrible reputation, matchmakers would have lined up at her door. She stepped out gracefully, while Madame Qi and her daughter peered through the door, their eyes almost burning with jealousy. That woman, dressing up like that again. Who knows which man she's trying to attract this time? Qi's daughter, Sheng Yulan, gritted her teeth. Though she looked scornful, envy was eating her up inside. Why was that woman so beautiful? Even her beloved brother Qinglin had once said, "Your stepsister is truly lovely with a fine figure, though she already has a child with another man." Humph, that shameless woman. Luckily, brother Qinglin was a man of good character and didn't fall for her tricks. Madame Qi gave a cold snort. Who knows if she's really changed or just pretending? She doesn't chase after men anymore, but now she's always fussing over that precious son of hers. She's probably going to pick up that boy, Sheng Yunju, from school. Sheng He was fierce and sharp-tongued, so Madame Qi didn't dare confront her openly, but that didn't stop her from plotting behind her back. Now she wants to win her son's heart?
Ha!
I'll show her what wishful thinking looks like. Yulan, let's just wait and see. Sheng He arrived early and became the first parent to pick up a child that day. She walked proudly toward Zhou, who was sitting at his desk, and waved at him. She had already prepared herself for the little one to run into her arms so they could go home happily together. But to her surprise, Jojo quietly packed his school bag, lowered his head, and walked to her side without a word. Right? She had almost forgotten how cool and proud this little one could be. On the way home, Shung-hee tried to start a conversation. "Did you have fun with your friends at school today?" Jojo mumbled, "It was okay." Sensing something was off, Shung-hee asked gently, "Sweetheart, what would you like for dinner tonight?" "I'll cook it myself." Jojo sighed, clearly not in the mood to talk. "Anything's fine." Shung-hee's heart tightened. Just yesterday, this little boy had been soft and sweet, asking her to pick him up. Why was he suddenly acting so distant today? Shung-hee stopped walking, crouched down, and looked seriously into Jojo's eyes. "Jojo, what happened? Trust me, I'll do everything I can to help you." Jojo met her gaze. He hadn't wanted to talk to her at all, but for some reason, when he saw the warmth and kindness in her eyes, he suddenly wanted to speak his heart. "Am I just a burden to you?" Jojo's voice trembled. Shung-hee didn't understand at first. Tears fell from Jojo's eyes. "When you marry someone else and have new children, you won't want me anymore." Before, he didn't care whether she married or not. He even secretly hoped she would leave this house soon. But now that he had finally started to like this gentle mother, he learned that one day she might leave him. Shung-hee was completely confused. When had she ever said she would marry someone else? She quickly wiped Jojo's tears. "Jojo, I promise you I won't get married, and I will never leave you." How could she ever give up such a sweet and clever little angel? Jojo slowly calmed down and turned his face away. "It was grandmother who said I'd soon be a child without a mother. She told me not to tell you." Shung-hee froze for a moment, then understood, and anger rose in her heart. This poor child had grown up without a father's love or a mother's care, always lacking a sense of security. And yet Madame Chi had used such a cruel trick to turn them against each other. Thankfully, Jojo hadn't fully believed her lies. Shung-hee grabbed Jojo's hand and rushed home. She went straight to the kitchen, picked up a kitchen knife, and stormed into Madame Chi and her daughter's room. The two women were calmly doing their makeup in front of the mirror. When they looked up and saw Shung-hee standing there with a knife and fury in her eyes, the eyebrow pencil in Madame Chi's hand snapped in half. Shung-hee, what are you doing?" Madame Chi stammered, stepping back in fear. Shung-hee didn't like to beat around the bush. Her face was cold as she said, "So this is what you've come to. You don't dare confront me openly, so you stab me in the back instead?" The glint of the knife made both women tremble. Madame Chi tried to defend herself. I didn't." She had never expected Jojo to trust Shung-hee so much, to share his worries with her. She couldn't imagine what Shung-hee had done to win the child's heart so completely. But after all, Chi's heart is full of regret now, and she keeps insisting that everything was just a misunderstanding. Shung-hee ignores the arguments of the mother and daughter, approaching them step by step like a fierce demon from. "Chi, you know very well what you said to Porridge this morning. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will make Xing Yulan a child without a mother." With a loud bang, accompanied by the screams of Chi and her daughter, the tip of a kitchen knife falls and deeply embeds into the dressing table in front of them. Shung-hee turns and walks away, leaving the mother and daughter, who are almost scared to themselves. "Mom, Shung-hee is too scary. Does she want to hurt us?" Xing Yulan sobs. "Maybe we should go back to my maternal grandparents' house to hide, so they can decide and marry me to brother Qing Lin." Chi wipes her cold sweat, grits her teeth, and pulls out the kitchen knife that was still leaning on the table. "No. Your maternal grandparents and uncle are honest farmers with little money. How can they support us? They still rely on Xing Ji Yuan's small salary to make a living." Xing Yulan sits on the ground heavily. "What should we do? I can't stay in this house anymore." "What to do? Just bear with it." Chi also looks grim. Ever since Shung-hee learned to speak, her methods have become more ruthless. "We can't provoke her. We have to be careful in what we say and do. If we can't provoke her, can't we hide from her?" Before bed, Shung-hee comes to tuck Porridge into bed. The little one lies obediently, looking at Shung-hee with bright, shiny eyes. Did I scare you when I was angry at Chi and her daughter today? Shung, he gently strokes Porridge's face. Porridge shakes his head softly. No, he knows very well that Shung-hee's actions were to vent her anger and also to show him that she will protect him firmly. Shung-hee looks at this clever child, smiles, and says goodnight. Just as she is about to out the lamp and leave the room, Porridge reaches out his small hand and holds her. Thank you for coming to pick me up today. Porridge looks at Shung-hee, his bright eyes seeming to be filled with a faint mist. Then he shyly calls her. Shung-hee is stunned, and her nose suddenly feels sore. This is the first time since he was little that he has called her like this. Little one, Mom was wrong before. I didn't treat you well enough, didn't care enough. I'm sorry. This apology is on behalf of the original owner. The little kid smiled and said, From now on, I won't blame my mother. She is very kind to me now, and I like her. Shang-hee almost cried. The cruel heavens sent her across a long distance, but luckily, they gave her a caring, little vest. During this time, Sheng Ziyuan and Sheng Jiang were busy with spring farming and measuring fields and exploring mountains for the spring tax. They often stayed away for several days. Fortunately, the little kid, Zhou, was becoming more attached to Sheng He and no longer needed their worry. The Qi mother and daughter were also obedient under Sheng He's management. They no longer dared to cause trouble secretly. They changed from being spoiled and lazy to working hard around the house. Sheng He was very happy. The house finally looked like a real home. One day, Sheng He took a walk in town. She carried a basket of big eggs, a pig's hoof, and a small bag of chirping chicks. Sheng Yulan, go to the edge of the field and pick wild onions. Tonight, your mother will cook fragrant wild onion eggs and make pig's hoof soup, Sheng He ordered neatly. Qi mother and daughter looked unhappy but still did as told. They had no choice. Sheng He was now in charge of the household money. If they didn't listen, there would be no food. But to be fair, since Sheng He took charge, they could eat good food every day. Even though cooking and chores made them look tired and pale, they had to obey Sheng He's orders for the sake of food.
Wow.
Miss He, where did you get so many chicks? In a few months, we can eat eggs and meat. Little Fu's eyes sparkled as she carefully touched the fluffy yellow chicks. Yes, it's early spring now. We must keep them inside the house, with straw in the nest, or they might freeze to death at night or when there's frost in the morning. There were 8 chicks in total. Sheng He let Sun Xiaofu take 3 home to raise, and the rest she gave to Zhou. Zhou was very happy when she saw the chicks after school. She fed them water and food, eager to cuddle them to sleep and take them to school. Life went on slowly and peacefully. During this time, Sun Minshun went to find Sheng He. Following Sheng He's instructions, he found a merchant named Wang Yuer who often transports goods in the northern region. Wang Yuer was very experienced. Sheng He was very happy and thought about what goods would be profitable to send to the northern region. However, before she could figure it out, Wang Yuer suddenly changed his mind. After hearing this news from Sun Minshun, Sheng He hurriedly went to see Wang Yuer. Shopkeeper Wang, you're not playing fair. We already signed a contract for our cooperation, and now you're breaking the agreement and refusing to do business with me. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Sheng He said firmly, standing with her hands on her hips. Wang Yuan knew he was in the wrong and shrank back. Miss He, I am just a businessman who cares about profit. Recently, a big boss wants to sign a contract with me. It's a rare opportunity, and I can't refuse. All right, Miss He, let's follow the terms of the contract. If I break the agreement, I will compensate you with 3 times the deposit. Is that okay? He suggested. Sheng He was very angry. This wasn't about compensation. She needed someone to help her transport goods and make money. Wang Yuer was a merchant that Sun Minshun had worked hard to find. If she didn't cooperate with him, it might be a while before she found someone more suitable. Sheng He was not someone to give up easily. She calmed down and asked, Shopkeeper Wang, could you introduce me to this big boss? If things go well, I will definitely reward you. Wang Yuer hesitated for a moment, raising 2 eyebrows with a wrinkle on his forehead. Miss He, this big boss isn't from Wuchuan County, not even from Hezhou. He's involved in both black and white businesses and does very large deals. I don't know who his backer is, and we, small players, have never seen him. If you want to meet this big boss, I can take you to his house, but whether you get to see him depends on your luck, he said. Seung-hee was not scared by this mysterious big boss. Instead, she was full of determination. Then I will trouble shopkeeper Wang. Soon, Seung-hee followed shopkeeper Wang onto a bullock cart. After half an hour, they arrived at a residence, surrounded by green trees. The location and design of the house showed that the owner was luxurious yet modest and liked peace and quiet. The stone steps in front of the house were carved with intricate patterns, and the ground was solidly laid, probably poured several times with rice flour paste. Miss He, I have brought you here. From now on, I will not stay to accompany you. Wang Yuer stood at the gate of the residence, seeming a bit afraid, taking a few steps back. I wish you success. Wang Yuer quickly left. Seung-hee looked at the house without a signboard and encouraged herself silently. She stepped forward to the door. Just as she was about to knock, suddenly, she heard the sound of hooves behind her. A group of riders rushed down the small path. Not many people can ride tall horses in this remote countryside. Seung-hee's eyes lit up, and she quickly turned around. When she looked up, she accidentally made eye contact with the man in the lead. She was surprised to see a familiar face. Wasn't this the man in black she saved on the night she just arrived? The man also saw Seung-hee. At first, he looked surprised, then his expression turned calm and indifferent. He pulled on the reins and dismounted smoothly. His movements were graceful and seamless, looking so handsome that it was hard to tell he was injured. Seeing the man approaching, Seung-hee felt excited. The saying was true, helping others is helping yourself. She lifted her skirt and hurried over. Young master, do you remember me? Ning Zheng and his black-clad guards watched the cheerful girl running toward them, but their expressions remained unchanged. Until Seung-hee boldly said, that night, you were on my bed. We've met before. Ning Zheng felt like he was about to lose control of his expressions for the first time. Seung-hee didn't mean to say it that way. She was just considering that the man's actions that night might involve a secret mission. She couldn't just blurt out everything, right? Secrets in the underworld are to be kept. She understood that. But she didn't expect that the ambiguous words, met on the bed, would have such a strong impact. Several young guards blushed and imagined scenes they shouldn't have. Ning Zheng took a deep breath. Since this woman had saved his life, he decided to be patient. What are you doing here? Seung-hee quickly tried to flatter him. Young master, I have a business to discuss with the head of this house. Considering our relationship, could you help me out? Seung-hee, you better agree quickly. I am your little savior. We have a life and death connection. Though technically, I saved your life. Ning Zheng looked tired and uninterested, as if he didn't want to talk to her. Seung-hee, people die for money, birds die for food. For this little bit of money, I can endure. Seung-hee continued smiling warmly and tried to get closer. Young master, you seem to come here often. You look impressive. I guess you are a trusted aide of the big boss? Maybe you can help us out a bit. Ning Zheng's face darkened a little. The guard behind Ning Zheng bayed and almost shouted. What kind of look is that? The person in front of you is the big boss himself. I am the trusted aide. Wait, does this woman not know who our boss really is? So, she wouldn't have a one-night stand with him? Is she trying to use our boss? Ahem, I'm getting sidetracked. Bayan retracted his thoughts, stepped forward quietly and asked, Boss, should I ask someone to send her away? Ningzhen glanced at the woman in front of him, thought for a moment and said, Let her come in first. Bayan was surprised. You can tolerate this? Just indulge her. Seung-hee really couldn't imagine Ningzheng, who was cold and calm, as the same person as the business tycoon Huai-yi, who was mysterious and hard to find. It's not her fault. In her past life, she had seen many famous entrepreneurs. Every one of them was a middle-aged man with a big belly, wearing a gold watch and gold teeth. Seung-hee happily stepped into Ningzheng's residence, thinking she was one step closer to becoming a powerful businesswoman in ancient times. She was led into an elegant study. Ningzheng sat in a high-backed chair, casually playing with a jade ring on his finger. What kind of business? Tell me, Shang He thought to herself. It seems this man is quite important in front of the big boss, probably a regional manager. She forced a polite but awkward smile. I don't know how to address you, young master. Bayan looked at Ning Zheng's expression and knew he didn't want to reveal his identity for now, so he said, This is Huaiyi. Oh, I've met Huaiyi. I am Sheng He, daughter of the county magistrate Sheng Ziyuan of Wuchuan. I want to discuss a cooperation with someone under the big boss to buy some goods from the northern region. Ning Zheng raised an eyebrow, surprised that this woman was really here to do business. We have reliable regular suppliers, so we don't need such cooperation. Please, Miss Sheng, find someone else. Sheng He was anxious. Huaiyi, I saved your life. Are you going to give me no chance at all? Please deliver the message to the boss. If he sees my business, maybe he will like it. Bayan almost spat out. Boss? Our master is only 24. Ningzheng said calmly. No need to make such a fuss. I can decide this matter. You saved my life, so I already left you a silver note. If it's not enough, you can ask for more. Ningzheng doesn't like owing favors. Xinghe, having money is impressive? Turns out your life is only worth a few broken coins. Shang He angrily said, Since Lord Huai won't help, I won't leave. I'll wait here to talk to the boss myself. Ningzheng couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking, how else does she want to talk to him? Bayan quickly stepped forward to persuade, Miss Sheng, you should go back first. Since Lord Huai doesn't want you to see our master, staying here won't help. Ningzheng stood up. He had made his point clear, he had done his best. The rest is up to his subordinates to handle. Sheng He was anxious and grabbed his wrist. Bayan was shocked. Ningzheng looked at her delicate fingers, slightly frowning. Unexpectedly, Sheng He changed her expression first and said, Lord Huai, you have a chronic poison in your body. If it activates, you could die suddenly. Bayan almost cursed. Miss Sheng, our Lord Huai won't cooperate with you, so you don't need to curse like that. Before he finished, Ningzheng interrupted. He looked at Sheng He and asked with a slight frown, How long has this poison been in me? This poison is deeply hidden, slowly damaging your roots and veins. It's probably been several years. Sheng He thought for a moment and said, Do you feel cold in your limbs during the day and a burning sensation in your chest at night, with difficulty breathing? Ningzheng lowered his eyes. It was indeed true. If it weren't for this poison, he wouldn't have been almost killed that day by his opponent's soft tendons powder. Bayan's face turned pale with fear. Could his master really? I'm not dead yet. Don't rush to mourn, Ningzheng said calmly, glancing faintly at Bayan who was about to cry. Miss Sheng, can this poison be cured? Curing it might be very complicated. I'm willing to try for Lord Huai. Sheng He touched her chin. But about the business I mentioned earlier. A sly smile appeared in Sheng He's eyes as she gave Ningzheng a knowing look. Ningzheng squinted, realizing that this woman always knew how to control him completely. Okay, Ningzheng said quickly as he took out 2 stacks of silver notes from a wooden box. This is the first consultation fee and a deposit for our business partnership. Miss Sheng can count it. She was really wealthy. Sheng He immediately lit up with excitement. Even though Ningzheng was seriously ill and in danger, she couldn't help but show a proud, greedy smile. Forget it, she thought. I'll use the wooden fish to make merit later. Since the money was paid, she decided to show her best skills. Master Huai, the detoxification can't wait. I can treat you right now, Sheng He said with a smile. Fortunately, I am a kind healer, always ready with silver needles to save lives. Actually, she had a portable space where her medical tools could be taken out at any time. Ningzheng nodded. Come with me to the inner room. Bayan hurriedly followed, but Sheng He stopped him. You can stay outside. You're too jumpy, don't disturb my acupuncture. Bayan, wait outside, Ningzheng ordered. Bayan stomped his foot. How could he stay calm with a man and a woman alone in the room? His heart was in turmoil. Ningzheng and Sheng He entered the inner room one after the other. Inside was a small bed with a screen for privacy. Sheng He took out silver needles from her sleeve and laid them on a silk cushion. She said to Ningzheng, Master Huai, please take off your shirt. Ningzheng looked up, meeting Sheng He's determined gaze, and silently loosened his collar. Ning Zheng's broad shoulders and narrow waist were on full display. Even though Sheng He had already memorized medical ethics in her mind, she couldn't help but swallow hard. His figure was just too perfect. He had scars on his chest and back, some deep and some shallow, which made him look even more masculine. "Is it really that good-looking?" A slightly teasing voice came from above. Sheng He instinctively blurted out, "Very handsome." Then she quickly covered her mouth. Why did she say that out loud? Nings Heng Fronet. If he didn't know she was trying to help him heal, he would have kicked her out for being so forward. But her medical skills were truly extraordinary. He had been injured many times, but only this time did he recover the fastest, leaving no scars at all. Even his family doctor said he had never seen such advanced medical skills, which were hard to understand. Sheng He asked Ning Jingping to lie down and used needles on his chest and arms. Ning Zheng felt a warm sensation slowly spread from the needle points throughout his body, making him feel very comfortable and sleepy. "Why Yi, if you're sleepy, just go ahead and sleep." As Sheng He finished speaking, Ning Zheng had already closed his eyes and fallen into a deep sleep. Ning Zheng hadn't dreamed of that bloody night from 5 years ago in a long time. He desperately tried to protect his recently widowed sister-in-law, who had just lost her husband, and to guard his brother's newborn children, but he couldn't do it. Countless arrows suddenly shot toward him from nowhere, and he heard a baby's cry, but he couldn't see anything clearly. The night was filled with raging fires burning everything around him. Young master, are you all right?" A worried and clear voice of a young girl called out. "Young master, wake up." The girl's voice suddenly grew louder. Ning Zheng was startled awake. When he opened his eyes, everything around him was empty, and the noisy sounds from his dream had disappeared. He rubbed his forehead, put on his clothes, and came out. He saw Sheng He sitting quietly in a chair, reading a book. "Why Yi, are you sleeping well?" Sheng He stood up and smiled. Ning Zheng realized he hadn't slept long, but he felt very refreshed after waking up. "Yes." Ning Zheng nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the book in Sheng He's hand. "Oh, I was a bit bored after you woke up, so I asked Brother Bayan for a book to read," Sheng He said with a smile. "I didn't expect you to like the book about the war god, King Dinghuai." Next to him, Bayan pouted and looked proud. "What's there to like? This is written by our master himself." Of course, Sheng He's true identity would never be easily revealed to this woman. Sheng He checked Ning Zheng's pulse and relaxed slightly. "Luckily, the acupuncture I did was effective for you." Then she prescribed some medicine for Ning Zheng, told Bayan to supervise him to take it on time, and said she would come back in 10 days to do more acupuncture and detox. After giving these instructions, Sheng He put away 2 stacks of silver notes happily and went home. Sheng He bought flour and brown sugar from the space at 1/3 of the town's price and brought them home, planning to steam brown sugar buns for Zhou to take to school tomorrow morning. Just as she reached the locust tree under the gate, she saw a teenage boy, about 16 or 17, rushing over hurriedly. Sheng He immediately recognized that this was Wu Ji, the small official beside Sheng Ziyuan. "Brother A Ji, why are you in such a hurry? Did my father call about something at home?" Wu Ji panted and said, "Sister He, something bad has happened. A jiang hurt his leg. The master asked me to come and get money for the treatment." After saying this, Wu Ji hesitated and asked nervously, "Sister He, you wouldn't mind giving some money, would you? The master said that now Miss He is in charge of the household, and all the money and coins are in her pocket." "Sigh, I don't know what the master is thinking. Only he treats this troublesome girl as a treasure, letting her do whatever she wants. Now it's serious. Getting money from this stingy, unkind woman will be difficult. My brother's leg is hurt." Sheng He looked worried. "How did it happen? Is it serious?" Wu Ji hurriedly said, "When we were inspecting behind Zaoer village with the master, he accidentally stepped on a trap. The flesh was torn, blood everywhere, and you could see the bones." He wasn't exaggerating. The trap was really tight, and it took a long time to remove it. Sheng Jiang is usually a tough man, but today his face was pale, and he kept trembling. Sheng He understood how serious it was. She quickly hid some flour and red sugar in the haystack, then without hesitation, followed Wu Ji outside. Big sister, do you have enough money? These days, if you don't have enough, the doctor won't see the patient, Wu Ji carefully reminded Sheng He. Don't worry about the money, Sheng He said, glancing at Wu Ji, then counting out dozens of copper coins. Go to the town and buy 2 jin of bone broth. Pick the good ones. Since he's bleeding and hurt his bone, he needs to recover. Wu Ji was shocked. When did Sheng He become so kind to a Jiang? She's even nicer than his own sister. Wu Ji didn't dare delay and hurried to the town. Sheng He then called a cart and headed to Zaoer village. When Sheng He arrived at the back mountain of Zaoer village, Sheng Jiang was lying under a big tree, groaning weakly, with cold sweat on his forehead. The villagers of Zaoer village surrounded him, sighing. Sheng Ziyuan was so anxious that his voice trembled. Doctor, please take another look. Is there any way? If we delay any longer, my son's leg will be ruined. The doctor was a well-known old traveling healer who had treated injuries and bruises all around the area. He took a puff of dry tobacco and shook his head. This leg is already useless. The metal shavings are stuck and can't be removed, and it has damaged the meridians. Bah, such bad luck. Father, I am unfilial. I can't help you in the future, and I've also dragged our family down. Sheng Jiang wiped tears while inhaling cool air, with blood still on his hands and face. Sheng Ziyuan also started crying while holding his son. At that moment, a familiar voice said, "Everyone move aside. I can heal him." Sheng Ziyuan looked up and saw Sheng He walking quickly toward them. He was stunned. Sheng Jiang thought he was losing too much blood and was hallucinating. "Father, I saw my sister come. She said she would heal me. Oh no, I'm seriously ill now. I'm going to die." Oh. Before Sheng Jiang finished speaking, Sheng He gave him a hard slap on the head. "What are you saying? Put your heart back in your stomach. Your sister won't let you die so easily." He then looked up and comforted Sheng Ziyuan. "Father, I was tricked into going north years ago. On the way, I met a kind doctor who taught me some medical skills. I can treat Ah Jiang." Sheng Ziyuan was shocked that his daughter had such skills. He quickly stepped aside. At this point, they could only try a last resort. Let Sheng He give it a try. The old traveling doctor sneered when he heard Sheng He say this. Oh my, these days, even a young girl dares to treat wounds? If she's careless, she might end up taking his life. Someone immediately spoke up in defense.
How can you talk like that?
Have some decency, the old doctor snorted. Old man like me has seen many injuries, but I doubt she can do better. If I say this leg is hopeless, then it's hopeless. Sheng He put on rubber gloves and said irritably, "If you don't understand, don't criticize. Stay somewhere cool." Then he ignored the old man and focused on cleaning Sheng Jiang's wound. Everyone was surprised to see that when Sheng He removed the metal splinters, Sheng Jiang didn't scream painfully like before, nor did he hit his head against a tree. People asked curiously, "Aren't you in pain?" Sheng Jiang honestly replied, "After my sister gave me an injection, I don't feel any pain in my leg." The villagers didn't understand what anesthesia was, but hearing Sheng Jiang didn't cry out in pain, they all relaxed and nodded in approval, saying, "That girl is amazing." Only the old traveling doctor shouted in fear, his face turning pale, "This can't be. That woman must be a witch." Everyone couldn't stand listening anymore, and a tall man took the disruptive old doctor down the mountain. Sheng He quickly finished treating Sheng Jiang's wound, disinfected it, applied medicine, gave a tetanus shot, and finally wrapped it with gauze. Sheng Ziyuan was overwhelmed with tears, saying, "Here, thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I can't imagine what would happen to my son's leg. If Sheng He hadn't been there today, the consequences would have been unthinkable." Sheng He spoke softly, "Dad, don't worry. A Jiang will recover soon." Just as everyone was relieved, suddenly a woman's crying came from the crowd. "My son was picking chestnuts on the mountain, and his leg got caught and injured. I wish I had met the girl earlier. I don't know who set those cruel traps in the forest." Her crying angered everyone. "That's right. My husband was caught in one a few days ago. His injury wasn't serious, but he's still lying in bed recovering. We have children waiting to eat, and our family is about to go hungry." County Magistrate, These animal traps weren't set by our villagers. Our village chief already ordered only to set traps in the deep mountains to the west. Our children often play in this forest, digging rabbit burrows or catching birds. We wouldn't put traps here, would we? At this moment, a strong man shouted loudly. I know. It must be people from Manhwa village in Datong County next door. Their mountain connects with ours, and they set traps at night to catch animals easily. Someone echoed. That's right. Last time I went hunting, I saw a few sneaky people appearing in the mountains. The leader seemed to be Wang Hunter from Manhwa village. The county magistrate. The people from Datong County want to steal our game and have even hurt some of us. We must stand up against this injustice. It's too much to bear. The villagers chattered and asked Sheng Ziyuan to help them. Sheng Ziyuan felt conflicted inside. Datong County is one of the wealthiest counties in Hezhou. They look down on the poor people of Wuchuan County. That's why Wang Hunter is so bold in bullying the villagers of Zar village. So, Wuchuan County is weak, and it might not be easy for them to fight back. If they make a big fuss, the other side might deny everything and blame them, making things worse. It's better to keep things simple this time. Maybe they should just ask the villagers of Zar village to come less often to the mountains, so they won't get hurt again. Sheng Ziyuan is a gentle person, which is why he hasn't achieved much in his career. He hesitated for a moment, and Sheng He saw clearly what he was thinking. Before Sheng Ziyuan could speak, Sheng He loudly told the villagers, You're right, we must stand up for ourselves. 2 quick-footed people go to Manhwa village and ask if this really happened. Sheng Ziyuan was surprised. He didn't expect his daughter to speak so quickly. He couldn't stop her now. The village chief picked 3 or 4 strong young men, and they set out quickly. In less than half an hour, they returned, all sweaty. Their faces looked bad, like they had eaten a fly. As soon as they got back, they started complaining. It's too much. They didn't admit to setting the traps. I saw the iron traps hanging on their wall, exactly the same as the ones that hurt Brother Ajang. Wang Hunter is the most arrogant. He secretly came to our mountain, but won't admit it. He even raised his fist to threaten us. Exactly. They cursed us, saying we deserved to have our legs broken. They called us poor and unlucky, told us to get lost, and even hit us with brooms. One young boy looked like he was about to cry, probably because he was young and his pride was hurt badly. Sheng Ziyuan frowned. As he expected, the people from Manhwa village were always arrogant and wouldn't admit to anything. Seeing the villagers of Zar village look so angry and ashamed, he didn't know how to end this.
He could only sigh.
At this moment, only Sheng He was still able to smile. She loudly said, Villagers, we've given them a chance. They refuse to change. If they are unkind, don't blame us for being unfair. If they dare to set traps on our land, they shouldn't expect to take them back. Let's turn our anger into strength and melt the traps into iron. The village chief looked worried, his face creased. Miss, although traps are useful, they are covered by grass and trees. It's hard to find them easily. We might accidentally hurt someone's leg. Sheng He was calm. She took out a large pouch from her sleeve, filled with small, delicate round discs. She had just bought these from her space. She handed them to the villagers and explained, These are iron-finding discs. I bought them cheaply from a merchant traveling from the northern region. They contain magnets and pointers. If there's metal nearby, they can find it quickly. Sheng He demonstrated how to use them. Soon, she located a trap nearby. Everyone was overjoyed. Sheng Ziyuan's worried face relaxed. The villagers, no longer frowning, quickly split up to search. Sheng Jiang was carried down the mountain to rest at a nearby villager's home. Encouraged by Sheng He, Sheng Ziyuan also stopped hiding and took the lead in searching the mountains for traps. Excited shouts came from the back of Zaoer village. There's one buried here. I just found one too. Wow. There's even a wild mountain chicken caught here. We're going to make a big profit. So what? I caught a fat rabbit here, still alive, while the villagers were busy searching for traps. Sheng He was also not idle. She didn't expect to find some rare medicinal herbs in the small forest, so she gathered them and took them to her space to sell, earning a good amount for her small treasury. Since Sheng-He earned money on someone else's land, she wanted to repay them a little. She thought for a moment and took out some wild chickens, raccoon dogs, wild ducks, and bamboo rats from her space. The more the villagers explored the mountains, the more animals they found. They were all sweating but smiling happily, feeling a great sense of achievement. A thin old man, holding his young grandson, cried as he carried 2 wild ducks. "It's been so long since I treated my grandchildren to a proper meal. I feel sorry for them. Now everything is better, everything is better." At this moment, someone suddenly noticed that wherever Sheng-He passed, these mountain goods appeared. It must be because Miss Sheng has a kind heart and is blessed by the mountain spirit. Thanks to her, we can gather so much meat for free. "Miss Sheng is our village's lucky star," someone shouted, and the villagers all agreed, bowing to thank Sheng-He. Sheng-He felt a bit shy because she hadn't actually given out that many mountain goods. The villagers' large-scale mountain foraging disturbed many animals in the forest. The animals ran out and were easily caught by the villagers, leading to a big harvest. As night fell, they searched the back mountain thoroughly, finding 3 large cloth bags full of iron traps. Of course, the villagers' harvest of mountain goods was even greater. Looking at everyone's eager faces, Sheng-He asked loudly, "Does everyone still have strength? If so, let's go to Nyogo Mountain in Manhwa village and forage again. They're causing trouble on our land, so we should give them a lesson. Since they like setting traps, let's take more of them." Immediately, a villager responded loudly, "Of course we have the strength. Who doesn't want more meat at home? Who doesn't want a handy? Let's go." However, Sheng-He didn't allow so many people to go to Nyogo Mountain to avoid making too much noise and disturbing the people of Manhwa village. Only about 10 strong men were chosen to go. Anyway, everything collected today would be returned to the village and shared among the people. Now, Zaoer village was completely convinced of Sheng-He and naturally supported her decision. A woman named Yang Hua was worried Sheng-He might catch a cold in the mountains, so she took off her coat and draped it over her. Sheng-He wasn't picky and gratefully accepted Yang Hua's kindness. Like a heroine, she followed Sheng Jiyuan and the men to Nyogo Mountain. That night, Manhwa village was as noisy as ever, with loud snoring, unaware that the carefully set animal traps on Nyogo Mountain had all been confiscated, and all the prey caught in the traps had vanished. Today, Zaoer village was more lively than during the New Year. They slaughtered wild chickens and ducks, and set up a feast at the village entrance. The women cooked delicious meals to reward Sheng's family and the workers who had worked all night, also giving the children a proper meal. The children, who had been eating wild vegetables and black bread for months, smelled the aroma of meat. They turned into rows of little radish heads, squatting at the kitchen door, drooling and waiting for their mother to finish cooking. Sheng-He borrowed a big bone from Aunt Yanghua's kitchen to stew, secretly adding some medicinal herbs. Then she brought it to Sheng Jiang. Sheng Jiang's legs still couldn't move, but he already felt much better. After drinking a thick, white soup with meat and broth, his face looked a little rosier. "Big sister, if my leg hadn't been hurt, I would definitely go mountain climbing with you," Sheng Jiang said, clenched fist. "All right, finish your soup quickly. It's better to rest and heal your injury," Sheng-He smiled. Sheng Jiang held his bowl and suddenly said seriously, "Big sister, thank you." This was the first time Sheng Jiang said thank you to Sheng-He. He had prepared himself mentally for a long time before speaking. As a young boy, he felt a little shy. Sheng-He patted his head. "I'm your sister. No need to thank me." Looking at Sheng-He's sweet smile, Sheng Jiang felt a bit strange, but also very close. His sister had truly changed. If this was a dream, he wanted to keep dreaming forever. Just as Sheng-He changed Sheng Jiang's wound dressing, they heard a commotion outside. Soon after, Aunt Yanghua hurried over. "Miss He, I didn't expect the people from Lotus Flower Village to come so quickly. Those are hunters from Lotus Flower Village bringing their tools. And their county magistrate is here, forcing us to hand over the animal traps and game. What should we do?" Sheng-He frowned. She hadn't expected the people from Lotus Flower Village to find out so soon, but she was prepared. She stepped confidently out the door. What are you afraid of? Yesterday, they said they didn't set traps on our mountain. Besides, every county has a magistrate.
Go.
Call my father. This time, we'll stand our ground. Sheng Ziyuan was gentle by nature. Besides protecting his daughter, he was usually afraid of arguments and fights. Unexpectedly, he was dragged out of the firewood shed to face the hunters. Sheng Ziyuan sighed. His fiery temper seemed to come from someone else. Under the determined gazes of the villagers, Sheng Ziyuan looked down and followed. Sheng He, however, led the way, pulling the village chief to confront the hunters from Lotus Flower Village directly. Are you people from Zaor Village going to die out? How dare you take things from Lotus Flower Village? Hand them over now, Wang Hunter was loudly cursing. Wang Hunter was a wealthy man in Manhwa village, and the other hunters were just his followers. This time his trap was stolen, and he suffered the biggest loss. He had hoped to make some money on the back mountain of Zaor village, but he was outsmarted by a group of poor, desperate people. To settle this, he even paid the magistrate of Datong County to help him get justice. Wang Hunter stood with his hands on his hips, shouting loudly. Suddenly, he heard a clear, pleasant voice. Where did this wild boar spirit come from? Can't even handle a small matter without coming to me for trouble. Sheng He raised an eyebrow and pointed at Wang Hunter. Wang Hunter had heard of Sheng He's reputation for being flirtatious, but didn't know her personally. He only knew she was beautiful and fiery-tempered, which he liked. His eyes flashed with anger as he smirked. I can handle this little girl myself, but I have important things to do today. Maybe another day, I'll enjoy your company. Ouch! Before he finished speaking, he was slapped hard across the face, nearly losing his balance. It was the little girl he had just insulted who slapped him. Sheng He said, this is Zaor village territory. Watch your words. Wang Hunter was so angry he raised his fist, but immediately, about 20 strong men with hoes and sticks appeared behind Sheng He, all looking fierce. This scene even startled Defa, the refined magistrate of Datong County. He hurriedly stepped out of his sedan, standing protectively with the guards, and said bossily, What are you doing? Do the people of Wuchuan County have no rules? Are you going to fight in front of my eyes? I tell you, you troublemakers, if you steal again, I will arrest all of you and give you a good beating. Hurry up. Return Wang Hunter's traps and mountain goods, and I might show mercy and reduce your punishment. The argument grew louder. Meanwhile, behind the trees, 2 tall, strong shadows stood silently, watching. Boss, should we go help that woman? She seems to be in trouble now. The people hiding behind the trees, Ning Zheng and his guard Bayan, were watching the scene unfold. Ning Zheng calmly responded to Bayan's inquiry. No need to act now. If he can't even handle this small dispute, how can he do business under my watch? Bayan nodded quickly and flattered him. The boss is truly wise. Ning Zheng's gaze shifted again to Sheng He.
Oh.
Did Hunter Wang lose his trap? That's a tool for catching food. How could he be so careless? Sheng He pretended not to know, looking pleased. But I don't understand. What does Hunter Wang losing his trap have to do with our Zaor village? If anyone should look for it, it should be you guys in Nyogo Mountain. Hunter Wang gritted his teeth and had to tell the truth. The traps in Nyogo Mountain are missing, and about 200 traps we set on the back mountain of your Zaor village are also gone. All these are iron tools, quite expensive. You folks in Wuchuan County are so poor you can't even make a few. The village chief looked at Hunter Wang's confident attitude and was so angry he puffed out his cheeks and glared. Wang Gang, you don't know what you're talking about. Our Zaor village isn't extinct yet. Why did you put your traps on our mountain? Nowadays, people just look for some meat in the mountains. Instead, you've taken away our food supply and hurt our villagers. Our village and you are enemies now. Hunter Wang felt a bit guilty but still sneered arrogantly. Old man, what are you yelling about? With you poor folks in Wuchuan County, what good game can you catch? I was worried you'd waste the good mountain resources, so I set the traps. Besides, placing such big traps out there, if the stupid animals don't see them, fine. But who knew that even you grown-ups are so blind you'd step on them and break a leg? That's just deserved. Shut up. Even Sheng Ziyuan, who had been silent, couldn't hold back anymore. Several villagers from Zaor village were hurt, and Ah Jiang was still sick in bed. Wang Gang's shamelessness and his sarcastic words made it worse. It was simply cruel. The village chief was so angry, he was gasping for breath. If a few young men hadn't held him back, he would have fought Wang Hunter himself. Sheng He remained calm and, after hearing that Wang Gang had confessed everything, smiled and said to Yin Defa, "County Magistrate Yin, you've heard everything clearly now. Wang Gang secretly set traps on our mountain and even hurt people. This is no different from bandits or robbers. How do you want to judge him?" Yin Defa hesitated. He had received many benefits from Wang Gang and couldn't just turn against him now. He had promised to support him, but in the end, they were taken back to jail. County Magistrate Yin secretly clenched his fists. No, he couldn't do something that would cut off his source of income. He lifted his head and said, "You, stubborn girl, are clearly just smooth-talking. Since Wang Gang really set traps on your Zaoer village mountain, and now they are gone, it must be because you took them." Sheng He nonchalantly blew on her fingernails. "Is there a problem with us collecting a bunch of scrap metal on our own mountain?" Sheng Ziyuan supported his daughter.
What?
"Is County Magistrate Yin's authority a bit too much? Do we in Wuchuan County need to ask for your permission to do anything?" The magistrate felt a sharp pain in his chest. He didn't mind a stubborn girl, but Sheng Ziyuan was usually a cowardly man. He didn't expect him to become so sharp-tongued today. Hunter Wang hurried forward. "And the traps on Nyogo Mountain are also missing."
You all stole them, Sheng He denied. Bah.
"We haven't even been to Nyogo Mountain. How could we steal?" "You need proof if you're accusing us." Hunter Wang also felt a sharp pain in his chest. Wasn't that the same excuse he used yesterday when questioned by Zaoer village? It turned out they were waiting here all along. Those shameless women. Hunter Wang's back teeth almost ground to dust, but he had no choice. "What do you want from us to return our traps?" Sheng He raised her hand. "Pay the medical expenses, and we'll return those broken traps." Hunter Wang snorted coldly, pulling out a string of copper coins from his waist, and spilled them onto the ground in front of the villagers. He arrogantly said, "You poor folks who can't even use iron, aren't you just trying to get us to pay for the medical bills? Here, is that enough now?" Sheng He kicked the copper coins at her feet without looking and said coldly, "Your traps injured 5 people. If you don't pay at least 80 strings of coins, you won't get your traps back." The magistrate was shocked. This young girl was really asking for a high price. Wang Hunter's iron traps probably weren't worth that much. How could he let these poor Wuchuan County folks get the better of them? He angrily shouted, "How dare you? This is a matter of principle. You're now robbing. Do you believe I'll throw you in jail?" It's easier to talk about other things, but when Sheng Ziyuan, the fierce protector of his daughter, heard Magistrate Yin speaking to his precious girl, he was so angry he wanted to grab a knife.
Yin Defa.
"If you dare to hurt my daughter, I will ruin your reputation and make you lose your official position." Sheng Ziyuan quickly stepped forward and grabbed Magistrate Yin's collar. Magistrate Yin was so scared he immediately covered his hat and couldn't say a word. The people of Zaoer village saw that their master was so brave, and their spirits instantly lifted. "That's right. You've gone too far. We will fight to the end and make a big fuss. We're going to the magistrate to complain. Yes. Wang Gang, you made my son's leg lame. If you don't pay, you won't get back your trap. You'll be doomed." "Exactly. Pay up. Or get out." Yin Defa had never seen a rabbit bite back before. He was so frightened he almost lost his soul. Hunter Wang and others were also stunned by the people shouting and waving their tools. It seemed they couldn't win. In the end, Yin Defa was the first to react. He grabbed Wang Hunter and the others and ran away crying. The villagers of Zaoer village saw how embarrassed they looked and cheered, clapped, and laughed happily. They had won. Some women and children even picked up the copper coins that Wang Hunter had dropped earlier. Isn't it love to throw money? Why not throw more? Someone suddenly shouted. Thanks to the magistrate and Miss He. Thanks to the great sky official. Thanks to our local government. Everyone cheered and shouted happily. Sheng He originally stayed calm and proper, but when she saw Sheng Ziyuan, who looked blushing and embarrassed. She couldn't help but laugh. "Daughter, did you hear? They're calling Dad the Great Sky Official." Sheng Ziyuan blushed and boasted. He had been an official for many years, but had never been so brave, nor had he ever heard the people call him that. He suddenly felt a bit proud and didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Sheng He smiled slightly and said to the villagers, "If any villagers are hurt by the trap, come to me for treatment. I will do my best to help everyone." There was another round of cheers and applause. Some women even knelt down and kowtowed, making Sheng He hurriedly help them up, feeling both amused and a little overwhelmed. Sheng Ziyuan saw that his daughter was more popular than he was. He didn't feel jealous at all. He smiled happily, watching everything with pride. Meanwhile, behind the big tree, Ningzheng saw the whole process and slightly smiled. Even Bayan couldn't help but sigh. This woman looks delicate, but she's surprisingly sharp and clever. Ningzheng was quite satisfied with Sheng He's quick investigation. He said, "She's quite alert and smart. Check her family background and past experiences. I'm interested." Just as the two were about to leave, a short, plump woman hurriedly ran down a small path away from the village, covering her face with her sleeve. A dark look flashed in Ningzheng's eyes. He stared at the sneaky woman for 3 seconds, then suddenly moved quickly, knocking her down with a branch. "Boss, why did you knock this woman out?" Bayan was surprised by his master's sudden action, eyes wide in shock. Ningzheng threw the branch onto the woman, who looked like a dead pig, and raised an eyebrow. Just a quick move. The woman seemed clever. She should realize his intentions soon enough. But Bayan didn't understand. Quick move? Because it was so easy. You knocked her out. Ningzheng rolled his eyes at the fool and coldly walked away. Zaoer village was still filled with joy. To celebrate their victory, a feast was quickly prepared. Although they didn't eat much of yesterday's mountain produce, it was enough to fill the village with a happy, uplifting smell of meat. Sheng He, feeling happy, took a few sips of the spicy, dried chili stir-fried meat. But in ancient times, the wine was like sweet syrup, sweet and not very intoxicating. Suddenly, at the village entrance, there was a commotion. Several men were dragging a short, plump woman. "Earlier, my kid was peeing in the bushes and saw this woman lying there. My kid was so scared he yelled." Guess what happened? The woman shivered in fright, jumped up, covered her face, and hurriedly tried to run away, looking guilty as if she had done something wrong. Luckily, the old man reacted quickly and caught her. Everyone hurried inside to see if anything was missing.
Buffed.
Old gossip. The woman screamed, "You're nonsense. Is Zaoer village some treasure trove? I wanted to steal, but I wouldn't bother with your broken stuff. Let go of me now, do you hear?" Sheng He found the voice familiar. She looked up and immediately smiled. Aunt Erling? The woman was indeed Aunt Erling, who had come back to her hometown, Lotus Village, to visit her family. That morning, when she passed through Jujube village, she saw the place bustling with excitement, almost like a festival, so she secretly stopped to listen. She soon learned that the people of Jujube village had taken away Hunter Wang's iron traps the night before and had gathered a great amount of goods from the mountains. Squatting by someone's fence, Aunt Erling felt a wave of jealousy. Jujube village had always been the poorest and least clever in Wuchuan County, yet now they had so much meat to eat. How unfair. Remembering that her family was distantly related to Hunter Wang, she decided to do him a favor and hurried to Lotus Village to tell him the news. She thought Hunter Wang would easily win and was even planning to ask for reward, but to her surprise, he ran away in defeat. Her plan failed completely, and afraid that the people of Jujube village would find out she had informed on them, she rushed home in a panic. Unfortunately, bad luck followed her. On the way, a tree branch hit her head, and she fainted. When she saw Sheng He, she struggled and shouted, "Sheng He, tell these poor fools to let me go. I didn't steal anything from Jujube village." Sheng He's eyes turned slightly as she quickly pieced the story together. Calmly, she said, "Everyone, I can prove that Aunt Erling really didn't steal anything." As soon as Sheng He said this, Aunt Erling straightened her back proudly. "You all heard that, right?" She's the county magistrate's daughter. But before she could finish, Shang-He interrupted. Because Aunt Erling's family in Lotus Village is quite wealthy, she wouldn't even look at the things from Juju Village. Standing tall, Shang-He looked down at her with a faint, cold smile. Aunt Erling, if I'm not mistaken, the reason Lotus Village found out so quickly must have something to do with you, right? At those words, Aunt Erling felt a chill down her spine. You shameless girl. What are you talking about? Are you trying to frame me? Just wait and see. A few women from Jujube Village stepped forward. We saw this woman near the fence this morning. She must have told Hunter Wang. She's working with him. That's right. Did you hear her insult our Miss He? Let's teach her a lesson. Before Aunt Erling could defend herself, someone punched her squarely in the face. She fell to the ground, scraping her cheek, and 2 of her teeth broke. Bah! Just look at yourself, get lost. Exactly. Next time you dare to say anything bad about Miss He, we'll tear the roof off your house. The people of Zar Village all protect Shang-He closely, like they are guarding a treasure. Shang-He looks at these simple faces and chuckles softly, feeling warm inside. Because Sheng Zhang's leg injury makes it hard for him to move, and Shang-He promised to help other villagers hurt by the trap, the brother and sister stayed in Zar Village for a few more days. Shang Ziyuan went back to town to handle work and take care of the little girl, Zhou, who stayed at home. People in Zar Village are very happy to have Shang-He stay with them. Although the men are shy to bother her, the young women and wives come to talk to Shang-He in groups, blushing as they give her small handmade gifts like handkerchiefs and insoles. The older women and grandmothers in the village have heard about Shang-He's past mischievous and bold behavior, but now their impression of her has completely changed. I think Miss He is a good person. Before, we only heard rumors from jealous people in town who spread lies about her. That's right. Even if Shang-He has a son now, so what? She's smart, kind, and lively. How many men are worthy of her? Yes. If anyone spreads rumors about Shang-He again, we'll be the first to tear their mouth apart. Shang-He stayed in this small village for a few days and felt endless kindness, as everyone treated her like a beloved daughter. Soon, Sheng Zhang's leg healed mostly, and he could walk without much trouble. When Shang-He and her brother returned home, many villagers came to see them off at the village entrance. Miss He, this is my grandmother's homemade rabbit meat, the same one you helped us catch last time. Take it home and enjoy. This is my family's dried radish. Take it home to stir-fry with meat and green onions. It's very fragrant. That day we caught a wild chicken and it laid eggs. I saved 5 for Miss He. My mother says once the chicks hatch, we won't have enough eggs at home. Shang-He sat on the ox cart, surrounded by villagers offering her food. She gratefully accepted each one. She didn't take the many expensive gifts because she knew life in Zar Village was tough, and she truly felt the villagers' sincere kindness. All thanks to you and the master, Aunt Yang loudly said. Although you and little brother Ajung only stayed at Aunt's house for a few days, I already treat you as my own children. I don't have much to give you, but I make a special scallion pancake that's a family recipe passed down from my mother. Here's a batch I just made this morning. Look at them. They're shiny, fragrant, and crispy enough to crumble. She then handed a piece of oil paper to Shang-He. Shang-He was truly happy, having enough food for half a month. Yes, another stash. The ox cart slowly started moving, and Shang-He and Sheng Zhang waved goodbye to everyone with reluctant smiles. While Shang-He and his sister were on the ox cart heading home, Sun Minshun had just returned from the county school with porridge. His mother and uncle hadn't come home for several days, and his grandfather was busy with official duties every day, so he temporarily entrusted little Porridge to the Sun family. Lately, Porridge had been feeling a bit down because he heard that his uncle's leg was badly hurt, and his mother had argued with someone. Although his grandfather said everything was settled, he still felt worried until he saw his mother and uncle again. Sun Minshun noticed Porridge's silence, but was clumsy and didn't know what to say to cheer him up, so he scratched his head and handed Porridge to his mother. Sun's mother took 2 plain boiled eggs from the pot, one for her granddaughter Xiaofu, who was playing nearby with a sheep stick, and the other she peeled and handed to Porridge. Thank you, Grandma Sun. Porridge said obediently. Grandma's son loved this child very much and gently patted his head. Eat more, little one. When your uncle and mother come back, they'll be happy to see you looking chubby. Porridge asked Grandma's son, Grandma, when will my mother and uncle come back? Will the bad people in Manhwa village come to bother them again? Grandma's son looked at the sensible child, and her heart melted like honey. Don't worry, little one. Everyone knows what happened in Zaor village. Your mother is very capable now. She can treat illnesses and fight bad guys. No one dares to bully her anymore. Porridge finally showed a small smile. Just then, Aunt Ague, sweeping at the door, shouted, Oh, Miss He, Brother Jiang, you're finally back. Porridge has been waiting for you for days. When Zhou heard the shout, he immediately ran out. Just then, he saw Sheng He jump down from the ox cart under the locust tree. Mother, Uncle, the young, clear voice rang out. Sheng He turned his head and saw his little one rushing over. Sheng He quickly reached out to catch him. A few days apart, the little guy seemed to have grown a bit taller. His face still had plenty of chubby cheeks, showing that life at Sun's family was pretty good. Does my little one miss his mother? Sheng He gently rubbed the fluffy head and asked softly. Zhou, asked by Sheng He, felt a little shy and quickly changed back to his usual proud attitude. No, I'm not a 3-year-old kid anymore. Yes, Zhou is no longer a 3-year-old, but a 5-year-old. Sheng Jiang said as he turned to step down from the ox cart. Because his leg was still injured, he moved with some difficulty. You little brat Zhou, even though I, your uncle, am hurt, you're only thinking about talking to your mother. What about your uncle? Zhou looked up at Sheng Jiang with a serious face and said, I've already thought about it. I will watch over Uncle's medicine and recovery. Before, Uncle was sick and afraid of the bitter medicine, so he secretly poured it out.
Huh.
Really? Sheng He pretended to look stern at Sheng Jiang after hearing this. Sheng Jiang felt embarrassed. This little rascal Zhou had spilled all his secrets. The uncle and nephew made Sheng He laugh happily. Sheng He took Zhou's small hand and said, Let's go home. Mother brought back lots of good things this time. Just as Sheng He was about to head home, she felt a gaze watching her from somewhere unknown. She turned her head and looked around, but saw no one. Maybe she was just too tired recently and was imagining things. The family happily headed home. Bayan slipped out from the alley's shadows and quietly left, rushing back to report. The master ordered him to investigate Miss He's past. After several days of secret investigation, Bayan uncovered a shocking secret. Master, Miss He's son Zhou is not her biological child. He was picked up 5 years ago after an accident. Bayan knelt half down before Ningzheng, his voice trembling. Ningzheng sat on the grand chair, habitually stroking his ring. He swallowed hard and seemed to gather strength before asking, Did you find out the details? Has the child's identity been confirmed? Bayan said, The incident happened suddenly that year. There was little news about the young prince's disappearance, and many pieces of evidence were destroyed by those villains. But today, I went to see the child. Ningzheng's pupils shrank as if something had pierced them. He asked, nervously, What happened? Prince. Bayan hadn't called his master that way for many years, his voice choked with emotion. That child looks exactly like the former crown prince.
We
finally found the young prince. Sheng He took out all the things brought from Zaor village and showed them to Zhou. There were mountain goods, farm-style foods, and some handmade small toys, making the little one circle around the table happily.
Wow.
So many delicious things. Zhou's eyes sparkled. Mama, we're rich. Mrs. Qi and her daughter, standing by the door, saw the mountain of food on the table and couldn't hide their happiness. Here, you worked this trip. Put the things over there. Yulan, and I will clean up. Yulan was eager and already reached out to pick up a delicate small purse, wanting to tie it around her waist. I look good with this. My brother Qinglin will definitely like it. Mrs. Qi was so happy she didn't know how to show off her pride. Oh, look at all this food. The rabbit meat is good. When I go back to my family, I'll bring a piece for my father. And these mountain walnuts. Qinglin is going to take the imperial exam, so he needs to boost his brain. I think the ones who need to boost their brains are you two. Sheng He stood in front of the table, interrupting their excitement. All these things are mine, and have nothing to do with you two. If you move them around, I'll cut off your fingers. Get lost. Sheng He widened her eyes. Mrs. Qi and her daughter had seen Sheng He's fierce side before, so they immediately turned pale and kept quiet. Sheng He was annoyed. With the Qi family's reputation, how many hardships had she endured over the years? And that Lu Qinglin, who only boasted a few bitter words and looked down on everything, was not worth giving the stuff to. Better to throw it into the dog's stomach. Sheng He also thought about how Zhou had been well cared for by the neighbors in the Sun family these days. So she picked 2 jars of marinated rabbit ribs, 2 or 3 jean of squirrel meat, and 3 shiny scallion pancakes, then headed toward the Sun family. This almost made Mrs. Qi and her daughter so angry they could explode. Mrs. Qi muttered softly while shaking her handkerchief, "This clueless, rude girl. My family is actually her real relatives from the Sheng family. Yet she's helping Sun's broken family. Bah. She's turning her back on her own kin." Sheng Yulan was also very angry. Exactly. If I could help Brother Qinglin go to school, he would definitely like me more. Grandmother, Auntie, what are you two talking about? A young, cool voice asked. Cuckoo didn't know when she had stood behind them. Her deep black eyes looked serious. Before her mother left, she told them to make medicine and cook. If they didn't go, her mother would be upset again. The little girl crossed her arms and said slowly, like a small adult, just a reminder. Mrs. Qi and her daughter were startled first, then instinctively wanted to take out their anger on this little girl. But Sheng He treasured her son very much now, so they dared not show their anger and quietly went to the kitchen. Sheng He carried many packages to Sun's house. When Sun Minshun saw her, he quickly stood up. Miss He, what's this? Oh, some mountain goods from Zaoer village's neighbors. They sent a lot, so I brought some to share with your family. Sheng He smiled warmly and stepped inside before Sun Minshun could refuse. Cuckoo has been staying at your place these days. Thanks to your care. If you don't accept these, I'll be worried and won't be able to eat or sleep well. Sun Minshun blushed and took the gifts. Miss He, this is too much. Sheng He cheerfully advised it's not much. Let Annie's son fry this squirrel meat first. The fatty meat can be used to make oil. The leftover meat can be stored at the well for a day or 2. The marinated rabbit meat can be eaten slowly during spring busy season. Sun's mother eavesdropped at the kitchen door, her mouth wide open. She couldn't believe Sheng He called her Annie and said such kind words. In the past, Sheng He often scolded her as dead old woman. Seeing Sheng He now so gentle and polite, she felt something was wrong. She didn't know how to act. Sun's mother tiptoed to take the squirrel meat from her son's hands and hurried into the kitchen. She was thinking, I need to cook a few dishes quickly so Miss He can have a meal before leaving. Sun Minshun poured Sheng He a cup of coarse tea and brought a bamboo chair for her to sit on. Miss Ge, how did your business turn out last time? Did the matter in Zaoer village delay your plans? Sun Minshun asked. Sheng He pursed her lips. Business is going smoothly. When Wang Yuer goes north next time to deliver goods, I will have him bring my supplies to sell. I think I can make a good profit. Later, I heard that transporting goods is not easy. The journey is long and there are checkpoints. Do you plan to sell anything in the western region? Sun Minshun inquired. Sheng He smiled at his question. She took out 2 bottles, one dark and one light, from her sleeve. Sun Minshun shook each bottle in his hand, puzzled. Miss Ge, what are these? Sheng He opened the black bottle and casually picked up a small branch from the ground to write and draw on the dirt. This is ink, used by scholars. Uncle Minshun, you see, you can write with a branch or a goose feather dipped in this ink. Sun Minshun nodded with understanding. Oh, he said, then asked about the lighter-colored water. Sheng He waved at a Gue, who was sewing at the door. Auntie, I brought you a nice sample. A Gue immediately put down her needlework. Oh, you have something special just for me? Little Fu, standing nearby, jumped over excitedly to join the fun. Sheng He sprayed the light-colored water at a Gue. A faint fragrance spread out, making a Gue smell nice. Wow. Mama, you smell so good. I like it a lot. Little Fu hugged a Gue and sniffed her. This is called perfume, mostly used by women. I found out that ink and perfume are expensive in the Western region, so I came up with a cheap and good recipe myself. I want to try selling it there. Shang-He explained with a smile. Actually, the recipe wasn't her own invention. She bought cheap, mix-and-match products from the Space Mall. But even so, these cheap goods are rare in the resource-scarce, technologically backward ancient times. Ague was delighted. She took the perfume bottle, touched and looked at it, her face flushing with joy. Finally, she returned it to Shang-He. Oh, Miss Ge, this is for making money in business. I feel embarrassed to accept it. Since the perfume was already opened and she liked it so much, Shang-He insisted she keep it. Shang-He chatted happily with the Sun family for a while before preparing to leave. Old Sun's mother hurried into the kitchen and called out, "Young Miss He, our dishes are almost ready. Please come and eat at our place." Shang-He responded loudly, "Grandma, you all eat more. I'll go home and eat with Jojo, and I also need to change Zhang's bandage." Between neighbors, the warm atmosphere and cheerful chatter had long been missed and finally returned. The 10-day appointment with Ning Zheng was quickly approaching. When Shang-He carried her medicine box to the Dazhong family's house, Ning Zheng was sitting under a pine tree in the yard, drinking tea. Shang-He carefully approached and bowed, then asked, "Master Huai, is the Dazhong family not at home today?" Ning Zheng put down his teacup and calmly said, "I am the master of this house. I am the head of this family." Since Ning Zheng decided to work with Shang-He, he had no intention of hiding his identity. Shang-He was surprised and asked, "Really, Miss He, please check your pulse." Ning Zheng said softly, making someone bring a small stool for Shang-He to sit on, and he extended his wrist. Yes, Shang-He hurriedly sat down nervously, thinking about whether she had ever spoken arrogantly in front of Ning Zheng before, then closed her eyes and began to check his pulse. Ning Zheng's gaze stayed on Shang-He's face with her eyes closed, and his brow furrowed slightly. He thought to himself, this woman once stared at his bare upper body so intently she almost drooled. Can such a lecher really raise the orphan son of the late emperor? But this woman was not completely useless. She was clever, sharp-tongued, somewhat intelligent, and had remarkable medical skills that could bring the dead back to life. "Master, is there something on my face?" Shang-He asked, distracted by Ning Zheng's intense focus, not noticing how long she had been lost in thought. When Shang-He opened her eyes, she saw Ning Zheng staring at her blankly. She felt a little shy being looked at like that by such a handsome man. All right, she admitted she was somewhat pretty. Unexpectedly, the handsome man next said, "I heard Miss he isn't married yet but already has a son." Ugh. That sentence shattered Shang-He's pink bubble. She knew that in this era, there was some prejudice against unmarried women who had children, but since it was true, Shang-He didn't want to explain. She simply nodded politely. Shang-He originally thought Ning Zheng wanted to mock or ridicule her, but unexpectedly, he said seriously, "If you or your son need any help, whether it's manpower or supplies, you can ask me." Shang-He was surprised and said, "Huh? Do we have such good treatment for employees here?" Ning Zheng asked again, "I heard you used to be in poor health, and that your child has caused some problems in your family. Don't get the wrong idea. I mean no harm. I just think it's hard for a fragile woman like you to take care of your child and run a business at the same time." Ning Zheng's words were meant to subtly help and find out about his brother's child, but Shang-He misunderstood completely. Shang-He thought, this is a classic workplace dilemma, how to balance family and work. So this man is beating around the bush, trying to test her. Although Shang-He has a double degree and is a female PhD, she is also a seasoned worker who has been in the workplace for years. She handles such questions easily. "Boss, I feel a bit ashamed to say this, but I used to have some health issues. Because of that, I owed a lot to my child and family, and my image in others' eyes wasn't good. But now I've recovered from my illness and turned over a new leaf. I'm clear-headed, eating well, and my family relations are getting better. Rest assured, boss, I can balance family and work well and become a valuable business partner for you." Shang-He thought to herself, "Don't try to trick me. I am a dedicated worker. I must show I am an excellent employee." Ning Zheng was confused. What is this woman talking about? Bayan exclaimed. Wow. This woman is even better at shouting slogans than I am. While Sheng He was still full of enthusiasm, she took the opportunity to show Ningzheng her carefully developed products. Boss, look at this. These are my carefully designed perfume and ink. She then went on to introduce her products, proudly giving a thumbs up. Such high-quality and affordable products are unique in Dezhou. Investing in my business won't be a loss for you. Ningzheng played with the two bottles, watching Sheng He with a calm, deep gaze. He seemed unable to see through this woman at all. Creating this ink and perfume isn't easy. Miss He, how did you manage to do it? Of course, Sheng He wouldn't reveal the secret about the space. When Ningzheng tested her, she could only say it was an exclusive secret recipe that she wouldn't share with others. All right, Ningzheng said calmly, please develop a batch quickly. Wang Yuer's trading caravan has a business in half a month. Yes, yes, yes. Sheng He was overjoyed, already imagining herself counting money at home. Unexpectedly, Bayan stepped forward to spoil the mood. Miss He, I forgot to tell you that Wang Yuer and the team are both our boss's people. According to the rules, the boss gets 60% of the profit. What? Sheng He was shocked, almost swearing. She ignored Bayan and, gritting her teeth, turned to Ningzheng with a pitiful look. Boss, you also said just now that it's not easy for a woman with a child. Are you only taking 40% of the profit from me? Sheng He's big, charming eyes were moist and sparkling. Ningzheng suddenly met those beautiful, star-like eyes and felt his heart beat faster, his face flushing slightly. What's going on? Is it the toxins in my body acting up? Bayan, standing nearby, looked at Sheng He pleading with disdain. Huh. Our boss is as ruthless and decisive in business and on the battlefield as always. No way he'll show mercy to you. But in the next moment, Ningzheng said, all right. Bayan felt his face flush. Ningzheng didn't care much about the money, and since he thought about how Sheng He still needed to raise her child, he was willing to be flexible. He impatiently told the annoying Bayan, Miss He is about to give me acupuncture. Why are you still standing here? Bayan dared not disobey and quickly led his subordinates and maids away. The small garden was spacious yet private. After dismissing everyone, they set the table behind a fake mountain, ensuring no one would disturb Sheng He's acupuncture. Sheng He quickly finished the acupuncture on Ningzheng. After waiting for about an incense stick's time, she removed the needles. Ningzheng didn't fall into a deep sleep like last time. He only felt a bit dizzy. After removing the silver needles, his mind gradually cleared. Sheng He said, Lord Huai, your health is very good and your internal strength is deep. About 5 more sessions of acupuncture and a few more doses of medicine, and you'll recover. Ningzheng nodded, picked up his clothes from the chair, and was about to fasten the buttons when he heard noise outside. Jingshiwai, please let the servant girl go in. The young lady will really get into trouble if this continues. Ningzheng's expression suddenly changed. He raised his voice and said, Bayan, send someone in. A young woman responded and came out of a small stone corridor. She is the young lady's nursemaid. Although she is now married, she still felt a bit shy when she saw Ningzheng's firm, slightly open chest. Her gaze then fell on Sheng He's face. Her eyes showed surprise, and it seemed she understood something. Sorry to disturb you, young master and young lady. Ningzheng was no longer patient with her chatter. He said straightforwardly, How is the young lady? The woman remembered the important matter and quickly said with tears, Lord Huai, the young lady hasn't slept well these days. No matter how much calming incense I burn, it doesn't help. When she wakes up, she refuses to take medicine or eat properly. She just cries and calls for her aunt. She was so upset earlier that she vomited acid water and almost fainted. Such a small child can't handle this. It really scared the servant girl out of her wits. Ningzheng frowned tightly. He put on his coat and was about to go check on her. Sheng He hurriedly held Ningzheng back. Wait, I might be able to help. Let me go see the child too. Ningzheng nodded and allowed Sheng He to follow. Sheng He turned a few winding corridors and arrived at a quiet, elegant small courtyard. The house inside had its doors and windows tightly shut. The woman explained softly that the young lady had caught a cold a few days ago and couldn't afford to get cold again. She also said that Ning Zheng himself had ordered this. Sheng, he shook his head. If she's already sick, how can she breathe properly without opening the windows for fresh air? Ning Zheng believed Sheng He and immediately ordered someone to open the windows. He sighed and looked a bit apologetic. This is my brother's daughter. I've never taken care of children before, so I had to hire many servants. I didn't expect it still wouldn't be enough. Sheng He stepped inside. The room was filled with a strong calming incense smell that made people feel dizzy and headachy. Sheng He covered his nose and looked annoyed at Ning Zheng behind him. Ning Zheng quickly understood and ordered the incense burner to be removed. Only then did the air in the room become somewhat clearer. Sheng He moved a screen aside and heard the young girl crying weakly, like a small kitten. Her sobs were soft and heartbreaking, making one's heart ache. A delicate little girl lay on the bed, tears like small pearls running down her cheeks. Because she was unwell, her face looked a bit thin, and her lips were pale. She seemed to have lost her color and energy, like a fragile pearl. She half closed her eyes and kept calling out, "Annie, I want Annie." She used to be cared for by her aunt in the capital. Now that her aunt is busy, she asked me to look after her. This child traveled a long way, caught a cold on the way, and due to unfamiliar surroundings and missing her family, she became so thin, Ning Zheng said with a look of deep concern. He could fight bravely on the battlefield or be a successful businessman anywhere, but when it came to caring for this delicate little girl, he felt a bit helpless. Sheng He didn't know what to say to this irresponsible uncle. Carefully, she moved closer to Gigi. Sheng He wanted to examine the little girl. Gigi was shy and scared, with big, watery eyes full of fear. She didn't want to give her hand for Sheng He to check her pulse. "Uncle, I don't want to take the bitter medicine anymore. I want my little auntie. I want to go back to the capital," Gigi sniffled. Sheng He felt a wave of pity and was worried she might break this porcelain doll. Ning Zheng sighed, wiped away Gigi's tears gently, and softly comforted her. "Gigi, be good. There's nothing to be afraid of when taking medicine or getting a checkup. You need to be brave." Gigi was already afraid of her uncle. When she was comforted like this, she blinked her innocent big eyes, wanting to cry, but not daring to. Her small, pitiful look made Sheng He feel very tender. Sheng He, standing nearby, sighed inwardly. How could she comfort a child like this? "Boss, let me do it," Sheng He said with a sigh, stepping back to let Ning Zheng take a secondary role. She then smiled and waved her hand at Gigi. "Gigi, Auntie is a doctor. I promise we won't give you bitter medicine or injections, okay?" Sheng He smiled warmly and used a warm cloth to gently wipe the sweat on the little girl's forehead and her tears. Gigi is very brave. She even left her auntie and came so far on her own. Sheng He's voice was soft and gentle, calming Gigi's emotions without her realizing it. Gigi misses her auntie very much, and I'm sure her auntie misses her even more. How about we write a letter to her? When she finishes her work, she'll come to pick you up quickly, okay? Gigi finally stopped crying, and a faint light appeared in her eyes. "Seek and I." Gigi rarely interacted with the outside man. She was shy and afraid to look at her stern uncle, but she felt closer to Aunt Sheng He, who had a warm smile. Seeing her useful trick, Sheng He secretly nudged Ning Zheng nearby. In comforting children, Ning Zheng was only cooperative. "Yes, of course. Bring paper and pen." The writing tools were quickly brought in, but Sheng He wasn't very skilled with the ancient brush, so her writing was quite poor. Ning Zheng took over as the scribe. Ning Zheng's handwriting was strong and bold. Gigi asked him to write, and he quickly filled a sheet of paper with flowing characters. After expressing her feelings word by word, Gigi seemed to feel less sad. She obediently held Sheng He's arm and stared off in thought. A maid saw that Gigi finally stopped fussing and quietly asked Sheng He if she should take the opportunity to persuade her to take her medicine. Sheng He turned her head and saw the medicines, cold medicine and various tonics, looked frightening in their bowls. "No need. I already promised Gigi she wouldn't have to take these medicines. Besides, medicine is rarely harmless." Gigi only caught a cold and had some stomach discomfort. She didn't need such heavy treatment or tonics. A child's body couldn't handle that. Now, your job is to keep Gigi happy and healthy. Make sure she eats well, drinks well, sleeps well. Take her outside to walk and enjoy the sun whenever possible. The maid looked guilty. Miss, you're right. It's our fault. The young lady hasn't eaten properly for days and has become quite thin. Gigi leaned against Shenghi's arm and said sensibly, It's not their fault. It's because I don't have an appetite and don't want to eat. Sheng, he only had her proud son, Xiao Bao, and was almost melted by this little sweetheart. Sheng, he pinched Gi's nose gently. Annie knows you don't feel like eating because you're missing your aunt. You haven't been eating well, right? Gigi nodded shyly. Sheng, he didn't blame her at all. Instead, she took the opportunity to say, Annie has prepared some hawthorn apple porridge. Would you like to try it? Actually, Sheng, he had known from the start that Gigi was overly worried and had a weak stomach, so she had already prepared this simple, appetizing sweet porridge. Gigi still didn't have much appetite. After hesitating for a while, she finally nodded in response to Sheng He's hopeful gaze. The bright yellow millet porridge was soft, sticky, fragrant, and sweet, dotted with white fruit pieces and bright red hawthorn, smelling very fresh. Sheng He personally scooped a small spoonful, let it cool, and fed it to Gigi. Gigi took a bite and felt a tangy, sweet, refreshing taste that whetted her appetite and made her feel happy. Her taste buds were instantly awakened. Watching Gigi eat happily, Ningjing finally relaxed and let out a small sigh of relief. His gaze toward Sheng He became warmer without him noticing, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. However, if Sheng He knew that Gigi was actually just a little girl named Guogua. If Auntie sees Gigi now, she would feel very sad for her. Even if Auntie isn't here, Gigi can take good care of herself, so she won't worry, right? Sheng He didn't notice Ningjang's complicated expression and gently comforted Gigi. After finishing the porridge, Gigi's face looked a bit rosier, and she responded cheerfully. Gigi was full, and soon she felt sleepy. She yawned twice, snuggled into her quilt, and fell asleep peacefully. Sheng He quietly pulled Ningjing out of the room. Cough, today. Thank you, Ningjing said outside the door, touching his nose sincerely. Sheng He quickly waved his hand. You're welcome. Just settle the cost of taking care of Gigi along with your medical fee. Ningjing smiled. All right, you're straightforward. Sheng He winked playfully, and also smiled. She couldn't help it. Although she liked Gigi very much, she would never be soft when it came to getting what she wanted. Sheng He saved a little more money and secretly bought a lot of plain rice from her space. She stored it in the farmstead bought with her dowry, in case she needed it. She also stocked some cured meat, pickled vegetables, and bottled water. These items wouldn't spoil easily and could be stored in the cool cellar of the farmstead for a long time. After finishing these tasks easily, Sheng He placed an order for some perfume and ink, planning to deliver them to Wang Yuer when she had time. That day, Sheng He was free. She found a spacious ox cart, loaded the perfume and ink onto it, and went to Wang Yuer's house. Wang Yuer also lived in the town. He was a rare, wealthy, and relaxed person. When he wasn't working, he liked to raise birds and play with his dog. He always says to people, business is slow for 3 years, but when it opens, it lasts for half a year. People in Wuchuan County and even the entire Hezhou Prefecture admire this trade, but they also know it's not easy to do. You have to cross mountains and pass through checkpoints, facing many dangers that are much harder than farming at home. Once, Wang Yuer encountered a group of bandits. He lost all his goods and almost lost his life. Because of this, many people praise Wang Yuer and call him brave for risking his life on dangerous roads. At this moment, Wang Yuer looked at the goods in the ox cart at the door, surprised. Miss He, is this the cargo you asked me to deliver? Sheng He nodded. Yes, this batch of goods doesn't need to be expensive. It can even be sold for less than the market price. Basically, it's to help ordinary people use ink and perfume. Wang Yuer was amazed. Miss, don't just talk about ink and perfume. Even these bottles are very special. The bottles used for ink and perfume are made of clear plastic. They're tough and can't break easily, and they resist weather and rough handling, making them perfect for long trips. Plastic bottles are very common today, but in ancient times, they were a very convenient and useful invention. Sheng-He didn't know how to explain Wang Yuer's praise, so she just told him it was a family secret that couldn't be shared. Wang Yuer had traveled all over and seen many strange things, so he didn't ask more. Sheng-He finished packing the goods, asked a worker from Wang's family to put everything into their warehouse, and then gave Wang Yuer a red envelope for good luck. After finishing these tasks, Sheng-He took a walk around the town. When no one was looking, she secretly took out a jar of walnut oil, some rice and flour, and a few salted duck eggs with green shells from her space. When she was about to get back on the ox cart, the driver said, "Miss, your rice and flour look fresh." Sheng-He smiled shyly, pretending to be quiet and not saying much, worried about revealing her secret space. The ox cart driver looked at Sheng-He's big bags and bags, swallowed hard, and sighed. "Sigh, I've lived so many years, but I've never seen such a tough year. 2 years ago, there was a pig plague and many families lost their livestock. You mentioned that you traded a few animals for some copper coins to enjoy a meal, but in the end, you wasted so much grain feeding them and gained nothing in return. They all died completely. Then came the drought. From last year to this year, large areas of crops and fruit trees withered and died. The few drops of rain that fell disappeared before reaching the ground. Given this situation, we don't know how long the drought will last. This is a rare drought in 100 years. It feels like the heavens are punishing us." The old man's voice was weak, and his words were interrupted by the creaking of the ox cart, which was very sad to hear. Sheng-He tightly held the little food she had, feeling very heavy-hearted. "By the way, did you know that our town's granary has been affected by pests again?" the old man asked as he drove the cart.
Sheng-He's face changed.
"Is that true? Is it serious?" the old man sighed. "Pests in the granary are very serious. As spring arrives, the weather gets hotter, and the pests start to grow. Who knows how many pest eggs are still inside the granary? We need to change the storage to keep it clean, but that will take a lot of effort and resources." Hearing this, Sheng-He felt a chill. No wonder her father had been busier lately, and was hard to see. Thinking about how, in a year, Wuchuan County might be full of starving people and dead bodies, and how the Sheng family might be punished, she felt a wave of fear. The atmosphere on the way home became heavy, and the old man didn't speak anymore. The ox cart moved slowly, but it could take a small path. When the cart turned onto a narrow trail, Sheng-He heard what sounded like a woman crying in the woods. The woods weren't deep, but few people came here. Suddenly, the crying stopped, and there was a struggle and muffled sobs. Sheng-He quickly told the old man to stop the cart and ran into the woods. Sure enough, she found a woman alone here, trying to end her life. Sheng-He is a doctor. She often fights to save people from death. Now, she didn't hesitate to pull the woman down from the rough rope, using all her strength. After pinching her pulse for a while, the thin and weak woman slowly woke up. Sheng-He took some sugar water from her space and gently fed it to her. "Miss, why are you so foolish? Why do you want to end your life?" The girl was stunned for a moment, then burst into loud crying. Sheng-He patted her back, not rushing to comfort her, but letting her cry out her despair first. The woman finally calmed down and, with a bitter smile, said, "I thought I would end my life here all alone, but I didn't expect to feel some warmth from others before I died." Sheng-He wiped her tears gently and said softly, "Miss, why go through all this? You can tell me your story." Sheng-He thought that sometimes people consider ending their lives because they are overwhelmed. Even if he couldn't solve her problems, listening might help her feel a little better. The woman sobbed, "My name is Jinhua, from Dashi village in Mian County. I am the third child in my family. I have 2 older sisters and a younger brother. My mother had many children, and her health broke down. She had to see the doctor often. My father, that cruel man, was upset that my mother only gave birth to a son. He used all the money meant for her treatment to drink, smoke, and find other women. My younger brother was spoiled since he was little. My mother and my 3 sisters did all the work at home. My brother looks just like my father, cold and heartless. He's always causing trouble, and my mother can't control him. If she scolds him, he hits her back. My mother couldn't take it anymore and passed away the winter before last. After she died, things got worse at home. My father married off my older sisters, leaving me to manage everything alone. We couldn't afford food, and they blamed me for eating the family's grain. They hit and scolded me. Oh, heavens, I found half a sweet potato in the field and was too poor to eat it. I wanted to take it home and cook it into porridge for myself. Jinhua started crying again, but these two cruel men. They've been planning to sell me to the poorest, most dishonorable family deep in the mountains, to be a wife for those two brothers. Sheng He was shocked. You, a woman, married to two brothers? That's terrible. Jinhua's eyes lost their sparkle, looking as lifeless as ashes. They sold me for just 3 coins, treating me like an animal. I didn't even think about it. I'll end up like my mother, dying in childbirth, dying under a man's drunkenness, dying from endless hard work and chores. By then, I'll truly be nothing but a beast. When I ran away halfway, I thought, maybe I should just end my life. At least then, I could die like a person, right? Sheng He listened to Jinhua's heartbreaking story, and his eyes also grew moist. No, Sister Jinhua, we can't die like ordinary people. We are human, and we must live with a human way of life. Jinhua's face still looked withered. Sheng He held her cold hand and looked into her eyes, saying, Little sister, don't laugh at me, but when I was about 14 or 15, I was tricked by a man and had a son. My reputation was ruined all around. I even thought about ending my life, but now I am still alive. Jinhua looked up and asked, You are the daughter of the county magistrate's family, Sheng He? As the saying goes, good news doesn't come out of the house, but bad news spreads everywhere. As soon as they mention her name, everyone knows. Jinhua's smile was bitter, and she said honestly, I used to secretly laugh at you too. I didn't expect that in the end. It was you, Miss Sheng, who comforted me. I'm really sorry, Sheng He quickly said. Yes, you used to make fun of me, but now I am doing well. Don't be afraid. Even if we are women, even if we carry unavoidable marks, we can still live good lives. Honestly, I am learning to do business now. Not only can I support myself, but I can also support my son. Even if my father isn't the county magistrate, I can make our family's life prosperous. Support yourself? Jinhua was stunned, and hope flickered in her eyes. Can women really do that? Why not? Sheng He patted her thigh and stood up. Jinhua, there's always a way out. As long as you want to live, nothing can stop you. Jinhua's eyes gradually gathered with hope. Miss Sheng, I just realized this today. Those two beasts, the old one and the young one, haven't died yet. Why should I die first? You're right. I have hands and feet. Without them, how can I live without them? Jinhua was born into a poor family. She had faced hardships and poverty all her life. Her life was hard, but she was lucky. Sheng He didn't say much, but it strengthened her will to live. Miss Sheng, I am now homeless and can't do business like you, but I have decided. I can go live in a cave, dig wild vegetables, and gather mountain goods. My mother says I've been diligent and skillful since I was a child. That's true. I can weave straw shoes, make baskets and hats. If nothing else works, I can go wash clothes for the big families. Jinhua wiped away tears from her face and pouted her lips. Sheng He saw her determination to survive and secretly praised her. This girl is brave, clear-headed, and hardworking. If fate hadn't been so harsh, she would surely have a bright future. However, when she heard that Jinhua planned to live in a cave, Sheng He felt a bit worried. Forget about how dangerous wolves, insects, tigers, and leopards are in the mountains. The land has been dry for a long time, and the soil is loose, making collapses very likely. If someone is trapped inside a mountain cave, they could be buried alive. Sheng He didn't want such a lively girl to end up in that situation. After thinking for a moment, she carefully said to Jinhua, Jinhua, little sister, this harvest is tight for everyone. I don't have much money or food to help you, but I know the village head of Zaoer village nearby. If you're willing, you can set up a small shelter near their village. I'll send someone to tell the village head to take care of you, so you won't be bullied. Miss He, you are truly kind and good-hearted. I don't know how to thank you. Manhwa was very excited. Although she had just confidently said she would live in a cave, she was still a little scared inside. Now that she can stay near the village and have someone to protect her, her safety is much more assured. He then said seriously, Manhwa, as the saying goes, one should always be cautious of others. I need to warn you in advance. The people of Zaoer village have lived together for generations, and everyone knows each other well. You are an outsider, and will live near the village. You must not do anything dishonest to make a living. If you do anything shameful that damages the reputation of Zaoer village, I won't be lenient. I will personally see to it that you are held accountable. Manhwa nodded seriously. Miss He, Manhwa, am not that kind of ungrateful person. I've worked hard to survive, just to live honestly and openly. He finally relaxed. Manhwa's small, dark face was no longer as lifeless as before. It was shining with new energy. She was about to have her own little house, even if it was just a grass hut. She wouldn't have to endure endless scolding and rejection, nor fear for her future. From now on, she would live steadily and honestly, and would never return to Dashi village. Jinfa couldn't wait to rush to Zaoer village, but He stopped him first. You have no money now. Here, I bought some rice, flour, and duck eggs for you. You need strength to build the shelter. He handed most of the rice and flour to Jinfa, not daring to give her too much. As a young girl outside, she would attract too much attention. Jinfa kept refusing, saying he owed He enough already and might never be able to repay her, not even in the next life. He smiled and said, Silly girl, since I saved you today, it means we are connected. Don't worry, even in the next life, I will still help you if you need it. Then she took some hybrid seeds from her sleeve and handed them to Jinfa. Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. I can't give you much grain, but I can give you some vegetable seeds. You can find a piece of wild land in the mountains to cultivate, so you won't go hungry eating wild vegetables every day. Jinfa looked at the seeds in her hand, tears falling like beads. He was startled and quickly asked, What's wrong? Suddenly, Jinfa rushed forward and hugged He tightly. Miss He, thank you. You are just like my mother and sister. She didn't go to school, was clumsy with words, and didn't know how to express her gratitude properly. She could only compare He to her loved ones. He patted her head gently and said softly, Little sister, don't be afraid. Keep moving forward. The road ahead will always be bright. After saying this, He felt her own worries lighten. It was as if her fears about the bad harvest and fate had lessened a little. She stayed to see Jinfa off, then was about to head back when she noticed the old man with the ox cart had already run away. Probably, he guessed someone was feeling desperate in the woods and was afraid of bad luck, so he left early. He felt a bit speechless but was relieved that the ox cart fare was paid on delivery, so she didn't lose much. After this little episode and catching a ride on the ox cart, she slowly returned home. The sun was already setting. She crossed the big locust tree and turned into the familiar alley. But her little brother wasn't there to greet her as usual. She vaguely heard voices inside the house, talking loudly. A young girl named Xiao Fu was playing by the roadside when she saw He. She hurried over and said, Miss, you're finally back. The old lady of the family has come to the house and is showing off. Little Porridge is so sad. She doesn't even dare to come see the chicks. My mother, father, and grandmother all dare not offend the old lady because she has a sharp tongue that can cut like a knife. He, who was panting, suddenly got excited when she heard this. What does sharp tongue mean? It's like a sword coming out. If she tries to show off in front of He, she can easily break her. He listened carefully and realized someone was shouting loudly at her house. What's going on with you two? Are you going backwards? Why is that little fox in charge of the family's money? Watch me teach her a lesson. It was Mrs. Chi, who often comes to visit. Today, she was shouting because He, now in charge of the household, had control of the money. Mrs. Chi couldn't get any more money from Shang-He to support her family, which made her very unhappy. Shang-He snorted coldly, took a few quick steps, and kicked open the door with a loud bang, startling Mrs. Chi.
Wow.
Who's so strong to kick the door like that? Mrs. Chi clutched her chest and trembled. Her pride was shattered. To save face, she immediately raised her voice. Shang-He, where did you go just now? I was about to talk to you. Before Mrs. Chi and her daughter could stop her, Mrs. Chi rushed forward to scold Shang-He. Look at yourself. What kind of girl are you? Always out and about. Wandering everywhere. Now that you can speak, you think you're so great. Want to find a stepfather for your son? Or are you happy to go out and flirt with wild men? Is this reasonable? I knew it. A girl who has lost her mother is so disrespectful. Oh, dear, Mrs. Chi, standing with her hands on her hips, was scolding fiercely when suddenly she felt a sharp pain on her scalp. Someone was pulling her hair. Without hesitation, Shang-He was the one pulling her hair. Mother, you're finally back. Porridge, who was running over, happily took her mother's hand and carefully put the food she was holding into the kitchen. He even consciously brought over a small stool and sat on it, looking like he was ready to watch his mother fight fiercely. His wife had been scolding inside the house for half an hour, and he was starting to feel dizzy from the noise. He couldn't focus on the homework his teacher assigned. Finally, his mother was back to take revenge on him. Shang-He almost laughed at the little troublemaker, but he kept pretending to be just a bystander watching the show. Meanwhile, Mother Chi and her daughter were trembling and didn't dare move. They had already lost their confidence under Shang-He's overwhelming pressure, and they even tried to persuade Mother Chi to calm down. But she didn't listen and sneered at her daughter and granddaughter's frightened looks, saying she would teach Shang-He a lesson. Now Mother Chi finally understood why the mother and daughter looked so scared. Her scalp was burning painfully, as if it was being pulled off, and even breathing hurt. Mother Chi was sweating and trembling. How could that girl have so much strength in her hands? She couldn't break free at all. Finally, Mother Chi couldn't hold it anymore and let out a loud scream like a pig being slaughtered. Is a girl who disrespects her own mother so lightly? Shang-He's voice slowly came from above. Calm Chi's wife. Do you believe I could make your daughter more disrespectful than me? Mother Chi was stunned at first, then screamed in terror. Help! Oh no! Shang-He is going to kill me. Boo-hoo! Shang-He took 2 torn pieces of cloth from the chicken cage at the door and stuffed them into Mother Chi's mouth. Her mouth was sealed, and her head was pulled painfully, unable to move or shout. Tears streamed down her face. Shang-He looked at Chi, who was clutching the doorframe. What? Haven't you told your mother about our new rules? She's making noise in front of me over nothing? Seeing her mother's messy hair and twisted face, Chi felt heartbroken but dared not say anything to Shang-He. She trembled and said, I did, but my mother is old and has bad hearing. She had said everything she could, but her elderly mother insisted on making trouble. She couldn't stop her at all. Oh. Shang-He tore the cloth from Mother Chi's mouth and sneered. Nyo Chi, can you hear me now? I thought the Chi family had already been subdued, but it turns out they are stubborn. She immediately shouted, Lawlessness. I want to see my son-in-law. My wife is about to be harmed here. She tried to rush out the door to make a fuss, hoping to attract the neighbors' attention and show that Shang-He is a fierce and terrible woman. Unexpectedly, Shang-He suddenly grabbed her hands, almost dislocating her old arms. Shang-He looked at the silver bracelet with a lotus pattern on Mrs. Chi's wrist and said coldly, Oh, old lady, you are quite particular. Wearing such a beautiful bracelet when visiting relatives. Let me take a closer look. This looks so familiar. Mrs. Chi looked carefully at the bracelet on her mother's wrist and was shocked. Wasn't this the bracelet her mother, Yang, secretly took from Shang-He's dowry and brought home? She had told her mother not to make a fuss about it, but she never expected her to wear the bracelet openly in front of Shang-He. Suddenly, her heart sank. Sure enough, Shang-He recognized the bracelet immediately, and her voice turned fierce. Chi-ji, you old thief. You're actually wearing my mother's dowry bracelet. Don't you want to see my father? I'll take you to him right now. And I'll arrange your future prison stay too. Mrs. Chi was so scared her legs went weak. The bracelet had a mark, and if this got to court, she wouldn't be able to explain herself, no matter how many mouths she had. I didn't. Mrs. Chi completely lost her composure, stammering and struggling to look at her daughter. Chi sure couldn't just watch her mother suffer. She hurried forward and knelt in front of Sheng He to plead. It's all my fault. I was dizzy and confused, and I mixed up your mother's bracelet with mine. Before she finished her excuse, she heard a crisp sound from Mrs. Chi's arm, followed by a scream. Sheng He raised her eyebrows, clearly pushing Chi sure to tell the truth.
No.
It was me, I was blinded. I took your mother's dowry bracelet and gave it to my family. I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Sheng He, please forgive my mother. Chi Shi quickly took the bracelet from her mother's hand, trembling as she returned it to Sheng He. Sheng He didn't rush to take it but asked, "How much did you take? This is your chance. If you tell the truth now, you'll suffer less later." Madame Chi cried as she confessed everything and promised to return all of Madame Yang's dowry to Sheng He today. Only then was Sheng He satisfied and released the pale-faced Madame Chi, whose arm was dislocated. Now, Madame Chi looked at Sheng He as if she were seeing a demon from the underworld. She had no strength left to cause trouble. Her arm hurt badly, and she hissed in pain with every breath. Madame Chi's daughter didn't dare stay another moment. She helped her injured mother and hurried home. When Sheng Yulan saw her grandmother and mother leave, she wanted to follow, but Sheng He stopped her. "Dear sister, if you go too, who will make dinner?" Sheng Yulan bit her lip and finally chose to stay and cook. Little Zhou looked at his mother with admiration. "When I grow up, I'll be as strong as you, right?" Sheng He felt a little embarrassed. In her previous life, she had practiced taekwondo and jujitsu, so she was skilled and strong. Dealing with a few village women was nothing to her. "My dear, your mother only fights bad people. We must be strong to protect ourselves, but we can't always use force. Do you understand?" Sheng He's voice softened again as she patiently taught her son. Meanwhile, Sheng Jiang, who was peeking through the east window, was so shocked that his mouth hung open. Heaven above, was that fierce woman just now, and this gentle sister really the same person? When Madame Chi brought her mother home, chaos broke out in the Chi household. First, the old Madame Chi cursed Sheng He, calling her a cruel and heartless woman. Then, old Master Chi refused to return Madame Yang's dowry. "Return it? Why should we?" He shouted angrily at his daughter. "That money is for your younger brother's marriage. You couldn't even keep control of the household, and now you're helping that shameless Sheng He take things from your own family?" Madame Chi felt wronged. "Father, Sheng He is so fierce now. If she gets angry, she hits and scolds us. Mother only spoke a few harsh words, and she ended up like this. If you don't return these dowries to me, my daughter and I will be tortured to death at the Sheng family." Second son of the Chi family was afraid that their father would feel sorry for the Chi family, so he quickly made a statement. "Father, we can't return any of the dowries. My younger brother is using these gold and silver jewelry to marry a wife, and I am planning to build a new house." Chi's second son pulled his wife, Chunhong, in front of everyone. "Today, since Big Sister is back, I want to officially say my wife Chunhong is pregnant, and I am going to be a father." Chunhong gently punched Chi's second son on the chest, then looked shy. As soon as he said this, Old Man Chi's face lit up with happiness, and even Chi's wife, who was lying on the bed holding her injured arm and crying out in pain, jumped up. "Oh, this is wonderful. Our Chi family will have a successor. Just look at her belly. It must be a grandson. We've only been pregnant for a month or so. How can you tell?" "Wife, stop spreading rumors around the village." Old Man Chi, happy but also looking around the ancestral house, thought about expanding the house earlier in the year. Since the second son was married and the family had more people, it was too crowded. Now that Chi's second son announced his wife was pregnant, they needed to build a new house quickly. Yes, no matter whose dowries they are, they can't let the eldest daughter take them away. Seeing old man Chi's increasingly firm look, Chi's wife secretly thought it was not good. Before she could speak to persuade him, Chunhong, Chi's second wife, said, "Big sister-in-law, I have to say, Yang's family married into Sheng's family, and isn't that dowry from Sheng's family? You're an official wife, a proper county magistrate's wife. Just listen to that title. Our family will be proud. The county magistrate's wife using some family money isn't illegal, is it? Big sister-in-law, you are lucky and caring for your family. We all appreciate you. When my baby is born, the first person I want to recognize as family is you." Chunhong looked delicate and spoke politely and nicely, lifting Chi's wife high. Chi's wife used to love showing off her status as an official wife when she visited her family. She enjoyed villagers and elders bowing and greeting her, calling her county magistrate's wife. Since Shang He started talking, she had been staying in the kitchen cooking every day, almost turning into a yellow-faced woman. She no longer had any glory. She clenched her clothes nervously, hesitating for a moment. Under everyone's intense gaze, she finally made up her mind. All right. You can keep the dowry for now. Just remember, I've done my part. I'll figure out something for Sheng He myself." The entire Chi family finally relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. "Big sister, you haven't sent any support money home for a while. Life is really hard these days. I heard the town's grain warehouse has pests, so the common people who rely on rice will have even less to eat." Chi's wife, holding her injured arm, said lightly, "Maybe you should go back today. There's not much rice left at home. Please understand." Chi felt uncomfortable hearing this, but since she was her own mother and father, she swallowed her words and silently returned to Sheng's house in town. By the time she arrived, it was late at night. Sheng He was sitting in the yard, melting wax for candles with tung oil. Seeing Chi empty-handed, she frowned and asked, "Where's my dowry?" Chi bit her lip, said nothing, and went inside. She took a small wooden box from under the bed and handed it to Sheng He. "My parents pawned all those jewelry to build a house. I can only use my savings to pay you back. Inside, there's also the betrothal gift from Yulan's father, which is worth quite a bit." Sheng He sneered. She knew the Chi family was shameless. It was hard to get anything back once it was in their hands. She planned to slowly get her money back from the Chi family. Pretending not to care, Sheng He weighed the cloth bag in her hands, estimating its amount. Seeing it was about right, she didn't argue further with Chi. She always knew Chi had her own secret savings. Forcing her to hand it over just made her less confident about causing trouble at home. Sheng He stored this money in her account balance. Recently, Sheng He had been thinking about how to survive the famine as smoothly as possible. The most needed things were food and water. She felt the task was heavy. She needed to stockpile grain and also dig channels and wells in the 5 big villages of Wuchuan County. All these were expensive projects. Fortunately, within a few days, the shipment entrusted to Wang Yue was quickly dispatched. Sheng He was both nervous and excited while waiting, not knowing how much profit this shipment would bring her. Today, Sheng He was inside reading a geography travel book about this dynasty when she heard Small Fu running in to deliver a message. "Miss He, there is a woman named Yang Hua outside looking for you. She says she is from Zaoer village." When Sheng He heard it was an acquaintance, she quickly went outside. When she looked, it was indeed Aunt Yang Hua. "Auntie, why did you come to town?" Sheng He greeted with a smile. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'll prepare some food, and we can eat before you go." Sheng He has always been very grateful to Aunt Yang Hua. When Sheng Jiang was injured, it was Aunt Yang Hua who took care of him carefully. Thanks to her, Sheng Jiang recovered so quickly. Now, that boy can walk briskly. "Miss He, I am just a country woman. I wouldn't dare eat at the county magistrate's house," Aunt Yang Hua said, but her eyes were kind as she looked at Sheng He. However, she was also very anxious. "Miss He, I came here especially to ask for your help to save a life." Jean Hua, who lives on the small dirt east of the village entrance, hearing this, Sheng He's relaxed smile immediately disappeared. "What happened to her?" Aunt Yang Hua patted her leg. "Jean Hua is fine. This morning, she found a scholar. That man is almost gone. We tried several village doctors, but no one could save him. He's only 16 or 17, looks gentle and polite. He has serious external injuries, probably lost a lot of blood. His lips are pale, and his whole body is cold. In Zaower village, we don't believe in turning away from those in need, so the village chief sent me to ask if you, Miss He, have time to go and save him. Sheng, he didn't hesitate. She immediately went back to her room, took her medicine box, and followed Aunt Yanghua onto a ox cart heading towards Zaower village. When Sheng He and Aunt Yanghua got on the ox cart, they realized it was the town's market day, and the cart was crowded with people. Fortunately, the cart was headed towards Zaower village. Because of the crowd, Sheng He could only sit with half her on the wooden plank of the cart, holding tightly to the side to avoid falling. Sweat was almost pouring down her forehead. Sheng He silently decided that once she earned more money, she would buy a donkey cart so she could go freely. Just then, she heard a creaking sound. The wood broke. Then, the entire cart jolted, and it suddenly stopped. What's going on? Why aren't you leaving anymore?
Oh.
It seems the cart's broken. What should we do? Come on, get off the cart. There aren't many people pulling carts in this town. Looks like we'll have to walk back today. The old man pulling the ox cart apologized, returned the copper coins he had received, and then looked unhappy as he went to repair the cart. Miss He, that scholar probably won't wait much longer. What should we do?
Aunt Yang asked anxiously.
Sheng He picked up her medical box and started walking. Do our best and leave the rest to fate. Without a cart, we'll just run there. Sheng He had only taken a few steps when she heard the sound of hooves behind her. A familiar voice called out. Sheng He, she turned her head and saw a tall, handsome man riding a horse toward her in the sunlight. When she recognized his handsome features behind the mask, she jumped up and waved her hand. Boss, the man was Ningzheng, accompanied by his guard. Bei and Ningzheng nodded slightly at her. Where are you going? Sheng He hurriedly said. Someone in Zaower village is hurt and needs my help. The cart broke down, so I'm running there now. Running? Ningzheng looked at Sheng He, who was as slender as a willow branch, and finally frowned at the large medicine box in her hand. He reached out directly. Get on the horse. I can give you a ride. Huh? No need. Oh. Before Sheng He could finish, Ningzheng had already helped her onto the horse. Bayan covered his face. The boss was originally going to the county town for a big deal, but when he saw Sheng He, he just headed straight over. It's not even on the way, yet he still wants to give her a ride. Boss, do you remember how strict and fair you used to be? Ningzheng said to Sheng He. Saving people is the most important. If you run, it will take at least 2 hours. By the time you reach Zaower village, the flowers will have withered. His deep, magnetic voice reached Sheng He's ears. In an emergency, Sheng He didn't care about gender or riding together. She nodded quickly. Bei-en originally wanted to bring Aunt Yang, who was traveling with them, but she refused. She had never ridden a nobleman's horse before and couldn't handle the thrill and bumps. Sheng He followed them as they disappeared into the distance, and only then did the onlookers on the street look away. Most people in the town rarely ride horses. Usually, it's just some noble passing through. Yes, did you see just now? That horse's coat is so beautiful, probably better than all the horses owned by Lord Wang's family. Oh, what are you guys still looking at? Didn't you see who the woman on the horse was just now? I didn't see clearly, but it seemed like she was rushing to help someone. TSK, she's the daughter of the county magistrate. She's been meeting with a man again. This time, she's really hooked up with a rich person. Haha, can she even save people? Isn't she just a mute who can only speak? Everyone around was talking loudly, and some of their words became more and more unpleasant. Aunt Yang couldn't stand it anymore. She shouted loudly. Miss, he was going to save someone. I and the people from our Zaower village can testify. If you don't believe it, go see for yourselves. Your minds are full of dirty stuff, and you talk nonsense all day long. Do you think you're right? Our village chief said that Miss He is a lucky star for our village. Anyone who speaks badly of her is actually against our entire Zaower village. The people who were talking badly about Sheng He felt a bit embarrassed and started arguing with Aunt Yang. Aunt Young often comes to town to buy things. She's honest and kind, but if anyone tries to bully her, they won't get away with it. Aunt Young shouted a few times, and a few young men from Zaor village who were selling things nearby immediately came over with hoes and carrying poles. Auntie, what's going on? The Young family is a big family in Zaor village, and Aunt Yang's status there is quite high. These young men stood behind her, looking very intimidating. They said, "They're saying bad things about Miss He." What? The young men looked even angrier, as if they were sharpening knives. Saying bad things about Miss He is like fighting against our Zaor village. With this attitude, the faces of those who insulted Sheng He turned pale with fear. Although Zaor village is poor, it has many people. Every household is connected by kinship, and most people are hard to mess with. Those few people quickly ran away in embarrassment, and no one dared to talk badly about Sheng He anymore. Aunt Young was finally satisfied and told the young men to go back to their business. She hurried home. Sheng He was being held by Ning Jinghuan in front of her. She could feel the faint, refreshing scent coming from the man. Ning Zheng is not the type of man to take advantage of others. To avoid embarrassing Sheng He deliberately kept his distance physically. Although the horse was bouncing, Sheng He felt very safe. Ning Zheng quickly arrived at Zaor village on horseback. He saw He Jinhua anxiously pacing at the village entrance. When she saw Sheng He riding a horse, her eyes lit up. Miss He Jinhua happily approached. Seeing the tall and strong Ning Zheng standing there, she hesitated and didn't dare move. "Oh, this is the big boss I do business with," Sheng He explained as she dismounted. "When I arrived, my ox cart broke down. I just happened to meet him, and he took me part of the way." He Jinhua hurriedly thanked him but didn't dare look directly at Ning Zheng. "Boss, we still need to go to the county to see Boss Zhao." "It's getting late," Bayan carefully reminded Ning Zheng. Ning Zheng nodded, calmly waved his whip, and urged his horse forward. "I'll take you to this point. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." Sheng He quickly thanked him and then followed He Jinhua toward the small grass hut. Many villagers from Zaor village gathered around the grass hut. They were both eager and curious. Since the people of Zaor village have been illiterate for generations, they were very eager to see what a scholar looked like. "Wow, this kid is probably only 16 or 17. A noble from the south. How did he come here? He must have suffered a lot." Really, before he fainted, he said he was a scholar. "Amazing," the villagers whispered among themselves. When they saw Sheng He arrive, they quickly made way. "Our village's lucky star is here. Miss He is so talented. My son's leg was healed by her. We just hunted a wild roe deer yesterday. Miss He, this brother looks so pitiful. Can he be cured?" In the midst of their chatter, Sheng He carefully examined the unconscious, delicate young man. He was injured all over, with the most serious wound on his arm. The cut was long, inflamed, and oozing pus. The young man was weak, suffering from overwork and malnutrition. His face was pale and thin. The wound's inflammation caused a fever, which made him fall into a deep sleep. Sheng He gave him a fever-reducing injection, cut away the dead tissue from his arm, applied medicine, and stitched it up. She also bandaged the other more serious wounds. Only then did Sheng He breathe a sigh of relief. According to Jinhua and the villagers, this young man is a scholar from the south who has achieved some fame. Unfortunately, his family suddenly faced a disaster, leaving him homeless and without a place to stay. When he learned that Jinhua and the villagers from Zaor village had saved him, he was very grateful. He even took out his family heirloom, a jade pendant, as a thank-you gift. An elderly person who knows about jade examined it and confirmed that the pendant was smooth and warm to the touch. It was high-quality Hetian jade, and worth a lot. This young man truly is someone who remembers kindness and wants to repay it. Everyone admired his good character and wanted to help him more. They couldn't bear to see such a young boy, with a bright future, lose his life. As long as the wound doesn't get infected, he won't be in danger. Sheng He took off his rubber gloves and wiped the sweat from his forehead. People didn't understand what infection meant, but when they heard there was no danger to his life, They all relaxed and sighed in relief. Villagers, the patient's room needs good airflow. Please don't gather here. Everyone disperse now, Sheng He said kindly. Everyone in Zaoer village believed Sheng He's words and quickly left. Miss He, thank you. You saved another life, He Jinhua said, holding Sheng He's hand with gratitude. Sheng He smiled and patted her hand. I heard you found this young man in the forest, helped carry him down the mountain, and took care of him in the little grass hut. You're a great hero for saving him. He Jinhua blushed and scratched her head at the compliment. We've all struggled through life and lost our homes. That's why I wanted to save him, just like how Miss He saved me before. Sheng He nodded and warned her. While we should do good deeds and help others, we must also be cautious. People can be different inside, so we should not let our guard down. He Jinhua nodded. Don't worry, Miss He. If anyone tries to bully me, the villagers at the entrance will hear and come to help. Although He Jinhua became an orphan, she was very hardworking and capable. The villagers liked her very much. She often went up the mountain to pick wild vegetables, mushrooms, and bamboo shoots. She washed them by the stream and shared some with her neighbors. Once, she was lucky enough to find a nest of bird eggs. She didn't hesitate to boil them and give each of the children a small one, calling her Sister Hua Hua, which made the children call her warmly. Sheng He saw the sparkle in Jinhua's eyes and couldn't help but smile. Just knew you could manage well here on your own, Sheng He said. Jinhua pulled Sheng He to the back of the small kitchen to show her around. Everyone in the village is kind. I asked to plant a small vegetable garden. The seeds you gave me, Miss He, I planted them early. They are growing well, and in about 10 days, we can harvest them. Sheng He looked in the direction Jinhua pointed and saw a patch of moist soil with tender little sprouts emerging. After such a long drought, it must be hard to take good care of these vegetables, Sheng He asked. It's not easy. The drought has dried up the village's wells. I didn't want to trouble the villagers for water, so I borrowed a neighbor's wooden bucket and went up the mountain to fetch water for the plants. I also spend time catching bugs and weeding. But working in the fields makes me sleep very well at night, and I forget all the troubles at home, Jinhua said with a gentle smile. Sheng He also felt happy. While Jinhua went to make herbal porridge for the injured boy, Sheng He secretly placed a few eggs bought from the space shop behind the grass pile near the kitchen. She then pretended to be casual and went to check on the injured person. While Jinhua was adding firewood, she suddenly noticed something white inside the grass pile. She stepped closer and saw more than 10 white eggs. Jinhua was so excited she jumped 3 feet high but dared not shout loudly. She hurriedly ran to Sheng He and carefully showed her the eggs. Miss He, everyone in the village says you're a lucky star. That's so true. Since you came to my little grass shed, I found a few wild eggs in my vegetable pile. Sheng He quickly smiled and said, I'm not that lucky. The wild hens must have laid these eggs in the grass pile. It was just a coincidence that you found them today. Still, it was only because you came that I discovered this nest of eggs. Jinhua didn't care about that. She thought Sheng He was like a fairy descending from the sky, beautiful and skilled in medicine, bringing good luck. But Sheng He was thinking that a few eggs were definitely not enough, especially since the injured person needed extra nutrition. Suddenly, she had an idea. She quietly bought 2 live wild chickens from the space shop and released them into the yard of the grass shed. Just as Jinhua was serving the herbal porridge into bowls, she heard clucking outside the yard. When she looked, she saw 2 fat and strong wild chickens. Jinhua was so happy she didn't know what to say, her eyes shining as she looked at the 2 wild chickens in the yard. Jinhua called Sheng He to help catch the chickens, but Sheng He shook his head helplessly. I can't do it. She didn't know how to catch chickens. Jinhua quickly went to ask the neighbor, Sister Da, for help. Sister Da was very skilled and worked well with Jinhua. Together, they surrounded and pounced, catching the wild chicken's wings. Jinhua grabbed some grass rope and tied the chicken's wings and claws so they couldn't escape, no matter how much they squawked. Big Sister Chiao, thank you so much today. Come over later and bring a bowl to enjoy some chicken, Jinhua said happily. Even though Sister Da was brave at catching chickens, she was actually very shy. She quietly looked at Shenghe, who was standing at the door smiling. She sighed to herself. The daughter of the county magistrate's family is really beautiful, fair skin, lively eyes, straight posture, soft waist. I've never seen such a pretty girl. And she's so lucky, sitting in Jinhua's little sister's house. Chicken meat comes right to her. When she saw Shenghe smile at her with pursed lips, she quickly blushed and went home. Jinhua, holding the 2 chickens, happily walked over to Shenghe. If you stay here for a couple of days, my grass hut might turn into a treasure house of gold and silver. Shenghe touched her forehead. You're so naughty. While the 2 sisters were joking and laughing, the sound of a hurt boy coughing came from inside the house. Shenghe went in first to check. The boy was indeed awake, struggling to sit up and drink water. Don't move, don't pull at the wound, Shenghe quickly shouted. She also mixed some light salt water and fed it to the boy little by little. The boy's eyes gradually became clearer. Shenghe looked at him and smiled, raising her eyebrows. Hello, my name is Shenghe. I am the doctor who is helping you. May I ask your name? Hello, the boy said shyly. I used to be called Xie Xian, but since my family is no longer involved with the Xie family, you can call me whatever you like. Xie Xian seemed to avoid talking about his family background. Shenghe and Jinhua didn't press him. Then I'll call you Ah Xian from now on. Jinhua blinked her bright eyes at Xie Xian. Xie Xian's lips, which had been pale and peeling from the fever, looked a little white. He forced a smile and shook his head. There is no future for me. I can't stay here and burden you all. I am a trouble to you. Jinhua listened and became a bit worried. What do you mean? Your condition is so bad now. If you leave, it will be a dead end. We put in so much effort to save you. If you end up dying, wouldn't all our work be for nothing? Don't you understand that as a scholar? Shenghe nodded in agreement. Xie Xian was speechless after hearing Jinhua. After a long pause, he sighed and said, Men and women of different ages shouldn't share a bed. I am now staying in Jinhua's simple shelter, which is not proper. It might harm her reputation. Also, I can't work right now and need Jinhua and the villagers to help me. I feel guilty about that. Jinhua stood up and said angrily, What rules? In my shelter, I follow my own rules. Reputation is for outsiders to see. As long as we are honest and pure, that's enough. Shenghe nodded and agreed. Jinhua is right. Xie Xian, a true gentleman, acts consistently. Feeling guilty can't be fixed by running away. Once you recover, help Jinhua and the villagers within your ability, so they see you didn't waste their help. That's how you make up for your guilt. Xie Xian looked thoughtful and finally nodded. I understand. I will take good care of my injury, don't worry. Today, my simple shelter is lucky. 2 big wild chickens and a nest of eggs were sent right to me. You'll get better quickly, Jinhua said happily. Xie Xian nodded and showed a small smile. He secretly decided to repay the 2 girls and the villagers of Zaoer village for saving him. After dealing with Xie Xian, Shenghe's days returned to normal. Recently, the Imperial Observatory issued a decree after observing the stars at night, saying this year would have good weather with plenty of rain. They encouraged local officials to increase grain planting. In ancient times, there was no weather forecast. The observatory's words were seen as a sign from heaven. The local officials were very happy and believed it. Because of a drought in previous years, harvests were halved. Many northern counties faced a sharp economic decline. The officials were very nervous, fearing punishment from the governor for their failure. This year, at last, the difficult times are easing, and each county has started lively efforts to promote planting. Some counties even encourage turning barren land into farmland, planning to work hard to increase harvests and make up for past losses all at once. After reading history books, Shenghe sighed when he heard this news. The royal observatory of this dynasty is just a joke. Their night sky observations? Just to please the emperor. The real suffering is for the common people. This year is the worst drought in 100 years. The crops planted mostly failed completely. And they say the weather is good? I don't believe it. All counties in Hezhou have begun their mobilization work, but Wuchuan County has not shown much activity yet. Shenghe feels secretly pleased. Planting in moderation can protect the soil and water, and it won't disappoint the people. Sheng-He originally thought her father, who never made big promises or gave false hopes, was just doing his best. But at the dinner table, Sheng Jiang suddenly expressed his true feelings. The magistrate is really unfair. The seed grain given to Wuchuan County is half of what other counties receive, and many of them are bad. Are they trying to starve our people? Sheng Ziyuan also looked grim and silent for a long time before sighing. It's my fault. The neighboring counties always find ways to please the magistrate, but I have nothing to offer. That's why the magistrate is being so harsh with us about the seeds. Sheng-He was eating happily, but hearing this, her face changed. Isn't this just bullying us? Wuchuan County already struggles with life. How can a magistrate be so selfish and treat us unfairly? Sheng Jiang looked helpless. That's right. But the officials are powerful, and my father can't do anything. Now, with these few seeds in hand, I don't know how to explain to the people. Sheng-He calmed down and said, Father, we won't let our people suffer. I will find a way to get more seeds. But I must tell you, the drought is not over yet. We shouldn't ask the people to plant or reclaim too much land, or it will cause soil erosion and make the drought worse. Sheng-He looked serious, but Sheng Ziyuan didn't take her words seriously. He just thought she was comforting him. After all, his daughter is just a young lady from a noble family, spoiled since childhood. How could she understand farming? But unexpectedly, 3 days later, the family received 5 large bags of seeds. Sheng Ziyuan was so surprised that his beard almost fell off. Here, where did you get these seeds? And so many, of course. All the seeds were carefully researched and selected by Sheng-He in the space shop, modern high-quality seeds that resist drought and cold. Fortunately, after forcing Qi's private money out last time, she didn't have to use her regular grain reserves. In response to Sheng Ziyuan's questions, Sheng-He had already made up an excuse. Recently, I met a boss who deals in goods in the northern region. He often collects these seeds, so I bought some from him. Dad, no matter what, we have to make sure the people pay this year's summer tax. It's helping the common people and also helping ourselves. Sheng Ziyuan didn't expect his daughter to actually help solve such a big problem. His eyes welled up with tears. Here, you've really grown up now and can help your dad. I feel happier and happier. He gently patted her face with affection. It's not easy for you to manage the household, and now you have to spend so much money. Has it been difficult for you? Sheng-He thought for a moment and replied, Actually, not really. I used Qi's private money. Sheng-He isn't a stingy person. She smiled and said, Dad, you can rest assured. I will spend what needs to be spent, and I will get back every penny I lose. Outside the door, Qi overheard the conversation between father and daughter and was shocked. She felt Sheng-He was talking about her, so she quickly walked away. Good. You're a good daughter to your father. Sheng Ziyuan nodded. Sheng-He then handed him a note. Dad, these are the names of the seeds and how to grow them. These are crops from the northern region, so the planting methods are different from what the common people usually use. You need to have the officials spread the knowledge. Sheng Ziyuan happily nodded and ordered someone to move the seeds into the warehouse, planning to distribute them to the people on a suitable day. Sheng Ziyuan quickly distributed the seeds to the villagers and also asked Master Zhao and the officials to teach them how to plant the seeds. The town gate was lively, as the villagers had never seen the county magistrate give out so many seeds. Many of the seeds were unfamiliar to them, and everyone found it very interesting. Seeing everyone looking confused, Sheng Ziyuan loudly introduced, These are drought-resistant seeds my daughter bought for everyone from the northern region. She is such a kind-hearted person, unwilling to see the people of Wuchuan suffer. His proud expression made it clear how pleased he was. Some villagers who came to pick up seeds frowned, having heard rumors about the county magistrate's daughter. Only Magistrate Sheng still treasures his daughter. When her sister Hu caused a scandal, most families would have disowned her, but Sheng refused to punish her and even took in her illegitimate child as his own grandson. The villagers doubted Sheng Ziyuan's proud bragging. With someone as stubborn and fiery as Hua, who is also flirtatious, how could she be helping the common people? It sounded unbelievable. Who would believe it? We all know it was Miss Hua's idea. She's such a good person. Yes, she's not only a blessing to our Zaoer village but will soon be a blessing to the whole Wuchuan County. Mother, I miss Sister Hua. When can she come visit us again? Villagers from other villages were surprised to hear this. They didn't expect anyone to believe the magistrate's praise of his daughter, and some even felt proud to do so. If it weren't for the magistrate, they might have burst out laughing at the foolish villagers of Zaoer village. A blessing? Maybe she just sat in the yard for a while and got to eat some meat? Haha. Most villagers didn't take this story seriously. They just listened to it as a joke, took their seeds, and went home to work. It was the right season for planting, but unfortunately, it hadn't rained, and the land was hard and dry. Even the flowers, grass, and trees on the mountain looked like they were about to die. Sheng Hua secretly felt lucky. Luckily, she was the daughter of a county magistrate. Otherwise, she would have to do all kinds of farm work herself. It's not that Sheng Hua didn't want to work. She just never farmed before and didn't know how. If she relied on farming to survive, she would have starved before learning the skills of the farmers. But Sheng Hua was good at thinking. She didn't know how to plant rice, so she decided to start with growing vegetables. Growing these vegetables is not just for eating. Sheng Hua wants to study how to solve crop pests and diseases, and how to save water through efficient irrigation. Zhou often sees his mother busy at home, sometimes writing or drawing with paper and pen. Although he doesn't know what his mother is doing, he thinks she is very capable. One day, while Zhou was at school and his father and younger brother went to the government office, Mrs. Qi and her daughter visited Aunt Erlung. Sheng He took all the cotton pillows and cushions in the house outside to sunbathe. When no one was around, she took the damp, hard quilts to the space shop to exchange them. She replaced them with soft, clean cotton stuffing. Lying on them felt like sinking into a pile of clouds. Sheng He quietly finished these tasks and finally felt relieved. Just as she was about to sit down and have a drink, she heard someone rushing to report. The messenger was Neo Ergang, the eldest grandson of Neo next door, who also studied at the county school in Jinjixian County. Miss He, Zhou had an accident at school. You should quickly call the county magistrate or brother A Jiang to go and see. Hearing this, Sheng He's heart jumped to her throat. What happened? Did Zhou get hurt or what? Neo Ergang looked anxious. His classmates said he stole something and are forcing him to hand it over. Neo Ergang is a neighbor of Sheng family. He has watched Zhou grow up and knows that Zhou is smart and honest, not the kind of person those people are talking about. Sheng He's face darkened. She was anxious and rushed outside. Seeing a Fu sweeping the yard at the door, Sheng He told Xiao Fu to inform her father, Sun Minshun, and ask him to gather some people with tools to follow. Then Sheng He hurried to Jinjixian County School. Meanwhile, Zhou was surrounded by a group of people, all accusing him of being a lowly thief. Even the kind old teacher, usually gentle with children, looked stern and said, Sheng Yunzhou, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and return Ma Xiaohai's gold lock. Teacher, I told you from the start I was just sitting and reading or writing during lunch. I absolutely did not take the gold lock or pendant that Ma Xiaohai mentioned. Despite everyone's denial, Zhou remained calm and confident, standing tall and defending himself clearly, word by word. Teacher, look at this. This is just a wild child from the poor countryside of Wuchuan County. He's still arguing about this matter. Little Hai's mother shouted sharply. The teacher is an old scholar from Jinjing County. Deep down, he also looks down on the dirty, stupid, and poor children from Wuchuan County. Although Sheng Yunzhou is an exception. He is fair and clean-looking, and his grades are among the best in the class. Still, the teacher cannot help but feel contempt for the people of Wuchuan County. He was angry and shouted at Zhou, Sheng Yunzhou, don't think that because your grades are a little better than others, you can play tricks in front of me. Starting today, I won't have a shameless student like you who only steals and cheats. After saying that, he grabbed Zhou's hand, picked up a bamboo stick from the desk, and hit him hard. The bamboo stick struck Zhou's small hand, leaving a fierce red mark, which soon turned purple. Serves you right. This is the result of stealing my Little Hai's gold lock pendant, Little Hai's mother said proudly. Zhou hand was trembling from the pain, but he still held his head high and stubbornly said, I didn't take anything from Ma Xiaohai. If I didn't take it, then I didn't. I don't want his broken pendant. Hearing this, little Hai's mother almost jumped with anger and scolded loudly. Not want it? I tell you, that gold lock pendant was specially made by a craftsman with gold for Xiao Hai's father.
Gold.
Do Wuchuan County poor folks even know what gold is? Zhou still looked disdainful and contemptuous. I don't want your broken stuff. You're slandering me. You have no proof. This completely angered little Hai's mother. She reached out and tore at Zhou's cheek. I told you to steal. I told you to argue. When your mother comes, I want her to kneel on the ground and apologize to me because she raised such a little brat. Zhou's tender face was twisted with purple and blue, and he was pushed to the ground. Zhou didn't cry or make a fuss. He got up from the ground, endured his grievance, and stood there stubbornly. His small figure was like a fragile young bamboo, silently resisting everyone. Shenghe, panting heavily, saw this scene and felt anger rush to her head. Without hesitation, she rushed into the classroom. Shenghe stormed in like crazy, pushing away the teacher and Xiao Hainyang with one hand each, then threw herself in front of Zhou. The moment Shenghe saw Zhou, her heart ached painfully. Her usually soft, fair face was bruised and swollen from being pinched, and her hands were red and swollen too. Her little bundle of joy, whom she usually didn't even like to squeeze, was hurt like this. Shenghe felt as if her heart was being roasted on fire. Zhou's big eyes were filled with tears. He was stubborn and refused to cry, but when he saw Shenghe's worried and caring eyes, his frustration finally broke free. Shenghe trembled as she gently wiped Zhou's tears. Baby mama is here. Don't be afraid. Zhou nodded heavily, hot tears falling onto Shenghe's hand. Mama, Zhou didn't steal anything. Zhou didn't do anything wrong. Zhou isn't afraid. Disobedient child. How dare you argue? Mr. Zheng grabbed a bamboo stick and rushed forward to hit Zhou. But before the stick could fall, a swift force snatched it away. Mr. Zheng looked up and saw Shenghe with a cold face, taking the stick and protecting Sheng Yunzhou, the unrepentant little thief, behind her. Sheng family, spoiling your children like this is like killing them. You're poisoning your son. He will grow up to be a terrible villain. Mr. Zheng shouted angrily, eyes wide. Shenghe, who was once very respectful of teachers and elders, was so angry at his words that she cursed loudly. Stop spouting nonsense. Mr. Zheng was splattered with Shenghe spit, trembling with rage. You.
What?
You say my child stole from classmates? Do you have proof? When did my son steal? Can you even explain how it happened?
Bah.
You can't say anything. You're abusing private punishment, forcing confessions with harsh methods, beating him into submission. You, this biased old beast, even dare to call yourself a teacher? You're hilarious. I think you're the real villain here. Shenghe kept arguing, finally breaking the bamboo stick in her hand and throwing it at Mr. Zheng. Mr. Zheng covered his head, crying out in pain, then wiped his sweat and stammered. You're disgraceful. You shrew. Xiao Hainyang and the Ma family, who had come to support her, were startled by Shenghe's fierce expression. It took Xiao Hainyang a while to recover. She looked Shenghe up and down, then suddenly sneered. Well, look who's acting so high and mighty. Isn't this the famous daughter of the county magistrate of Wuchuan? Her mother was a disgrace, so of course her son would turn out to be a thief. No wonder he behaves like this. Before she could finish, Shenghe slapped her hard across the face. The slap was so strong that Shenghe's nails left a scratch on Xiao Hainyang's cheek. Xiao Hainyang's jaw was knocked out of place, and she cried out in pain. Mother! Ma Xiaohai glared at Shenghe and Zhou with hatred, then held his mother and began to cry. Seeing their sister-in-law beaten like that, the Ma family members clenched their fists and rushed toward Shenghe and her son. Zhou felt nervous, but he remembered what his uncle had told him. He was the little man of the family, and he must not back down when facing trouble. He grabbed the corner of Shenghi's clothes and made up his mind. If anyone tried to hurt his mother, he would stand in front of her and protect her. Shenghi, however, was ready to fight anyone who dared harm her son. Although Sun Minshuan's help hadn't arrived yet, Shenghi had already bought a small electric baton online, ready to teach these people a lesson. "Brothers, get them!" The Ma family shouted and charged forward. Shenghi refused to back down and was about to fight when a sudden gust of wind came from behind. A strong arm wrapped around her waist, and before she knew it, she and Zhou were pulled behind someone. Shenghi looked up in surprise and saw Ningzheng, dressed in a black embroidered robe, appearing like a hero from the sky. With just a few swift moves, he knocked all the Ma family men to the ground. The defeated Ma family groaned in pain, staring fearfully at the cold-faced man and his followers, not daring to move again. "Are you all right?" Ningzheng turned to Shenghi, then glanced at Zhou's bruised little face, his brows tightening slightly. Since learning that this child is the emperor's son, he has secretly assigned people to protect him. So, after Zhu was bullied, Ningzheng immediately received the news and rushed over. Unfortunately, he arrived a bit late and saw that Zhu had been mistreated. This child's features are truly a perfect match for the emperor's. When Zhu saw the kind uncle suddenly looking at him, he quickly bowed politely. "Thank you, uncle, for helping me and my mother." Ningzheng's heart was slightly moved. Yes, according to the family hierarchy, he is this child's uncle. Shenghi slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, "Boss, what a coincidence. Why are you here?" Ningzheng looked again at Shenghi's face. "I'm here to discuss business. I happened to pass by and saw you surrounded. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing," Ningzheng said calmly. Shenghi cleared his throat after hearing this, feeling a warm feeling inside and looking at Ningzheng with gratitude. "Who are you?" "This is our Ma family's matter. We advise you to mind your own business." "That's right. That little brat stole from us a gold pendant. It's valuable. Hurry up and get it back, or you'll be searching everywhere and still won't find it." The Ma family members had gotten up from the ground and glared at Ningzheng angrily. Although they were speaking harsh words, they were already scared from being beaten earlier and didn't dare to act rashly again. "These people don't look easy to mess with." Ningzheng raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "Steal? Do you have any proof?" Xiao Hainyang spat out some blood, covering her swollen half of her face, and said, "Do we need so much proof? My son Xiao Hai went to the mountain this noon with some boys from town to dig rabbit holes. He was worried the pendant would fall off on the mountain, so he put it in a cloth bag on his desk before leaving. Only Sheng Yunzhou, that little rascal, refused to leave the classroom. If it wasn't him who stole it, then who else? If I'm wrong, I'll kneel and apologize to him." Hearing this, Ningzheng looked at someone present with a cold smile on his lips. "Good, you said that yourself. I happen to know where that pendant is. You know?" "What do you mean?" Xiao Hainyang was stunned by these words, covering her face and gasping, her face full of disbelief. This man suddenly burst in to help the Sheng family and their son, claiming he knew where the pendant was. Could he be lying? He looks tall and strong, with a serious face, which makes people feel uneasy and hesitant to doubt him. "Boss, how do you know where the pendant is?" Shenghi asked quietly, trying to stay calm. Ningzheng looked at her calmly. "Business people have many contacts and know a lot. Isn't that normal?" At this moment, in a quiet corner, Ma Xiaohai looked nervous. He bit his lip and kept fidgeting with his fingers. It seemed like the uncle was looking at him. Did he find out something? Next, Ningzheng said loudly, "The pendant that Ma Xiaohai lost is in the third courtyard on the east side of Liexing." "You're lying." Ma Xiaohai immediately got upset when he heard the place. He quickly stepped forward to argue. "My pendant was on the table. It was stolen by Sheng Yunzhou, that poor guy." "Really?" Ningzheng squinted at Ma Xiaohai. "Let's go see and find out." Ma Xiaohai's mother, who had been taking care of the household for years, knew how hard life was. When her pendant was lost, she felt heartbroken. Hearing about the possible location, she didn't care if it was true or not. She decided to go see first. As soon as she took a step, she felt her thigh being held. Looking down, she saw her son holding her back. Mom, he's just trying to trick you. I've never heard of that alley. How could the pendant be there? Mom, I won't let you go. Just make Xing Yunzhou hand over the pendant. Ma Xiaohai's mother was annoyed by her son's stubbornness.
Move.
Let me go see what's really happening in Luliang Alley. If the pendant isn't there, I won't forgive them, Sheng He frowned. She looked at Ning Zheng, who was calm and steady, then at Ma Xiaohai, who seemed a little panicked. Something felt off. The problem must be in that alley. Let's go. We'll find the pendant and clear our names. Sheng He took Zhou Zhou and led the way. Ma Xiaohai's mother was anxious, pulling her son along. They quickly reached the place Ning Zheng mentioned, near Jinji County's town, not far from the county school. Ma Xiaohai walked here, feeling hopeless, and closed his eyes silently, praying in his heart that his mother wouldn't go inside. Brother Dahai, you are so kind to me. You've done so much for me. I will be loyal to you for the rest of my life. Everyone was blocking the door, not yet going in, when they heard a woman's voice from inside. This woman's voice was different from that of ordinary women. It sounded especially charming, making the men outside feel dizzy and enchanted. But from what the woman said, it seemed she already had a lover. What a pity! Ningzheng looked expressionless and directly kicked the door open. As the door swung open, the people of the Ma family froze in place. Dahai? Aren't you studying? My son, why are you here? Ma Xiaohai's mother, despite her face hurting, shouted out loud. Ma Dahai was her eldest son, only 17 years old. Last year, he passed the county exam, which caused a big fuss in the Ma family. Everyone in the family had high hopes for him, hoping he would become a scholar or even an official, bringing honor to the family. Because of such a good son, his mother held a high status at home. But she never expected to see her, good student, Ma Dahai, secretly meeting a woman here. The woman's dress was different from ordinary women. Her clothes were very revealing, and she had a flirtatious thin veil over her shoulders. It made people think of the unseemly women in brothels. When Ma Dahai saw the Ma family members, his face changed, and he instinctively tried to hide behind the door. But Ningzheng was quick and kicked a stone to block the door. Sheng He's eyes flashed with a dark light, and he had already made a conclusion about this matter. Ma Xiaohai's resistance to coming here was probably because he and Ma Dahai staged a scene of crying wolf, fearing they would be exposed. Looking closely, the woman was wearing Ma Xiaohai's gold necklace. Sheng He immediately grabbed Xiaohai's mother's hair and pushed her in front of the woman. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Take a good look at where your son's lost necklace is. Xiaohai's mother staggered and saw the gold necklace. She didn't care about anything else and reached out to grab the woman's neck. This is Brother Dahai's gift to me. Go away. The woman screamed and shyly hid in Ma Dahai's arms. Brother Dahai, I'm scared. You little troublemaker, let go of my son. Even though her son was at fault, little C mother couldn't bear to hit her talented son. Right now, she only resented this mysterious woman who had seduced her pure-hearted son. Little C mother raised her hand to slap the woman's face, but Ma Dahai quickly stepped forward to protect her. With a sharp sound, her hand slapped Ma Dahai's face instead. Little C mother was a bit panicked. Son, I didn't mean to hit you. I just saw this little troublemaker steal your brother's necklace, and I was worried. Stop talking. Ma Dahai was a little angry. That necklace wasn't stolen by Chun Nyang. I gave it to her. She's pregnant with my child. What? Little C mother was stunned. Chun Nyang, delicate and gentle, hid behind Ma Dahai, touching her belly, which was slightly swollen. Chun Nyang looked proud. My son, are you crazy? Little C mother couldn't believe it. You want to take exams and become a scholar. How can you have a child with this disgraceful woman? While little C mother and others argued about their eldest son, Sheng He grabbed Ma Xiaohai, who was hiding in the corner, and asked, You were resistant to coming here at first because you already knew the necklace wasn't lost, right? Your brother gave it to this woman. Ma Xiaohai, frightened by Sheng He's stern look, started crying loudly. Everyone's eyes turned to Ma Xiaohai. Under Sheng He's cold stare, he trembled and said, Yes, it was my brother's idea. He told me to frame Sheng Yinju. My brother said he wanted to give the pendant to Chun Yang to raise the baby. He said Sheng Yinju is the grandson of the county magistrate of Wuchuan, so he would pay more money to me. Shut up, little C mother interrupted her son urgently. Ma Dehai then focused on Sheng He and the others. It was shocking once you looked closely. Sheng Yinju's useless mother was one thing, but why were there so many men crowding around? Ma Dehai felt a cold shiver run from his feet to the top of his head. Little C mother protected her two sons behind her. She felt a bit guilty and said, Things are already like this. What more do you want? Sorry, is that enough? Little C mother was worried. She thought about her eldest son and another young troublemaker waiting for her to handle, which made her anxious. She wanted to quickly send Sheng He away. Do you think we in Wuchuan County are easy to bully? Be careful, or you'll cause trouble for yourself. Our son has suffered a lot because of you. Being pinched, grabbed, and beaten. We won't settle this until everything is clear. No one is leaving until then. Little C mother was speechless. Even if she was in the wrong, she couldn't just apologize to this poor group from Wuchuan County, could she? She said, Well, you also hit me just now. Aren't we even now? Sheng He was tired of arguing and made a clear demand. Even if we're even, you need to pay for my son's school fees, medical expenses, and emotional suffering, totaling 3 silver coins. Your son, Ma Xiaohai, must kneel and apologize. Ma Kun should go to the school and explain everything clearly, clearing my son's name. Only after I see these things done will this matter be settled. Sheng He looked sharp and commanding, giving off a strong presence. Ningzheng couldn't help but be drawn to her. This woman was focused and serious when treating patients, gentle and caring when comforting children, and brave when standing up against bullying. Ningzheng secretly admired her. However, the Ma family almost exploded in anger. 3 silver coins? That's all our family savings for half a year. Little C mother sneered. Impossible. Do you think your lowly family from Wuchuan County deserves us to kneel and apologize? Ma Dehai also hugged Chun Yang tightly. You are so rude. I just casually suggested something, which caused a dispute among the children. Now you want to go to the county school to clarify?
Ha!
Dream on. Earlier, the Ma family was noisy and chaotic, but now they seemed united again. Sheng He didn't have time to get angry this time. Ningzheng calmly spoke. Miss He has given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. It seems we can only settle this in court. Ma Dehai still acted arrogantly. Go report to the officials. Even if it comes to court, you have no witnesses or evidence. Don't think we Ma family are easily scared. Ningzheng ignored him and said loudly, Your Honor, you have heard the truth of the matter clearly, haven't you? When these words were spoken, not only the Ma family members, but even Sheng He did not expect that Ningzheng had such a backup plan. As soon as Ningzheng finished speaking, an old man stepped out of the door. He wore a black official hat and a blue official robe. This was Wang De, the county magistrate of Jinjixian. The Ma family members immediately froze in shock. They began to realize that this unknown man was not simple. They never expected he could directly invite the magistrate to listen in. Sheng He looked at Ningzheng with wide eyes. She truly didn't expect this man to be so thorough and decisive, acting quickly and mercilessly. Now, no matter how the Ma family tried to argue, it was useless. Lord Huai, I have already heard everything clearly. I understand what needs to be done, Wang De said respectfully to Ningzheng. People outside might not know, but Ningzheng's business and Jinjixian's industries have always cooperated. Wang De's achievements over the years relied heavily on Ningzheng. Not wanting to offend this big supporter, Wang De waved his hand and ordered, Bring those wicked and law-disregarding troublemakers away and put them in detention. The Ma family members lost their previous arrogance. They trembled and knelt down, begging for mercy. Sir, we know we were wrong. Please forgive us. Lord Huai, shall I go back to the official office to deal with these troublemakers? Wang De asked politely, ignoring their pleas. Ningzheng nodded slightly and calmly said, Thank you, Lord Wang. Wait a moment. Sheng He pulled Chu Chu forward and bowed to Wang De, speaking seriously. Lord Wang, the compensation conditions I mentioned earlier must be fulfilled by the Ma family. Moreover, my daughter's son was not only persecuted by the Ma family but also unfairly treated by the teachers at the county school. Such people are unworthy to be teachers. Please investigate this thoroughly. Wang Da's gaze briefly paused on Sheng He's face. He was slightly surprised. Could this be the daughter of Old Sheng, the magistrate of Wuchuan County? In terms of official achievements, Old Sheng couldn't compare to him. In family matters, Old Sheng only envied his beautiful wife, concubines, and the many children and grandchildren. But today, Sheng He gave him a different impression, less fiery and more composed than he had expected. And she was protected by the mysterious and wealthy Lord Huai.
Wang Da d'identidade di lei.
He quickly said, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and ensure justice for the innocent. Lord Wang quickly left with the tearful members of the Ma family. Only Sheng He, Zhou Zhou, and Ning Zheng remained in the yard. Sheng He bowed to Ning Zheng and said sincerely, Thank you for helping to bring down the unruly Ma family and for giving Zhou Zhou justice. Zhou Zhou also obediently bowed with her mother. Sheng Yunzhou thanks uncle for helping. Ning Zheng gently ruffled Zhou Zhou's hair and looked at Sheng He. Since you've helped so much, is a simple thank you enough? His voice was cheerful and playful, showing he was in a very good mood. Nearby, the young guard bay and looked wide-eyed. Young master, where is your usual cool and reserved attitude? Sheng He was thinking about how best to thank Ning Zheng when he suddenly came up with a good idea himself. Miss He is a great cook. Last time, Zhou Zhou ate your porridge and felt much better. How about this? One day, Miss He cooks a meal herself and invites me and Zhou Zhou to eat together. This request was reasonable and showed Sheng He sincere gratitude. Most importantly, Sheng He was genuinely starting to like Zhou Zhou, this adorable and obedient little girl. Sheng He happily agreed. Just then, Sun Minshun hurried over, followed by a group of brothers carrying shoulder poles. They had come to support Sheng He and Zhou Zhou, but they were late because the journey was long. Sun Minshun wiped his sweat and looked at Zhou Zhou, who was covered in minor injuries, with concern. Brother Zhou has suffered. We were late. With the crisis over, Sheng He smiled and said, Uncle Sun, the problem has been solved by this young Master Huai. We are already grateful that you came to help. Zhou Zhou's injuries were just some surface wounds. Sheng He promised, I'll apply medicine when we get home. He'll recover very quickly. Sun Minshun nodded, feeling relieved, and also thanked Ning Zheng for his brave help. On the way home in the ox cart, Sheng He held Zhou Zhou carefully in her arms, gently applying a pain relief and swelling-reducing ointment from her space. Baby, if I hurt you while putting on the medicine, just tell me, okay? Sheng He said softly. Mommy, Zhou Zhou isn't hurt. Zhou Zhou is sorry for causing trouble. Zhou Zhou lowered his head, looking sad. Seeing how sensible Zhou Zhou was, Sheng He loved this little obedient child even more. Zhou Zhou, you didn't do anything wrong. With Mommy here, I will always stand up for you against any unfairness. Porridge is not a burden to Mother. She considers her a treasure. After Magistrate Wang brought the Ma family members back to the office, he quickly confirmed that they had gathered to cause trouble, frame others, and bully children. Besides fulfilling the conditions set by Sheng He, several grown men from the Ma family who had tried to hurt Porridge were punished with 20 strokes each. They were beaten until their skin was torn, and they cried out in pain. Brothers Ma Dahai and Ma Shaohai lost their chance to study at the county school because of their bad behavior. Moreover, Ma Dahai had to clarify to all teachers and students that Porridge had not stolen anything. It was Ma Shaohai who had deliberately lied under his instructions. Ma Dahai lost face and also his qualification as a child scholar. Surprisingly and humorously, the courtesan Chun Nyang, fearing that her connection to the Ma family might bring trouble to herself, hurriedly revealed that the child in her belly was not Ma Dahai's. Ma Dahai then realized he was being cuckolded and almost fainted from shock. The Ma family's reputation was now ruined throughout the neighborhood. Of course, the teacher who had beaten Porridge without knowing the facts was also dismissed. He was biased, selfish, and no longer trusted by anyone as a teacher. He, who had enjoyed respect and comfort for most of his life, might now have to work in the fields to make a living. What made Sheng He happiest was that, as compensation, the county school had to return all the tuition fees Porridge had paid over the years. This made Sheng He, a little money-minded, very happy. Her small savings were now full, and she felt secure. However, Porridge, the poor child, had suffered a lot. His face and hands were covered with scars, which no amount of money could fix. Sheng Ziyuan was furious when he saw his grandson's injuries and couldn't speak for a long time. Sheng Jiang also felt heartbroken and wished he could beat the Ma family's villains and the county school teacher again to comfort Porridge. Sheng He was worried about Porridge's wound getting infected and causing a fever, so she took extra care of him. Every hour, she applied medicine to his wound. Since the wound couldn't get wet or be moved, Sheng He boiled pig bone soup and fed it to Porridge little by little. As Porridge ate, he saw his mother crying. Sheng He quickly stopped and wiped his tears with a handkerchief. "Little one, what's wrong? Does your wound still hurt badly?" Porridge shook her head. Since her arms couldn't move freely, she pressed her soft body close to Sheng He. "Mother is so kind to me. I'm really scared she will dislike me like before." Sheng He sighed with sympathy. The child is usually proud and steady, but she also becomes a little crybaby when she feels wronged. After all, she is just a 5-year-old kid. Sheng He gently comforted her a few words, then coaxed Porridge to finish her meal. She put the bowl away in the kitchen. Before reaching the kitchen, she overheard whispers. She looked through the window and saw the Chi mother and daughter hiding by the pot, secretly eating the pork bone soup made for Porridge. Chi was rude, holding a large bone with skin and meat, gnawing on it loudly and saying, "Finally, heaven has opened its eyes." The Ma family caused so much trouble, and now Sheng He and her son can suffer a bit. Yulon looked around and pulled out a piece of meat from the pot, sarcastically saying, "Exactly. Why don't the Ma family beat Sheng He along with it? Better to kill her." Such a pity. They were both greasy and looked pleased with themselves. Suddenly, Sheng He kicked the door open with a loud bang. Startled, Chi immediately hid the bone behind her back. Yulon, with her mouth full of meat, was so frightened she choked but dared not cough.
We
just couldn't sleep, so we came out." Chi tried to make excuses, but Sheng He ignored her and slapped her twice. Chi's head buzzed, and Yulon was worse off. Her mouth full of meat was slapped out. "If you can't sleep, just die." Sheng He's face was cold, and her eyes flashed with a terrifying light. "If I catch you gossiping or cursing behind my back again, I will cut out your tongues and feed them to the dogs." She was already annoyed today, and now they came to provoke her. Chi and Yulon trembled with fear, covering their faces and not daring to speak. They sobbed and hugged their heads, crying loudly. Sheng He paid no attention and turned to leave. The next day, Ning Zheng was invited to the Sheng family for a meal. Sheng Ziyuan and Sheng Jiang were very grateful and happy to hear Sheng He talk about how he helped Zhou Zhou out of kindness. Today, Ning Zheng looked less cold and wore a simple sky blue silk robe. He looked tall and gentle, like a bamboo, with a warm smile. He was holding Xiao Ziji's hand. After some care, Xiao Ziji no longer looked timid or sick. Now her cheeks were rosy and cute. When she saw Sheng Ziyuan and Sheng Jiang, she cheerfully greeted them. "Hello, Grandpa Sheng." "Hello, Uncle Sheng." The two men, one old and one young, saw such a sweet little girl and immediately smiled happily, speaking in a playful tone. "Oh, my little sweetheart. So adorable. Come in quickly." Meanwhile, Zhou Zhou was a bit shy around children his age. Since he was young, people often called him a little troublemaker. Some kids threw mud at him or used leaves to tease him. Zhou Zhou could only hide and avoid them. Sheng He was worried about how to help these two little ones get along. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ziji, like an angel, took the initiative to smile sweetly at Zhou Zhou and gently held his hand. "Hello, Zhou Zhou. My name is Ning Yunji. You can call me Ziji." Zhou Zhou's face turned red instantly, but he gathered his courage and said, Hello, Gigi. My mother has prepared delicious food. You and Uncle Huai are welcome to come to my house as guests. Wow, her little girl was starting to act a bit like a little lady. Sheng He couldn't help but smile at Ningzheng. Xiao Gigi then affectionately held Sheng He's hand again. I know. Aunt He's cooking is wonderful. Once you try it, you'll never forget it. Sheng He couldn't help but pinch the chubby cheeks of the little girl. Did Gigi put honey on her little mouth? Why does she speak so sweetly? Everyone laughed happily, and the lively group entered the house. Mother Chi and her daughter had been hungry for most of the day. They were leaning against the window, glaring at Sheng He. Mother, I'm starving. Sheng Yulan wailed. Mother Chi also rubbed her stomach. This little brat would be better off dead. Oh, if only I knew she was inviting guests for dinner today, I wouldn't have stolen food last night. How much good food was prepared for today's meal? But it seemed they wouldn't get a single bite. For this meal, Sheng He was busy working in the kitchen. She thought Ningzheng would be chatting with the two men at home, but when she turned her head, she saw him standing at the door. Ningzheng stepped forward and asked, Do you need any help? Sheng He chuckled softly. I didn't expect the big boss Huai to be interested in cooking. Ningzheng felt a bit awkward when Sheng He asked him that and rubbed his nose. He had never cooked himself, but compared to discussing national policies with Sheng Ziyuan or geography with Xing Jiang, he was more curious about what Sheng He was making. For some reason, he always felt Sheng He was full of surprises. Even a simple thank you banquet made him look forward to it. Ningzheng slowly walked over to Sheng He to see what delicious food he had prepared today. But when he looked, he was a little disappointed. What are you doing? Sheng He was pounding a sticky mixture in a mortar with a pestle, and it was unrecognizable as any original ingredient. It wasn't ugly, but it looked a bit like animal feed. This is called spicy pepper century egg, Sheng He said casually with a smile. It doesn't look great, but it goes well with rice and smells really good. I plan to eat 3 bowls of rice with it. After saying that, Sheng He added a spoonful of rich sauce into the mortar, and a salty, fragrant aroma wafted out. But Ningzheng still didn't believe this could taste good. All he could do was try not to disturb Sheng He's enthusiasm. He thought to himself, after dinner, I definitely won't touch this sticky stuff. But Sheng He had already seen through his thoughts. Calmly, he took a small steamed bun from his bowl, scooped a bite of the spicy pepper century egg mixture, and handed it directly to Ningzheng. Huai Yi, since it's your first time eating at my house, I don't know your taste preferences. Please try it first. Sheng He smiled like a clever little fox. Ningzheng wanted to refuse coldly, but seeing her expectant face, he couldn't help but accept the bun. He stared at the sticky thing inside the bun for a while, then finally gathered his courage and took a big bite. In that moment, the rich, fragrant flavor flooded his taste buds. The soft, spicy, sticky texture complemented the dry, fragrant bun perfectly, making his appetite soar. Ningzheng couldn't help but finish the small bun wrapped with the spicy pepper century egg in a few bites, still immersed in the fresh, spicy, and numbing taste. How does it taste? Sheng He asked. Ningzheng didn't expect himself to enjoy the dish so quickly. He nodded and praised, Miss He is very skilled. This dish looks simple, but it tastes so good, I can't stop eating. Sheng He's eyes curved into 2 crescent moons, happy to hear Ningzheng's praise. The last dish was spicy preserved egg with pepper. After plating, Sheng He called everyone to eat. The Chi mother and daughter were punished and couldn't eat all day. They could only swallow their saliva and watch the fragrant food being served. That was such a big torture. At the dinner table, Sheng He was the first to raise her cup and speak. A few days ago, Zhu Zhu was treated unfairly at school. Luckily, Lord Huai helped, and the bad guys were dealt with quickly.
It's really satisfying.
Lord Huai, as Zhu Zhu's mother, I toast you. Sheng He used tea instead of wine. After drinking, she started to introduce the dishes. The main dish is coconut chicken. The side dishes are stir-fried green peppers with gluten, spicy preserved egg with pepper, oyster sauce lettuce, and a special cold pickled vegetable. There weren't many dishes because it was a year of famine, and ingredients were scarce in ancient times. Sheng He had thought hard to prepare such a big table. She first served each of the two children a bowl of rich coconut chicken soup. Gigi was elegant and gentle, took a small sip of the soup, and immediately her big round eyes lit up. "It's so delicious," Gigi praised loudly. Juju was confident in her mother's cooking. Hearing Gigi praise her, she was even happier than if she was praised herself. She also picked up her small bowl and drank happily. Ningzheng saw the two children enjoying the soup so much, so he also served a small bowl of soup and meat. Before eating, the fragrant, sweet aroma hit him. Ningzheng picked up a piece of chicken and took a bite. The meat was tender, the broth sweet, and the coconut flavor strong. Everyone in Sheng's family was instantly captivated by the taste. "Here, how did you make this dish? Dad is so old, and he's never tasted chicken like this before," Sheng Ziyuan asked curiously. Sheng he couldn't say she found the recipe online or bought ingredients like coconut milk at the market. She just chuckled and said, "It's just some rough homemade food I came up with. I'm glad you like it." The stir-fried green peppers with gluten is so delicious, even more fragrant than meat. Sheng Jiang had already finished half a bowl of rice and exclaimed that it was spicy and satisfying. Sheng Ziyuan studied the pickled vegetables for a long time. When he took a bite, it was crispy, sweet, sour, and spicy, with the salty aroma of chili oil making him very hungry. Where did this pickled vegetable come from? Sheng Ziyuan couldn't figure out how a white radish could be turned into such a tasty dish. It was even better than dried radish strips hanging on the wall. Sheng he pointed to some plain jars stacked on the wall. "Look, it's in those jars. I learned this recipe from an old lady passing by." Sheng Ziyuan was surprised and wide-eyed. He couldn't believe that those jars he had ignored could hold such delicious food. He felt proud of his daughter's cooking talent. At the dinner table, he couldn't help but show off by serving 2 more bowls of rice and praising simple dishes like lettuce with oyster sauce. Ningzheng looked at Sheng He thoughtfully, knowing she was more complex than she seemed. He took the initiative to serve Sheng He some vegetables and said kindly, "Today, Miss He, you worked hard in the kitchen. Eat more vegetables." Sheng He smiled sweetly at him, thanked him politely, and then happily ate her meal. After finishing the meal, only clean plates remained on the table. Although there was no fancy meat today, Ningzheng felt he hadn't enjoyed such fragrant and unique food in a long time. After eating, Sheng Ziyuan had to handle official matters. Sheng Jiang volunteered to clear the dishes, while Sheng He took care of the children and hosted Ningzheng. The 2 kids, Zhou Zhou and Gigi, had become good friends. After eating, they squatted by the grass nest, watching the chicks wobble and chirp. Zhou Zhou said to his new sister, "This is a little chick my mom gave me. When they first came to my house, they were fluffy and golden. Now their feathers have changed color, and they've grown bigger. They chirp all day long. When they grow up a bit more, they'll lay eggs. You're so small and thin. I'll ask my mom to make you some sesame egg custard." Although the 2 children were the same age, Zhou Zhou thought of himself as a brave big brother and always wanted to take care of Gigi. "Thank you, brother Zhou Zhou. You're so amazing, having so many cute chicks." Gigi looked at him with admiration and envy. Ningzheng watched the 2 children together, feeling very emotional. If the emperor's older brother and sister-in-law were still alive, they would surely be very happy to see these 2 healthy and smart children. Sheng He carried a glass of lemon water over. She had bought fresh lemon slices from the market, which made the water taste refreshing and less greasy. "Master Huai, please have some water." Just as Sheng He was about to hand the lemon water to Ningzheng, a sweet and sticky voice spoke first. "Young Master Huai, Yulan specially prepared some light detox tea for you. Please enjoy." Yulan was so eager that she used the excuse of serving tea to the guests to walk around the dining table. It would be great if she could secretly take some leftover food home. When Sheng He brought the tea to Ningzheng, she froze in place, completely forgetting about sneaking food. Oh heavens! How can there be someone so handsome in the world? His features, his aura. He is simply perfect. Suddenly, she remembered that this, Master Huai, was a wealthy and influential man, with a fortune beyond measure and generous with his wealth. Yulan instantly felt jealous. Why could Xinghe, a girl with no reputation, talk and laugh with him? Yulan held back her excitement, shyly and timidly offering the tea to Ningzheng. To her surprise, Ningzheng didn't even look at Yulan. He directly took the plain water from Shenghe's hand and said to her, "Thank you for your effort. There's nothing else I need right now. You can leave." Yulan was stunned at first, then realized what had happened. Her smile almost shattered. He actually thought she was Shenghe's maid. This was a huge insult. She had been pampered since childhood, and only recently had Shenghe forced her to do chores. How could she be treated like a lowly maid? Shenghe looked at Yulan coldly. "Who told you to come out and make a scene?" Some people seem to lack self-awareness. They don't even look at what they are, coming out to embarrass themselves. Yulan's face lost all color. She glared fiercely at Shenghe in her mind, then swallowed her anger and left quietly. Ningzheng took a sip of the lemon water Shenghe had poured. The fresh, fragrant fruit flavor instantly refreshed his mouth, and he couldn't help but drink it all. "What kind of tea is this? It doesn't seem like regular tea," Ningzheng asked curiously. Shenghe sat beside him with a smile and said, "This is called lemon water. I accidentally found this fruit on the mountain. When used to make water, it makes the taste sweet and refreshing, perfect for after a meal to soothe the stomach. In summer, putting lemon water in the ice cellar makes it even more cooling and helps relieve the heat." Ningzheng raised an eyebrow, noticing that this woman always had such interesting ideas. He looked at Shenghe kindly and said, "Miss He is clever and skilled, not only in medicine but also in cooking. She has the courage and boldness to do business. I believe you will do great things in the future." Ningzheng usually appeared cold and distant, like a handsome iceberg. Shenghe didn't expect him to praise her like this. She immediately became interested, blinking playfully and teasing him. "Huayi, do you already know how good I am? Or did you only realize I am so smart after eating my cooking?" Ningzheng casually picked up a book from the table, gently patted Shenghe's head, and chuckled. "Don't be proud." "How could I be proud? I am working hard to earn money and support my family, but Muchuan County is too poor and business is hard. So I need to strengthen my current business first. Selling ink and perfume in the northern region is my first step, and there are endless possibilities in the future." When Shenghe talked about her career, her beautiful eyes sparkled. Ningzheng couldn't help but be drawn to her star-like gaze. Uncomfortable, he looked away and suddenly realized that the book in his hand looked familiar. Isn't this the Geography of Foreign Lands he wrote years ago while guarding the border? That was many years ago. "Do you really like King Dinghuai's book?" Ningzheng pointed at the book, asking cautiously. Shenghe nodded. "Yes, this book describes the geography and customs of the northern region in great detail. It was based on King Dinghuai's observations when he was guarding the border. Now I've started a business trading goods in the northern region, and this book is very important to me." Ningzheng nodded silently with a smile. But Shenghe couldn't help but start talking more, praising the unknown King Dinghuai. King Dinghuai not only defends against enemies and stabilizes the country, but he is also talented. His writings are well known among students and can help merchants like us. He's truly great. It's just a pity. Unfortunately, I cannot meet him in person. I heard he is a very handsome and charming man." Ningzheng smiled slightly, feeling a strange tug in his heart. He said, "If he were here now and heard your sincere praise, he would be very happy." Shenghe sighed sadly. People who have passed away can't come back. There are no what-ifs in this world. Ningzheng was silent. He wanted to say something but couldn't for now. Shenghe and Ningzheng sat on bamboo chairs talking. The two little children ran around in the yard, playing and laughing happily. Shenghe rarely saw Zhu so cheerful. She couldn't help but smile and said to Ningzheng, "Lord Huai, you're right. These two kids get along well and look alike. They both have round heads, big bright eyes, and are just adorable." Ningzheng looked at the children and his expression softened. "Yes, they look very much alike. Like real siblings." Shenghe pouted. She had hoped that Ji, being so obedient and cute, could someday be her daughter-in-law. But Ningzheng's words shattered that hope. However, Sheng-He thought about it carefully and felt relieved. Ji was clearly the cherished daughter of her family, with her uncle running big business and holding a household registration in the capital. That was not something Zhu, a little boy, could aspire to. Zhu, you need to work harder. Study well, and aim to become top scholar someday so you can marry a good wife. In her past life, Sheng-He never had children, but now she found herself worrying about them all the time. Seeing Sheng-He staring at Zhu with a dreamy look, Ningzheng asked, after what happened at Ma's family, do you still plan to send your son to the county school in Jinjing County? Sheng-He had thought about this carefully. She shook her head. I don't want to send Zhu to that place again, to avoid bringing back bad memories. I want to give him a relaxed, happy, and warm environment to grow up in. As for who would be his future husband, she had her own plans. But first, she needed to ask Zhu what he thought. The child's opinion was the most important. Ningzheng agreed. Good. If you or Zhu face any difficulties, remember to tell me. I will do my best to help. Seeing Ningzheng's serious expression, Sheng-He couldn't help but test him a little and asked, Lord, why are you always this kind to all your business partners? Ningzheng hesitated for a moment, unsure how to answer the question. Just then, Ji pulled Zhou happily over, showing Ningzheng the small dragonfly she caught. Uncle Five, look. Brother Zhou caught this dragonfly for me. Ji giggled, her cute face full of happiness. Ningzheng butted his head. Ji, it's time for us to go home. The smile on Ji's face suddenly disappeared. She pouted and hugged Sheng-He, looking reluctant. Aunt Sheng, I want to play with Brother Zhou a little longer. Can you help me persuade Uncle Five? Sheng-He crouched down, hugging Ji's soft little body, pinching her chubby cheeks. How could he refuse such a cute girl? Then, Ningzheng felt two girls, one big and one small, looking at him eagerly. For the first time, Ningzheng felt a bit overwhelmed. He sighed helplessly but with a smile, finally softening and nodding. Sheng Jiang finished tidying up the dishes in the kitchen. Passing by the yard, he saw Sheng-He and Ningzheng playing happily with Zhou and Ji, a warm and joyful scene. He scratched his head. Something about this scene felt a little off. This was truly a happy family of four. Suddenly, Sheng Jiang's alarm bells went off. This Huaiyi was handsome and wealthy, and he had helped Zhou. Which girl wouldn't be moved by such a good young man? Everyone could admire him, but his sister was definitely off limits. His sister had no other faults, except that she loved to fall for men and cause chaos, making the family messy. Now that his sister was finally getting a bit normal, he didn't want her to go back to her old, terrible self. Of course, no other man should try to take advantage of his sister. Sheng Jiang secretly watched their every move from behind the door. If he saw any signs of romantic feelings between them, he would rush out immediately to cut it off. But after watching for a while, he saw that Sheng-He didn't do anything inappropriate, and Ningzheng was polite and gentle, with no suspicion of taking advantage or misbehaving. Still, Sheng Jiang didn't let go of his doubts. He planned to find a good opportunity to give his sister a serious talk, making sure she wouldn't be blinded by any man again. He silently gave himself a big thumbs up. Having such a good younger brother like him, his sister should just enjoy it quietly. Sheng Yulan was very hurt when Ningzheng mistook her for a careless maid. She ran to Qi's house and cried loudly. Qi was angry and upset, but didn't dare to argue with Sheng-He. Instead, she went to her second sister-in-law's house to vent her feelings. Oh, you don't know. Sheng-He really wants to be mean to me. Qi patted her thigh, tears and snot running down her face. She won't let me and my daughter eat together, and she shamelessly brought a man home, happily cooking for him. You see, she's usually so lazy, always making me cook for her. Today, she seems busy and hardworking. All for that man. Since the incident in Zaoer village, the second sister-in-law still hadn't recovered. Her two front teeth were missing, and she spoke with a lisp. But she was too ashamed to complain openly about being beaten by villagers after stirring trouble. She could only swallow her pain. She claimed that one night, she tripped while going to the bathroom and fell badly, which left her in her current state. However, She never forgot that Sheng He was responsible for her misfortune. This little brat. She's gotten bold now. She's learned to form cliques and is even trying to attract other men, the second sister-in-law stammered. One day, I will make Sheng He regret everything. As the sun set and birds returned to their nests, the day's happiness came to an end. Ningzheng, holding Gigi, sat tall on his horse and waved goodbye to Sheng He before riding away quickly. Mother, Uncle Huai is so amazing. He can read and write, his martial arts are good, and he can ride a horse. I want to be like him someday. Gigi looked up seriously and said to Sheng He. Sheng He crouched down gently and asked softly, Gigi, I want to ask you, do you still want to go to the county school in Jinjixian to study? Hearing her mother's question, Gigi's eyes dimmed. She pinched her small hands and said, Mother, I don't want to go back, but I still want to study. Undoubtedly, the incident with the Ma brothers had left a big psychological scar on Gigi. If Sheng He forced her to go back, it would greatly affect her learning. Sheng He said, Gigi, how about we find a different teacher? What do you think? Change the teacher. Gigi's eyes lit up. The next day, Sheng He took Chaochu, carrying a basket of apprentice fruits, and rode a ox cart back to Zaoa village. Sheng He arrived at He Jinhua's small grass hut. When He Jinhua saw Sheng He and her son, she was so happy she seemed like she saw her own niece or nephew. Miss He, you came all this way and brought so many things for me. Is this your son? Oh, what a handsome little boy. He Jinhua praised warmly and quickly took an wild chicken egg with mugwort leaves from the pot to give to Chaochu to eat. These were the eggs Sheng He found last time she visited. Sheng He looked around the small grass hut, which was now more solid and pretty after repairs. It seemed Jinhua was living quite well. Jinhua, who is visiting us? A man's voice came from another room. It was Xie Xian, who had been injured before. It's Miss He, Jinhua called out eagerly, then stood up to help Xie Xian, who was still a bit unsteady. I came today because I have something to discuss with Xie Xian. I want to go inside and find him so he doesn't move around too much and hurt his wound, Sheng He said with a smile. Oh, okay. Jinhua nodded quickly and led Sheng He into the room. Xie Xian was sitting on a thick straw mat by the window, leaning against the wall. In his left hand was a copy of the Analects, and in his right hand was a wooden stick. He was drawing and writing on the ground. When he saw Sheng He hurried to stand up but was stopped by Sheng He, who pressed his shoulder and signaled him to sit down. Ah, Xian, I came today because I need to talk to you. I want to ask for your help, Sheng He said softly. Xie Xian, who owed Sheng He his life, was very happy to have a chance to repay her. He quickly said, as long as I can help Miss He, I will do it without hesitation. Sheng He smiled and pulled Chaochu in front of Xie Xian. My son is 5 years old. He just started learning. He was studying at the county school in Jinjing County, but a few days ago, something happened. He was bullied. After this happened, our family decided not to send him to other counties for school anymore. We haven't found a suitable teacher for him yet, so, although Xie Xian was now down on his luck, he was still a scholar. His knowledge was stored in his mind and could be shared at any time. Miss He, do you mean? I should be the little young master's teacher? Xie Xian asked, a bit surprised. Zhou sat properly and bowed to Xie Xian. Mr. Xie, there's no need to call me little young master. My full name is Shengyin Zhou, and my nickname is Zhou. A teacher for a day is a father for life. If you are willing to teach me, I will study hard and follow your guidance. Previously, Zhou's teacher was just an old scholar who hadn't passed the imperial exam in many years. But Mr. Xie, being young and already a scholar, shows how outstanding he is. Zhou is very eager to have Xie Xian as his teacher. Xie Xian looked at the boy from head to toe. He appeared honest and serious, speaking in a calm and proper way, which made people like him instantly. However, Xie Xian had never been a teacher before and was worried about teaching poorly. Unexpectedly, Sheng He generously said, Ah Xian, if you are willing to teach my Zhou, I can ask my father in Wuchuan County to give you a chance to continue the imperial exams. When Xie Xian heard Sheng He's offer, his eyes lit up. It was a very generous offer. For him, Being able to continue taking the imperial exams was a very precious opportunity. Xie Xian was very tempted, but he couldn't agree just because of his own wishes. He had to be responsible. He said seriously, "Miss Sheng, I'm not sure if I am qualified to teach Zhou Zhou well. I think I should first give him a test to see his level, and then we can get used to each other." Sheng He nodded in agreement. "I trust you, Ah Xian. Since I chose you, I believe you can be a good teacher for Zhou Zhou." Xie Xian's eyes showed a little sparkle. He nodded earnestly. "Miss Sheng, I will do my best to help Zhou Zhou with his studies." Zhou Zhou was happy to have a new teacher, but he also felt more pressure. Because Xie Xian said he would test him, he worried he might not be good enough. So he worked even harder on studying and practicing calligraphy. Zhou Zhou was a smart and hardworking boy. Recently, Sheng He had been burning several candles with tung oil, but they still weren't enough for him to read at night. Gradually, Sheng He started to worry. If Zhou Zhou kept going like this, wouldn't he hurt his eyes? Besides, children should develop in all areas: moral, intellectual, physical, and artistic. How could they just focus on studying? One day, Gigi came to visit Zhou Zhou to play. Sheng He called Zhou Zhou over from his desk and softly asked, "Zhou Zhou, are you feeling very nervous about Mr. Xie's test?" Zhou Zhou nodded and said, "This is the teacher my mother personally found for me. I can't let my mother or the teacher down." Sheng He knew that Zhou Zhou was a sensible child, but he didn't expect him to put so much pressure on himself. He gently touched his face and said, "Zhou Zhou, there's a saying. Big exams are for fun, small exams are for fun, and no exams mean no fun. Our knowledge comes from daily practice, not last-minute cramming. You should show Mr. Xie your true abilities, right?" Zhou Zhou suddenly understood and blushed as he nodded. Sheng He then pulled up the little girl Gigi, who was sitting on a small stool, playing with a chick. "Isn't my sister interested in playing house and making pretend food? Today, let's make real food. How about that?" Gigi cheered happily and threw herself into Sheng He's arms. Yay! Sheng He secretly took out some low-gluten flour, butter, and powdered sugar from her space, and she, Zhou Zhou, and Gigi started making the simplest cookies. This was their first time practicing in the kitchen, and both children looked very excited. First, we beat the fragrant butter until it becomes fluffy and white, like feathers. Sheng He demonstrated while guiding the children, who were full of enthusiasm. The two kids, despite their small size, did a surprisingly good job making the cookies. After helping them add the powdered sugar, Sheng He taught them how to beat the eggs and knead the dough. "Sheng Auntie, what are cookies?" Gigi asked with big eyes. Sheng He didn't rush to explain. Instead, she gently pinched the little girl's nose, turning her into a small white-nosed kitten. "Cookies are something you make and taste to really understand," Sheng He said with a smile. Gigi giggled happily and imitated Sheng He, dotting a small white spot on Zhou Zhou's nose. Zhou Zhou was focused on kneading the dough when his mischievous sister interrupted him. He lightly scolded, "You little troublemaker," but his face was full of a bright, happy smile. After the dough was ready, Sheng He taught the children how to shape small animals like rabbits, lambs, and Peppa Pig. The two kids were very excited, often asking Sheng He to guess what animals they had made. Sheng He smiled softly and patiently answered their questions. This was the kind of carefree, joyful education that children should enjoy. Once the shapes were all made, the baking was left to Sheng He, the adult. The two children went to the yard to feed the chickens and wait for the fragrant cookies to be ready. Soon, the entire Sheng family was filled with a strong smell of milk and caramel. Gigi's mouth was watering, eager to taste the delicious cookies right away. Even the usually reserved Zhou couldn't help but keep swallowing nervously. Mrs. Qi and Sheng Yulan were also drawn out of the house by the tempting aroma. After 2 days of hunger, they dared not slack off, but they still ate like starving ghosts at mealtime. Sheng He wished she could send these two foodies away. At this moment, they could smell the delicious scent from afar. "Big sister, what's this? It smells so good." Sheng Yulan kept swallowing and kept her eyes fixed on the golden, crispy cakes in Sheng He's hand. Mrs. Qi was even more eager. She reached out to try to grab one. Sheng He gently pushed her hand away and said calmly, These are snacks made by the two kids themselves. If you want to eat, buy the ingredients and make them yourself. Don't be cheeky and try to from the children. Yulan was always lazy and fond of eating. When she heard she had to do it herself, she immediately pouted and walked away. Mrs. Chi felt very unbalanced. In the past, she and her daughter couldn't get what they wanted to eat in this family. Life seemed to be getting worse and worse. Mrs. Chi watched helplessly as he brought a big plate of cookies to Zhou and Gigi. Gigi cheered happily when she saw the small cookies, while Zhou first picked one up and fed it to Xinghe, saying, "Mom, you eat first." Xinghe took a bite. The sweet aroma of the cookie instantly filled her mouth. She nodded and said, super delicious." Zhou and Gigi eagerly grabbed the crispy, fluffy cookies, eating happily and occasionally praising them. The cookies contained butter, milk, and eggs, making them both tasty and nutritious. Moreover, these were homemade cookies, so they felt especially precious and proud. After the two children tasted the cookies, he encouraged them to share their treats with the neighbor children. Gigi was cheerful and quickly accepted His suggestion. Zhou, more shy, was led by Gigi, and the two of them went out hand in hand. Mrs. Chi saw all this and was so angry her face almost twisted. She turned around and left the house, heading to talk to Aunt Heirloom. "That girl from the Leaf family really made me so angry today. Xinghe is getting more and more unreasonable. I've never seen a woman so wasteful. You don't know, today she somehow got a bag of fine flour and she added sugar, oil, and eggs to make snacks for the children. It's one thing to make snacks for the kids, but she even shared them with the dirty, ragged children of the neighbors in town. What kind of harvest is this? No matter how much grain we have, it can't stand her wasting it like this. The little money we have at home, she controls it all. It really pains me to see it. Sooner or later, she'll spend all our money. But she's the young lady of the master's family, and I'm just a stepmother. I dare not complain openly." Mrs. Chi pretended to care about the household, looking helpless and pitiful. Her words made Aunt Erlin feel both sour and angry. Xinghe really has money. If her son had married her, wouldn't all that money belong to their Lu family? She was furious and said, "I'm not afraid of her. I will teach her a lesson someday, so she'll learn that experience makes a person wiser." After saying that, she stood up and went to see what Xinghe was up to now. Xinghe brought Zhou and Gigi to the big locust tree at the alley entrance. The shady spot under the tree is the favorite place for children. Unfortunately, this year's drought has caused the locust tree to not sprout new leaves. Even though spring has long arrived, it still looks like it's about to die. Like the big locust tree, the children in Wanchuan County are also hungry because of poor harvests. They sit in rows under the shade, bored and hungry, playing with mud and catching ants. Suddenly, a younger child sniffed the air with his eyes closed, then kept drooling. He excitedly tugged at the older child's sleeve. "Brother, what smells so good?" The older child patted his brother's head, about to say he must be starving. But then he caught a whiff of the delicious aroma in the air, which made his stomach growl. He looked up and saw that the county magistrate's daughter was walking over with her little wild child. No, her son. Looking closer, Zhou was carrying a plate of strange-looking food. That food was giving off a tempting smell, making everyone's mouth water. The older child had never spoken to Zhou before. He was too shy to ask Zhou for a taste of the food, so he just licked his fingers and then squatted on the ground, wringing his clothes. But his younger brother couldn't hold back anymore. He stood up quickly and ran over happily to greet Zhou. "Brother Zhou, what are you holding in your hand?" Encouraged by Xinghe's gaze, Zhou confidently explained, "This is a small cookie my mother taught us to make." "Go Dan, do you want to try it?" "Yes." Go Dan was very happy and answered loudly. Zhou let him pick 2 small cookies and handed them to him. Go Dan's older brother, Go Zhuang, didn't have time to stop him. He saw his brother already stuffing the cookies into his mouth. Go family's mother often told the children not to talk to the county magistrate's daughter. She said she was crazy and flirtatious, and that the children might be led astray. She hadn't watched him closely enough, and now Go Dan had eaten what someone else had given him. Go Dan chewed the cookies quickly, and his big eyes started to fill with tears. Go Zhuang was worried and thought the cookies might be poisonous, making his brother feel unwell. He reached out to try to take the cookies from his brother's mouth. But Go Dan turned his face away and loudly said, "It's so delicious. Brother, I've never eaten anything this good before." Before Go Zhuang could react, his younger brother pushed the remaining cookies into his mouth with his small hand. Go Zhuang chewed a couple of bites and felt the crispy, fragrant taste. He wished he could swallow his tongue. Only then did Go Zhuang realize he had misunderstood Zhou. His face turned red as he pulled his brother aside, feeling a bit embarrassed. Other children, smelling the delicious aroma, came over eagerly, staring longingly at Zhou and Ji with the small cookies. Zhou and Ji weren't stingy. They shared the cookies with each child one by one. Go Zhuang's father, Go Daqiang, had just come back from working in the fields. Seeing his two sons eagerly gathered around Xinghe, his face darkened. He grabbed one of the children and pulled him into the house. He was shouting loudly, "Go away." Several months ago, the county magistrate's daughter almost caused your mother and the baby in your mother's belly to die. Now you're still hanging around with their family. I'll break your legs. Xinghe was stunned by his words. Then he remembered a troublemaker from before he traveled here. 8 or 9 months ago, Go Daqiang's wife, Sufin, proudly announced to the neighbors that she was pregnant. At that moment, the original owner passing by accidentally stepped on Go Zhuang's toy slingshot. The original owner, who dislikes dogs and is quite rude, not only refused to apologize but also scolded the children for being nosy. She pushed Go Zhuang and tried to walk away. Sufin was bending down to sweep leaves at the gate when she saw her son being bullied and hurried over to protect him. However, the original owner not only refused to back down but also scowled and started bullying Sufin along with her. She hit Go Zhuang hard, not caring that Sufin was pregnant, nearly causing her harm. It was only when Sheng Ziyuan arrived just in time that he calmly took Xinghe home. This incident was clearly the original owner's fault. Xinghe sighed, feeling frustrated that she, as a person from another time, had to bear all the blame. She decided to find a good chance to honestly apologize later. Zhou and Ji were still sharing snacks with the children. The kids, shy but happy, took the small cookies from the siblings' hands and gratefully thanked them before happily eating. Xinghe felt very pleased seeing Zhou's bright smile and her growing cheerful personality. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a group of about 8 or 9-year-old boys rushed over. They snatched the cookies from Zhou's plate and stuffed them into a cloth bag. The situation happened so fast that he almost couldn't react in time. Unbelievable. They were bullying right in front of her and stealing openly. Zhou quickly responded and, not willing to back down, protected her sister Ji behind her. She grabbed the boy who was stealing the cookies and shouted, "What are you doing? Stealing from others will get you in trouble." The leader of the boys, not afraid, broke free from Zhou's grip and shoved some cookies into his mouth from the bag. "Stealing your stuff? Is this yours? Did your mother teach you to do this?" With her attitude, she probably can't teach you anything. It's obvious you're the ones who stole it. Exactly. Your mother is a thief.
Ugh.
The leader was Hu Dalong, whose father was a notorious troublemaker in town. Like his father, Hu Dalong had a gang of little followers and spent his days causing trouble around the town. These young troublemakers, being so young, were hard for the authorities to control. They spent their days stealing, teasing animals, and causing chaos. Xinghe didn't tolerate these unruly kids. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed Hu Dalong's cheeks, and gave him 2 taps on the back of his neck.
Wow.
Hu Dalong still didn't understand what was happening. With a loud cry, he spat out all the sweet cookie crumbs in his mouth. His sudden spitting scared all his little followers. "Is this something you can mess up with what my daughter made?" Xinghe grabbed Hu Dalong by the back of his neck, twisted his hands behind his back, and shouted, "You usually get away with misbehaving because your parents spoil you. Today, I will teach you a lesson." Hu Dalong shouted loudly, but Xinghe held him tightly and couldn't move. Sheng He kicked a little follower who looked scared and said, "Go, call Humazi, Hu Dalong's father, to come and take him. Otherwise, this isn't over." And Air and Chi just arrived under the big locust tree. Seeing what was happening, Aunt Air said with disdain, "Chi, look at this woman. She's causing so much trouble over such a small matter about the children. Is this town going to be peaceful at all?" But Chi was actually hoping Sheng He would make a bigger fuss. Hu Mazi was a troublemaker, and his wife was a quarrelsome woman. They weren't easy to deal with. It was said that once Hu Mazi and his wife went to steal chickens from a neighbor in the middle of the night. They ended up in court over it, and Sheng Ziyuan couldn't do anything about them. Sheng He was really bold to catch someone's child. Now she's going to face the consequences. When Humazi heard his son was being bullied, he immediately came with his wife. The scene was quite lively. Under the big locust tree, a crowd had gathered. Young people who liked to watch the excitement even sat on the branches, afraid they'd miss anything interesting. Seeing his son unable to straighten up and crying out in pain in Sheng He's hands, Humazi and his wife hurried over angrily. "Sheng, don't think just because you're the county magistrate's daughter you can do whatever you want. Let go of my son right now, do you hear me?" Sheng He looked at Humazi and his wife calmly, not hurried. Humazi had a rough face with a lot of flesh, looking intimidating. His wife was tall and thin, with high cheekbones and thin lips, looking mean. Both of them stared fiercely at Sheng He. But Sheng He was not afraid. This was Mu County, her father's territory. A shout could bring support. Today, she wouldn't let anyone bully her. Sheng He said, "Humazi, your son today stole things and even spilled over onto me. I worked hard to make food for the children and you all ruined it. If we don't settle this today, your son won't get his hands back." Mazi's wife loved her son very much. Seeing Hu Dalong trapped in Sheng He's hands, she felt her heart ache. She shouted angrily, "You shameless little troublemaker. Do you think I gave you face? It's just a few broken snacks. Do you have to be so stingy?" Sheng He raised an eyebrow. "Yes, I am stingy, but your family is generous." "Fine, the cookies your son ruined, I'll take 50 coins for them. Pay me back and I promise your son will go home with you safe and sound." 50 coins, Humazi sneered. "Sheng, don't think I'm afraid of you just because I'm a woman." Sheng He puffed out his chest and stepped forward 3 steps. "If you're brave, hit me."
Come on.
"Hit my face. There are witnesses here. If you punch me, I guarantee my father will make sure you spend the rest of your life in jail." Who doesn't have a good father? Humazi didn't dare to do that. After all, old Sheng had been an official for many years. The townspeople knew what kind of person he was. He couldn't control what people did in the town, stealing chickens or bullying the weak, but if anyone dared to hurt his daughter, he would fight to the death to get justice. Humazi wiped his face. He had been a troublemaker for years, but now he was being bullied by an even more troublemaking woman. Mazi's wife was so anxious, she kept pinching her husband's arm. "What are you standing there for? Our son is suffering so much. You should save him." Just then a woman from the crowd, second sister-in-law, who was known for her sharp tongue, suddenly stepped forward and said sarcastically, "Let's not talk about De Long wasting food. Just look at the county magistrate's daughter. She's rich. Our families all eat plain food, but she's mixing fine flour with oil, salt, and sugar, baking and cooking. Look at her life. She's living like a princess. Meanwhile, we're all hungry and thin, and she's just playing with dough." These words caused a lot of discussion among the crowd. Mazi's wife heard this and immediately turned her eyes, then fell to the ground, pretending to be pitiful. "Poor us common folks. Not only does heaven not give us a way to live, but we also get squeezed by the officials. Tell me, we're all people. Why does the county magistrate live so well? He must be stealing from us, the common people, pretending to be a kind person, giving out food everywhere, but in fact, he's just taking from us. Bah! Fake kindness. This kind of tactic, pretending to retreat to advance, easily resonates with poor common folk." The surrounding voices grew louder, and Cece worried that her mother couldn't control the situation. She nervously tugged at Xinghe's clothes. Gigi was also worried. She whispered to Xinghe, "Auntie Xinghe, don't be afraid. My Uncle Wu is very powerful. Should I call him to help you?" Xinghe remained calm. She patted the children's heads, then looked coldly at Mozi's wife and said, "Don't bark so impatiently. The money I used to buy flour is my own earnings. I now know medicine and can treat illnesses and save lives. The money I spend is clean and honest. Besides, what kind of official is my father? You don't need to nag here. My father knows what he's doing, and the people do too. If you and second sister-in-law don't like me or my father, you can go tell the magistrate. Get my father removed from his position and drive our family out of Wuchuan County. Do you not understand how poor Wuchuan County is? Besides my father, who else would want to be a county magistrate with no money and no face? He only acts like a grandson in front of the magistrate to reduce your taxes. When you lose chickens and cows, he pays out of his own pocket to help. This spring, the government gave fewer seed subsidies, but my family still spent money to buy good seeds for you. I want to see, besides my father, what other good officials can do this much?" Second sister-in-law and Mozi's wife listened to her words and just found it funny. Look at this young lady, so proud and confident. Do they really think someone values their family as a treasure? Mozi's wife sneered. "Oh, my young lady, do you think we common folks can't survive without your family?" Second sister-in-law also crossed her arms and laughed mockingly, her face full of sarcasm. "You say you can cure illnesses? Do you think anyone will believe that just because you open your mouth?" Just as the second aunt finished speaking, the crowd erupted with chatter. A lively woman loudly declared, "I can vouch that Miss Sheng, he knows how to heal. My sister from Zaoer village had her son's leg caught in a trap, and Miss Sheng, he miraculously cured him. Yes, I heard about that too. Not only did she cure that family, but she also saved a little child who was very sick. The old doctor said the child couldn't be saved, but Miss Sheng, he worked her magic and healed him. Is she really that amazing? Next time, I want her to examine my mother. She's bedridden. Since the second aunt was beaten by people from Zaoer village, she had been resting at home. Unknown to her, Aunt Yanghua, who had a loudspeaker, had already spread the story of Sheng He's healing deeds all over the town. Although the villagers thought Sheng He was not very kind, they believed her ability to heal and save lives made up for it. Moreover, the county magistrate was a gentle man. During his many years in office, he had never bullied or mistreated the common people. Seeing that the villagers were defending her, Sheng He felt very happy. She used to be a doctor, and saving lives was her instinct. She thought, now is a good chance to show off my medical skills and help more people. Sheng He loudly said, "Dear villagers, thank you for speaking up for me. I am also a person who repays kindness. If you have any difficult illnesses or problems, I can diagnose you for free." Sheng He emphasized that she only treats difficult and complicated illnesses, not common colds or headaches. Her strength was so great that simple illnesses could be easily treated at the local clinic or by rural doctors, so there was no need for her to bother. Hearing that she would diagnose difficult cases for free, the villagers cheered loudly. The second aunt and the Humazi couple were stunned by this situation. Why did these people believe Sheng He so much? Why did they support her? Did they really believe she could cure them? These three underestimated the power of Zaoer village. Not only at Yanghua with the loudspeaker, but other villagers from Zaoer village also praised Sheng He everywhere she went. They even compared her to a fairy from the sky. At first, the villagers were unsure whether to believe her or not, but after more than half a month of persuasion, their skepticism turned into partial belief. Seeing the situation was going well, Sheng He took the opportunity to turn the blame onto the troublemaking second aunt and the Humazi couple. Although our family hasn't contributed much to everyone, these three people have always targeted me, and I don't think they've helped others much either. Second aunt is a loud, proud woman from the market, and the Humazi family likes to bully the weaker. Now, Sheng He directly put these three on the hot seat and scolded them. "Humazi, your son is indeed dishonest and often bullies the children in town. He needs to be taught a lesson. Exactly, look at how wasteful he is with food. The grandson of the county magistrate even gave my child some extra cookies, but now they've all been thrown on the ground. Such waste. Humazi, hurry up and pay the money. And that second aunt, she's not a good person either. She talks all day long and says bad things about Miss Shenghe. She should look at herself first. Chi, from the crowd, didn't expect things to turn out like this. She had come to see how Shenghe would cry and end things, but instead, Shenghe gained the upper hand. Chi angrily went home. Second aunt blushed from all the insults, covered her head with her sleeve, hunched over, and quietly slipped away. Humazi didn't get a good chance to take advantage of the chaos because her son was still in someone else's hands. Humazi clenched her teeth and finally took out 50 coins from her pocket, giving them to Shenghe. Shenghe grabbed Hu Delong and warned him, "Next time you bring your little brother to cause trouble, be careful or I'll break your teeth." Hu Delong was afraid of Shenghe's fierce attitude. He shrank his head, looked down, and followed Humazi away. Seeing the boy, Humazi was angry and kicked him. "You're always out of line, not studying or working. I don't know who you learned that from. Always wasting money." Mazi's wife couldn't stand the man hitting her son. She jumped up and tugged Humazi's ear. "It's all your fault for having a useless son. Go back home and farm. Today, we wasted 50 coins, and I feel like I might die from it." The commotion ended and the villagers, who had been watching, went back to their own affairs. The women called their children home for dinner, but couldn't get them to come. "Little brother cough cough, little sister Gigi, do you still have small cookies? I haven't eaten any yet." And us. It's all because of that hateful Hu Delong. Children gathered around Gigi and Jojo, stretching their little hands with big smiles, not wanting to go home. Jojo's cookies were all ruined by Hu Dalong, but luckily Gigi still had some left, which she shared with the children. The kids' happiness was simple. They chewed on the small cookies happily, looking very content. A woman nearby saw her child happy and also started to smile. Her eyes toward Shenghe became warmer and more kind. Some women wanted to ask how the small cookies were made, hoping to make some for their own children. But then they thought about needing fine flour, sugar, and oil, and realized they couldn't afford it. Their gazes toward Shenghe changed from dislike to a little envy. They wished they could also have a skill to support their families and give their children some treats. Aunt Erla noticed that whenever she met Shenghe, she seemed to have bad luck. She spat out some curse words and went home, feeling upset. As she sat down to drink some water to calm down, she heard her son Lu Olin giggling inside his room. Hearing her son's happy laughter, she walked toward his room. When she looked inside, she was surprised. Her son was actually reading a book, and he was reading very carefully. Aunt Erlin was very happy. People often said her son was simple-minded. Even her father-in-law disliked this naive grandson. But she was proud. Her son was secretly studying hard. Thinking about Shenghe's words about her county magistrate's proud father made her angry. Now her son was also studying hard. Maybe someday he would surprise everyone by passing the imperial exams and becoming a scholar, even taking away Xing Jiyuan's official position. Ha ha! Then she, Aunt Erlin, would be the mother of the county magistrate. Everyone would have to call her Lady Magistrate. Feeling proud, she peeked at the book her son was reading. But as soon as she looked, her face turned dark and red. She was shocked. "Son, what are you reading?" Lu Erlin turned his head, drooling and looking sneaky. He didn't feel ashamed and excitedly pointed at the romantic story in the book, saying, "Mom, look. The little people are fighting. I like to watch." Aunt Erlin almost fainted from anger. You, how can you read such dirty books in broad daylight? It's so embarrassing." The county magistrate's old lady's dream was instantly shattered. Second aunt was so angry, she snatched the book from her son's hand and threw it into the stove. Seeing her foolish son, second aunt was furious and scolded. "Why are you hiding inside reading such books? What use are you without a wife? Remember that time in the woods when you almost married that girl but she ran away because you're so stupid? Look at her now, so proud. She's clever, knows medicine, and has money in her pocket. You idiot. If you marry her, we'll be rich. All that shiny silver will be ours, and we'll be so happy. Lu Erdang didn't want to listen. He watched the book in the stove turn to ashes and started crying loudly, swinging his arms wildly. Lu Erdang is strong, but second aunt took a few hard hits, her hair was pulled loose, and her face was marked with red handprints. Elder sister-in-law was crying at the door, sobbing, "Oh my heavens! My own son hit me. Why is life so hard for me?" At this moment, Lu Lijing, the father-in-law, came back. Hearing his eldest daughter-in-law and grandson arguing again, he felt annoyed. He didn't bother to stop the fight and even stayed far away, not wanting to look into his eldest son's room. Second aunt, who was crying loudly, saw her father-in-law and quickly started scheming again. She thought she had been unlucky lately and decided to go to the land temple to burn some paper money and pray. Burning incense and praying costs money, so she wiped her face and headed toward Lu Lijing's main hall. Lu Lijing had just sat down when he saw second aunt walking over happily. Looking at his troublesome eldest daughter-in-law, he frowned. "Father-in-law, I want to talk to you about something." Second aunt lifted her hips, and Lu Lijing immediately knew what she was up to. He quickly tried to stop her. Other things are fine, but not money. He never favored any of his sons. Their monthly allowances were the same. Why was the eldest son always short of money? Second aunt was unhappy when she didn't get money and sat down heavily. If her father-in-law refused to give her money, she decided she wouldn't leave today. But as soon as she sat down, she saw a stack of documents on the table. These were the latest property transfer papers Lu Lijing had just brought back from town. Second aunt's father once did a small business and could read a few words. Second aunt learned a few characters too. Now, she was sharp-eyed and quickly saw the character, Sheng, on the contract. She carefully looked at the document and asked Lu Lijing, "Sir, why did the county magistrate sell so many shops this month?" Lu Lijing frowned, worried she might wrinkle the document, and took it back. He replied, "It's not the magistrate who sold them. I heard his daughter is now in charge, so she decided to sell all the shops in town." Second aunt's eyes twitched as she asked, "That little Sheng, he is so wasteful. Does her stepmother know?" Lu Lijing was a respected person in town. He didn't like his daughter-in-law speaking so rudely and answered impatiently, "Do you have any sense? She's the magistrate's daughter, and you call her little? Besides, those are her mother's belongings. If she wants to buy, she can. What does her stepmother have to do with it?" Second aunt didn't hear her father-in-law scolding. She was already very happy inside. She knew Chi's family had been very obedient to Magistrate Sheng for a long time, tolerating Sheng He's temper because Sheng family was rich and owned shops. Now, if Chi's family found out Sheng He had lost everything and Sheng family became empty, she would definitely cause a big fuss with her daughter. Second aunt felt her luck was changing. She didn't need to visit the land temple anymore and happily rushed out. Lu Lijing looked at his crazy eldest daughter-in-law and sighed heavily. What a tragedy. Not only did she have a foolish son, but she also liked to cause trouble everywhere. He would soon have to get rid of this wicked woman for his eldest son. Second aunt was completely unaware of her father-in-law's displeasure. She was still thrilled about her revenge. She called Chi out of the house and walked to a quiet pebble path by the river, deliberately saying, "Chi sister, why do you keep pretending to be poor all day? You should have plenty of cash now." Chi was confused by second aunt's sudden words. "Second aunt, are you crazy? Are you angry at Sheng He? Why are you talking nonsense?" Second aunt patted her thigh and said, Don't you know? Your clever housekeeper Sheng He sold all the dowry her dead mother left her this month." When Chi Shi heard this, her face changed with disbelief. "What? I didn't know about such a big matter. The shops left by Sheng He's mother were the best in town. Although the economy of Jinxian County was getting worse, these shops still made a profit. How can she just sell them? At this time, when she's selling the shops, how can others offer a good price?" Chi Shi's face turned pale.
Exactly.
The harvest was poor this year, so she sold them at a low price. Now she has hardly any money. Erling's wife felt no sympathy for the panicked Chi Shi. Seeing her look lost and hopeless, she even felt a bit happy. Chi steadied herself and hurried home. This reckless woman. She sold the shops and now has some money. No wonder she's eating fancy food every day. No, there wasn't much money left for her to spend. If she kept control of that money, it wouldn't last long. Soon my daughter and I would be starving. Even if I have to cause a big fuss, I must get back the management rights and hold the money tightly in my hands. Seeing Chi Shi's determined attitude, Erling's wife was very pleased and supported her. That's right. Sister Chi, how can the lady of the house not manage the money? I always thought he wasn't capable as a manager. Now it's clear, something big has happened. You must act quickly. We can't let he keep that money and do as she pleases. Chi Shi angrily ran back home and first consoled her daughter, Sheng Yulan. Sheng Yulan was also furious. Mother, he is too hateful. The shops her mother left. I wanted to keep half as a dowry. I had already told Brother Qinglin about this. He promised that when I married with those shops, his whole family would treat me like a treasure. But now he has sold all the shops. How can I explain this to Brother Qinglin? Chi Shi almost lost her temper. Sheng Yulan then advised her. Mother, this time we have a handle on He. We must be careful. We need to think carefully about how to use this to completely anger Sheng Yuan and make the father and daughter turn against each other. Seeing her daughter's thoughtful expression, Chi Shi felt very pleased. My Yulan is so clever. No wonder Brother Qinglin values you so much. You're right. This time, we must make Sheng Yuan realize who truly owns this family. He noticed that Mrs. Qi and her daughter had been acting strangely these days. The two often hid in their room, whispering to each other. That alone wasn't a big deal, but lately, they had also been slacking off with housework again. Were this mother and daughter like lazy frogs? Did someone have to poke them with a stick before they would move? He had no patience for that. She thought she should find a way to make them work harder, so they'd stay busy without needing to be pushed. After all, he never kept idle people around. If someone wanted to earn their meals under her roof, they had to work honestly. However, he had been quite busy these days, arranging for Zhou to officially start school with Xie Xian. When everything was finally settled, she heard that boss Wang Yue had just returned from the northern region with his goods. This matter was directly related to He's private savings. It was far more important than dealing with the Qi family women. After learning that Wang Yue had just arrived home, still dusty from travel, He hurried to the Wang household. She had sent a large batch of perfume and ink to the northern region, and she had been anxious to know how well they sold and whether there was a market for them there. Wang Yue had just returned home, and the entire Wang household was filled with joy, celebrating his safe return. Every time he came back from the north, he brought interesting little trinkets for the children. The kids laughed and played around him in the courtyard, while his wife helped him change out of his dusty travel clothes. After more than 10 days on the road, Wang Yue felt deeply comforted by the warmth of home. What made him happiest, though, was that this trip had gone very smoothly. He had earned a good profit. He hadn't expected the perfumes and inks that Miss He gave him to be so popular. They sold out almost as soon as they hit the market. Since both perfume and ink were consumable goods, he knew that next time, there would be even more returning and new customers, and the market would grow larger. Relaxing in his bamboo chair, Wang Yue hummed a cheerful tune. Dear, stop lying there. Miss He is here. His wife suddenly called out. Sheng He entered with a bright smile. Wang Yue immediately jumped up from his chair, grinning from ear to ear. Oh my, an honored guest. Miss He, you came in person? I was just thinking of visiting you once I had rested a bit. Wang has 2 wives, and they both know that this time the family earned a lot of money, mostly thanks to Miss He's efforts. They didn't dare to be careless. They pulled the little children from the family to pay their respects to He, then hurriedly went to prepare lunch. Sheng He's eyes were very bright. Before sitting down, she eagerly asked the most important question on her mind. Boss Wang, how did the business go this time? Wang Yue laughed loudly, turned around, and took out a big red envelope. Miss He, thanks to you, we made twice as much money this time. This is the 20 taels of silver we agreed on before. Plus, 50 jin of northern grain, which I will personally deliver to your village later. Sheng He's heart was pounding. She touched the thick stack of silver notes and finally relaxed. So, the ink and perfume really have a market? Of course. You estimated you could earn 12 taels, but we actually earned 8 taels more. Wang Yue smiled, rubbing his round belly. Sheng He was both happy and excited. This meant her business was expanding a lot. With the northern market, her chances to make money would only increase. Wang Yue now saw Sheng He as a big wealth god. Miss He, tell me, you're so clever and skillful. How did you come up with the idea for ink and perfume? Next month, I plan to increase production. Do you think you can supply enough goods? Sheng He carefully put the silver into her sleeve, smiling and nodding. Of course. We're aiming to grow a big business. Wang Yue's eyes lit up instantly, happily saying, great. I'll come back in a month to bother Miss He again. Once the deal was settled and the money was in hand, Sheng He decided not to stay for a meal. She was eager to share this good news with her father and brother. At this time, Sheng Ziyuan and Sheng Jiang were still working at the government office, so Sheng He went straight there. Compared to the offices in Wuchuan County and the neighboring Jinjiai and Datong County, theirs was far less impressive. Their office was majestic, with a sturdy blue-tiled roof and the words bright mirror high-hanging painted in gold and red. The hall was spacious and grand, and even the small guards inside looked very proud. Sheng Ziyuan's office looked shabby. The signboard was broken, the eaves were chipped, the stables were abandoned, and the beams had been eaten by insects. Only a few clerks were scattered around. Sheng He sighed. Well, looking on the bright side, Wuchuan County still had the most room for development. She pulled Sheng Jiang along, and the siblings went together to their father's study. Sheng Ziyuan was studying a map of the farmlands. When he saw his daughter, he was surprised but quickly smiled with affection. Jiang, go to the shop and buy some snacks for your sister. The weather's getting hot, and she came from far away. No matter how old Sheng He was, Sheng Ziyuan always treated her like his precious little girl. Sheng Jiang scratched his head. Father, I'm with you every day, but you never give me money for snacks. Sheng Ziyuan frowned. All you think about is eating. You're too old for that. Sheng Jiang was speechless. Well, that was some serious double standards. Sheng He quickly said, Father, I'm not hungry. I came because I have something to tell you. I did a small business recently and earned a little money. Hearing that his daughter could do business, Sheng Ziyuan smiled happily. Really? I didn't expect my daughter to have such a good head for business. Sheng Jiang asked, Sister, how much is a little money? Sheng He took out a banknote. Not much, 20 taels. Sheng Ziyuan almost spat out his tea, and Sheng Jiang's eyes widened. What? 20 taels? Father and son exclaimed together, then quickly covered their mouths, afraid to be overheard. Here, that's not a small amount. That's 2 or 3 years of income for an ordinary family. Sheng Jiang counted the banknotes again, confirming that his sister wasn't exaggerating. Sheng He explained, actually, I made some perfume and ink myself and worked with Master Huai, the one who came to our house for dinner last time. We sold them through shopkeeper Wang in the northern region. She paused, then added, Father, Jiang, there's something I haven't told you. The money I used to start the business came from selling Mother's dowry shop. What? You sold your mother's shop? Sheng Ziyuan's face darkened. Sheng Jiang's expression also turned complicated. Those shops weren't just part of their late mother Yang's dowry, they also brought in steady rent income. Over the past few years, the economy has become worse, and many shops cannot rent out their spaces or rent them at very low prices. Sheng He said, Dad, the rent for the shop is only a few silver coins a year. If we sell everything, we might only get 10 silver coins. Trust me, she continued, I won't spend this money recklessly. I will make it grow, and our family's life will get better and better. Sheng Ziyuan understood the current market in Wuchuan County. His daughter was brave and willing to take risks, using her resources to start a business. He thought that was a good thing. He sighed and looked at his daughter with love, saying, Here, as long as you focus on doing good and don't foolishly fall for unrelated men like before, I support your business. Sheng Jiang also nodded in agreement. He had no reason to oppose her, especially since his sister was earning a lot of money. At sunset, Shang He, Sheng Jiang, and their father went home together. It was still bright outside, but the villagers who had been selling vegetables at the market were starting to pack up and go home. Sheng He carried a warm silver note worth 20 taels. She wanted to buy some good food to treat her family, but unfortunately, it was a year of famine. Even with money, she couldn't buy much good stuff. Just as Sheng He felt a bit disappointed, her eyes suddenly fixed on a hunter's stall. An idea flashed in her mind, and she walked over. At this time, the hunter's stall no longer had fresh meat, only 4 or 5 discarded rabbit heads that customers found unappealing. Sheng He eagerly approached and asked, "Big brother, how much are these rabbit heads?" The hunter, busy closing up, thought he heard wrong. "Huh? Miss, are you asking about the price of these rabbit heads?" Having been in business for many years, the hunter had never encountered someone willing to buy leftover rabbit heads. Rabbit heads are mostly bones with little meat, and they don't weigh accurately. They're bad for stir-fry or soup, and there's no profit in them. Most importantly, dead rabbit heads look fierce and frightening, enough to scare children nearby, making people lose their appetite. So, customers usually only buy cut-up rabbit meat, and rabbit heads are hard to deal with. But during this famine year, even though rabbit heads are unappetizing, they are still meat. The hunter hesitated but didn't want to throw them away, so he took them home himself each time. Seeing the girl so excited, the hunter hesitated and said, 3 coins. Can I sell all of them to you? The hunter was afraid that he had asked for too high a price, so the girl refused to buy it. Sheng Jiang ran over, glanced at the peeled, bloody rabbit head, and his face scrunched up in disgust. "Sister, our family isn't that poor, right? Why are you trying to get a bargain on this thing?" Sheng He replied, "You who have no luck with food, this rabbit head is really delicious." She planned to bring it home, blanch it to remove the smell, then marinate and braise it, finally making a spicy red oil rabbit head that would make this kid drool. Sheng Jiang's mind was filled with the scary image of the rabbit head. Seeing Sheng He insist on buying it, he covered his eyes and ran away. Sheng He was in a good mood all the way home, but as soon as she entered, she saw Mother Chi and her daughter with angry faces. Sheng He didn't look favorably on them. She frowned and asked, "What are you both doing here? Is dinner ready?" Mother Chi and her daughter were so used to Sheng He training them to be quick to respond that they almost ran into the kitchen when she asked. Xu Yulan forced herself to stay calm, tugged at Mother Chi's sleeve, and reminded her, "Mom, didn't you want to talk to Dad about something?" Mother Chi finally realized that Sheng Yuan probably didn't know Sheng He had sold the shop. Now she had proof, and she no longer needed to feel wronged for Sheng He, this paper tiger. She straightened her back and said, "Sir, let he girl return the housekeeper's authority to me. I must manage the family money." Sheng He rolled her eyes. "Mother Chi, are you sleeping so badly that your brain got caught in the door? Do I give you face or not?" Sheng Yuan also looked confused. He's been managing the house well these days, and the household's living standards have clearly improved. "What more do you want?" Mother Chi sneered at Sheng Yuan. This stubborn old man still believed in his daughter. If he knew Sheng He was still so unruly, he would probably go crazy. Sheng Jiang also felt helpless. "Yeah, my sister is managing the house, and she hasn't spent your Chi family's money. Why are you so anxious?" Since Sheng Jiang started spending money from his sister, he no longer had to look at Mother Chi's face. His posture became more confident. Mother Chi saw that the family still stubbornly protected Sheng He, her face souring. She decided to break the silence. "Just spoil her. Look at what she's become because of your indulgence." She finally declared. Yang left so many shops behind, and she immediately sold them all. She almost finished spending all of her money. "You all were kept in the dark." After saying that, she angrily showed Sheng Yuan the transfer papers she had finally obtained. Sheng Yuan just glanced at them calmly, feeling a bit speechless as he looked at Chi mother and daughter.
Oh.
These mother and daughter are always panicking, acting like the sky is falling. I thought it was a big deal. Sheng Jiang and his father reacted exactly the same way. It's just that his sister sold the shop, right? They had just finished listening to Sheng He's explanation, and their hearts were completely calm. They even felt proud and excited that Sheng He could make a lot of money. But he couldn't brag about earning money to Chi mother and daughter for now. His older sister had specifically asked him not to. Seeing how calm these two were, Chi mother and daughter were stunned. They didn't expect such a reaction. No anger at all. Aren't they surprised, angry, or wanting to scold Xinghe? Chi mother and daughter punched at the air, full of frustration but no outlet. Their faces looked as unpleasant as if they had swallowed a fly. They felt like they were the ones truly kept in the dark. Xinghe watched the mother and daughter standing there foolishly, couldn't help but laugh. He slowly said, "Chi mother, do you still want to control how I spend the remaining money from selling the shop?" Chi mother felt uncertain, no longer acting like she was here to demand repayment. "What? What's wrong? Do you want to watch helplessly as you spend all the remaining money, and me and Yulan have to live in poverty?" Xinghe squinted, smiling slyly like a clever fox. "If you can find out that I sold the shop, then you haven't found out that I used the money from buying the shop to buy a farm?" "What? Buying a farm?" Chi mother was completely stunned. Yulan also felt a surge of anger. They didn't want to give up their shop in town, which easily collected rent, to go to the countryside and buy a broken farm? Sheng, he must be crazy. Is she trying to turn everyone into farmers? Yulan shouted sharply, "If this family has no shop and no money, isn't it just an empty shell?" Sheng Ziyuan calmly said, "If you and your daughter behave well and don't cause trouble everywhere, no matter how poor our family is, your needs and clothing will still be the same as before." But this sentence hurt Chi mother deeply. Chi mother jumped up and finally exploded. "Bah! Do you really think I stayed in this house all these years just to live with you? I only married you because I liked your two worthless pieces of jewelry. Now everything is gone, and you're just a poor old donkey. Are you all teaming up to bully me and my daughter? To with you. I won't serve you anymore." Sheng Ziyuan's face darkened when he heard this. It wasn't him begging these mother and daughter to come to Sheng's house back then. It was Chi's wife kneeling at the door, crying and begging him to give her a way out. Over the past 10 years, although he still didn't have much feeling for them, he never treated them badly. He didn't expect that in the end, they showed no gratitude and only caused trouble. Sheng He secretly laughed. She deliberately mentioned buying the farmland to provoke the mother and daughter, hoping they'd get angry and leave the house for good. But Sheng Yulan was smarter than her mother. In her anger, she still tried to plan. "That's right. My mother and I have long wanted to leave this broken place. Mother, Sheng Ziyuan, you two should divorce quickly. We want to take half of the property." Sheng He sneered. "Ha, your little schemes are almost falling apart. Let me tell you, there's no way you'll divorce. You only get a divorce paper and you leave with nothing." Although Sheng Yulan still felt a bit afraid of Sheng He deep down, things had escalated to this point, and she could only give up. "A divorce? It was clearly your reckless misuse of family assets that caused the breakdown of this family. I will report you to the magistrate. Once I get the divorce paper, I will empty your Sheng family house." Sheng He brought paper, ink, and brushes, and made Sheng Ziyuan write the divorce paper, then directly slapped it onto the mother and daughter's faces. Sheng He crossed her arms and said, "I'm not easily scared. Anyway, we've already given the divorce paper. If you really have the ability, go to the magistrate and challenge it. Otherwise, don't think about taking even a little from this family or staying here to eat, drink, and cause trouble." After saying this, she pushed the mother and daughter out of the house. The door slammed shut, completely forcing them out of Sheng's home. Chi's wife and her daughter, furious, cursed at the door for a long time. Finally, because they disturbed the peace, they were reported and driven out by Sun Min and her brothers. Finally, Sheng He's ears were clear. Today was a double celebration. She earned her first big deal in the northern region and also solved the problem of these two freeloaders at home. After school, Zhou Zhou listened as Uncle Sheng Jiang told her in detail about Sheng He driving away the Chi mother and daughter. She felt very satisfied and admired Sheng He even more. Sheng He was happily humming a song while preparing spicy rabbit heads. After cleaning the rabbit heads, she simmered them in broth. Half an hour later, she added soy paste, spices, Sichuan peppercorns, and chili oil to the boiling broth. Finally, she added the cooked rabbit heads and stir-fried until the sauce thickened, allowing every piece of tender, soft rabbit meat to soak up the rich flavor. After an hour, the delicious aroma filled Sheng's small kitchen, making everyone's mouth water. When Sheng He brought the dishes to the table, she saw that the three men at home had already put down their work and sat properly, looking at her with anticipation. Today, Sheng He made not only spicy rabbit heads but also fragrant, oily twice-cooked pork with garlic sprouts, warm and rich salted pork and bamboo shoot soup, and crisp, sweet cold bean sprouts. As soon as the dishes were served, everyone's appetite was stirred. "Wow, sister, your cooking is amazing." Sheng Jiang was completely won over by the taste. Even the once scary rabbit had looked tempting with its bright red chili and shiny appearance, almost looking delicious. Sheng Jiang was eager to try. "Sister, how do you eat this rabbit head?" Sheng He snorted and picked up a rabbit head, demonstrating as she said, "To eat a rabbit head, remember this rhyme. Split it up and down, break it left and right. First eat the tongue, then the cheeks, bite off the top, out the brains, split the teeth, and finally leave the bones." She then ate a rabbit head neatly, looking satisfied. Sheng Jiang and Sheng Ziyuan recited the rhyme while eating, enjoying the tender, flavorful meat and the numbing spice of Sichuan pepper. The more they ate, the more their mouths went numb and spicy, but they couldn't stop. Sheng He tore off a piece of rabbit head meat for Zhou Zhou to try. Zhou Zhou's face turned red from the spice, but she didn't want to stop eating. The family enjoyed this meal thoroughly, feeling happy and very satisfied. Meanwhile, Chi's mother and daughter were cursing loudly at her parents' house, their stomachs growling with hunger. "Dad, Mom, open the door. It's me, I've come back." Chi's mother knocked loudly on the door. The door creaked open, and the elderly couple from the Chi family were first surprised, then they smiled happily. "Oh, my dear daughter, you're back so soon. Did you bring a lot of silver?" "Just in time. Your sister-in-law has been feeling very pregnant lately and needs money to take care of herself." Everyone in the Chi family knew that whenever the eldest daughter returned home, she never came empty-handed. She was always there to send support. Although recently Sheng He, that troublesome servant girl, had caused trouble for the Chi family, now that the eldest daughter was back, she should take back her authority as the head of the household, right? Second Uncle Chi and his wife Chun Hung also came over, both looking excited as they eagerly stared at the bundle in Mrs. Chi's hands, wanting to open it immediately. Mrs. Chi frowned and sighed. "Father, Mother, I didn't bring any money this time. I don't plan to stay with Sheng Ziyuan anymore." "What? Dear daughter, you're grown up now, you shouldn't be talking nonsense." Mrs. Chi's face changed. Old Mr. Chi's expression darkened. "Living a good life, and you just give up? Our Chi family still depends on Sheng's family. Tell me, how long has it been since you sent money to respect your parents?" Second Uncle Chi and his wife immediately changed their expressions, their previous warmth gone, replaced with impatience. Second Uncle Chi said, "Big sister, our family only has so much. Everyone's food is tight, and we can't afford to support any more idle people." Seeing the cold attitude of her family, Mrs. Chi felt her heart grow cold and started to cry. Sheng Yulan remained calmer. She sneered, "You still think you can rely on Sheng's family to get by? Let me tell you, that troublesome girl Sheng He sold all the family shops and turned them into a dilapidated farm. Sheng's family is now just an empty shell. There's no money left for you to spend. My mother and I aren't fools. We quickly escaped. We plan to go to the magistrate and appeal for a divorce. Sheng's remaining property, my mother and I will split it equally." As soon as she said this, it instantly ignited the Chi family's anger, and their eyes lit up again with hope.
Oh,
Half of Sheng's family estate. Even a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. That should be a lot of money, right? Mrs. Chi shouted. Second Uncle Chi's face changed dramatically. "A few days ago, I was thinking, If only my son had a gold bracelet to wear when he's born. Once you split the estate, isn't that as easy as pulling a hair from a cow? The second daughter-in-law, Chunhong, blushed and smiled shyly, eagerly holding Chi's hand. Big sister-in-law, the West Wing has just been cleaned. Tonight, you and Chunlon can rest there. I'll prepare the bed for you. Even old Chi, usually stern, coughed and said kindly, all right. Family should speak as one. Let's eat dinner first. The mother and daughter then happily entered the house. They had traveled for over an hour to get home and were very hungry. But when they saw the food on the table, their appetites disappeared instantly. There were cornmeal buns with pickled vegetables porridge, a pot of mashed potatoes, and a plate of vegetable stew. The mother and daughter looked at each other with a sad expression. In the past, under Xinghe's care, although they worked hard and were often exhausted, they ate delicious, flavorful meals with oil and meat every day. Now, the mother and daughter started to think about life. Xinghe had some silver and stored rice, but she still felt something was missing. Most things could be bought, but water for irrigation was very difficult to get. Recently, Xinghe went to the fields and found that crops were not growing well because of the water shortage. The county's wells often dried up, and the river sometimes stopped flowing. Other counties were also dry, but not as badly as theirs. It seemed they needed to find a way to locate water sources. Xinghe entered her space and browsed the marketplace. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Water source detector, Xinghe muttered to herself while looking at the marketplace page, her eyes shining. She was just browsing casually, but unexpectedly, she found this high-tech device. Now, surface water sources had dried up, but underground water hadn't been depleted so quickly. It could be used. The problem was that underground water was deep underground, and ordinary people couldn't just dig randomly to find it. The water source detector could identify water sources and accurately measure the underground water volume. Xinghe couldn't wait to see the price. It cost a hefty 250 taels of silver. That was too expensive, making her small heart, which loved money, bleed a little. But she knew she had to spend the money if needed. After all, a year from now, disasters would strike, droughts would cause suffering, and crops would fail. Then the emperor dog became very angry, and the Sheng family was completely destroyed and punished severely. Sheng-he decided that saving her life was more important, so she quickly ordered a water source detector. But after thinking carefully, she realized buying the detector wasn't a bad deal. If she could find a water source for irrigation, the rice yield would increase, and the pressure to store grain for the whole county would lessen. That night, Sheng-he slept peacefully, dreaming of shiny gold ingots. She almost couldn't stop smiling. The next morning, Sheng-he eagerly took out the water source detector to test it. Because of the long drought, the underground water in Wuchuan County had dried up a lot. The device detected the largest water source at Jiguanshan, on the western edge of Wuchuan County. Sheng-he immediately wanted to go see the terrain in the mountains, but it was an old forest. She didn't dare go alone, afraid of meeting large wild animals. She asked son Minshun to call some brothers, then went to Zaoer village to find the village head and a few strong young men. The group set out together toward Jiguanshan. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they heard rustling sounds from the forest across from them, followed by a noisy crowd approaching from afar. This didn't surprise Sheng-he. After all, Jiguanshan wasn't only accessible to them. It was normal to meet others in the mountains. Also, Jiguanshan was the border between Datong County and Wuchuan County. People from both counties often came to the mountain to pick wild vegetables and hunt game. The eastern peak belonged to Wuchuan County and the western peak to Datong County. Hey,
Who do I see?
it's Sheng-he, the daughter of the Wuchuan County magistrate.
What?
Wuchuan County is so poor now that you're coming into the mountains to peel bark from trees. When someone called her by her full name, Sheng-he turned her head and smiled. Oh, isn't that Wang Hunter from Lotus Flower Village? Peeling bark from trees isn't that serious. After all, we still haven't used up the traps we set in the mountains last time, or the copper coins you paid us. Are you worried we don't have enough money and came to show respect? Wang Hunter was furious. Last time in Zaoer village, He had a bad experience. He lost the traps he worked hard to set, and he even had to pay for medical expenses. Not only did the county magistrate scold him harshly, but it also caused trouble for the people of Lotus Flower Village. He had been unable to lift his head for a long time. And the main culprit behind all this was Sheng He. Wang Hunter was so angry and humiliated, and the villagers of Lotus Flower Village looked at her with displeasure. At that moment, a sweet, overly cheerful voice came from the crowd. "Uncle Wang, we shouldn't argue with this woman. We need to save our strength to catch more prey." This voice gave Sheng He goosebumps. She looked closely and saw it was a girl about 15 or 16 years old. The girl had fair skin, bright eyes, and a good figure. She was considered the most beautiful girl in the village. She didn't seem like a local from Huzhou Prefecture. Her accent sounded more like someone from the south. But her eyes were sharp and proud, with a fierce look that made people uncomfortable. Her words also carried a strange, mocking tone. Sheng He didn't like this girl. Uncle Wang, however, was proud and boasted to her. "Do you know who she is?" Sheng He replied expressionlessly, "Who she is has nothing to do with me." Then she turned and walked away without looking back. Uncle Wang choked on his words, almost suffocating himself. Sheng He's indifferent attitude embarrassed the girl, and her face darkened. After leaving the village of Lotus Flower, Sheng He asked the village chief, "Who is that girl?" "It seems everyone in Lotus Flower Village listens to her." The village chief hurriedly said, "Miss He, you don't know. Her name is Lu Chuanqing. I heard she's from the south. Her hometown was flooded, so she came to Lotus Flower Village. Her background isn't unusual, and some even feel sorry for her. But what's strange is that she can pick up silver coins just by walking, catch big fish when washing clothes by the river, and talking to her might bring good luck." After seeing how powerful she is, everyone in Lotus Flower Village treats her like a treasure, sticking close to her and showing off to neighbors from 10 or 20 miles around. Sheng He sneered. No wonder the girl was so proud. She had a lucky charm like aura. The village chief saw Sheng He deep in thought and said, "Miss He, Lu Chuanqing is just an ordinary girl. We remember how kind you've been to our Zaor village. We only see you as our great blessing. And this time, you're even helping us find a water source." Sheng He made a shushing gesture and glanced at the nearby villagers of Lotus Flower Village. "Let's not spread this news yet. We need to stay calm if we want to succeed." The village chief nodded and stopped talking. Everyone else focused on their journey, climbing toward the hillside. There weren't many paths up the mountain. The people from Lotus Flower Village stayed close behind Sheng He. About half an hour later, everyone was exhausted. "I'm so tired. Let's take a break first." As soon as Lu Chuanqing spoke, everyone in Lotus Village stopped. Some laid clean grass on stones for her to sit on. Others found leaves to fan her, treating her like a delicate lady. Lu Chuanqing smiled slightly. She was polite on the outside, but secretly enjoyed being the center of attention. She deliberately mimicked the manners of a young lady from the city, flicked her sleeve, and sat down slowly, pretending to be well-mought and proper. Even though she only had a rough coat, she still received admiration and praise. Miss Chuanqing is much more polite than the young ladies from wealthy families. Lu Chuanqing felt proud. She thought she was better than those city girls, at least better than the young lady surnamed Sheng, who had just arrived. She waved a hand to fan herself and said, "Oh, I'm so thirsty. It would be great to have some juicy fruit to eat." Suddenly, from a nearby tree, a few wild fruits rolled down and landed right at her feet. Everyone cheered happily, as expected of Miss Chuanqing. "She's so lucky. Just say the word, and there's fruit." Lu Chuanqing picked a fruit, wiped it with her sleeve, and took a bite. It was sour, sweet, and juicy. The other fruits were shared among the villagers of Lotus Village. The villagers looked proud as they watched Sheng He and the others resting nearby, also thirsty. They deliberately bit into the fruit to make it look delicious. Sheng He's eyes flicked with a cold smile, and her hand inside her sleeve reached into her space. "Humph. What's so special about a broken fruit? Today I'll show you all." Lu Chuanqing pretended to be elegant as she nibbled on her fruit, feeling proud. Suddenly, She heard Sheng He shout nearby.
Wow.
So many watermelons. We're so lucky. Lu Chuanxing almost dropped her fruit, staring in disbelief at Sheng He's direction. Sure enough, people from Zaoer village, under Sheng He's command, carried out several large, round watermelons from the bushes. Sheng He's people cheered happily. From disbelief to certainty, they believed Sheng He had brought good luck, calling her Great Lucky Star one after another. The watermelons were cut with a sickle she carried. The juicy, sweet aroma spread instantly. The bright red flesh was handed to their mouths, cooling and quenching their thirst, making everyone feel satisfied. Lu Chunxing and the villagers of Lianhua village looked at the fruit in their hands and suddenly felt it was no longer fragrant. This was too unbelievable. Hunter Wang sniffed the sweet fruit aroma in the air, watching the villagers munching on melons, and kept swallowing saliva. He couldn't believe his eyes. Could it be so exaggerated? How could there be big watermelons in this wild mountain area? And it's not the season for watermelons. Quietly, Hunter Wang threw the fruit down the mountain. Ugh. It was sour and bitter. On the other side, Sheng He was eating watermelon and smiling at Lu Chunxing. Is she a lucky charm? Let her see that in front of high-tech space shopping, she is nothing. Lu Chunxing clearly saw Sheng He's meaningful smile and was so angry that she almost couldn't swallow her fruit. She took a deep breath and pretended to be indifferent, saying, I'm not thirsty now. If I want to eat watermelon, I will have it naturally. The villagers of Lianhua village were still very friendly to Lu Chunxing and immediately nodded in agreement. Lu Chunxing threw away her fruit and was about to lead everyone to set off again when suddenly a scream came from the crowd behind her.
Ah!
Snake. Poisonous snake. Many snakes. Help! 5 or 6 snakes, as thick as wrists, appeared out of nowhere, their eyes shining coldly, flicking their red tongues as they approached the villagers. Everyone screamed and ran chaotically. The snake heads were triangular, clearly indicating they were highly venomous. A bite from these snakes could mean death on the mountain. Everyone, stay calm, Lu Chunxing said calmly, signaling everyone to hide behind her. Don't worry, with me here, they won't bite you. Lu Chunxing looked fearless. She bent down and softly said to the big snakes, Snakes, please don't hurt me or the villagers behind me. If you want to bite some lowly people. She glanced at Sheng He with a sharp, poisonous look. It was as if the snakes understood her words. They wagged their tails and headed straight toward Sheng He. The villagers of Lianhua village felt numb all over, their bones weak, and looked at Lu Chunxing with admiration and gratitude. Miss Chuanxing, thank goodness for you. You're amazing. Luckily, they had Chuanxing, this little lucky charm. Otherwise, today they would have been bitten by snakes and the whole village would have been eaten. The people of Lotus Village looked at Sheng He and Zaoer Village with a mix of schadenfreude and glee. Chuanxing is lucky enough to control poisonous snakes, but those poor folks are not so fortunate. If all the people from Daxian County get bitten by snakes, they won't be kind enough to warn their families. They're just waiting for wild wolves in the mountains to feed on them. Sheng He saw the few poisonous snakes swimming over, and a cold look appeared in her eyes. She had already heard Lu Chuanxing talking to the snakes earlier. It was she who had sent the snakes over. People look innocent and pure, but their hearts are already very dark. Miss He, step back. No matter what, we won't let the snakes hurt you. The village chief and Sun Minshun stood at the front. Although they were afraid, they bravely protected Sheng He. Other villagers from Zaoer village also stepped forward, using their bodies to form a protective wall around Sheng He. A warm feeling rose in Sheng He's heart. She loudly said, Before I came up the mountain, I expected to meet poisonous insects, snakes, and ants. Everyone move aside. I brought snake-repelling powder. Then she rushed to the front and waved the snake-repelling powder at the approaching snakes. The snakes twitched a few times and then collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Sheng He didn't have the patience to persuade the snakes to leave anymore. The village chief and others were stunned by this quick and clever move. They wiped their sweat and said to Sheng He, Miss He, Where did you get such effective snake-repelling powder? I've lived so many years, but I've never seen such a magical medicine. Shang-He smiled slightly. Village Chief, Uncle Min-shun. While these snakes are unconscious, you should quickly cut off their heads to prevent them from waking up. Leave the snake bodies behind. When we go back, we can remove the skins and internal organs, cook them into soup. It's nutritious and delicious. The rich white broth smells wonderful. The village chief and son Min-shun nodded happily and went to cut off the snake heads, happily bringing back about 10 pounds of snake meat. Watching the scene, the people from Lotus Village nearly went crazy with anger. Delicious and tender snake meat was taken so easily. Who wouldn't want a share of the meat these days? And the worst part was, Lu Chuanxing had sent the snakes over herself. It was like she was feeding them directly to them. Lu Chuanxing was trembling with anger. Since she was born, she had a lucky koi-like body. Her scoundrel father and stepmother had been swept away by a flood, but she managed to survive safely with her brother. I didn't expect to be so frustrated today. Look at the people from Jishui County. They still want to climb up the mountain. Their area is deep in the forest, and they can't go there. We won't follow and get unlucky. Let's go to our East Hill, Lu Chuanxing said loudly, clenched fists. I dreamed yesterday that there were many game animals in the mountains, and on the west side, there was a nest of wild roe deer. We will definitely have a good harvest this time. The villagers of Manhwa village, who had been shocked, cheered up again. No matter what, Chuanxing's strength is still here. Following her will surely bring us food. Shang-He had insect repellent powder, so she didn't encounter many dangerous bugs along the way. Plus, with a large group of people, big wild animals didn't dare come close. Without the villagers from Lianhua village following, Shang-He and her group felt happier and soon reached the middle of the mountain. Shang-He used a water source detector, climbing higher and closer to the spot indicated by the device. After about half an hour of climbing, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "Oh my! Why are there so many mosquitoes here? I have rashes all over." Exactly. This area has the most bugs, and we haven't found the water source yet. These mosquitoes are about to drain my blood. Hearing this, Shang-He's eyes lit up. She suddenly remembered something, stomped on the ground, looked around at the plants, and then smiled loudly. That's right. The water source is nearby. The village chief squatted down, touched the ground with his rough hand, and said excitedly, "Miss He, is what you're saying true? Is there real fresh water on this mountain?" Faced with the village chief's question, Shang-He nodded confidently. She couldn't explain what a water source detector was to the villagers, so she used natural signs to explain. Look, the reason why there are so many bugs here is because they like to breed in damp places. Also, the trees around are noticeably more lively than elsewhere. Water has great power. It can nourish everything. The water source is a big matter for the whole county. The village chief and son Min-shun, among others, nervously rubbed their hands. Should we dig to get water? Shang-He shook her head. Let's explore around first. There might be springs nearby, which means the underground water there is the most abundant. About 10 people split up to search. There's water dripping. It's water. The sound was loud and trembling, making everyone's hearts jump. Shang-He and others hurried over quickly. In a small patch of forest, 2 or 3 unremarkable stones covered in moss had tiny water droplets streaming out. Shang-He was very happy. It's a spring. Dig it open. Without hesitation, Sun Min-shun kicked aside the stones and used an iron crowbar to pry them open. Immediately, a strong flow of spring water burst out. In that moment, the cool water rushed toward them. God has opened his eyes. It really is water. The village chief's eyes filled with tears as he knelt down and bowed to the spring. Several tall men, who had suffered from drought, also wiped their tears. Shang-He carefully cupped the clear, cool spring water and took a sip. It was sweet and refreshing. The others, tired from walking over the mountains, were extremely thirsty. They scooped up water again and again, drinking their fill. After resting for a while, everyone's excitement and happiness gradually calmed down. They looked at the spring with love and admiration. Shang-He said, "This small area must have more springs." Once we connect them, it could become a small pond. In my opinion, she continued, the water here is enough to lead down the mountain. The crops in the fields are waiting to drink this water. The village chief took a few puffs from his pipe hanging around his neck and said, I agree with Miss He. But leading water down the mountain is a big project. It's not something a few of us can do alone. We need to gather the county magistrate, the village head, and the leaders of all the villages to discuss how to proceed. Shang He nodded, realizing that water sources are a big matter for the whole county. These important people need to be involved so everything can go smoothly. She immediately assigned some quick-footed young men to go down the mountain and send messages. The villagers from Manhwa village were also about to go down the mountain. They all had smiles on their faces, and their hands were busy. This spring apricot girl truly seems to have good luck. Whatever she says happens. When they wandered into the mountains, they actually found 2 newborn roe deer. The mother of the roe deer was killed by Hunter Wong. She was thin, but her bones could still be used to make broth to help the family. The villagers eagerly dug them up. If they go to the mountains by themselves, they won't find anything good all day. Wow, today we've really come back with a lot. I wonder what those unlucky guys from Wuchuan County are still searching for in the mountains. What could they find? Just wasting time, haha. Hunter Wong completely forgot about what happened before. He carried a wild roe deer and mocked the villagers. Lu Chuanxing also smiled confidently. She didn't believe Sheng He had such good luck to compete with her. At that moment, a few young men from Zarin village rushed down like the wind. People from Lianhua village immediately held their heads high, showing off their own harvest. But those young men ignored them completely, looking very happy as they ran downhill. The villagers from Lianhua village didn't have time to see clearly who they were. They only heard some of them talking as they ran. Found a water source. Even if it doesn't rain, the crops in the fields might still grow, Lu Chuanxing sneered. Just a water source? She thought it was something really good.
Wait.
A water source. Lu Chuanxing finally realized. She screamed in disbelief. How is that possible? The poor folks from Wuchuan County found a water source on their mountain. Hunter Wong and the others also heard this. They were so shocked their legs almost gave out. The dead roe deer on their shoulders almost slipped. Now, water sources are more precious than gold. Compared to this rare water, their mountain goods are worth nothing. Why can they find a water source? They must be lying. Lu Chuanxing gritted her teeth. She didn't expect anyone to dare to overshadow her. It made her so angry. Hunter Wong put down his prey and secretly went to look at the western hill. After a while, he came back, looking angry and jealous. They really have a few springs there, and the water flow isn't small. Lu Chuanxing's jealousy burned fiercely. Her eyes shone with cold light. She suggested, why don't we go put some dirty things into their water source? If we don't have it, we'll ruin it. Good. Only Hunter Wong raised both hands in agreement. Lu Chuanxing thought everyone else would support her like before, but they all shook their heads.
No.
Water flows. If the water source gets polluted, when they divert the water down the mountain, our village's crops might also be threatened. That's right. Our village is downstream. If dirty water flows into my family's land, will we still be able to live? Someone honest and straightforward stepped forward to advise. Miss Chuanxing, what you did is a bit too harsh. The magistrate has already issued a ban on polluting the water source. Exactly. Wang Gang, stop stirring trouble. Be careful, or one day the magistrate might cut off your head and hang it in the market. Hearing this, Hunter Wong shrank back, touching his neck, and dared not speak again. Lu Chuanxing was so angry at these ungrateful people. She had brought them so many good things, and this is how they repaid her. Lu Chuanxing snorted, flicked her sleeve, and strode down the mountain. A few young men from Zaoer village quickly spread the shocking news to the county office, then to 3 village elders and 8 village heads in the town. Sheng Ziyuan was so excited when he heard the news that his hands trembled, especially since his daughter was the one who found the water source. He could hardly hold his tea steady. Next to him, Sheng Jiang was worried about burning his father with the hot tea, so he helped set the cup down on the table, also looking excited. Dad, is my sister about to make a big contribution? Sheng Ziyuan managed to calm down and said, gather all the officers and call the village heads and elders. Let's go see Mao Jiguan. Lu Li, at home, heard the news and immediately put down her work. She grabbed it from behind the door and ran outside. Second Uncle Liang, who was nearby, overheard the water source news and also wanted to join the fun. But he was scolded by his father. Stay inside and take care of your silly son. If you two cause trouble at this critical moment, I swear I'll break your legs. Important people in Maoshui County had gathered on the hillside of Mount Jiguan. Tall trees blocked the still dry sunlight, with only dappled shadows falling on the bubbling spring. Half an hour ago, Sheng He, Sun Minshun, and village head Zaoer had dug several more springs. They had formed a small pond here. The small pond was lined with bamboo strips and reinforced with stones around the edges. Clear, flowing water moved gently, transparent to the bottom. Everyone looked at the small pond, feeling both surprised and happy. At first, they didn't believe Sheng He had found it, but after hearing the story, they all respected her deeply. This is good water. Based on my experience, this water can last at least 3 years, an old village chief excitedly exclaimed. The respected old village chief nodded to Sheng He and said, County Magistrate Sheng, Miss He has helped our county a lot. She is a great benefactor. This time, Sheng He truly did a big thing for the people, and everyone felt grateful. They all bowed and thanked her. Sheng Ziyuan chuckled happily, showing his teeth with joy. He was even more proud of his daughter than he was of himself. Lu Lijing looked at Sheng He's straight posture, polite smile, and felt a bit shy. His daughter-in-law kept scolding Sheng He at home, calling her a bad girl. When he went back and heard her say something stupid again, he wanted to tear her apart. She was like a pot of mice ruining the soup. This county magistrate's daughter was not an ordinary person. How could Lu's family offend her? Lu Lijing wiped his sweat nervously and whispered, It doesn't look like it will rain soon. The drought seems endless. We need to find a way to bring water down quickly, someone suggested, but we need to dig a canal? Let the water flow along the natural. Everyone looked worried and said, that might not work. The canal could seep into the ground, and how much water would be left in our fields? Moreover, digging a canal takes time and effort. It could be dozens of miles long, and we don't know when it will be finished. Wuchuan County has never had experience bringing water down from the mountains, and the situation was at a standstill. Seeing everyone worried, Sheng He stepped forward and said, I remember each village in our area has bamboo forests. I think we can try to use bamboo to guide the water. This was something she had prepared earlier. She had looked it up in books in her space. It was definitely a workable method. Sheng He's voice was soft, but everyone listened carefully and started to think. Gradually, their eyes brightened. Although bamboo is thin, it can be as long as 4 or 5 zhang, about 13 to 16 meters. Even if we set up dozens of miles of bamboo, it could work. The old village chief stroked his white beard and said, This is a good idea. When I was young, I traveled with merchants to the south for business. Some southern people use this method to bring water to their terraced fields, cut a bamboo pipe in half, connect the sections through bamboo partitions. He continued, Don't underestimate bamboo. It's very strong. It can run from morning till night without stopping, and it's very effective. There's no waste of water seeping through. Sheng Ziyuan nodded and made a decision for everyone. Let's give up digging traditional underground channels and instead use bamboo to direct the water. Dealing with small water flow is easy. We can send more branches of the stream down the mountain, so the water flows to different villages at the same time. Everyone happily nodded, realizing that finding a water source was already a great achievement. A little less water flow didn't matter much. Day and night, small efforts added up. As long as there was continuous fresh water for irrigation, there was no reason to worry about the future. Everyone was excited, as if they could already see lush green crops growing happily. Sheng Ziyuan added, From now on, each village must send people daily to take turns working on the project. Using bamboo to direct water isn't easy, so now is the time for everyone to work together. Tonight, Everyone will gather in the village for a meeting to explain the water diversion plan clearly. We want everyone to contribute their effort. The crowd cheered happily. Sheng Ziyuan also arranged guards to protect the water source before leading everyone down the mountain. That night, all of Wuchuan County was buzzing. Every household gathered together, still discussing the bamboo water diversion late into the night. The next morning, just before dawn, hundreds of people from Wuchuan County headed up the mountain. The most people came from Zaoer village. When they saw Sheng He, they bowed and greeted him with friendly smiles. The workers were the most skilled and hardworking from each village, both men and women. They carried bamboo, lifted wooden buckets, and dragged ropes and farming tools. They started working immediately. They chopped bamboo, twisted ropes, and cleared the path. Most of them did the small, detailed tasks in the early stages, while the stronger men tried to connect the bamboo pipes. At first, it wasn't easy. The bamboo pipes were misaligned, water levels were too high and couldn't flow, and the pipes didn't connect well. But after half an hour, they gradually learned from experience. When the cool mountain spring water flowed through the clean bamboo pipes and reached the other end, everyone cheered loudly. A young man was just thirsty. He bent over, opened his mouth wide, and caught the water flowing from the bamboo pipe. He took several big drinks, looking very funny. Everyone laughed and teased this lively guy. With this progress, the water should reach the foot of the mountain before nightfall. Later, we can send people to cut more bamboo. The sooner the crops get water, the faster they will grow, Sheng Ziyuan shouted from a small dirt mound. The county magistrate spoke well. Everyone clapped their hands. Some people whispered, "Our county magistrate used to be like a stone. Nothing to say, no concern. Why is he so kind to us now? I heard it's because the First Lady blessed us. Look at Miss He. She used to be a mute troublemaker, but now she's so well-behaved. She's smart and pretty. Everyone likes her." After Sheng Ziyuan boosted everyone's spirits, they all eagerly went back to work. Sheng He sat next to Aunt Yanghua, helping her twist some ropes. Suddenly, she got a big blister on her hand. The village women didn't dare let her work anymore. "Oh, my girl, your hands are so delicate. How can you do such rough work? Finding the water source is already a big help. Go rest under the shade." The women said this while still working quickly, not stopping their tasks. Sheng He felt ashamed and gave a thumbs up to praise them, making everyone blush. After half a day together, they had already forgotten Sheng He's past mistakes. They felt very close to her. At this moment, a few village elders came over. They drew a map of the water source, marking the turning point, diversion, and outlet, and asked Sheng He if she wanted to make any changes. Sheng He waved her hand and said, "You are the elders of the county, very familiar with the land's terrain. That's your strong point. I won't add anything unnecessary." Seeing Sheng He's honesty and humility, the elders' respect for her grew even more. Everyone went back to their tasks. Sheng He stayed quiet for a moment and decided to take a walk in the nearby woods. This land is well-nourished by water and very fertile. Maybe she could find some unexpected gains. Thinking this, she moved away from the crowd and entered a bush. After walking about 500 or 600 meters, she didn't find any treasures, just accidentally stepped into soft mud. She was about to curse her luck when suddenly she saw something slippery slip past her foot. She screamed in fright and scrambled back, rolling away. Sheng He took 4 or 5 steps back and finally looked carefully. In the soft mud, there was a small, thumb-sized creature. It seemed just as scared as she was, wagging its tail and burrowing into the mud, disappearing from sight. Could there really be a mudfish here? Sheng He immediately thought of different ways to cook loaches, braised, steamed, or in soup. Her earlier fear disappeared, replaced by excitement at discovering a new tasty treat. Carefully, Sheng He walked around the soft mud, realizing this was once a wild pond that had turned into a marsh after a long dry spell. This season, loaches are most plentiful. Such a large pond probably holds dozens of jin, a Chinese weight unit, of fish if dug up casually. He was very happy and quickly went back to share the good news with the villagers working on building the water channel. The villagers were excited, surprised to find they could get food while working. They felt they had struck it rich. All this is thanks to Miss He, a woman said, gratefully patting He's hand. Everyone thanked her again. He smiled happily, glad to see everyone full and satisfied. Jiang, following his older sister, also enjoyed the moment. He volunteered, I'll go down the mountain to call people to dig for loaches. A man said, let my young son do it. He's 3 or 4 years old and has caught loaches before. He's sharp and quick. Other families also wanted their children to help dig loaches. Since they spent most days playing and fighting anyway, it was better to help their families. Jiang agreed and was about to run down the mountain when he called him back. Children shouldn't go, he said seriously but softly. Villagers, this pond is wild. In the past, the water level was high, and if adults accidentally fell in, it was hard to get out. It's too dangerous for children to dig for loaches.
I don't agree, she explained.
Hearing this, the women's worries grew tense. No matter how their husbands tried to persuade them, they refused. Old villagers say some wild ponds can be dangerous. We adults must be careful. I won't let my kids go, one woman said. Exactly. You devil. Do you think your son is more important? If you make him go, I won't forgive you. Another woman shouted. But Miss He is right. She found the pond, so she makes the decisions, others agreed. Hearing this, He smiled and cleared her throat. Loaches can survive a long time in muddy ground. We don't need to rush. Let's do this. Every afternoon, we spend an hour digging for loaches. It will be enough for tonight's dinner, adding some flavor and energy, she suggested. Good. Everyone agreed without hesitation, finding her plan reasonable. Women gathered around He. Miss He, you are kind and thoughtful. How did you develop such a delicate heart? He smiled softly and said, Oh, ladies, I also have a 5-year-old child. I am learning to be a mother slowly, so I naturally care more about my child. Hearing He mention her son, the women sighed again. If it weren't for Miss He's moment of confusion back then, with her talent and virtue, she might have been able to marry into a good family, rather than being overlooked by matchmakers. Everyone stopped talking and went back to work. When the villagers thought about catching loaches, they worked even harder. They initially thought they wouldn't finish today's task in just an hour. But unexpectedly, they worked quickly and efficiently, completing the construction as planned, and Yuan praised them highly. As everyone rushed toward the pond, they looked like victorious generals returning with their spoils, feeling very proud. When they started digging, they realized the pond was quite deep. As Miss He said, one careless step could sink a leg into the mud, making it impossible to pull out, and they couldn't move freely. Fortunately, they had many people and sticks in their hands, so they weren't in danger. But they couldn't imagine what would happen if children fell in, how much trouble that would cause. While everyone was busy catching loaches, Zi and his group of second-rate brothers swaggered into Jiguanshan. Zi hadn't done much serious work over the years, but he had made many friends, including Wang Hunter from Lotus Village. Wang Hunter, seeing He and Zaoer Village's proud attitude, couldn't eat. He asked Zi for help. He wanted Zi to find a reason to cause trouble with people from Zaoer Village, then involve He, preferably ruining the water diversion project. That way, he could vent his anger. Zi already disliked He, and Wang Hunter promised him a deer leg as a reward, so he agreed happily. Zi went up the mountain, while Wang Hunter hid in the bushes, watching for the show to start. But Zi's plan failed completely. There were no water workers around, only a few patrol officers inspecting the area. Where are the people from Zaoer Village? Zi asked a patrol officer, harshly. The officer pointed west and said, They are digging for loach. There's a big pond full of loach, very fat. They should have dug up quite a few. Zi was immediately stunned.
What?
Digging for loach? Aren't you guys repairing the waterway? The officer rolled his eyes. Can't you see how much the waterway has already been fixed? Zi licked his lips, remembering how his mother used to make fried loach. It was very delicious. He decided to go see for himself. If he was lucky, he might be able to grab a few to eat. Wang Hunter saw Humatsi looking so excited and almost pulled out all the grass in front of him in anger. He wondered if Humatsi's obsession with the loach was going to ruin his big plans. But he didn't dare to say anything. He just squatted there, grinding his teeth and watching. Soon, Humatsi followed the sound of the digging. He was shocked when he saw what was happening. Dozens of people were digging for loach in the pond, and about 100 others were resting under trees or on the grass. Humatsi started feeling nervous. Why were there so many people? If he went to fight with the villagers from Zaoer village, he might get splattered with spit and drowned. It was like trying to break a stone with an egg. He thought everyone else would be too lazy to do such dirty and tiring work, just like him. But he was surprised to see so many eager workers. Humatsi and his group looked awkward, standing on the side, unsure whether to go in or back out. Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Humatsi, why did you bring so many people?" Humatsi didn't know how to answer. Then a woman smiled and said, "What else would we do here? Of course, we're here to help. Or, do you think we came here just to cause trouble and get into fights?" It was Sheng-He speaking, with a clever look in her eyes. Yes, she was deliberately saying that. Humatsi was stunned. Then his face turned bright red. Help?
With what?
What did this woman mean? Before he could explain, the villagers around started laughing. Wow. Humatsi usually isn't very active, but today the sun is setting in the west, and he's actually helping with the big work for the county. Humatsi, you're late today. The sun has already gone down, and we're finished for the day. Get up early tomorrow when the rooster crows, and we'll come to call you to work. Ha, if you perform well, maybe the county magistrate will give you a big red flower as a reward. Humatsi almost got angry. He was clearly here to fight someone, so why was he suddenly doing good deeds?
This.
The person speaking was feeling a bit shy. Humatsi and his men didn't dare to reveal their true purpose. They were being praised in a confusing way, each of them blushing deeply. Honestly, they used to be scolded like street rats. Being praised unexpectedly made them feel uncomfortable. Sheng-He looked at their hesitant expressions and said softly, "This muddy pond is mine. Anyone involved in building the waterway can come here to dig for loaches."
Humatsi's younger brother secretly nudged Humatsi's elbow.
"Big brother, my wife just had a baby. I need to help her recover. I want to do this work. Other younger brothers also wanted to dig for loaches. Why should we fight with people from our own county? Once the waterway is fixed, we'll benefit too. Big brother, don't be fooled by that Wang Hunter from Lotus Village. Yeah, big brother. Just looking at these 100 or so people makes my legs weak. I don't dare to fight them." Humatsi wavered after hearing his brothers. Finally, he said, "It's just fixing a waterway. What's so hard about that?" Humatsi cleared his throat and, going along with Sheng-He, loudly said, Yes. We're here to help. Sorry we're late because of some family matters. All right, we've decided to help build the waterway. I'll go down and dig for loaches too." After speaking, Humatsi confidently prepared to take off his shoes and socks to get into the pond. But Sheng-He stopped him. "Humatsi, you're welcome to help build the waterway anytime. But if you want to dig for loaches, you have to work a full day first before you're qualified." Since Sheng-He had taken a cut of money from Humatsi, his family hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Moreover, his wife kept scolding him every day. He was craving some meat so badly. Tomorrow, he planned to dig up a pound or two of loach meat and have his wife cook a delicious meal for him. Tomorrow's fine. Tomorrow, I'll bring my brothers and show you what we can do. After making this bold promise, Humatsi turned and left. From the bushes, Hunter Wang saw Humatsi and his brothers leave the mountain and almost got furious. "Not only did I avoid causing them trouble, but I didn't expect to go out of my way to help, and now I've become part of their group. It's simply unbelievable." Hunter Wang was so angry, he almost spat blood. But then he had a new sneaky idea. Since he couldn't ruin things, couldn't he still catch some mudfish to take home? Hunter Wang hid in the grass, waiting until dusk when all the villagers from Dazhou County had gone home. He quietly sneaked out and headed toward the big mud pond. To his surprise, there were quite a few mudfish in the pond. The poor villagers from Dazhou had been digging for a long time, but he quickly caught about half a gene of mudfish. Hunter Wang was overjoyed. He was determined to catch more mudfish before it got dark. He took a few steps forward, but suddenly he slipped. His whole body sank down, and the mudfish in his pocket also slipped away, all gone. He cursed loudly, feeling unlucky. Just as he was about to pull his leg out, he froze. He was stuck in the mud pond. Hunter Wang struggled for a while, sweating profusely, but he couldn't move at all. He was still sinking deeper. The last rays of the sun were fading, and even the patrol officers had gone down the mountain. The entire Chicken Crown Mountain was empty. Hunter Wang shouted until his throat was hoarse, but no one came to rescue him, even late into the night.
He was exhausted.
The mountain and forest became pitch dark, and the sounds of wild animals howling occasionally echoed, making his nerves tense. The forest was completely silent, and a huge fear overwhelmed Hunter Wang. He couldn't help but cry in despair. Early the next morning, the strong men from each village continued building the water channels with bamboo and tools. Humazi really brought his younger brothers along. At first, they worked diligently, but once the sun rose and the heat made everyone dizzy, they couldn't keep going. Shenghe stayed by Humazi's side, saying that giving up halfway was not an option for digging mudfish. Thinking about how much work he had already done that morning, Humazi gritted his teeth and kept going, refusing to stop. But in his heart, he cursed Shenghe, the cunning woman, 1,000 times. Shenghe ignored Humazi's scowl and instead hummed happily. She just wanted to keep busy by catching those who wandered around the village entrance, causing trouble everywhere. With the experience from yesterday, today's construction went more smoothly. Everyone joked and teased Wang Matzi, and soon it was time to dig for loaches. They carried wooden buckets and hadn't reached the pond yet when someone with sharp eyes suddenly pointed at the center of the pond and shouted, "Look! Is there a person in the middle of the pond?" Shenghe looked carefully and saw indeed someone stuck deep in the mud, with their head hanging down, not knowing if they were alive or dead. Humatzi saw clearly who it was and was shocked. "Brother Wang? Why is he here?" Shenghe asked. "Do you recognize this person?" Humatzi nodded quickly. "It's Wang Gang from Lianhua village." Shenghe also saw clearly now it was that arrogant hunter Wang, clearly here to steal loaches. Although such a petty thief doesn't deserve much sympathy, Shenghe is a doctor and couldn't just stand by. He stepped onto a plank and went to check Wang's breathing. His breath was very weak, probably from being scared and panicked for a whole day and night, plus being stuck in the mud, which blocked blood flow. His brain was temporarily deprived of oxygen. When he had someone pull the unconscious Wang out of the mud, his legs had already turned purple. This leg might be useless now. It will be hard for him to stand up in the future, someone sighed. Shenghe's expression was calm, without any pity. This person has done many wrong things, stealing unethically. Losing a leg is his just punishment for greed. Humatzi, recognizing Wang Gang, was so frightened he turned pale. "Why me? I won't go. I don't want the loaches anymore. I'm afraid my leg will get ruined too. I'm leaving." Without waiting for others to say anything, Humatzi quickly ran down the mountain. Humatzi ran away at the last moment, so he had no choice but to send his younger brother to inform Wang's family. Wang's family had already been worried sick because Wang hadn't returned all night. When they heard the news, they cried and rushed over. When they found out Wang was injured because he secretly went to steal loaches, they couldn't believe it and even suspected that the poor people of Wuchuan County had caused this. Faced with Wang's family's fussing and accusations, he was not easily intimidated. "Why are you making such a fuss? If you have the ability, go inform the magistrate. The bigger the fuss, the better. Let's see if the magistrate first finds out we framed someone, or if he discovers Wang Gang's stealing fish. Wang Gang's legs are already beyond saving. If you keep bothering him like this, just prepare to send him to his grave." Wang Gang's wife knows what kind of man her husband is. She sobs and pleads with her parents-in-law to stop tormenting him. Her husband is already useless. If they cause any trouble and he gets a criminal record, what will happen to their children? The Wang family knows they are in the wrong. They dare not confront Sheng He directly. In the end, they quietly leave the mountain carrying Wang the hunter. Sheng He spat at the sight of the Wang family's retreating figures. Good people get no reward. Next time I see Wang the hunter's family in trouble, I won't help these ungrateful people. Wang the hunter's tragedy is over. Sheng He reminds the people digging for loaches in the pond to be careful and not risk themselves. The villagers are also scared and become more cautious about safety. Since Wang Gang's accident, Humazi hasn't come to build the waterway anymore. He was so frightened by Wang the hunter's incident that he developed a mental shadow and dares not go into the mud to dig for loaches. Without loaches, what's the point of building the rice paddies? So he started sleeping at home again, making his wife angry every day by scolding him loudly. Humazi's younger brothers are still working under Sheng He's command. Without their boss, they lost their rough attitude but still work honestly and diligently under Sheng He's supervision. They do their work and Sheng He makes sure they get paid. She lets them dig a few jean of loaches to take home and enjoy a good meal. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the waterway construction is done. That day at noon, a few men gathered under the shade of a tree, chatting and eating their homemade cornmeal cakes for lunch. Go, I see you've been working really hard these days. Catching loaches too? You're even better than when you were 18. Your body is really strong. A few men were joking about a man who was lowering his head, munching on a cornmeal bun and some pickled vegetables. Sheng He remembered this man was called Go Chang. His 2 sons had eaten porridge and small cakes. Go Chang and his wife, sister Su Fun, both dislike Sheng He. This is because of the original owner, who is arrogant and almost caused sister Su Fun's unborn child to be in danger. Go Chang spoke kindly to a few men. My wife is about to give birth again. I need to do more work to get the mountain spring water flowing quickly, so she can eat something good to strengthen herself. These days, I've been making fish soup for my wife, and it's nice and white. She loves to drink it. The men laughed loudly. You already have 2 boys. This baby must be a girl, right? That would be great. With 2 little boys running around all day, a delicate girl would be so precious. I'd love her dearly. Go Daqiang was munching on a sweet, fragrant corn cake his wife had steamed, smiling happily, full of happiness. Suddenly, an old woman hurried over. Go Daqiang saw it was his neighbor, Granny. Granny, what's wrong? Did something happen? Go Daqiang asked, feeling uneasy as he saw her anxious face. Daqiang, your wife Sufin went into labor early this morning. She slipped and fell, and after seeing blood, her water broke. Several hours have passed, but she still hasn't given birth. The old woman looked very worried, urging Go Daqiang. You should go check on her quickly. It doesn't look good. They say the baby's position isn't right. Hearing this, Go Daqiang's vision blurred, and he hurriedly ran home. Several women who were friends of Sufin also changed their expressions, leaving their chores to follow Go Daqiang. Sheng He had just stood up from the shade of a tree, her heart pounding. Women giving birth face great danger, especially in ancient times with poor medical conditions. The risks are even higher. After hearing the bad news, Sheng He remembered Go Daqiang's happy smile earlier. She felt sad and couldn't bear it. She took a deep breath and ran toward Go Daqiang's house. At the Go family's earthen bed, Zhao Sufin was lying there, crying out in pain. Waves of sharp pain spread through her body. No matter how Nurse Ren encouraged her, the baby showed no signs of coming out. People outside the house heard Zhao Sufin's screams and felt anxious. Especially the women who had given birth before, they could empathize with her pain. The 2 children in the Go family were frightened by their mother's terrible crying, tears, and snot streaming down their faces. Go Daqiang wanted to go inside to see his wife, but he was stopped. They told him men are not allowed in the room where women give birth. Go Daqiang could only hold his 2 sons and cry loudly. Everyone watched and listened, feeling worried and sad. Among the crowd, Erling's wife also came to join the scene. She showed no emotion on her face and even sneered. Su Fun is just being dramatic. Giving birth is never painless. Why yell so loudly? Someone nearby rolled their eyes at her. She had a child with a mental disability and still dared to criticize others. But at this moment, everyone hoped Su Fin could safely deliver her baby. They had no time to argue with the rude woman. After another intense cry, Zhao Su Fin became completely exhausted. She felt she had no strength left to deliver the baby. Oh no! This might not work, midwife Wen hurried out, looking at Zhao Su Fin with blood on her hands. The baby hasn't even come out yet, and the mother is already weak. If this continues, both mother and child could be lost. She might die from exhaustion. Inside, the crying had weakened, and only painful whimpering could be heard. Go Daqiang rushed to the midwife and knelt, kowtowing. Midwife, please. You must save my wife Su Fin. The two children also cried and knelt, realizing they might lose their mother. Their faces showed helplessness and fear. The midwife sighed. She had delivered many babies and seen many life and death moments. She tried to comfort them. Daqiang, this is Su Fin's fate. I can't take her from the king of. Sigh, Su Fin is a good girl. Who knew she would? Sigh, her words were meant to comfort, but they sounded more sad. Besides Aunt Erlung, who was just watching curiously, everyone else started to cry. Women giving birth alone had to endure it. If they survived, the mother and baby would be safe. If not. Just then, a swift figure rushed into the yard. Before anyone could see who it was, they heard a loud voice. Everyone move aside. Let me see the mother. Maybe I can save her. Everyone looked up. It was Sheng He, carrying a large medicine box, running over with a worried look on his face. Sheng He ran to Go Daqiang and, panting, said, I heard Sister Su Fin is having a difficult labor, and her condition isn't good. I came to see her. I used to be reckless and almost hurt Sister Su Fin's baby, but now I really want to help her deliver the baby safely. Sheng He's voice was very sincere, but someone sarcastically said, Sheng He is so young. Where does she get the experience to deliver a baby? I don't think she can do it. Hurry and send her away so she doesn't mess things up. Everyone's eyes turned to the person hiding behind the crowd, second aunt. Someone else retorted angrily. Miss Sheng can diagnose difficult illnesses. She's capable. Why do you think she can't deliver a baby? Second aunt was caught off guard by the harsh words and looked embarrassed. She shouted angrily. So, what if she can diagnose tough illnesses? Treating sickness and delivering babies are two different things. Besides, how can a woman possibly know all this? Someone defended Sheng He, saying, Miss Sheng knows everything. She even helped us find water sources and bring water down the mountain. Hearing this, Go Daqiang remembered how Sheng He had been helping everyone with ideas and work these days. He also thought about the fish soup she often cooked at his house, which was all thanks to Sheng He. In his heart, Go Daqiang had already forgiven Sheng He's recklessness. He said, Miss Sheng, I believe in you. Please help my wife. Second aunt didn't expect Go Daqiang to truly trust Sheng He. She stubbornly shouted, Go Daqiang, you're so forgetful. When my wife was pregnant, Sheng He pushed her. Do you still dare to let her deliver the baby? You're trying to harm your wife. Boo-hoo. Before she finished, the people around her couldn't stand it anymore and covered her mouth to stop her from causing trouble. Go Daqiang was already anxious. When he heard second aunt's negative words, he couldn't hold back and punched her hard. Second aunt's face was knocked to the side, and she cried loudly as she ran home. Sheng He and the midwife entered the room and immediately smelled a strong smell of blood. Zhao Su Fin was lying weakly on the Kong bed, her eyes wide open, and her hair soaked with sweat. Sheng He checked her pulse and diagnosed that she was suffering from weak qi and blood, with blood stasis. Her condition was quite serious. If she didn't deliver the baby immediately, both mother and child might be in danger. Sheng He immediately ordered, Midwife, the way your older sister is giving birth isn't right. Raise her hips a bit. Bend her legs more. Have her push against something with her feet so she can exert more force later. Hearing Sheng He's instructions, the midwife found her confidence. For some reason, she was no longer as panicked as before. She quickly and calmly followed Sheng He's orders. Sheng He gave Zhao Sufin a piece of ginseng to hold in her mouth, telling her to slowly keep it in her mouth. Then she took out silver needles and inserted a few into her. Suddenly, Zhao Sufin exhaled deeply, as if she had come back to life, and she started to shout with strength. The midwife's hands trembled with excitement. Oh my, she's got some energy. There's still hope. Shang He stopped Zhao Sufin from struggling and shouting loudly. She softly said, Sufin, hold on. We need to save your strength for pushing. Use steady effort and help bring the baby out. Shang He's voice was gentle but firm. Zhao Sufin, who had been struggling, suddenly became alert. She clenched her fists and pushed down with all her might. Because the baby's position was wrong, Shang He gently massaged Zhao Sufin's belly, slowly adjusting the baby's position. This was a secret technique Shang He had learned from an old doctor long ago. She never thought she would use it in ancient times to save someone. Oh my! The baby's head is coming out. The midwife's hands trembled even more. Big sister, push harder. The baby is about to be born. Zhao Sufin seemed to see hope. Her eyes were bloodshot. She grabbed Shang He's wrist tightly, let out a difficult cry, then collapsed from exhaustion and fainted. Wow, wow. The baby's crying echoed loudly, filling the house with its bright voice. The midwife cut the umbilical cord with scissors and hurriedly carried the baby to share the good news. It's a girl. She's a delicate little girl. Everyone waiting outside finally relaxed and let out a big sigh of relief. Go Daqiang, who had been tense the whole time, was stunned. He held the baby in his arms and kept asking the midwife, How is my wife? Is she still alive? The midwife was already smiling happily. Everything is fine. Mother and daughter are safe. She just went through some pain during birth. Miss He is still inside taking care of her. Soon, you can go in and see them. Go Daqiang then started crying softly, kissing his daughter's little face with relief. The Go brothers knew their mother was safe now, so they all came to see the new baby sister. Everyone saw this warm scene and smiled, but also reminded, Daqiang, if it weren't for Miss He, your wife and daughter might not be safe. Remember to thank her properly later. Yes, I didn't expect Miss He to be so powerful. She just went in for a short while and the baby was born. Is this really the same Miss He we knew before? She seems different now. As everyone talked excitedly, Shang He came out and smiled at Go father and son. Sister Sufin has recovered. You can go in and see her, but don't stay too long. She needs rest. Go Daqiang saw her constantly rubbing her wrist. When he looked closer, he saw her fair wrist was red and swollen with blue marks, as if someone had pinched her hard. Go Daqiang immediately understood that his wife had hurt herself during childbirth. He suddenly knelt down with a thud, tears in his eyes, and loudly said, Miss He, your great kindness and grace, I, Go Daqiang, would be willing to serve you as a cow or horse in my next life. Although the two children were still young and didn't understand much, they knew Shang He had saved their mother. They also knelt and shouted, Serve as a cow or horse. Shang He smiled and helped them up. I'm glad Sister Sufin is okay. She's weak now, so go inside and take care of her. Go Daqiang took the children into the house to see his wife. The people in the yard still didn't want to leave, pulling Shang He aside and asking questions. Miss He, how did you manage to save her so easily? Miss He, how did you suddenly become so clever? Did you learn some kind of magic? Faced with everyone's chatter and curious, excited looks, Shang He felt her head almost about to burst. Just when she didn't know how to get away, she suddenly looked up and saw a familiar tall figure standing outside the crowd. Her heart lifted with joy, and she hurried over to that person. Helping a woman give birth is tiring and hard work. This woman has been working nonstop these days, and doesn't seem to mind. He said, It's time for my acupuncture detox treatment. I heard you've been busy lately, so I'll come to pick you up myself. Shang He suddenly remembered and looked apologetic. Oh, my mind. I forgot about this. I can't delay it. The wealthy patron is paying a very high fee for the treatment, so she must not forget. Shang He explained a few things to Sister Sufin about caring for her after childbirth, then left in Ning Zheng's carriage. The villagers watched Shang He's figure leave, feeling surprised. Did you see that young man just now? So handsome. Wasn't he tall and strong? I saw him come in a carriage to pick up Miss He. That's quite grand. What's their relationship? They seem close, maybe. Don't talk nonsense. I heard him just now. He's Miss He's patient. She's going to give him acupuncture today. That's not certain. Even after Shang He disappeared from sight, the villagers still eagerly discussed, wanting to find out more about that stranger. Go Da-cheung looked at the villagers chatting idly and didn't want them to gossip freely about Miss He, so he started to chase them away. My wife and little daughter are weak now and need rest. Everyone go home now. Come back after the full moon celebration. Everyone congratulated her and then happily went home. Since Shang He came to ancient times, this was the first time she rode in a carriage. She found the carriage very luxurious, like a small modern car. The little bullock cart was nothing compared to it. The carriage was faster and smoother. Shang He even dozed off on the soft cushion inside. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the carriage wall. Shang He woke up from her nap, lifted the curtain, and saw Ningzheng holding little Gigi. Ningzheng looked into her sleepy eyes and felt a bit regretful. He thought, I should have let her sleep a little longer. He softly said, if you're tired, there are clean rooms and beds at the estate. You can rest a bit more. Shang He was already awake. She quickly waved her hand. No need. I didn't take a nap this afternoon, but I've rested a little now, so I feel better. Gigi waved her little hand happily and greeted Shang He sweetly. Aunt He, you're here. Shang He jumped down from the carriage and couldn't help kissing little Gigi's soft cheeks, making the child giggle happily. After several acupuncture treatments to remove the poison, only a small amount of toxin remained in Ningzheng's body. This time, Shang He was treating him in the flower hall. Since the poison had lessened, the treatment area was smaller. She only needed to apply the needles at the back of his neck. Just as Shang He rolled up her sleeves to begin, Ningzheng stopped her. What happened to your wrist? She looked down and saw a swollen bruise, caused accidentally while helping Sister Sufin deliver her baby. Shang He moved her wrist and winced. Farmers' wives really did have strong hands. But it wasn't serious. She said, Master, I'm fine. The lady just grabbed me too hard. It'll be better in a couple of days. Ningzheng's face turned serious. He asked Bei and to bring a small medicine bottle. This is a good ointment for bruises. Use it and it'll heal faster. Then he gently took her wrist, applied some ointment, and softly rubbed it in. Shang He looked at his calm, focused eyes and suddenly felt something strange in her heart. She tried to pull her hand back, but his firm grip kept her still. Don't move. It'll be fine soon, it doesn't hurt, right? He said gently, almost as if comforting her. Bayan stared in shock. Was this really the same cold, strict master he knew? Lately, his behavior had been full of surprises. Last time Bayan hurt his knee during a mission, the master only said, as long as you didn't hit your head, it's fine. After the ointment was rubbed in, Shang He's wrist no longer hurt as much, and the bruise had faded a little. Ningzheng handed her the rest of the medicine. Use it for 3 days. Don't forget. All right, Shang He replied with a smile. She stood up, walked behind him, and began the acupuncture treatment. While she worked, Ningzheng closed his eyes to rest and spoke about business. By the way, your ink and perfume are selling very well in the northern region. I think you could form your own trade caravan and train some trusted people to sell your products. Let Wang Yuer lead the team. Wang Yuer already handled many goods, and perfume and ink would soon become major products. He might not be able to manage everything alone. Shang He was delighted. That sounds great. Master, you truly are my lucky star. This means Shang He will soon have a mature and independent trading team. Ningzheng watched her happily and felt pleased too. Time flew by quickly, and in just a few days, the busy waterway construction was finally completed successfully. The bamboo waterway branched out from the hillside of Jiguanshan and spread across the entire Jingniai area of Wuchuan County. In one day, 8 small villages were all nourished by clear mountain spring water. The whole of Wuchuan County was filled with joy. People walking through the fields looked at the gentle flow of water into their lands and couldn't help but wipe away tears with excitement. The seeds they had planted with hard work finally showed hope. Soon, there would be green vegetables, sweet fruits and filling potatoes, peanuts, and fragrant rice. The once dry and stiff land now seemed moist and alive, full of new life. Thanks to Miss He and our county magistrate. We must not forget this kindness. They are our leaders, and we are so lucky. The villagers spoke excitedly. They also invited an old town scholar to write a banner with the words for the people's benefit and sent it to the county government. Sheng Ziyuan was so happy he almost couldn't close his mouth. He held the banner tightly, reluctant to let go. He had been an official for many years, but had few achievements. He never expected to receive such recognition. Although he knew the villagers' greatest gratitude was for his daughter Xinghe, he still felt very happy. Sheng Ziyuan looked at the faint light in his daughter's room, wiped away a tear quietly, and muttered, "Wife, you've been gone for so many years. Our daughter has finally grown up. Rest in peace in heaven. She will be fine from now on." That night, outside, the bamboo waterway's rushing sound was loud, making the moonlight especially peaceful. Unfortunately, only Wuchuan County was peaceful and calm. News of the bamboo waterway's success had spread throughout Hezhou Prefecture, causing a stir among other county officials. How can this be? What kind of person is Sheng Ziyuan? How could heaven favor him so much? A small, broken Wuchuan County actually found a water source. Yin Defa, the magistrate of Datong County, was furious when he heard the news. He was so angry, he puffed out his beard and glared. The shopkeeper quietly comforted him, saying, "Sir, why are you so upset? The imperial astronomer has said that soon we will see rain again." They spent so much effort and resources building a broken bamboo waterway in Wuchuan County, but it probably won't work. It's all just hard work for nothing. Hearing this, Yin Defa felt a bit better. He sipped his tea and rubbed his beer belly, saying, "That's right. The imperial astronomer wouldn't lie. The drought will end soon. Humph. Let those poor folks waste their time. Bah. Just hard lives for nothing." Yin Defa looked angry, but he pretended not to care. Still, his words sounded bitter. Because of the trouble in Zar village, Yin Defa and Liang from Wuchuan County had a serious conflict. He didn't want Wuchuan's economy or reputation to surpass his own Datong County. He asked the shopkeeper, "Have the other county's officials heard about this? What do they think? No one want to celebrate, right?" The shopkeeper sneered. "Wuchuan County has had the lowest taxes for years. No county wants to get involved in this bad luck. Everyone shares the same idea, just waiting to see them fail." But the county magistrate of Jinjixiang, Wang, seems to be quiet. He hasn't shown any reaction. Jinjixiang. Yin Defa's face darkened. That Wang is a sneaky old fox. I heard he recently met a big boss, Lord Huai, and secretly made a lot of money. Yin Defa disliked anyone who was stronger than him, equally. After a moment, he asked again, "By the way, do you know who found the water source in Wuchuan?" "Someone must have caused trouble," the shopkeeper hurried to explain. "It's strange. The person who did it was a woman with a bad reputation. A few months ago, she was even mute. No one knows when she suddenly changed. She became very clever, learned good medical skills, and her reputation spread. She also found the water source. Her name is Xinghe. Now, the people of Wuchuan respect her very much." "Xinghe?" Yin Defa's face changed. "Isn't she Sheng Ziyuan's daughter?" Yin Defa remembered the sharp-tongued, fierce woman he met in Zar village. He shivered. It's said that anyone who crosses her doesn't have a good ending. In Jinji County, I have heard a little about the Ma family case. The Ma family members are still bedridden due to illness. Also, there is Wang Gung the hunter. I heard that a few days ago, something happened to him. I don't know exactly what, but both his legs were paralyzed, and he can't stand anymore. His feet are infected and oozing pus, which makes people feel sick just looking at it." Wang Defa looked worried. The steward asked kindly, "Sir, is there any problem with Xinghe?" Wang Defa clenched his teeth and said, "Don't mention that unlucky name in front of me again. It gives me the creeps." Xinghe fell asleep to the sound of gentle flowing water and had a good night's rest. In the morning, when she went outside, she was greeted by much more humid air than before. Xinghe felt very happy. Mother, I've finished breakfast. I'm going to Zaoa village to study with a teacher. Her little ball of a child, Zhou, carried a small book box and walked steadily toward the door. Recently, Xinghe has been very busy and rarely had time to take care of this little one. Sometimes, she was so busy that she didn't even have time to cook. She arranged for him to stay at Aunt Ho-Hot's house to eat with little Fu. The little boy is very sensible and never causes trouble at home. Xinghe helped him out the door, walking softly and asking gently, Zao, how is your class with Mr.
Xia?
Are you used to it? Zao nodded seriously and honestly said, Mr. Xia is a good teacher. He teaches quite well. Then his proud little face turned slightly red as he added, Mr. Xia said I am his first student. He said I learn things very quickly. He likes me a lot. His previous teacher often belittled him, making it hard for him to stand tall at the county school. But now, things are different. The teacher teaches carefully, discusses the content of the books with him, and encourages him to share his ideas. Xinghe also heard that many children in Zaoer village like to play with him. During breaks, the children take Zhou to the fields to catch crickets and grass bugs. Some older sisters and aunties often make tasty snacks for him. Zhou eats breakfast and lunch at home, but for dinner, he always eats at the village chief's house. Xinghe specially subsidized the food and wages. The village chief's wife likes Zhou very much and cooks a wild chicken egg for him every day. Overall, Zhou's days are happy and full of activity. By the way, Mother, Zhou suddenly remembered something and said seriously, I want to talk to you about something. He couldn't help but laugh. Oh my, what a clever little child, already learning to discuss serious matters with his mother. Smiling, he said, Go ahead, my dear, tell me. Mother, the children in Zaoer village also love studying. At first, only Taiju, Desheng, and Suetsue would secretly peek through the window to watch the teacher give me lessons. They use small sticks to write and draw on the ground, following along. The teacher saw how hard they worked and sometimes gave them a bit of guidance. But later, more and more children wanted to learn, and the teacher couldn't handle them all. The children were very sad. Mother, since grandfather is the county magistrate, could you ask him to help them? He was surprised. She hadn't expected her son to be worried about the other children's education. But he was right. Other counties had schools, while Wuchuan County lagged behind in education. He gently patted his head. My dear, I'm so glad you care about others. For now, focus on your studies. Give me a little time, and I'll think of a way to help, all right? His eyes lit up. In the past, his mother had been selfish. Even if he shared a piece of cornbread with Sister Xiaofu, she would roll her eyes at him. But now, his mother not only agreed with him kindly, but also wanted to help others. He smiled proudly, happy to have such a wise and kind mother. He climbed onto the ox cart under the big locust tree, and the cart creaked as it slowly moved away. He waved his small hand to say goodbye, and he smiled and waved back. The children's education would take time to solve, but for now, he had a more pressing issue: organizing a trade caravan to the northern region. She had made a list of people who had worked hard and performed well during the waterway construction. Over the past few days, she had spoken to each of them, asking if they were willing to join the caravan, but everyone refused. Now that they had found a water source, life was not rich, but it was comfortable enough. The people of Wuchuan County, who had farmed for generations, were reluctant to leave home to do business far away. In the end, only Go Daqiang, Sun Minshun, and a few young men from Zaoer village agreed to follow her, but that was far from enough to form a full caravan. He hadn't expected that her first step toward becoming a successful businesswoman would meet such a setback. He sat under the big locust tree, lost in thought. Suddenly, she remembered someone, and her eyes lit up. She clapped her hands and jumped up happily. He almost forgot she had a kind-hearted uncle who was in business. Her uncle, Yang Yoji, is honest and kind. He makes a living by selling various goods from the north and south and farming. He also has a group of brothers who travel all over the country. With this background, going to the northern region to trade would be perfect. But Sheng He and her uncle's family had grown apart over the years. They hadn't seen each other for about 5 or 6 years. She hurried back to her house and asked her younger brother, Sheng Jiang, to go with her to visit her uncle. Sheng Jiang was busy practicing calligraphy, but his handwriting was terrible, and he was getting frustrated, scratching his head.
What?
You want uncle to go to the northern region to trade? Sheng Jiang exclaimed, dropping his brush in disbelief. Big sister, have you forgotten? When you first brought Zhou home, uncle and aunt brought some tonic and chicken soup to help you recover. But somehow, you got upset and threw their things out, even chased them away. Sheng He listened and couldn't help but cover her face, remembering her past mistakes. Back then, her uncle and aunt had kindly comforted her, encouraging her to cheer up and start over, telling her not to worry about raising the child. But Sheng He, in her anger, thought they were mocking her. She lost her temper in the house and even scratched her aunt's hair a few times. What a mess she caused. How much trouble did she bring to her family? Now she still had to clean up her past mistakes. Sheng Jiang sighed and shook his head. If you go to talk to uncle about going to the northern region, they probably won't agree. Sister, maybe we shouldn't go. It might just cause more trouble. Sheng He shook her head firmly. We have to go. Even if they disagree, we should visit and keep in touch. Uncle is the only brother of our mother. When we were young, he was so good to us. Whenever there was something delicious at home, he would rush to bring it to us. I was naive back then and hurt their feelings. Now it's time to make it right. As she spoke of the past, Sheng Jiang's eyes grew moist. He also missed his uncle very much. Uncle is so good, tall, and strong. He can carry me on his shoulders and ride a big horse, making me laugh happily. I wonder how uncle is doing now. Okay, sister, I'll go with you. Sheng Jiang nodded firmly, then crumpled the messy handwriting he just wrote and threw it into the bamboo basket. Sheng He left a note for Sheng Ziyuan, telling him that they went to visit uncle's house. Uncle's house is in Dagwang Village, Jinjiai County. Even if they took a bullock cart, it would take a whole day to go there and back. Maybe they wouldn't return tonight. The brother and sister carried a big fruit basket, tied 2 pounds of dried meat with grass rope, and packed 2 ounces of salt. They traveled on a bumpy bullock cart to uncle's house. When they arrived, it was late afternoon. Sheng He followed her memory and reached a house in Dagwang Village. It was a small wooden house with 2 rooms and 2 entrances, covered with blue tiles, and looked quite old. This was the old house left by Sheng He's grandparents for uncle. Since Sheng He's grandparents passed away, uncle's family had fallen on hard times. Their business was getting worse, and now, due to drought, life was even more difficult. Thinking about the fight and argument with uncle and auntie back then, Sheng He took a deep breath, ready to accept any scolding later. It's unfair that the original owner was disliked and made Sheng He, an innocent person, the scapegoat. Ready? Ah Jiang, let's knock on the door, Sheng He said bravely. Sheng Jiang nodded, but just as he raised his hand to knock, they heard a loud crash from inside the house. Then came a woman's angry voice. Yang Yoji, you worked in the fields all day, and this is all the peanuts you planted? Are you fooling around? All they heard in response was silence, which made the woman even angrier. The house was filled with sounds of things being thrown and broken. Is Auntie scolding uncle? Sheng Jiang withdrew his hand and asked Sheng He, shrinking back. Sister, should we wait a bit before knocking? It's risky to go in now. Sheng He nodded, but she was also curious. I remember uncle used to be the hardest working person. Why does Auntie say he's lazy now? Sheng Jiang scratched his head and tried to comfort her. Maybe he's just tired from working so hard lately. Sheng He's eyes lit up. She thought better to ask the neighbors. She pulled Sheng Jiang to the neighbor's house to find out what was going on. Annie Tian was in the yard sewing clothes for her son. After many years, she almost didn't recognize Sheng He and her brother and sister. Only after Sheng He took the initiative to introduce herself and explain why she was there did she invite them inside. Sheng He felt a bit embarrassed to go to someone's house empty-handed, so she gave Auntie Tian a few bright red apples as a greeting gift. Auntie Tian was very pleased. Oh, Miss He, it's been a long time. Why haven't you come to visit your uncle and auntie all these years? Annie Tian carefully put away the apples and exchanged greetings with Sheng-He. Hearing this, Sheng-He felt a warm feeling inside. Her uncle and auntie had always taken good care of her. Even when they had disagreements, they never spread her mistakes outside. They did it all to protect her reputation. Sheng-He whispered, "A few years ago, I was immature and in poor health, so I kept my distance from my uncle and auntie. I will be more filial to them in the future." Annie Tian nodded. "It's good that you think that way. It shows they loved you when you were young." Sheng-He quickly asked, "Annie Tian, what's going on with my uncle and auntie? I heard loud noises from inside just now, and my brother, and I didn't dare go in." Annie Tian heard Sheng-He's question, and her smile faded. She sighed and said, "Well, my nephew and his wife have been married for about 10 years, and they used to get along very well. Everyone in the village admired their marriage. But recently, something strange happened. The household suddenly became chaotic, and they argued loudly. Your Annie has come to my place crying several times." Sheng-He and her brother felt a jolt in their hearts. It sounded serious. Sheng-He hurriedly asked, "My auntie cried? Did my uncle hurt her?" Annie Tian kept sewing and poked her needle into the fabric a few times, then said, "Your uncle is a kind and honest man. He wouldn't hurt your auntie. I haven't heard of anything big. But lately, your uncle has been distracted and worried. He keeps things to himself and doesn't talk to your auntie. He also doesn't feel like working. You know, these days, life is hard. Everyone is tightening their belts and trying to get by. Some even go out at night to work in the fields. But your uncle is different. He goes to the fields to work, and when he's free, he finds a quiet place to sit. He stays there for hours." Sheng-He and Sheng-Jiang looked at each other. It seemed that her uncle was indeed acting strangely. Most men think about raising children and taking care of their wives, but he seemed to be worried and sad. Could it be that something serious has happened? Sheng-He left Tian Auntie's house with Sheng-Jiang. At that moment, Aunt Chin was holding a broom, chasing Uncle out of the house. "These peanut seeds haven't been planted yet. Don't come home for dinner today." Yang Yoji looked down sadly, then heard two clear voices behind him. "Uncle, Aunt." Hearing these calls, Yang Yoji immediately turned around in disbelief. Aunt Chin also froze, staring ahead. "Xiao-He, Xiao-Jiang," Yang Yoji's eyes lit up. He looked carefully for a moment before confirming, "How did you come here?" Yang Yoji has a kind heart. Even when Sheng-He used to hit him and chase him out of Sheng's house, he never truly got angry. He just thought she was a kid who didn't know better. He was both happy and nervous, rubbing his hands. When he heard Sheng he could speak and was helping villagers use bamboo to water and save crops, he felt genuinely glad. He instinctively wanted to bring his niece and nephew into the house, but Aunt Chin blocked him with her broom. Seeing Sheng-He again, Aunt Chin remembered the ridiculous incident years ago when her eldest niece had thrown her out of the house. She scolded, "Oh, did some evil wind through and bring the young lady from the county magistrate's family here? Xiao-He, you threw me out of your house back then, and now you're rushing over again. Don't the county magistrate's family think it's embarrassing?" Aunt Chin was a woman with backbone. Over the years, she didn't allow Yang Yoji to visit Sheng's house to see Sheng-He. Though poor, Sheng-He was proud and looked down on this kind of relative. She wouldn't bother with insincere politeness. Aunt Chin thought Sheng-He would get angry again after hearing her harsh words, just like before. But no. Sheng-He, now able to speak, only slightly lowered her head and apologized. Xiao-He knows she was wrong. She was naive back then. Now she has realized her mistakes. If you want to punish or scold her, please do so, Uncle and Aunt. She only hopes you will forgive her. Sheng-He promises to be a good niece and respect you both in the future. Aunt Chin, arms akimbo, was ready to argue. She didn't expect Sheng-He to soften and admit her mistake. Unlike her previous twisted, furious outbursts, Sheng-He now appeared gentle and kind. Her big, almond-shaped eyes were misty, making people feel soft-hearted. Aunt Chin was stunned. Is this really her unruly niece Sheng-He? Could it be that someone else's well-behaved daughter has gone to the wrong relatives? Yang Yoji has 3 sons but no daughters. Seeing Sheng-He's appearance, he almost melted. He quickly pushed his wife. Suelian, let's let the child come inside and talk. Sheng Jiang also pleaded for his sister. Annie, my sister was sick before, but now she's really better. Please give her a chance. Sheng He lowered her head, looking like she knew she had made a mistake. Sigh. She had never begged for forgiveness like this in her past life. It was a strange, new feeling. Sheng He knows her aunt is someone with a sharp tongue but a kind heart. Although she speaks harshly, she is actually the most caring and thoughtful elder. If the original owner hadn't caused trouble and hurt her aunt's feelings, Sheng He would have been loved and spoiled by her uncle, aunt, and 3 cousins. Mrs. Chen still wanted to be angry and scold Sheng He for being foolish and reckless. But seeing Sheng He as obedient as a little white rabbit, she couldn't help but say, "You children are so young and don't understand how expensive daily life is. You just come in, and why are you carrying so many things?" Sheng He's eyes lit up. She knew her aunt was softening. She quickly sweetened her words. "Auntie, I earned some money from my business. I bought these for you first. It's my gift, not a waste." Sheng Jiang also smiled. "Yes, Annie, giving you this as a token of respect isn't a waste at all." Mrs. Chen suddenly had nothing to say. She didn't expect Sheng He, a spoiled child, to learn how to do business and help support the family. Yang Yoji took this opportunity to lead Sheng He and her brother and sister inside, hoping to avoid the task of planting peanuts. Mrs. Chen glared at Yang Yuqing and pulled Sheng He and her brother aside. "You two came just in time. Let's all judge the situation. Your uncle has really lost his mind, not working properly every day, holding in his frustrations and not letting them out. It's driving me crazy. If this keeps up, I won't be able to take it anymore. Sheng He, Sheng Jiang, don't call me auntie anymore. Let your uncle find someone else to be your aunt." Hearing this, Yang Yuqing immediately got upset. "Cui Lian, what do you mean? Why do you keep saying such discouraging things? I will never marry another woman. I only recognize you in this life." Yang Yuqing spoke confidently, and Mrs. Chen didn't expect him to become so angry all of a sudden. He said such words in front of the children, and her face turned red instantly. "Then why are you pretending to be nice to me? You clearly have something in your heart but won't tell me. You just don't trust me." Sheng He softly advised her uncle. "Uncle, in a marriage, it's important to communicate and share with each other, just like visiting relatives, having exchanges. Otherwise, feelings will get hurt." Yang Yoji's eyes looked troubled. He kept tapping his fingers, as if making a decision, and said, "It's not a big deal. It's just that Before Yang Yoji finished, suddenly there was a loud noise outside, and the most ear-piercing was a woman's voice. "Yang Yoji, come out. You need to take responsibility for me." When this voice reached the house, Mrs. Chen's face stiffened, and Yang Yoji's face turned completely pale. Even Sheng He and Sheng Jiang were stunned. Responsible? What is uncle supposed to be responsible for? Mrs. Chen quickly understood what was happening. She burst into tears and raised her hand to hit Yang Yoji. "I've been wondering why your mind hasn't been on this family lately. Turns out, there's a woman outside. Yang Yoji, we've been married for over 10 years, and today I finally see what kind of beast you really are inside," Mrs. Chen cried sadly. Yang Yoji was anxious and kept pacing, trying to explain. "Cui Lian, this isn't what you think. Wu Qiuying and I just had an accident." Yang Yoji's face darkened further. Mrs. Chen, holding her chest, cursed loudly. "Wu Qiuying? Yang Yoji, you're heartless. How could you be with the village's most shameless widow? Tell me, when did you start seeing each other?" Yang Yoji almost cried. "Cui Lian, I really didn't see her that way." At this moment, the big door of the Yang family was knocked loudly. It was the widow Wu making a scene outside, causing trouble and disturbing the peace. Someone called the village chief to come and settle the matter. Mrs. Chen wiped her tears, grabbed a broom, and rushed outside. "Go deal with that shameless woman first. We'll settle our accounts later." Sheng He didn't expect such a big incident to happen right after visiting her uncle's house. She and Sheng Jiang exchanged a look and hurriedly followed their aunt outside. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered outside the Yang family's house. Widow Wu, dressed in a bright red cloth dress, sat on the ground crying, while many people pointed at her and whispered. Everyone was not surprised by what happened to Widow Wu because they all knew she was not a decent person. Since her husband left, Widow Wu liked to wear this bright red dress, swaying her hips among the men, often asking one of them to help carry a load. Her gaze at men was flirtatious, constantly trying to attract their attention. The young women and wives in the village hated her very much. However, when people heard that she was involved with Yang Yoji, the most honest and obedient man in the village, they almost couldn't believe it. The women sighed, "Oh my, if Brother Yang is doing such things, are there any good men left in the world?" A few men chuckled. "There's no man who doesn't have a little fun outside. Some just pretend to be honest. Brother Yang is a businessman, very clever. I bet he's already taken Widow Wu." Widow Wu pretended to wipe her tears and bit her lip, giving the men a flirtatious glare that made them feel angry and jealous. Suddenly, the door of the Yang house was kicked open with a loud bang. Madame Chen stormed out, furious, swinging a bamboo broom fiercely at Widow Wu's face. She cursed loudly, "Wu Widow, do you have no shame? You killed your own husband, and now you want my man, destroying someone else's family. Aren't you afraid you'll end up as a broken woman?" Widow Wu was beaten and scolded, looking very embarrassed. A fierce look flashed in her eyes. She quickly got up from the ground, tears like a cat's in her eyes. "Second sister Cui Lian, you're wrong. Things between men and women are based on mutual consent. How can you say I was seducing him?" She pretended to be pitiful and weak, but her words deliberately provoked Madame Chen. Yang Yoji couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped forward, blushing with anger, and shouted, "I don't have any feelings for you at all. It's you, you shameless woman." Widow Wu sneered coldly, "No feelings for me? Then dare you tell your wife what happened that night between us?" Yang Yoji's face instantly turned red. He looked at Madame Chen and hurriedly said, "Shut up. If that thing got out to his wife or the villagers, he'd be humiliated beyond words." Everyone else in the room, except for Mrs. Chen, eagerly listened. Mrs. Wu ignored Yang Yoji and said, "That night, my laying hen went missing. I went to the back mountain to look for it. I didn't find the hen and I hurt my ankle. While I was helpless, Yang Yoji suddenly appeared out of nowhere. As a woman, I couldn't move well on the mountain. You can imagine what he did to me. I couldn't resist at all." When she said this, everyone was shocked. Yang Yoji was also surprised when he heard Mrs. Wu speak like that. "Mrs. Wu, what are you talking about? I was indeed in the mountains that day, but I was there to hunt night foxes to help the family. You clearly hurt your ankle late at night on the mountain and begged me to help you. What did I do that you couldn't resist?" Mrs. Chen's face darkened at first, but hearing her husband say this, she hesitated. Mrs. Wu's eyes twitched, and she sat back down on the ground, starting to roll around. "Oh no! I can't go on. Yang Yoji, once you put on your pants, you don't recognize me anymore. Yang Yoji, I tell you, it's okay if you don't recognize me, but you have to recognize the baby in my belly." As soon as she finished speaking, the room fell silent. Everyone looked closely and saw that Mrs. Wu's usually slender waist had thickened. People started talking. "Oh my, the widow is pregnant. What a terrible thing. Yang Yoji is finished now. How can he explain this? He has a wife, yet he got another woman's widow pregnant. How will he handle this? Bah, he won't admit it." Mrs. Chen suddenly broke down, crying and slapping Yang Yoji's face. Yang Yoji held his out-of-control wife and, in a panic, stepped forward and loudly questioned Mrs. Wu, "You're pregnant? Do you think I'm stupid? Can you get pregnant just by kissing someone?" This news was even more shocking. Yang Yoji had kissed Mrs. Wu? It seems they really had something going on. Mrs. Chen was heartbroken, trembling all over, tears in her eyes, and asked, "Yang Yoji, is it true? Are you really involved with Mrs. Wu?" Yang Yoji closed his eyes and almost shouted. "It was her who took advantage of my distraction, had bad thoughts, and pushed me down. She kissed me, but I immediately pushed her away and left. My wife, I've been troubled by this for days. I feel guilty and sorry for you. I don't know how to tell you, but I swear to heaven, besides her forcefully kissing me, nothing else happened between us. Now she's trying to blame me. When he finished, everyone fell silent again. If you think about it, Yang Yoji, a grown man, was actually ambushed by a woman and has been depressed for a long time because he was worried about hurting his wife. Mrs. Chen listened to her husband's honest words. Although she still didn't fully understand the situation or the reasons behind it, she calmed down and decided to face this problem with him. But even after Yang Yoji told the truth, his reputation was still damaged. Some people loudly said, "Can we really believe what Yang Yoji says? They say flies don't land on a clean plate, and one slap doesn't make a sound. If he's truly innocent, why would Widow Wu keep bothering him?" Exactly. Widow Wu even claims that the baby in her belly is his. I think Yang Yoji isn't a good person either. The day before yesterday, he helped my young daughter carry water, but now I realize it was scary. I wonder what he's really after with my daughter. These words felt like sharp knives stabbing Yang Yoji's heart. He had never been slandered like this before and couldn't defend himself. Widow Wu was happy to hear some people believed her. She took the chance to cover her belly and cry, "I, Wu Yanxiu, did have an affair with a married man, and I admit it. But I'm not stupid. I know that everyone has their own problems. If I really had nothing to do with Yang Yoji, why would I come here and cause trouble?" The crowd didn't know who to believe and started whispering and discussing among themselves. Sheng-He stood among the crowd, squinting and carefully noticing the cunning look in Widow Wu's eyes. Sheng-He trusted his uncle's character, but he couldn't understand why Widow was holding onto his uncle and wouldn't let go. What was she really after? And whose child was in her belly? At this moment, a man stepped forward loudly. "I can testify for Widow Zhang. Yang Yoji is a beast. I saw him with Widow Zhang." Everyone's eyes turned to look, and they were all surprised instantly. Yang Yoji and Mrs. Chen couldn't believe it. Old uncle, the person who stepped forward to identify Yang Yoji, was the head of the Yang family, Yang Yoji's eldest uncle. Yang Yoji was in disbelief. "Old uncle, what are you talking about? I never had anything to do with Widow Wu."
How could you see that?
"You must have mistaken someone." Yang uncle looked at Yang Yoji calmly and said sharply, "You are the child I raised. How could I mistake you? That night, I threw my into the mountain. When I was searching, I accidentally saw you and Widow Wu in the grass hut. At first, I couldn't believe it myself. Today, when Zhang Widow came to confront me, I decided not to hide this shameful thing anymore. Yoji, I am so disappointed in you. If you are truly a man, you should stand up and tell the truth and find a way to take care of Yanxiu and her baby." Yang Yoji was about to break down. "Old uncle, what are you talking about? Wu Shi and her baby in her belly have nothing to do with me." But since his uncle had already testified, no matter how much Yang Yoji argued, it was useless. He had completely become a heartless, unfaithful, irresponsible man. Mrs. Chen gritted her teeth and said, "Old uncle, what do you mean? Even if Widow Wu's baby is Yang Yoji's, you shouldn't force her to abort it, and you're even protecting her. Where does that leave me, the rightful wife?" Yang uncle sneered. "Mrs. Chen, I haven't even spoken to you yet. You see, Yoji has now completely lost face for our Yang family. It's all because you, as his wife, are not caring or capable enough. You can't hold on to a man's heart. Yoji used to be such an obedient child. It's only after marrying you that he's become like this, causing such a big trouble. He should divorce you." Mrs. Chen was so angry, she started crying. Next to her, Sheng-He felt very uncomfortable when he heard this. Yang uncle was kicking someone when they were down, stirring up trouble between his brother and sister-in-law, and always protecting Widow Wu. Something was wrong here. Sheng Jiang also got angry when he heard Yang uncle speak, like a young calf about to charge, ready to punch that old man. But Sheng-He grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back forcefully. "You can't solve problems with fists. To find out what Widow Wu and Yang uncle are really up to, you need to be clever." Sheng-He quickly thought of a plan. While everyone was arguing and guessing, Sheng-He strode over to his uncle and aunt. People's eyes focused on Sheng-He's face, and they were all surprised by how beautiful she looked. Isn't this Yang Yoji's lively niece? When did she become so charming? He didn't care about everyone's gazes. She only glanced at Uncle Yang and then loudly said, "All right, since Uncle Yang and the widow Wu keep blaming my uncle for this, there's nothing more to say. If my uncle is responsible for widow Wu, then he and my aunt must separate, so they can't stay together." As soon as she said this, Uncle Yang and widow Wu almost burst out laughing, their eyes shining with excitement. Uncle Yang licked his lips. Yes, they need to separate and divide the inheritance again. But he continued, "My uncle made mistakes by betraying the family, and widow Wu is even more guilty. But my aunt worked hard and took care of the family, giving birth to 3 healthy sons. She did nothing wrong and has suffered so much. So I think my uncle should leave the house with nothing, and all the property, land, and shops should be transferred to my aunt and the 3 innocent children." When she said this, Uncle Yang's face immediately changed, and widow Wu was furious. "You little brat. If all the valuable things are left to Chen Suilian, what will my baby and I eat and wear?" Uncle Yang hurriedly said, "Girl, you're still young. How can your heart be so cruel? Are you trying to force Wu Yanxiu to death?" He sneered. "When someone makes a mistake, they should be punished. A shameless woman who uses any means to get ahead. I've been merciful not to throw her into the pig pen. And Uncle Yang, you always defend widow Wu and her unborn child, as if you want to give her all the family's property.
Why?
Do you care so much about them?" Uncle Yang was furious. You're talking nonsense."
Oh.
Before Uncle Yang could finish, Aunt Yang grabbed his ear. Aunt Yang, a strong and rough woman, shouted at Uncle Yang, "You old rascal! Who asked you to come and stir up trouble? Shut up!" Seeing Uncle Yang being silenced, and with Yang Yoji's lively niece stepping in, widow Wu suddenly felt unsure. Some women in the village were loudly shouting, "That's right. We can't let this shameless woman, who tries to steal other men's husbands, live a good life. Big sister Chui Lian has worked hard to keep this family together. I didn't expect her to end up like this. Even if they split the family, it should be done properly. Let the scoundrel and the bad woman go begging. Yes. Take all the family property with you." Widow Wu was anxious, and her face turned pale. She wished she could tear those women's mouths apart. At that moment, Yang Yoji unexpectedly stepped forward and loudly said to widow Wu, "Fine. Since my reputation is already ruined because of you, and I can't stay here anymore, I'll take you away now. We'll go begging in the south with nothing. It's also good for Chui Lian to have a peaceful life with the children." Widow Wu was stunned. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. She trembled with anger. "Yang Yoji, you're not allowed to give money to Chui Lian. Otherwise, I won't marry you. I'll just take the baby in my belly and jump into the pond." He grinned brightly with his white teeth. "Widow Wu, this isn't your first marriage. Don't you know the saying, marry the chicken, follow the chicken, marry the dog, follow the dog? You've caused so much trouble. You can't just refuse to marry. The baby in your belly is my uncle's child. The bloodline of the Yang family must not be lost. If you dare to jump into the pond, I'll have someone tie you up until the baby is born safely." Yan Qiu shivered at He's fierce gaze. She had heard that Yang Yoji's niece was a wild, crazy girl, but she didn't expect her to be so cruel, like a living demon. Widow Wu was about to cry, but had no tears. She had come to force a marriage, but now she felt she had no choice but to marry. No one else was willing to speak up for her. Widow Wu was caught in a difficult situation.
She could only say, "Fine."
What about the bride price? Our village should at least get 3 or 2 silver coins, right? Widow Wu thought she had to get some money first. Chun Shi, standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore and sneered. "Bride price? Do you think you're Yang Yoji's proper bride, a noble young lady?" Widow Wu blushed with anger, then deliberately mocked Chun Shi, shouting sharply, "From now on, I will be Yang Yoji's wife. You better stop shouting." Before she finished speaking, she was hit in the face. The punch was from Yang Yoji, who was furious. He roared, "Shut up. The breakup with Chui Lian was all your fault. If you dare to shout at her again, I'll beat you to death." Widow Wu covered her face and cried loudly, her eyes filled with anger as she glared fiercely at Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen, who was shorter and less attractive than her, wondered why her husband loved her so much. Wu Yanxiu was never so lucky. Yang Yoji and Widow Wu's matter had already been roughly settled. Seeing Yang Yoji's wife and child gone, everyone felt embarrassed to watch the drama. They started to leave while discussing Sheng He, who had just spoken decisively. That niece of Yoji is really tough. She actually pushed her uncle into trouble and even gave all the family property to Chen Suilian. Yes, although she didn't get anything from that wicked Wu Yanxiu, her own uncle suffered too. How could she do such a thing? I think that girl has some backbone, helping reason, not family. These kind of scoundrels deserve such lessons. They should spend the rest of their lives begging for food. Everyone dispersed. Uncle Yang wanted to say something but was pulled away by Aunt Yang, who grabbed his ear. Widow Wu saw everyone leave and knew there was nothing left to cause trouble over. After Yang Yoji slapped her, she realized he was now furious and full of righteous anger. She didn't dare stay any longer. She quickly got up and ran away. Since the matter had become so big, Widow Wu didn't dare go back to her family and embarrass herself. At dusk, she secretly slipped into a small forest behind the mountain. Few villagers came here, so no one knew there was a small bamboo hut inside. Widow Wu pushed open the bamboo door and sat on a simple bed. The bed was made of a few wooden planks and straw mats, creaking loudly with every movement. Thinking about what happened during the day, her mind was a tangled mess. She was so angry she hammered the bed with her fists. She had her eyes on Yang Yoji because he owned land and shops left by his parents. Even if he stayed at home all day, he still lived better than most in the village. Now, all those good things had been handed over cheaply to that old woman, Chen Suilian. Chen Suilian had enjoyed Yang Yoji's company for many years, and Wu Yanxiu thought it was her turn to have a good life. It was all because of that niece of Yang Yoji. Her interference had completely changed the situation. Widow Wu's mind was racing fast. She desperately needed someone to help her come up with a plan. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Please be gentle, I am still pregnant. Don't be afraid. This is a good chance for our son to see how strong his father is. The bamboo bed creaked loudly as the two of them enjoyed themselves inside, not noticing the crowd gathered outside the window. At the front was the village chief and some elders from the Yang family. Luckily, it was nighttime, or everyone would see their faces flushed with embarrassment. Behind them were Yang Yoji and Mrs. Chen, who were being unfairly accused, along with some villagers who liked to watch the drama. Sheng He stood confidently at the front and said, "Everyone, listen carefully to the truth. Please clear my uncle's name." Everyone looked disgusted, as if they had just eaten a fly. Not only did they hear clearly, but the dirty bodies and hearts were obvious, making people want to. Today, Sheng He deliberately pretended in front of Widow Wu that her husband wanted to separate from his wife, even claiming he would transfer all the family property to her. This was to make Widow Wu think she had been fooled. Sheng He knew Widow Wu would be upset and probably discuss the situation with others, so he secretly sent Sheng Jiang to watch her and gather the villagers with some status and gossip skills. Sure enough, they caught a big fish. The villagers would hear and see the truth with their own eyes. But the scene was a bit too shocking. "We misunderstood, Yoji. Tomorrow, I will gather everyone in the village and tell them what we saw tonight. To clear your name, we never thought there were such wicked people in our village, plotting such disgusting schemes." "It's truly heartless," the village chief whispered, sighing with disdain. Inside, the scene was still intense. When everyone was about to leave, Sheng He stopped them and smiled slightly. "Don't rush to leave. The main show hasn't started yet." As soon as Sheng He finished speaking, there was a loud bang on the bamboo door. Everyone saw. In the dark night, angry Yang Demao kicked the bamboo door open and stormed inside with a kitchen knife. Then, there were screams like pigs being slaughtered, both men and women.
"Yang Guanjun.
You wicked man. How could you be with Wu the troublemaker? And you, standing there accusing Yoji, are you crazy?" Yang Demao shouted angrily when she saw the room in chaos, with her husband's clothes mixed with Widow Wu's clothes lying on the ground. She looked at the shaky bamboo bed, where the two bodies were still tangled together. Widow Wu was startled by Yang Damao's sudden entrance and screamed, trying to hide. But there was nowhere to hide inside the bamboo house. She was completely and too scared to go outside, trembling all over. Seeing her mother-in-law come in, Yang Guanjuan lost his senses and forgot everything. He was so frightened that he tried to crawl out of the window, still. He quickly pulled the window latch, and the window shut with a loud snap. Yang Guanjuan hit his head on the window frame, seeing stars. "You old fool! You're grown and still acting unruly outside. Just wait, I'll cut off that dirty thing down there." Yang Damao was furious. She raised a kitchen knife and rushed at Yang Guanjuan, who screamed in fear. "Are you crazy? I am your husband." Widow Wu remembered that Yang Guanjuan was the father of her child and couldn't let him be harmed. She rushed forward and knocked the knife out of Yang Damao's hand. Yang Damao, older than Widow Wu, was dizzy from Yang Guanjuan's anger. Plus, she was caught off guard by Widow Wu's attack, stumbling several times. Yang Damao leaned on the doorframe to catch her breath and shouted angrily, "This is too much. Yang Guanjuan, you're brave, but you let that fox spirit bully me? Don't forget how you got your position as clan leader." Yang Damao's brother was the second in command in Jinjixi County, like a deputy county magistrate. Thanks to her brother's support, Yang Guanjuan, who was lazy and greedy, had been carefree for many years. Although Yang Guanjuan was cheating outside, he dared not let his wife find out. At home, he had been dominated by her for decades. Moreover, Yang Damao, though not very attractive or well-shaped, raised several good children, which made her very proud. Yang Guanjuan knew that if he really offended his wife too much, he would lose his home. Widow Wu didn't know all this. She only knew that Yang Guanjuan favored her and disliked the old woman at home. She shamelessly raised her hand to slap Yang Damao. Frightened, Yang Guanjuan hurriedly pulled Widow Wu away and stood in front of Yang Damao. Suddenly, Widow Wu lost her footing and fell to the ground. Yang Guanjuan was kneeling in front of Aunt Yang, apologizing, when he suddenly heard the painful cry of Widow Wu from behind.
"Child, my child."
Yang Guanjuan, you unfaithful man. Widow Wu was lying on the ground, clutching her stomach and curling up in pain. Aunt Yang looked at everything with a cold eye, raised her hand, and slapped Yang Guanjuan twice, then turned and walked away. Yang Guanjuan glanced at Widow Wu, then turned to leave as well. He didn't really care about the child in her belly. He was almost 50 years old, and his grandson had already been born. What else was there to care about? What he truly wanted was the family property of Yang Yoji's family. Only by holding all that money tightly could he feel confident and no longer fear his wife. Yang Guanjuan couldn't understand how his wife had found out about this place. It was a disaster for him. All his plans were now ruined. He hurriedly put on his clothes and chased after Aunt Yang. Widow Wu was still on the ground, crying painfully, and blood was slowly flowing from her lower body. She couldn't believe that Yang Guanjuan was so heartless. Now she was full of regret, having believed his slander, offending Yang Yoji's family, and damaging her reputation in the village. How could she live on after this? Outside, He watched everything coldly. The bad people ending up like this was their own fault. The village chief, hearing Widow Wu crying and rolling inside, was worried about causing a tragedy, so he sent someone to call her parents to take her away. Widow Wu's parents quickly learned what had happened. Their faces lost all their dignity, and quietly, they took their daughter away. That night's farce finally ended. The truth was finally revealed. Chen was convinced that Yang Yoji's heart had always belonged to her and that they would never be separated. Back home, Yang Yoji quietly told Chen that ever since Widow Wu forcefully kissed him, he felt unclean and ashamed to face her. He didn't dare tell his wife about it, afraid she would dislike him and refuse to be with him. So he was always conflicted and awkward, with no energy to work. Chen listened and finally let out a soft laugh. Looking at the man who was bowing his head, feeling both wronged and awkward like a little wife, she found him surprisingly adorable. Since we were kids, we've been close friends. We've known each other for so many years. When did I become someone unreasonable? This was slander from Widow Wu and Yang Guanjuan to hurt you. It's not your fault. If you ever have worries, please tell me. I will feel at ease knowing you're honest with me. Like Xiaohe said, couples need to communicate more. They should understand what each other is thinking. That way, our family can stay happy and strong. Chen holds her husband's face and kisses him softly. Don't worry, I don't dislike you. I never thought about leaving you. We still have a couple of kids to raise. We must live happily together. On a quiet night, moonlight gently shines on the couple's bed, making the scene peaceful and warm. Yang Yoji feels relieved after hearing Chen's words. He happily hugs his wife. Chen still feels a bit scared. Yoji, we managed to get through this tough time thanks to Xiaohe. Without her, we might have been tricked by Widow Wu and Yang Guanjuan. Yang nods. I haven't seen her in a long time. She's grown more sensible and clever. She's really helping us a lot. If my sister were alive to see her, she'd be so happy to have such a smart and lovely daughter. Chen snuggles in Yang's arms and softly says, Xiaohe and Xiaozhong are good children. If her mother were still here, she'd have raised them even better. Yang sighs. It's a pity Xiaohe made a mistake long ago. She hasn't been able to settle down and start her own family. That's okay. Xiaohe's life at home isn't so bad. She doesn't have to serve her parents-in-law or her husband. Chun believes Xiaohe is thoughtful about her future. She tells Yang, no matter what, we need to get up early tomorrow and kill a chicken. We should treat our nieces well. The next morning, Yang's chimney still puffed out gentle smoke as usual. In the chicken coop, 3 chickens were raised. Yang Yoji caught the fattest one and killed it at the gate. He collected a big bowl of chicken blood and set it aside to cool. Chin scooped some boiling water into a wooden basin. She scalded the chicken's roots of feathers until soft, then plucked the feathers quickly. She cut open the chicken's belly with scissors and took out the internal organs, placing them on the windowsill of the kitchen. Yang Yoji tiptoed quietly past the small side rooms where Sheng He and Xing Jiang were staying overnight. After such a big event last night, and with the 2 children working so hard, he didn't want to disturb their sleep again. But when he reached his 3 sons' rooms, he was less careful. He slapped each of their bottoms 3 times, urging them to get up for breakfast. During the day, Yang's 3 sons had been sent to private school, and they didn't know about the accusations made yesterday by Widow Wu and Yang Guanjuan. They only knew that their cousin Jiang, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, had come, along with that annoying sister He. They also vaguely heard their parents arguing. It must be because sister He stirred trouble. Every time she visits, the family becomes restless. Yang's eldest son, 15 years old, was quite steady. After quickly putting on a rough jacket, he pulled his half-asleep 6-year-old brother from bed, dressed him, and then took him to the main hall. Yang's second son was still under the blanket, reluctant to get up. He hesitated for a long time until Yang Yoji threatened to find a bamboo stick to spank him. Then he jumped out of bed like a slippery eel. When Yang's second son arrived in the main hall, Sheng He and Xing Jiang had already gotten up. Xing Jiang and Yang's eldest son were in the yard, chatting and stacking firewood, while Xing He was in the kitchen helping her aunt cook. Their laughter occasionally floated out, making the small home feel warm and happy. Yang's second son looked at Sheng He in disbelief.
Wow.
Did I wake up too early? Is this really that annoying sister-in-law? Not only had she become more beautiful and kind, but she was also so diligent. His mother used to say that sister He was the laziest and meanest girl among all. Why does she seem like a caring daughter now? So, wasn't the argument between his parents yesterday because of sister He? Yang's second son wondered silently. Sister He rarely visited unless she had a reason. What was she really here for this time? Just then, little Yang ran over happily, holding a piece of candy to show his brother. Second brother, sister, he is so nice. She gave me candy. Yang's second son glanced at his happy little brother and picked him up. Little monkey, you've already been bought by that woman? He then snatched the candy from his brother. You can't eat this. We need to stay alert. What if she put something bad in the candy? I'll test it first. He shoved the candy into his mouth with a mischievous grin. Yang Xiaodi looked at his empty hands, then at his second brother's proud expression. He suddenly cried out in anger, "My candy!" Second brother, "You big meanie!" Boo-hoo! Mrs. Chun heard the noise and knew that mischievous young heir was bullying his younger brother again. She rushed out and scolded him. Shang He smiled happily as she carried a plate of food out and placed it neatly on the table. Young heir jumped around like a monkey. Even when Mrs. Chun chased him with a rolling pin, he could still grab a piece of chicken from the bowl and stuff it into his mouth. As soon as the chicken was in his mouth, young heir's eyes lit up. The spicy, tender, and smooth taste was irresistible. He hugged Mrs. Chun's leg and flattered her. "Is today our new year? Why is there chicken to eat? Mom, I didn't expect you to have such good cooking skills. It's even better than the dishes made by the palace chefs." Mrs. Chun playfully poked his head. "You little monkey. Palace chef's dishes? This is made by your sister He." Young heir was stunned. He didn't expect the spoiled and lively Miss He to make such delicious food. Sheng Jiang and Yang De went inside to wash their hands and eat. They just saw young heir looking embarrassed. Sheng Jiang proudly said, "My sister's cooking is the best in our family. This dish is called saliva chicken. We often eat it at home. It's a real specialty." Hearing the name, saliva chicken, young heir's face changed.
What?
Is this chicken made with saliva? Whose saliva? Yuck! If the tender chicken hadn't already been swallowed, he might have vomited. Sheng He laughed loudly. This dish is made by boiling the chicken in cold water to remove the smell, then pouring a spicy oil, vinegar, sesame oil, and other seasonings over it to make the sauce. There's no saliva involved. It just means the chicken makes you drool when you eat it. Everyone laughed along. Young heir, realizing he was clueless, didn't dare to make more fuss. He obediently helped his mother set the chopsticks and serve the rice. The family enjoyed a happy meal, eating happily and messily. Even little Yang Xiaodi wasn't afraid of spicy food and ate with a red face, looking more excited. Sheng He didn't forget her main reason for coming. She directly said, "Uncle Annie, I actually came here today to talk to you about something." Yang Yoji and Mrs. Chun gently replied, "Shall he just tell us? If there's anything we can do to help, we will do our best." Shang He nodded and smiled, saying, "Recently, I started a business trading goods in the northern region. The profit is good, but I don't have enough people. I was wondering if Uncle and your brothers could join me." He then explained the details of the business and the income and expenses. Yang Yoji's eyes lit up at first, but then he looked down. Before he could speak, Yang Erzi started shouting, "Doing business is great. Making money. I fully support Dad going. And Dad, you might as well take me along too." When Yang Erzi heard about money, his eyes shone brightly, and he danced around, eager to leave for the northern region immediately. Yang Yoji held him back, saying, "Go, go. This isn't your business. Focus on studying. Your dad only started doing business because he didn't get enough education." Yang Yoji asked Yang Laoda to take his brothers to the private school. After the children left, Yang Yoji sighed deeply and, blushing with embarrassment, said to Sheng He, "Xiao He, I'm afraid I can't agree to this. Going to the northern region can make money, but as you see, I have 3 children and your aunt. I need to stay with them and can't let them suffer. There are risks in going to the northern region," and Yang Yoji was most worried about his family. "But I think many of my brothers want to go out and try their luck. I'll ask around for you later." Hearing that his uncle refused, Sheng He felt a little disappointed but still smiled politely and respected his uncle's choice. "Uncle, if you ever decide to join, you're always welcome." Unexpectedly, his aunt suddenly put down her chopsticks and said seriously, "Child's father, this is a good opportunity. I support you going." Sheng He was very happy. At first, she was worried that her aunt wouldn't want her uncle to go, but she was surprised by her open-mindedness. Yang Yoji was still hesitating. "But how can you take care of everything at home alone? I really want to earn money, but I care more about staying with you all." Mrs. Chen slapped the table confidently, saying, "Why are you worrying about the family? Let me ask you, are the children more afraid of you or of me? Who manages the household, you or me?" Yang Yoji shrank his neck and replied, "It's you, wife." Mrs. Chen then softly added, Yoji, I've thought about this carefully, and it's a very good opportunity. First, your brothers have been working with you in business for many years. If this year's harvest is poor and they can't make money, they still need to eat. As the eldest brother and the main pillar of the family, you should show kindness and help everyone earn money. Second, although the issue with widow has been cleared up, our family is still in the spotlight. Good and bad rumors are spreading everywhere. When you go to the northern region for business, I will take the children to my parents' house. With my parents helping to take care of the kids, I will feel more relaxed. Once the trouble passes and you earn some money, you can come back proudly to pick me and the children. Then our life will be prosperous and happy. That would be the best. Mrs. Chen spoke with a mix of kindness and firmness. As Yang Yoji, who is very obedient to his wife, heard this, he had no other thoughts. He immediately agreed to join Sheng He's trading team. Mrs. Chen winked at Sheng He and smiled. Sheng He and Sheng Jiang both gave a thumbs up, showing they agreed. They wanted their uncle to listen to his wife's advice, and they knew it was best if his wife helped guide him. Meanwhile, Qi and her son, who had been sent back to her parents' house, were having breakfast. Sheng Yulan looked at the plain rice porridge on the table, which was so dull it reflected people's shadows. She was very hungry, but had no appetite. She kept dreaming at night about Sheng family's delicious meals, and she drooled in her sleep every day. Mrs. Qi sat at the table, looking distracted and tired these days. She seemed to have something on her mind, but didn't say what. Her father, old Qi, saw his daughter's strange look and got angry. He asked, You said you would go to the magistrate to complain and seek justice. Why is there no news? Will Sheng family still share half of their property with us? Mrs. Qi was also unhappy. She said, Yes, I've been taking care of you two every day, and my back is almost broken. Is there any hope left? Before we even smell money, the family might be drained completely. Qi's wife blushed and wanted to say she had written a petition to the magistrate, but there was still no response. Her second brother, Qi Lao Air, spoke first. Dad, Mom, how can you say that about my sister? Both her parents were stunned. Qi's wife suddenly looked up. She didn't expect her younger brother to care so much about her. Then her sister-in-law, Chun Hong, smiled and said, Dad, Mom, you still don't understand, do you? This time, the water supply problem in Shangchuan County was solved when Sheng's daughter found a water source and brought people to it. Moreover, everyone in town says she also made a big business deal. Now she is recruiting people to go north to earn good money. Old Mrs. Qi was surprised. We only knew she was lucky to find water and took advantage of it. I didn't expect she would also do big business. Qi's mother and daughter also shivered. So Sheng's family isn't just an empty shell? Chun Hong smiled even more happily with a greedy look in her eyes. In my opinion, the eldest sister-in-law shouldn't have left. She should go back and continue working as the county magistrate's wife. How much money can a family split? Now, everyone knows Sheng, he is a treasure. Anyone who gets involved with her won't have to worry about food and drink for life. What? Going back. Qi's face suddenly changed. Second brother Qi nodded happily. Of course. Sister, even though you had a quarrel with their family, you've been married to your husband for over 10 years. Go back and comfort him. He will definitely let you live a good life. Old Mr. Qi and old Mrs. Qi also felt hopeful after hearing this. Our second son is very wise. You're right. Why split up? Big sister, hurry back home and live peacefully. No matter what, Sheng he should call you stepmother. She earns a lot of money, but it all belongs to you. Haha. Our family is really going to get rich this time. Excited, second brother Qi said, Sister, in the future, when you go back to your parents' house, don't just bring a little money. My son is about to be born, and he will need to go to school and get married. Second brother Qi was lost in a beautiful fantasy, but this dream was immediately shattered by Qi's words. Qi hurriedly said, No, I won't go back. I will never go back, even if I die. When old Mr. and Mrs. Qi, second brother Qi, and Chun Hong heard this, their faces changed suddenly. Big sister, why are you being stubborn? We didn't take much advantage of you. We just want you to help support your family a little more. Besides, isn't it for your own good? The life at the county magistrate's office is better than our farm life, Mrs. Chi said. Chi's face turned red as she shouted. I've already been divorced by Sheng Zuan. Why would I go back? Wake up. It's over between us. Sheng Yulan really wanted to go back. She thought her mother felt the same way, but she was surprised to find her mother firmly refused. She felt a little disappointed. Sheng Yulan has stayed at her grandmother's house long enough. No one in that family truly cares for her, and they keep trying to take advantage of her and her daughter. Now she finally understands Sheng's family better. Although she has to live under Sheng He's control, as long as she doesn't offend her aunt, she can at least eat well and stay warm. Sheng Yulan advises, Mother, let's go back and ask Sheng Ziyuan. You know he's soft-hearted. Maybe he'll agree to help us. Shut up. I will never go back, Chi shouted, sweating profusely, upset at the idea of returning, as if her tail had been stepped on. Old man Chi immediately got angry and slapped her. This is my house. Why are you shouting? Listen, you have to go back. Do you remember how you begged Sheng Ziyuan to accept you? Now you're just begging me. Seeing his sister being slapped, second brother Chi didn't feel sorry. He simply said, Sister, if you don't go back, there won't be enough food for you here. Chi covered her face, feeling a burning pain and a mix of heartbreak and anger. She shouted, Don't forget, all these years, I've been supporting you with food and money. How can you treat me like this? Second brother Chi raised an eyebrow. So what? Sister, you were raised by your parents with hard work. Now that you're married, isn't it right to give back a little? A daughter who leaves home is like water spilled. If you still want to stay in our Chi family, you'll have to pay your dues. Without money, there's no food on this table. Hearing this, Chi felt it was absurd and laughable. Suddenly, the smell of the food on the table wafted into her nose. For some reason, she felt extremely nauseous and couldn't help but squat down and Chi kept vomiting, leaving everyone stunned. Could she have been so angry she vomited? Only Chunhong, who was recently pregnant, noticed something unusual. She remembered that Chi had been showing little appetite these days, sometimes even vomiting when looking at the food. At first, she didn't think much of it, assuming Chi, used to being the county magistrate's wife, had trouble digesting the simple home-cooked meals. But now, she suddenly thought of another possibility. Chunhong no longer cared to hide her thoughts and blurted out, Big sister-in-law, you've been back to your family for almost a month. Why haven't we seen your little one yet? Mrs. Chi finally calmed down and, hearing Chunhong's question, blushed and hesitated, saying, maybe my luck isn't very good. Chunhong was very happy. Big sister-in-law, are you pregnant? When I first got pregnant, I also had morning sickness like that. Everyone was excited to hear that Mrs. Chi might be pregnant. Mrs. Chi had been married to Sheng Ziyuan for many years, but no one knew why, as her belly showed no signs of pregnancy, which made everyone very anxious. Now, if Mrs. Chi was really pregnant, Sheng Ziyuan wouldn't ignore her. When she had a child later, they would celebrate and bring her back home. This baby came at just the right time. Mrs. Chi happily wanted to take Mrs. Chi to see the doctor. But Mrs. Chi knew deep down she couldn't be pregnant with Sheng Ziyuan's child. Her face was as white as paper, and she clenched her teeth, struggling to say, Mother, I won't go. I won't go. I am not pregnant with Sheng Ziyuan's child. Mrs. Chi said, We need to get a clear answer from the doctor. Let's go. Under everyone's pushing and pulling, Mrs. Chi broke down and sat on the ground, crying loudly. Yes, I am pregnant. But it's not Sheng Ziyuan's child. I haven't shared a bed with him in over 10 years. When she said this, everyone was stunned. They didn't know how to react, and just froze in place. Mrs. Chi's mother was the first to cry and wail. Oh, you little. When did you go to see a man? And now you have a. It's so shameful. Chunhong said, This morning, I heard that something big happened in Dado County. A widow and an old man were together, and she was pregnant. But someone found out, and the widow's baby was immediately lost. It was a terrible scene. The widow almost lost her life. Sheng Yulan cried in fear. Mother, Are you really pregnant?
You're so confused.
I just made a careless mistake. Mrs. Chi was pale with fear, but she gritted her teeth and said, It's all Shang Ziyuan's fault. He's so cold-hearted. He doesn't want to touch me because of his late wife. Who knows how I managed to survive all these years? She had finally left Sheng's family, and she just wanted to find a man to let loose and vent. She didn't know that one careless moment could lead to pregnancy. Now, thinking about it, she felt nothing but regret. Old Man Chi's face trembled with anger.
How dare you speak?
Your husband won't sleep with you, so what skills do you have? Get out of this house now and find the man who fathered your child. Chi's wife clung to a wooden post and refused to leave, crying as she explained, That man is a traveling merchant from the south. He was just passing through here. We met, and it was only for one night. Now he's gone, and I don't know where he went. Father, Mother, I have no way out. Please give me a chance to survive. Before the old couple could speak, Chun Hong was upset. She knew her older sister-in-law would never return to her position as the county magistrate's wife, especially now that she was just a broken woman. Chun Hong was no longer afraid. Her usual smile was gone, replaced by cold anger. She touched her belly and said loudly, Father, Mother, do you still want her to keep this child? I won't accept that. I am the eldest daughter-in-law, and the baby should have the Chi family name. I don't want some illegitimate child to take away half of what my son deserves. The mother and daughter had been in this family long enough. They couldn't afford to keep her. If she didn't leave, Chun Hong said she would go instead. Mrs. Chi was so angry she almost fainted. Xia Chun Hong. My surname is Chi. Yours is Xia. Be clear about who the outsider really is. If you want to leave, just go. Seeing his sister daring to speak to his wife like that, second brother Chi immediately stepped forward to defend her. Sister, Chun Hong married into this family. You are the one who married out. Even if you're back now after being rejected, how can you compare to her? Mrs. Chi was so angry she almost vomited blood. The old couple agreed with their son's words. Their eldest daughter had done something shameful, and they couldn't let her ruin the family's reputation or affect their little grandson. Mrs. Chi and her daughter wiped their tears, feeling lost and hopeless. They didn't know how big the world was or where they could find a place to stay. Just go. I will cut all ties with you now. See where you can go to blood in the future. Mrs. Chi finally gritted her teeth, packed her things, and left the Chi family. Sheng Yulan cried and asked Mrs. Chi, Mother, what should we do now? Mrs. Chi angrily replied, What else can we do? We can only go back and deal with that big troublemaker. Shang Ziyuan, hearing this, Sheng Yulan was so frightened she covered her mouth. But Mother, now that you are pregnant, if Sheng Ziyuan finds out, he will never accept this. Then don't let him find out. While the baby is still small, I'll take some medicine to fix it, Qishir said, feeling desperate and starting to cry.
Oh.
I really am doomed. When Sheng He returned home, he began to write down the list of people for the newly formed trading team. After writing just 2 lines, he heard someone knocking at the door. When he opened it, he saw Qishir and her daughter, looking distressed and crying. Oh, so you've got the approval from the magistrate to divorce. Are you two back to split the family property? Sheng He said with a smile. Why are you crying? Are you here to take half of my Sheng family's estate? Are you so excited you're crying? Sheng He was very sharp with his words, and his teasing clearly exposed how arrogant Qishir and her daughter had been when they left that day. Qishir and her daughter dared not speak back, but they were used to Sheng He's pressure. Here, my daughter and I have been driven out by my cold-hearted family. We've cut ties with them. We have nowhere to go now. Please don't abandon us, Qishir begged, crying. Yulan also said, Sister, I am still a Sheng. Please let us come back. We can help you cook and do chores. It's better than living in poverty at the Qi family's place. Staying with Sheng He at least means a better life. But Sheng He sneered coldly. I won't waste my time worrying about 2 trash heaps, and I don't need trash to cook for me. Get out. Seeing Sheng He about to close the door, Qishir lost her temper.
You.
Sheng He, if you don't let us go back, I'll throw myself in front of the door. Sheng He was not at all frightened by Qi Shi's reckless behavior. He raised an eyebrow. Don't think I don't know why you're so eager to get inside. Qi Shi, if I'm not mistaken, you're already a month pregnant, right? Just after you were divorced, you got pregnant with that wild child. You want to blame me for your mistake and dump this child on our Sheng family? Dream on. Qi Shi's face turned pale. How do you know? Realizing she had slipped up, she quickly shut her mouth. At this point, Qi Shi and her daughter felt hopeless. Now that things had come to this, Sheng He would never let them into the Sheng family again. The mother and daughter were deeply shocked, but Sheng He quickly changed her mind. She remembered that the Qi family had probably caused the Sheng family a lot of trouble over the years. Now that the two families were no longer connected, how could the Qi family, who had been so ruthless, just forget everything and live happily? Sheng He leaned on the doorframe and said to the Qi family woman, "You, a woman who is divorced, already struggling after breaking up with your family, and now pregnant with an unclear child, life will probably be hard for you in the future." The Qi woman looked at Sheng He with suspicion. What was she planning now? Sheng He said, "Don't worry, what I say will be good for you. I know you probably won't keep the baby, since you can't raise it anyway. Here's an idea. I can give you some medicine that will ease your pain and won't harm your health." The Qi mother and daughter brightened up. Sheng He was known for her medical skills, so they believed her words. The Qi woman had been burdened by this child. Once born, the child would suffer, be scorned, and it might be better for it to be reborn into a good family. "But I have conditions," Sheng He continued. "You need to make a list, sign it, and clearly write down everything you have given to the Qi family over the years." At first, the Qi woman felt uneasy, but then she thought about how she had helped her family all these years and ended up in this situation. The Qi family was cruel. They had thrown her and her daughter out and were enjoying the money she had given them. They deserved to suffer. Without hesitation, the Qi woman said, "Fine. I'll write it all down." She didn't know many characters, but she could remember a few numbers easily. Sheng He watched her sign, then happily folded the paper and tucked it into her sleeve. "The medicine powder should be taken in 3 doses, Sheng He said as she handed the medicine to the Qi woman. "You caused this child's death, but you also harmed an innocent life. If I didn't give you this medicine, you'd still have to abort it. Better for the child to leave peacefully and for you to reflect on your actions." The Qi woman took the medicine, and for some reason, her eyes welled up with tears. For the first time, she felt real regret. Her life in Sheng's family had been better than most women in Muchuan County. If she had stayed peaceful and honest, would she still be living such a comfortable life now? But it was too late to go back. Everything was gone. Sheng He glanced at Sheng Yulan and said calmly, "You're no longer part of the Sheng family. You never had our bloodline, so stop using the Sheng name. You should go back to your old name, Leah." Leah began to cry again. That name had been given to her by her late father, and she had never accepted it. The name Sheng Yulan, given by her stepfather Sheng Ziyuan, sounded elegant and graceful, like a blooming magnolia flower, and she had loved it deeply. But now, she had lost everything, even her beautiful name. The Qi mother and daughter, ashamed and defeated, left the Sheng household in silence. When Sheng He checked the money list, she couldn't help but smile. There was quite a bit, enough to cover the debt with interest. Another small fortune for her savings. Sheng He wasn't one to waste time. She immediately went to find Uncle Sun, her neighbor, Sun Minshun. Collecting debts required strength in numbers to keep troublemakers in line. Meanwhile, the Qi family had just sent away the mother and daughter. As they muttered about bad luck, they tried to calm Xie Chunhong, who was angrily talking about returning to her parents' home. Xie Chunhong felt humiliated by her sister-in-law's scandal and was furious. She came from a wealthy family with plenty of farmland and had been pampered since childhood. She had never suffered such embarrassment. She had only agreed to marry into the Qi family because her sister-in-law was the wife of a county magistrate. Now, thinking about it, she felt she had made a poor choice. Her sister-in-law had lost her status, and the Sheng family connection was gone. "All right, my good daughter-in-law," said the old Mrs. Qi patiently. "Don't make yourself sick with anger. Once you safely give birth to my eldest grandson, no matter how poor we are, your father-in-law, and I will use our savings to make him a gold bracelet." The elderly couple knew well that over the years, the Chi daughter had sent plenty of money home. Even if they had to dip into their savings, they could afford a small gold bracelet. Xia Chunhong, who had been crying, looked up at her husband, Chi Lauer, and exchanged a knowing glance. This argument had been planned between them. They both knew that the sister-in-law had given the old couple a lot of money and gifts over the years. If they could get a little out of them, it would be worth it. "Mother, then it's settled. You can't go back on your word," Xia Chunhong said with a small smile. The family finally returned to their happy and harmonious life. Just then, there was a loud, urgent knocking at the door. "Who's there?" The door might fall off from all this knocking. Old Chi grumbled loudly as he got up to open the door. "Could it be Auntie again, hauntingly coming back?" Xia Chunhong muttered. "Who are you all?" As soon as the door opened, Old Chi shouted in fear. "Why are so many of you coming to my house?" Before Chunhong and the others could react, the entire Chi family was surrounded. Old Chi was immediately and pushed into the main hall. Sheng He calmly walked in from the doorway, followed by 4 or 5 strong men, creating a powerful presence. "I am the daughter of Magistrate Sheng. Today, I am here to take back some of my family's belongings." Sheng He sat confidently in the main seat of the hall, looking down at the Chi family members who were restrained. "Our belongings are all from the Chi family. What are you trying to take back? Just leave now." Old Chi, usually the most temperamental, shouted arrogantly, "A little girl like you dares to bully me. This is lawless." Sheng He raised her hand, and a man quickly picked up a torn cloth from the ground and stuffed it into Old Chi's mouth. Sheng He loudly declared, "I don't have time to argue with you. You all know how much money and valuables you've taken from Sheng family over the years. Of course, if you deny it, that's fine. I have clear written evidence, all confessed by the Chi family herself, signed and sealed. No matter how you try to argue, it's useless." The villagers, hearing the commotion, crowded in to watch the excitement. Seeing this scene, no one dared to intervene lightly. "Over the years, you have taken 50 taels of silver, 2 silver earrings, a set of gold hairpins from my mother's dowry, 2 pairs of silver earrings, 2 pieces of cloth, and a copper plate." Sheng He read aloud the items listed on the paper clearly and calmly. Although the dowry of a rural woman was usually modest, Sheng He's mother's dowry was quite luxurious at the time, as the Yang family was at its peak. The dowry was almost comparable to that of a young lady from the county town, causing a sensation throughout Wuchuan County. But these items had been almost half moved by the Chi family to their own household. Although the Chi family is guilty of theft, Sheng He immediately knew that behind this, the Chi family's greed and pressure were the real reasons for the theft. The people outside, hearing Sheng He read out the list, became excited. They couldn't believe how rich the Chi family was and how greedy they were. Chi's second son and Chun looked at the old couple with disbelief. These 2 old people kept complaining about being poor, saying their money was almost gone and not enough for expenses. Sheng He's late mother only acknowledged 1 gold hairpin and a pair of earrings as her dowry. If Sheng He hadn't come to settle the account today, they would have hidden the other items in the coffin, and they wouldn't have known. The young couple looked at the struggling old couple with full of hatred. The old couple from the Chi family didn't have time to pay attention to their sons and daughter-in-law's angry looks. They were still arguing with Sheng He. "You're talking nonsense. I didn't take anything from your Sheng family. You broke into our house illegally, and I will report you to the authorities." Mrs. Chi was originally fierce, but halfway through, she lost her spirit. "What report? Her father is the biggest official in Wuchuan County." Sheng He sneered. "You still have the face to report? Reporting requires facts and reason. With your family's filth, do you dare to go? Don't disgrace my father's court. Big brothers, please search their house and find my mother's dowry first." The old couple from the Chi family instantly panicked, making pig-like squealing sounds as they tried to protect their precious belongings. But no matter how much they shouted, they couldn't move. The big brothers quickly searched the old couple's house and found Yang's dowry. The truth was in front of everyone, and the onlookers started to despise the Chi family. I always wondered why they walked around with their heads held high, looking down their noses. Turns out, they stole so many good things from home. Exactly. Such untrustworthy people. I wonder if they took anything from my family, too. Phew. The Chi family has always been like this. From now on, we won't associate with them anymore. They're disgusting. The old couple from the Chi family watched as their carefully guarded dowry was uncovered, and their reputation was ruined. Mrs. Chi gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, fine, fine. It's just some broken dowry items. Take them and get lost. We don't have any more." Now, she had no choice but to agree. However, Old Man Chi and his wife were anxious and refused. "No way." Sheng-He sneered and said, "Of course not. I told you. Besides the dowry, I also want the money I secretly took back over the years with interest." Old Man Chi and Chun Hong, young and angry, started shouting, "You ungrateful little. You eat what we give you, and now you want to spit it out." Ah. Two loud slaps landed on their ugly faces. Sheng-He was quick and harsh, and their cheeks soon puffed up. "You're so noisy. Use the shoehorn to lift their tongues. I'm talking to their elders, and they're shouting for no reason," Sheng-He ordered, and Old Man Chi and his wife felt their feet go cold as a stinky shoe was shoved into their mouths. They were furious and furious. Old Lady Chi had been scolded by Sheng-He before. She knew this woman looked harmless, but was very cruel. She didn't dare argue back and could only retreat. She cried, "What do you want? We took that money little by little. We've already spent it all. We can't give you any more. If you want my life, I have one last thing to say." Sheng-He smiled like a devil from. She pointed at Chun Hong's swollen belly. "There's no point in taking your miserable life, but your daughter-in-law still carries a new life inside her." Everyone in the Chi family was alarmed. Chun Hong whimpered and struggled. Old Lady Chi was terrified. "Sheng-He, what are you doing? That's my grandson's life. You can't just kill people." But Sheng-He ignored her angry shouts and stepped closer to Chun Hong. Just as Sheng-He was about to raise her hand, Old Lady Chi couldn't bear it anymore. She cried out, "In the stone pile in the backyard, all our savings are hidden there. There are only 20 coins in total. We really have nothing more. Please don't hurt us." Sheng-He sat back down. Several men grabbed hoes and dug up the backyard. Sure enough, they found a broken jar filled with copper coins. The Chi family watched helplessly as all their money was taken by Sheng-He. Their hearts ached terribly. It turned out that all these years had been just a big dream. In the end, they lost everything. Sheng-He counted 20 strings of coins, touched her chin, and said calmly, "Even if you've handed over all your savings, it's still far from the 50 strings of coins and 5 taels of silver you took." She looked around the house. Your home is really spacious and sturdier than most. And these pieces of furniture, TSK, not something ordinary families can afford." The villagers watching nearby immediately began to complain. The Chi family is known for being lazy and greedy. They sit around all day doing nothing, yet they had money to renovate their old house. It must be Miss He's money they used. Exactly. Why should they live so well? I don't accept it. When we built the waterway, they didn't help at all, yet they insisted on having it pass through their field. They're just living off that ill-gotten money. I really don't understand what they're so proud of. When someone falls, everyone pushes them down. The Chi family's past behavior had already made the villagers resentful. Sheng-He had already made up her mind and ordered, "Wherever my money was used to fix this house, tear that part down. As for the money they can't repay, take their pots, bowls, rice, and food as compensation." Soon, the sound of clanging filled the Chi household. A home that once looked better than most was quickly reduced to a shabby mess. All the stored food, dried meat, vegetables, sugar, honey, fruits, and grains, was packed up into a large bundle. Before leaving, Sheng-He, feeling satisfied, took an enamel cup from the table, planning to use it later to give water to her chicks. The Chi mother and daughter didn't see the commotion at their home. They were wandering aimlessly down the street, lost and hopeless, when they suddenly ran into Aunt Erlung. In the past, Madame Chi had kept up a friendly front with her, so she quickly stepped forward with a nervous smile. "Oh, Aunt Erlung, what a coincidence to meet you here." Aunt Erlung glanced at the two of them. Knowing their situation had turned bad, she was afraid of getting involved and was about to slip away. But then she noticed her son, Lu Erlung, still standing there, grinning foolishly at Madame Chi's daughter. That made her pause and think. Aunt Erlung put on a cheerful smile and asked, "Sister Chi, where are you heading?" Chi immediately started wiping her tears. "I've argued with my family, and I can't go back to Sheng's house. I don't know where to go now." Erlin Annie heard this and felt happy inside. She pretended to be very kind and took Chi's hand. "Sister Chi, don't worry. With our friendship, I have an empty room at my house. You and your eldest daughter can stay there for a while. We can think about the future later." Chi originally called out to Olin Auntie hoping she would help, but before she could speak, Olin Auntie offered to help herself. It really seemed like a way out. Chi was happy and took her daughter's hand, ready to follow Olin Auntie home. But Leah was a bit unhappy. "Mom, do we really have to go to Annie's house?" Leah had already noticed Lu Erlin's silly look. Seeing it made her feel sick inside. She turned her head and quietly scolded her daughter. Auntie Erlin's father-in-law is the village chief. Their family isn't worried about food or drink. That's good. If we don't go to Auntie Erlin's now, where else can we stay? In a cave. Leah made a face when she heard this. Although she felt something was wrong, she had no choice given their current situation. She could only obediently follow happily behind Auntie Olin. Sheng He returned full of supplies, holding copper coins from the Chi family. He used the space to exchange many good things and stored them in the farm warehouse. Cornmeal, corn flour, sorghum flour, sweet potato flour, sesame oil, soybean oil. Seeing the warehouse fill up more and more, Sheng He felt more secure. Although Water County now had water, it still lacked enough. Many places only had enough for crops to grow, but the harvest still depended on the weather. This meant many people would face a big famine after this year. Last night, after stockpiling supplies, Sheng He specially chose a fat, tender deer leg in the space and carried it to Wang Yuer's house. Now the trading team was ready. Sheng He also secretly used the space's health check device to examine everyone's health, and everyone was fine. But training the workers still needed professionals. Since Sheng He hadn't traveled to the western regions to trade, he didn't know the situation well. He had to let Wang Yuer, an experienced old hand, lead the new workers. Sheng He gave a big, fat deer leg and also handed Wang Yuer a red envelope. Wang Yuer's round face lit up with a big smile, and he immediately agreed. Sheng He coordinated with both sides and told the members of the trading team about the training. From now on, they would go to Boss Wang's house every day for practice, and each day they would be paid 10 won and given 2 ounces of meat. This made Sun Mingshun, Go Daqiang, and Yang Yoji very happy. It was like they had secured a stable job. That day, Go Daqiang performed the best in training and received high praise from Boss Wang, who told everyone to learn from him. Go Daqiang had never received such honor before. When he returned home carrying the meat, he held his head high, feeling proud and confident. Sufin, the older sister, couldn't help but laugh at him. "Wow. When did our family get a proud rooster like you?" Go Daqiang put the meat into the stove and washed off his sweat. Then he picked up his little daughter, who was not yet a month old, and cuddled her. The little girl was chubby and white, with big, shiny eyes. She giggled when teased and drooled happily on Go Daqiang's face. "This child has plenty of milk, unlike our other boys. They're already a few months old but still look like little chicks," Go Daqiang said with a smile, looking at his chubby daughter. "Can there be enough milk? You bring home 2 ounces of meat every day and find ways to make it for me. If it weren't for Sister He, our daughter might not be so healthy." Sufin, thinking back to the day she gave birth, couldn't help but cry. At that time, she was about to give up, but Sheng He's voice kept echoing in her ears, urging her to hold on and not give up. She was confused and didn't know what Sheng He had done for her, but gradually she gained strength and survived. Go Da-cheong, when talking about Sheng He's kindness, looked grateful. My wife, Sheng He not only saved you and our daughter, but also saved our whole family. If you had really given up that day, I don't know how I would have managed with our 3 little ones. Once, Sheng He was a bit disliked, but now she could speak well and looked more spirited and beautiful, like she had grown in new wisdom. Now, with such good conditions at home, all thanks to Sheng He. At first, I was nervous about going to the northern region to trade, but now I just want to work hard and make our days prosperous, and Sheng He's business flourish. Sufin listened to her husband and smiled. Soon, it was almost June. The rice seedlings in the fields had been watered and entered the tillering stage smoothly. The young plants spread out like water lilies. Sheng He walked around the lush green fields and then returned home to take care of the children. Today was Chu-Chu's day off, so Sheng He took Xiao Zhizhi from Ningzheng's hands, who was not good at taking care of children, and brought her home to play. Sheng He took a shadow puppet show from her space and told the children the story of Sun Wukong causing chaos in heaven. The 2 kids were so happy they begged her to tell more stories. Suddenly, the door at the yard's entrance was pushed open with a loud bang. Sheng He was startled, and the 2 children trembled and hurried to hide in her arms. She felt a bit annoyed. Looking up, she saw an old woman she recognized walking in. Chun Xing, Zhen Miao, this is my son's county official's house. Impressive, isn't it? With my command, you can stay here peacefully. The old woman wore a bright red cotton dress, very eye-catching. Her wrinkled face looked dark and plain, but she didn't seem to realize it. She thought she was like a noble lady in the town, acting proud and loud in Sheng's yard. This was Sheng He's sharp-tongued and mean grandmother, Xiang Shi, who had long argued with Sheng Zhiyuan. The funniest part was behind Xiang Shi, there were 2 people. One was Lu Chunxing, the coy girl Sheng He had seen before, and the other was probably Lu Chunxing's younger brother. Sheng He didn't know how Lu Chunxing managed to get close to this old woman, but from the look of things, the old woman wanted to step on Sheng He and take control of the Sheng family. Could she tolerate that? Sheng He kicked a stool and stood up fiercely. Grandmother Xiang Shi disliked Yang Shi, who came from a merchant family. Although her son spent a lot of money on exams after he was appointed county official, how could a merchant's daughter like Yang Shi be suitable? When Yang Shi died after childbirth, Xiang Shi loudly arranged a new bride for her son Sheng Zhiyuan. Fortunately, Sheng Zhiyuan was a kind person and held on to his feelings for Yang Shi. Xiang Shi scolded her son for being unfilial because she disliked Yang Shi. She even hated her own children, a son and a daughter, deeply. Sheng Zhiyuan refused to marry, so she caused a big fuss at the county official's house. She even threatened to sell Sheng He to a rich family as a maid and to abandon the newborn Sheng Jiang in the mountains to feed wolves. Mr. Shi believed that since his son was so talented, he should marry a daughter from a noble family. With the support of a powerful in-law family, he could achieve great success. When Sheng Ziyuan firmly rejected this idea, Mr. Shi became very angry. He turned around and went back to the countryside, saying he would cut ties with his son and never step into the county magistrate's office. Sheng He finished recalling the original story and looked at her grandmother with a cold gaze. Since she hadn't seen her for over 10 years, Sheng He pretended not to recognize her and asked, "Who is this old woman?" She then glanced at Lu Chuanqing, standing behind Mr. Shi, and acted surprised. She grabbed a broom and shouted, "So you're refugees from the south. Get out. This is not a place for beggars." When Lu Chuanqing heard the words, "refugees from the south," her face instantly changed. This was her difficult-to-mention background, and she felt humiliated by Sheng He's words. Mrs. Shi was even more furious. "Refugees? Sheng He, you're grown up but still so rude. I tell you, I am your ancestor. Your father, Sheng Ziyuan, is my biological son." "Not true," Sheng He sneered. "My grandmother swore she would never step into the county magistrate's office again, or she would meet a bad end." Mrs. Shi shrank back. "When did I make such a wicked vow? Don't talk nonsense. It's because of your ungrateful father that I don't want to come. Mrs. Shi grew angrier and started acting bossy. You little brat, how dare you curse your grandmother? Just wait, I'll have your father beat you to death. Just like your dead mother, so unruly, a cold look appeared in Sheng-He's eyes. She found her mother-in-law especially noisy. She strode outside and shouted, Someone come! Someone has entered the county magistrate's house without permission. As soon as Sheng-He finished speaking, Sun Min-shun and a few strong men arrived, looking nervous. He asked, Miss He, what's going on at home? Sun Min-shun and his brothers had become Sheng-He's personal guards. Whenever there was trouble, they were ready to help. Sheng-He pointed at the three strangers, Mrs. Shi, Lu Chuanqing, and her younger brother Lu Genmiao, who were standing in the yard. These three strangers broke in and insulted me. That old woman even pretended to be my grandmother. I can't take it anymore. Arrest them and send them to the authorities. Sun Min-shun understood immediately and quickly found some rough rope. You dare. I'll have my son put you in jail. Do you believe it? Mrs. Shi shouted desperately. However, Sun Min-shun only listened to Sheng-He. He quickly the three people like Zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, and stuffed a cloth into their mouths. After kicking them a few times, they finally calmed down and were taken to the government office. At the government office, Sheng Ziyuan was drinking warm tea in his study. Now, the people of Wuchuan County could grow seeds, which were watered by continuous mountain spring water. He no longer needed to carry his head in his waistband. Life was so happy, it felt like being a fairy. Suddenly, an officer rushed in from outside, shouting loudly, Sir, someone broke into a private house and is here to report. Sheng Ziyuan calmly sipped his tea and asked, Broke into a private house? Whose house? The young officer replied, Your house. Miss Sheng personally brought the people here. Sheng Ziyuan just took a sip of tea and spat out, haha. He put on his official hat and rushed into the hall. Sheng-He was standing with her hands on her hips, kicking the three writhing figures one by one. Daughter, are you all right? Who dares to break into our home and bully you? Hearing that his precious daughter was upset, Sheng Ziyuan immediately ran over to comfort her. Meanwhile, Madame Xiang, lying on the ground, watched this scene and almost spat out her old blood. Who was bullying whom? She, as an old grandmother, was by her granddaughter without a word and brought to the court. She was so ashamed she wanted to lose her face. There were also many onlookers at the gate of the government office.
Whoa!
Madame Xiang struggled and tried to call her son, Sheng Ziyuan. Sheng-He quickly reported, Father, there's a crazy woman pretending to be grandma, bringing a big and a small person. Without saying a word, they kicked open our door and even arrogantly said they wanted to stay in our house. It scared both Zhou Zhou and Zhizhi. Sheng Ziyuan was furious. He lowered his head to glare at the big maggot on the ground and suddenly froze. Mother? Why are you here? The cloth in her mouth was finally pulled out. Madame Xiang let out a loud scream. Sheng-He, you little brat. How dare you tie up your own grandmother? I'll beat you to death. Sheng-He immediately pretended to be pitiful and hid behind Sheng Ziyuan. Dad, is this really my grandmother? Since my mother left, she never came to see me and my brother. I've forgotten what grandmother looks like. Is she really so fierce? You. Madame Xiang was furious and shouted at her son. Let me go. I want to beat this little brat to death. Sheng Ziyuan looked at Madame Xiang's expression and didn't dare untie her. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he tried to calm her down. Mother, please calm down. Back then, Sheng-He was too young to remember you clearly. That's normal. And besides, you suddenly brought these two strangers here. We don't know them at all. Here was home alone with her child, so it's right for her to be cautious. Madame Xiang was so angry that her blood pressure rose. Her son was clearly taking sides. She was in such a state, yet he was still praising that precious daughter of his. Just as she was about to scold him, Sheng-He's voice came again. She looked coldly at Lu Chuanqing and said, Father, I know the girl grandmother brought. Her name is Lu Chuanqing. When Uncle Min-shun and I went up the mountain to look for a water source, we met her with Wang, the hunter from Manhwa village in Datong County. At that time, We ran into a poisonous snake on the road. That woman seemed to be able to control the snake and made it attack us. Luckily, I had prepared some snake-repelling powder, or we would have been bitten. Father, tell me, if I see someone like her come to our house, should I welcome her with open arms? Madame Xiang was stunned. She hadn't expected this girl to know Chuanqing. She had met Lu Chuanqing by chance, and they had quickly become close. After learning that Chuanqing and her younger brother had fled to Wuchuan County, Madame Xiang took them in as if they were her own grandchildren. Chuanqing was not only pretty and clever but also seemed to bring good luck wherever she went, unlike Sheng He and Sheng Jiang, who always seemed to bring trouble. Madame Xiang glared at Sheng He with resentment, convinced that the girl was slandering Chuanqing. Sheng He, you're just jealous because Chuanqing is better than you. Stop making up lies about her. Madame Xiang shouted angrily. The cloth in Lu Chuanqing's mouth was pulled out, but she still said nothing. She didn't admit to anything and instead looked pitiful, as if everyone had wronged her. Seeing her tearful face, some of the onlookers began to speak up for her. This young lady looks so gentle. How could she do something so cruel? Maybe Miss He made a mistake? Yes, just look at her face. She doesn't seem like the kind of person who would mix with those rude people from Lianhua village. I think this girl is a good person. Don't accuse her unfairly. Inside, Lu Chuanqing was secretly delighted.
See?
She was always lucky. No matter where she went, there would always be people ready to defend her. She was naturally good at gaining others' favor and trust. Sheng He must be very angry about that, right? But she didn't feel proud for long before she heard someone loudly accuse her. It was her who ordered the venomous snake to bite us. I also went up the mountain to find water. I can testify. Lu Chuanqing's face stiffened. She turned her head and saw a man standing behind Sheng He, speaking confidently. The people who had just spoken for Lu Chuanqing quieted down. Lu Chuanqing looked a little panicked. She bit her lip and looked at the man with a pitiful expression, acting coquettishly. Big brother, I think you might be mistaken. Please don't slander me. Although Lu Chuanqing was not as elegant as the young ladies in the county town, she was still a pretty girl in this rural area. Most men would be easily fooled by her charm and lose their sense of direction. Unexpectedly, the man beside Sheng He didn't even look at her and continued, Villagers, I am the son of the town's blacksmith. I grew up here. I never tell lies. Please believe me and clear Miss He's name. Lu Chuanqing's face twisted with anger. It was a waste of her expressions. With this man's shout, others who had been involved in searching for water also stepped forward to testify. That's right. This woman wanted to set a trap with snake venom to harm us. If she wasn't so cruel-hearted, would we be causing trouble for a young girl? These men were good men from the town and village, trusted by everyone. With their testimony, Lu Chuanqing was pressed down hard. Lu Chuanqing gritted her teeth, so tightly that her molars almost cracked. She was forced to lower her head in this situation. I was just scared by the snake that day. I was confused. Sheng He sneered, knowing she was just making excuses. Whether it was a moment of confusion or premeditation, you almost put us to death. You should kneel and apologize to us in front of everyone. Kneel? Lu Chuanqing couldn't believe it. She had just arrived in Wuchuan County not long ago, and now she was about to lose face in front of everyone. That despicable Sheng, he was deliberately making things difficult for her. What's wrong? You did something wrong and refused to apologize? If you don't apologize, get out of here. Sheng He immediately frowned, not willing to be polite. Hearing the word, get out, Lu Chuanqing was startled. She thought to herself, she had finally come to Wuchuan County and managed to flatter the county magistrate's grandmother. She couldn't ruin her plans over this matter. She clenched her teeth and bowed 3 times, saying, Miss He, villagers, I was wrong. Sheng He looked at her small face and said, Oh, your forehead is still smooth and tender. No swelling or blood. You just fake tears when your lips touch, and that's your apology. Today, Sheng He saw Lu Chuanqing appear beside Mrs. Xiang and knew it was no coincidence. This woman must be hiding some bad plan and deliberately approaching. Isn't she always trying to get close to her? Then let Lu Chuanqing understand that no matter how good her luck is, It's useless in front of her. This made Mrs. Xiang beside her very angry. She pointed at Sheng He and scolded, "You little brat. You are so mean, daring to make things difficult for Chuanqing." Sheng He immediately pretended to be innocent and said, "Grandmother, Lu Chuanqing didn't care when she was bitten by a snake. Now she's apologizing, and you're so upset? Could it be that Lu Chuanqing is your other son's biological granddaughter?" Mrs. Xiang was furious. "What are you talking about? I don't have another son. How dare you ruin my reputation? I just love Chuanqing, and I don't care about you, you little brat." As soon as she said that, the crowd outside started talking again. This old lady really is turning her back on her own family. She doesn't care about her granddaughter, but protects someone who hurt her. Exactly. No wonder Miss He doesn't recognize this grandmother. If I were Miss He, I'd just kick her out. Listen to her call her a little brat. Does she act like a proper elder? I'd be afraid to even put my own grandchild in my mouth. Everyone kept talking, making Mrs. Xiang's face turn red and pale. She wished she could find a hole to hide in and didn't dare say another word. Lu Chuanqing, under great pressure, apologized to Sheng He and everyone, bowing her head and knocking 3 times. Her forehead immediately swelled up. Lu Chuanqing was in pain and anger, and she finally couldn't hold back and started crying loudly. This was a late apology and punishment, and Sheng He felt satisfied. She waved her hand, and the people untied the ropes from the 3. "Go away. Don't come back to Wuchuan County. The people here don't welcome you," Sheng He said coldly, looking at Lu Chuanqing. Unexpectedly, Lu Chuanqing, holding her brother, became excited. "Miss He, please be kind. Give me and my brother a way to survive. Let us stay here." Sheng He sneered. "You and my grandmother met and recognized each other in the countryside. Isn't that good enough? Why not continue living a happy family life? Instead, you're putting on a sad act here?" Seeing Sheng He not respond, Lu Chuanqing became angry and said, "If you don't agree, I will take my younger brother and crash into the pillar of this hall. Anyway, I am a wandering person with nowhere to go." Mrs. Xiang rushed forward and hugged Lu Chuanqing. "My poor girl, you must not think of giving up. Otherwise, I might as well throw myself under a bus." Sheng He curled his lips, thinking, "If I want to die, just do it quickly. I could find some straw mats to wrap myself up and be done with it. Anyway, you all look like troublemakers. But I shouldn't say that in front of everyone." Sheng He calmly asked, "Lu Chuanqing, you want to move into my house. What is your real purpose? If you dare to have any bad thoughts, I promise you won't get away with it." Mrs. Xiang then protected Lu Chuanqing and her brother behind her. She shouted loudly, "You little girl, what do you know? Chuanqing is grown up now and should find a good husband. Do you think every girl is like you, having a child before marriage?" These words hit the old secrets of the original owner. Sheng He was not angry yet, but Shang Ziyuan, the fierce protector of his daughter, was annoyed. "Mom, it's one thing to help outsiders, but what do you mean by saying that in front of so many people?" Mrs. Xiang looked at him nervously. "What else can I mean?" She was still a bit afraid of her son, the county magistrate. Seeing him truly angry, she dared not be so arrogant. She quickly thought, "I just think there are not many good young men in our village for Chuanqing. I want to stay at home for a few days, find her a good marriage, and fulfill a wish of my wife's." As she spoke, she even got emotional. "Oh, my poor wife. When I was young, I lost my husband. I raised you alone, and now that you're successful, you've married and forgotten your mother." She continued, "For your late wife, Shang Ziyuan, you are unfilial and even argued with me. All these years, I've been left in the countryside and you haven't even come to see me." Shang Ziyuan muttered, "Didn't I come to see you with the kids in the past 2 years? I gave you gifts and money, but you still drove me and the children out with a broom. Besides," he added, "over the years I've given you rice, flour, daily necessities, and pension money. Haven't I always given you enough? You've taken everything." Ms. Xiang ignored these words and continued to act pitiful. "I have such a hard life. My body is half in the ground. I finally met a lovely girl like Chuanqing. I just want to see her settle down and have a good family, fulfilling my wish." But you all insist on driving her away, sob sob. Sheng Ziyuan had been busy caring for his family and official duties over the years, and he indeed felt guilty towards his mother. Ms. Xiang played the victim, her gentle nature coming through as she said to Sheng He, Lia Chengxing apologized, and everything is settled now. Your grandmother likes her, so let her help you show filial piety. Besides, having a few more pairs of chopsticks at home, Sheng He didn't want to make his father uncomfortable and also wanted to see what kind of scheme Lia Chengxing was planning by trying so hard to stay in their house. If they really drove Lia Chengxing away but didn't stop her malicious intentions, who knew where she would hide to strike back? It was better to let her stay under their watch. Once she was caught doing something wrong, it would be her downfall. In the end, Sheng He nodded and ended the farce, taking Chuanqing, her brother, and Ms. Xiang home. The little kids, Zhu Zhu and Ji Ji, waited obediently at home for Sheng He. When they heard the noise at the door, they cheered happily to welcome her. But when they saw the three people behind Sheng He, their happiness faded instantly. The two children didn't like these rude strangers at all. Ms. Xiang, however, looked delighted. She had achieved her goal of bringing Chuanqing home and felt her face was restored. Her old face's wrinkles seemed to smile, like a victorious flower rooster. She crossed her arms, waved her hand, and started giving orders with enthusiasm. This main house gets good sunlight. It's sunny and well-ventilated. From now on, I'll live here. I remember there's a small room next to this house. Chuanqing, you and your brother can stay next to me. Yes, Chuanqing happily agreed. She looked around with her bright eyes, inspecting all the rooms in Sheng's house. Although the house was old, it was still part of the county magistrate's estate, spacious enough. She also saw a large, fluffy, soft cotton quilt hanging on the drying rack, clearly made of good cotton. There were also many dried meats, sausages, and preserved vegetables hanging on the wall. Even the big basket in the corner was filled with fresh-looking fruits and vegetables. Their daily meals must be quite good. It seems that the Sheng family has come to the right place. Just as Lu Chuanqing was feeling happy, she suddenly looked into Sheng He's cold eyes and was startled. Sheng He crossed his arms and said to Lu Chuanqing, If you're staying here, you should act like a guest. I brought you back, but I didn't invite you to be a young lady. At the end of the small alley, near the woodshed, you and your brother Lu Genmiao will live there from now on. Lu Chuanqing's smile instantly disappeared. She pretended to be pitiful and looked at Mrs. Xiang, hoping she could persuade Sheng He to change his mind. Unexpectedly, Sheng He directly spoke to Mrs. Xiang. Grandmother, the main house you mentioned earlier is now where I live. I know you care about Lu Chuanqing, so I arranged a small room next to the woodshed for you. What? That small room is damp and wet. How can anyone live there? Mrs. Xiang immediately exploded. You little brat. Your mother never dared to talk to me like that. When I wanted to stay somewhere, she had to treat me with respect. But you're out of control. Ugh. While Mrs. Xiang was furious, she suddenly couldn't speak. Sheng He disliked her noisy complaints and directly silenced her, making her unable to speak for at least half an hour. Mrs. Xiang covered her throat, nearly going crazy. She couldn't say a word and looked at Sheng He with a frightened, evil smile, as if she were seeing a monster. Sheng He's actions also scared Lu Chuanqing. She originally wanted to criticize Sheng He for being disrespectful to Mrs. Xiang. But as soon as she opened her mouth, Sheng He raised his hand toward her. Lu Chuanqing immediately stopped talking, afraid Sheng He might make her mute too. I am now the head of this family. I never keep idle people, and I don't like to hear complaints. The places I arranged for you can stay if you want or leave if you don't. By the way, if you want to eat, you have to work. You need to clean the house every day, feed the chickens, water and the garden in the backyard, and take care of the 3 meals a day. In short, you need to be busy. Don't make me remind you to do things, or I can't guarantee that some part of your body won't suddenly stop working. Mrs. Xiang and her daughter had already left. With so much housework to do, it was a good opportunity to use up the useless ones. Lu Chuanqing and Mrs. Xiang believed Sheng He's words completely. After all, Mrs. Xiang was a good example. She couldn't speak now. Hearing Sheng He's words, they both felt cold all over, afraid that this crazy girl might hurt them again. Lu Chuanqing never expected that after working so hard to reach the county official's residence, she would end up as a maid. Although she was very angry inside, she still pretended to be a kind and obedient girl. Miss He is right. There's no reason not to work when you are staying somewhere else. I will do my best to follow Miss He's instructions. She put on a sad, tearful look, making it seem like someone had bullied her. Just remember, you are now a guest here. Don't talk so nicely, and then stand around. Go make dinner. Shang He didn't fall for her act. She picked up her tea and sat comfortably in a rocking chair, like an old man. Lu Chuanqing secretly stomped her foot and, looking scared, went to the kitchen with Mrs. Yang. After Shang He was quiet for a moment, a few children playing in the yard suddenly screamed. Shang He turned to look and saw Lu Chuanqing's 5-year-old brother, Lu Genmiao, chasing and teasing Gigi. Lu Genmiao wiped the thick green snot from his face with his dirty hand, then laughed loudly and tried to pinch Gigi's soft face. Gigi cried and backed away in fear. You are a big meanie. I don't like you. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Gigi shouted to stop Lu Genmiao from chasing her, but it didn't work. He was like a disgusting little dog, getting more excited the more she scolded him, and she couldn't shake him off. Zhou, like an older brother, protected Gigi behind him and pushed Lu Genmiao away with a frown. Lu Genmiao was pushed a few times and saw he couldn't handle Zhou, who was half a head taller than him. He pouted and backed away. At that moment, Lu Genmiao suddenly saw a puppet of Sun Wukong on the bench, and his eyes lit up. This was a small toy Shang He made for Zhou and Gigi. Lu Genmiao, without asking for permission, reached out to grab it. Zhou wanted to protect his sister, but he was too late, and Lu Genmiao succeeded. Zhou angrily said, "This is the monkey king my mother made for me, and Gigi. It's ours." "Yes, it's ours." Gigi also clenched her fists, sounding brave. "Cheapskate, go drink cold water," Lu Genmiao giggled. "Your mother made that for you? Give it to me to play with." He then casually played with the puppet of Sun Wukong. As he played, a big drop of snot fell and landed right on the face of the puppet. Gigi liked cleanliness, and Zhou was even a bit of a neat freak. Seeing what happened, both children were furious. Lu Genmiao snorted. When he saw them rushing over to grab the shadow puppet from his hand, a mean look flashed in his eyes. He deliberately pulled hard and tore the puppet to pieces. "Oh no! The puppet's ruined. Now you've got nothing to play with." Instead of apologizing, Lu Genmiao clapped his hands happily and tossed the dirty, broken puppet onto the ground. Gigi and Zhou looked at the torn bamboo sticks and puppet figure on the floor, their hearts aching. Zhou was furious, and Gigi burst into tears. "Wah, my monkey king." Seeing Gigi cry made Lu Genmiao even more amused. He giggled and reached out to pinch her cheek. Shang He hadn't planned to interfere in the children's quarrel, but this boy was truly out of control. Not only did he destroy other people's things for fun, but he was also starting to bother girls. Shang He wasn't about to let that slide. She rushed forward, scooped up the frightened Gigi, and gave Lu Genmiao a firm kick, sending him tumbling away. "You little troublemaker, get lost." Lu Genmiao rolled several times on the ground, then lay there stunned. When the pain hit him, he burst into loud sobs and rolled around crying. Lu Chuanqing, who had been cooking in the kitchen, heard the commotion and ran out. She quickly hugged her brother. "Genmiao, what happened to you?" Lu Genmiao cried and complained, "That woman kicked me." "Tell me, didn't you deserve it?" Shang He looked down at him sternly. "You chased Gigi, tried to wipe your runny nose on her face, and tore up the puppet. Why are you always causing trouble?" Her fierce expression and the memory of that kick made Lu Genmiao shrink back, too scared to argue. Lu Chuanqing was upset to see her brother being scolded, but since they were living under someone else's roof, she could only say, "Miss He, I won't argue with you this time. If my brother misbehaves again, please let me handle it." Shang He nodded. "Fine. Since you're not arguing, let's settle this properly. Your brother ruined the puppet and scared Gigi. You'll need to pay for it, and he must apologize." Lia Chungxing was stunned. "It's just a broken shadow puppet. Why should I pay? Besides, kids will always play rough sometimes. What's the big deal? Sheng-He sneered softly, realizing that it wasn't Li Zhenmiao who had been bullied earlier, which is why Lia Chengxing spoke so lightly. At this moment, the silent Mr. Xiang, who had been quiet, finally spoke up. He called Chuanqing's brother and sister sensitive and said sarcastically, "Oh, that little girl is so delicate and can't handle teasing. If she's like this, who would want to marry her? Ging Miao, you better not marry such a fragile wife. My son married someone useless, and she almost died giving birth." Uft, Mr. Xiang deliberately said this to hurt Sheng-He, just to see him uncomfortable. But Sheng-He hadn't reacted yet. Behind him, a cold voice sounded. "Mother, Yang gave me a son and a daughter. I work hard for your son. Is that how you see her?" Turning around, Mr. Xiang saw his son, Sheng Ziyuan, standing behind him, looking disappointed and angry. Seeing this, Wu Ji, who had come with Sheng Ziyuan to pick her up, ran over to complain. "Auntie He's house has an old witch, a bone spirit, and a disgusting mucus bug. Uncle Wu Ji, please chase them all away." Wu Ji carried Wu Ji, her face serious. Mrs. Xiang was angry to see her son still thinking about Yang. After a moment of guilt, she raised her hands on her hips and shouted, "This is how I see her." "So what?" "It's that little troublemaker who seduced you and made you stop loving me." Sheng Ziyuan felt cold inside. He clenched his teeth and brought up old memories. If it weren't for her mother, there wouldn't be this county office. "When I took the imperial exam, you used a whip to beat me and didn't let me study." Mrs. Yang refused to back down in front of her son and shouted back, "I never should have let you study and take exams. What's the use of studying? It's made you stupid. That wicked woman stole your soul, and you don't even come to respect your mother. I gave birth to you. How could you treat me like this?" Sheng Ziyuan was so angry, he threw his official hat on the ground. "Fine, I'll do as you say. I quit my job now. Let's go home and farm the land. I promise I'll stay by your side every day from now on." Ms. Xiang initially wanted to cause trouble and argue, but when she heard Sheng Ziyuan was determined to resign from his official position, she immediately fell silent. If her son really resigned, they would have to rely on their own hard work for food and drink, and they would no longer receive government support. She used to joke about the elderly woman next door, who was in her 60s or 70s, having to work in the fields planting rice. Now she knew she couldn't become such a poor person herself. Her son must not resign. Lu Chuanqing also realized this and immediately started crying and apologized voluntarily. "Master Sheng, please don't blame the old lady. It's my fault. I didn't educate my younger brother well," which made Miss He upset. "The old lady cares about my brother, so she said a few words for him." I didn't expect Miss He to get angry, and that's why the old lady spoke carelessly. While speaking, Lu Chuanqing's shy and timid eyes kept glancing at Ningzheng, who was tall and handsome beside he. Lu Ginmiao bullied the young girl, but Lu Chuanqing didn't think much of it. What surprised her was that the girl's uncle was so handsome. He was dressed in fine clothes and riding a fine horse, clearly not from an ordinary family. Lu Chuanqing's heart was pounding. She deliberately puffed out her chest and tried to appear gentle and polite in front of Ningzheng. Sheng-He, standing nearby, was speechless watching her pose and act flirtatiously. Her green tea attitude was so obvious. Lu Chuanqing then took out her half-hearted manners and bowed to apologize to Ningzheng. "Young master, it's all my fault. I didn't discipline my brother well, which caused him to offend Miss Shi." As she spoke, she leaned softly toward Ningzheng, showing a gentle gesture, and apologized along with Lu Ginmiao. Ningzheng frowned in disgust, took a big step back, and went around to Sheng-He's side. Lu Chuanqing was already feeling embarrassed, but Ningzheng coldly said, "It's good that you realize you've offended someone. Next time, if you do this again, you'll have to break your brother's arm to make amends." Ningzheng's eyes turned cold. When he learned that Gigi was bullied, he was truly angry. His words were serious, not joking. Lu Chuanqing's face was about to fall. She nervously replied, and to ease the awkwardness, she suggested, "Young master, why don't you stay for dinner? The kitchen has already prepared food." What a big face. Sheng He really wanted to slap Lu Chuanqing to wake her up. This family was not a place for an outsider to host a feast. Sheng He had not yet responded when Ningzheng directly expressed his dislike, saying, "No need. I have a poor appetite. When I see some disgusting people or things I can't eat, it's obvious who he's talking about." Lu Chuanqing blushed, and the He family was very angry, but they were also intimidated by Ningzheng's presence and didn't dare to confront him directly. Ningzheng thought to himself that Sheng He's cooking was decent enough. He was willing to eat with her. Now, some random person had come along, and they were sharing a table? No way. He held Gigi's hand and said goodbye to Sheng He and her family. Before leaving, he softly told Sheng He, "Since we are now business partners, I don't want anything to happen to you. If someone bothers you, just tell me. I will make sure they regret it." Sheng He trusted Ningzheng's ability completely and nodded with a smile. Seeing her sweet smile, Ningzheng felt happier. For some reason, whenever he talked to her or saw her, he felt calm inside and had a strange, hard-to-explain feeling. "All right, I'm leaving." Ningzheng nodded to Sheng He, turned his horse, and left with Gigi. Lu Chuanqing's eyes were still fixed on Ningzheng's back. Sheng He reached out her hand to Lu Chuanqing and said, "Apologize, and you still owe me money. Give me 3 or 2 silver coins." Lu Chuanqing was shocked. You're asking for too much." "I don't have that much money." Sheng He smiled slightly. "When you were in Datong County, you found a good ginseng root and earned 50 taels of silver. How could you have no money?" It was a joke. If Sheng He hadn't had someone investigate Lu Chuanqing's background, she wouldn't have let her easily move into her house. "Just a broken puppet show. Why do you need so much money?" Lu Chuanqing's heart ached. Although she had a lucky body that rarely lacked money, paying 3 or 2 silver coins at once still hurt. But she dared not say no, because she knew that if she resisted, Sheng He could make her leave the county magistrate's house immediately. Mrs. Xiang wanted to cause trouble to protect Lu Chuanqing and her brother, but Sheng He looked at her coldly. Sheng Zhiyuan was even more ready to resign his official position, forcing the old lady to behave. In the end, Lu Chuanqing had no choice but to pay the 3 or 2 silver coins. Sheng He happily stored the money in her small treasury and enjoyed dinner with her family. Lu Chuanqing's first meal at Sheng's house was tasteless. After dark, Lu Chuanqing boiled water, washed up, and took her brother to rest in the firewood room. The bed was cold and hard, simply covered with a straw mat. Even after fleeing from poverty all the way here, Lu Chuanqing had never slept on such a poor bed. Lu Chuanqing felt that Sheng He was like a bad omen. Once she got involved with her, bad luck and trouble would follow. The first time she saw Sheng He, she disliked her deeply and wished to stay far away. But one night, half a month ago, she suddenly dreamed of Datong County, where starving people were everywhere. Once a prosperous place, it was now struck by a terrible famine, and villagers from Manhwa village wished they could exchange their children to survive. Meanwhile, the very poor Wuchuan County was celebrating the harvest season with drums and gongs, and the people's faces were full of happiness. Strangest of all, in her dream, Sheng's family appeared with countless bags of fragrant white rice and many supplies, surprising even the local officials of Hezhou Prefecture, who envied them. Lu Chuanqing's dreams often predicted the future. Heaven seemed to guide her to live in the magistrate's house in Wuchuan County. That's why she worked hard to flatter the Shang family and encouraged her to move from the countryside to her son's home. Everything was going smoothly at first, but Lu Chuanqing didn't expect Sheng He to be so tough. In just one day, Sheng He tormented the 3 of them thoroughly. Lu Chuanqing clenched her teeth, unable to imagine what her life would be like in the future. In a daze, she fell back into sleep. This time, she dreamed that her younger brother, Lu Ginmiao, was dressed in fine clothes, surrounded by a group of servants kneeling and crying excitedly, saying, "Little prince, we've finally found the lost child of the former crown prince, the little emperor." Lu Chuanqing's heart pounded wildly in her dream. She was shocked. Her ancestors had been simple farmers for 3 generations. She never thought her brother would one day become a royal prince. There must be some big misunderstanding, but none of that mattered now. Lu Chuanxing only wanted to rise to power quickly. Chuanxing, I've been searching for the child lost by my royal brother all these years. I never expected it was you who saved him and raised him, a man said to her. She was both nervous and excited. When she looked up, she froze in place. The man was the noble young man she met during the day. He was a prince. No wonder he had such a noble aura, like gold and jade. Lu Chuanxing watched him smile at her, her heart pounding like a little deer. Just as she was about to shyly throw herself into his arms, she suddenly woke up from her dream. Lu Chuanxing suddenly sat up, her vision dark and empty, unable to grasp anything. She felt very disappointed inside. Older sister, why did you wake up? 5-year-old Lu Genmiao was startled by her sister's shout. She rubbed her eyes sleepily and asked. Genmiao. Lu Chuanxing looked at him, her eyes brightening instantly. The image of her brother dressed in fine clothes still floated in her mind. From now on, your bright future depends on you. You have to make your sister proud. When you become a little prince, I want to go to the capital and become a real noble lady. Genmiao was completely confused. Sister, what are you talking about? Little prince. Lu Chuanxing was immersed in great happiness. When her brother became a famous young emperor's grandson, she believed her status would also rise. At that time, she thought, defeating Sheng He would be as easy as crushing an ant. The next morning, Sheng He was practicing in the yard. She also called Lu Chuanxing to wake her up and prepare breakfast. Today, I'll make osmanthus wine and walnut syrup, boil some eggs, and make a vegetable and meat floss pancake. It's a balanced meal. While exercising, Sheng He supervised Lu Chuanxing's work. Lu Chuanxing felt like a donkey in this household, constantly being ordered around by Sheng He. Sheng He didn't think Lu Chuanxing was pitiful. She believed it was her own fault for coming here to suffer. Sheng He wouldn't be soft-hearted. She even felt a bit annoyed. If she did things herself, she would do them more neatly, and the dishes would taste better and be more nutritious. Lu Chuanxing's resentment grew. Her teeth almost ground to dust. But when she thought of her dream last night, she felt much more relieved. Sheng He was getting more and more proud now, but she would fall even harder later. She was just a daughter of a small county magistrate. How could she compare to her, who had raised the orphaned former crown prince and was a great benefactor of the royal family? One day, she would be high-ranking and powerful, and she would make Sheng He suffer. Why are you daydreaming? Hurry up. The porridge still needs to be readied for studying. Sheng He's words snapped Lu Chuanxing back to reality, pulling her out of her beautiful fantasies. Under Sheng He's watchful eye, Lu Chuanxing dared not daydream anymore and quickly started preparing breakfast. While Lu Chuanxing was making breakfast, Mrs. Xiang was already awake but deliberately pretended to stay in bed. She is naturally lazy and fond of comfort. When she lived in the countryside, Sheng Ziyuan even hired a maid to take care of her daily needs. Now that she is under Sheng He's care, Mrs. Xiang realizes she is not as lucky anymore. She not only has to manage her own daily life, but also help with all the household chores. Although she feels sorry for Lu Chuanxing and her siblings, she cares even more about herself. She doesn't want to do these small chores, so she stays in bed pretending to sleep to avoid work. Even when Sheng He knocked on the door 3 times, she ignored it, pretending not to hear. Mrs. Xiang remembered how she had been pushed around since yesterday and almost cried. In the past, when she visited her son in town, Mrs. Yang would respectfully prepare a hearty breakfast, pour hot water for her to wash her hands, and help her dress and eat.
But now?
It's all because Mrs. Yang had a daughter who is not well behaved and even made her grandmother do chores. It's simply disrespectful. Grandmother, if you don't get up and clean the fallen leaves in the yard, I will take your breakfast and feed it to the neighbor's dog. Sheng He was very direct. After all, she was healthy and strong, just a bit talkative and sharp-tongued. Mrs. Xiang didn't dare to delay any longer. She quickly put on her clothes, grabbed a broom, and rushed outside, muttering softly, "I really owe you." Sheng He enjoyed watching these two get annoyed with her, but not be able to beat her. When a female guest arrived at the house, Sheng Jiang moved into a small room in the government office to avoid suspicion. Sheng Ziyuan also felt it was inconvenient and said he was busy and wouldn't be able to return home for a while. Only 5-year-old Zhou Zhou stayed close to her mother, not needing to avoid suspicion. Daughter, if anything happens, just ask your uncle's son to send a message. If anyone bullies you, your father will come and deal with them immediately. Sheng Ziyuan said seriously. Lu Chuanxing was speechless. Why don't you do something about your daughter bullying others? Mrs. Yang was also angry at Sheng Ziyuan, who only paid attention to his daughter. Visiting her son's house, they barely ate before feeling overwhelmed by anger. Their unfilial behavior would surely bring consequences someday. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door outside. Someone announced loudly, "The county magistrate of Jinjixian is here." "Mr. Wang, the county magistrate of Jinjixian?" Sheng Ziyuan frowned. Sheng Ziyuan had always been treated poorly by the magistrate of Hezhou County. He instinctively thought the worst. Over the years, Wuchuan County had kept a respectful distance from Jinjixian. When Jinjixian residents occasionally bullied Wuchuan residents, he mainly tried to calm things down, and everything remained peaceful. So, why did Magistrate Wang suddenly come to visit? Could something big have happened? He nervously opened the door, expecting another argument, but instead, he saw Magistrate Wang smiling brightly. Magistrate Wang was accompanied by 2 young servants, each holding a large gift box. "Magistrate Wang? Is there something you want to see me about?" Sheng Ziyuan had never seen Magistrate Wang act so eager and friendly. "I can go to the official office to talk if you prefer." Magistrate Wang chuckled and loudly said, "Brother Sheng, I came here specifically to find the lucky star." Lucky star. Sheng Ziyuan was even more confused. When this conversation reached Lu Chuanxing's ears, she immediately understood. She had been acting humble in front of Sheng He, but now she lifted her head proudly. Besides her, who else could be the real lucky star? Magistrate Wang must have heard about her lucky koi-like nature and was attracted to bring her to Jinjixian to bring good fortune. Lu Chuanxing felt very proud and was determined to show Sheng He how respectful other magistrates could be to her. Xiang Shi quickly realized what was happening. She smiled broadly, with a flower-like expression, and immediately jumped down from her seat to greet Magistrate Wang. "Magistrate Wang, I am Sheng Ziyuan's mother, the matron of this household. You've come to find the lucky star, so you've come to the right place. Come in, I'll introduce you." Xiang Shi warmly welcomed him. Magistrate Wang smiled and greeted her. "Madam, it's so good to be introduced by you." Jinjixian County was quite wealthy, and Sheng Ziyuan dared not offend the magistrate. He gestured for Magistrate Wang to come inside and have some tea. "Magistrate Wang, you probably don't know, this child has been clever and quick since she was young. She's truly lucky. While others go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables, she's out digging for ginseng," Xiang Shi loudly boasted, eager for everyone to know about Lu Chuanxing's good luck. Magistrate Wang scratched his head. How could the daughter of the Wuchuan County magistrate be so poor she had to dig for wild vegetables? He had never heard of such a thing. While Magistrate Wang was confused, Mrs. Xiang had already led him to Lu Chuanxing. "Master Wang, this is our koi spring apricot. She has been visited by many noble people before." Lu Chuanxing held her head high, acting proud like a young lady from the city, and flicked her sleeve. "Greetings, Magistrate Wang." Magistrate Wang looked at her unfamiliar face and was stunned. "Wait, who is this person?" At that moment, Sheng He came out from the inner room, holding Zhou Zhou. She helped him carry his small book box, ready to send him on a cart to school. Magistrate Wang's eyes lit up. He quickly ran over with a big smile. "Oh, Miss Sheng He, we are finally meeting again." "Young lady Sheng He greets Magistrate Wang." Sheng He bowed politely, showing respect. When Sheng He heard Magistrate Wang introduce himself, she thought he was here to talk business with her father, so she was surprised when he came directly to her. "Hello, Miss Sheng He." Magistrate Wang smiled even more brightly, pleased to see her gentle manners. Mrs. Xiang saw Magistrate Wang talking to Sheng He and thought he had made a mistake. She hurriedly pulled him back and said anxiously, "Master Wang, didn't you say you were looking for Dafu Xing?" "Our Dafu Xing is right here." Mrs. Xiang pushed Lu Chuanxing forward and proudly introduced her. Magistrate Wang looked her over carefully. She was a shy, somewhat delicate girl, and he didn't think much of her. He patiently explained to Mrs. Xiang. Madam, you misunderstood. Miss Sheng, he is the lucky star I am looking for. Mrs. Xiang was in disbelief. She muttered. Sheng He? What kind of lucky star is she? How can she compare to Chuanxing? She might as well be a bad omen. It seemed that Magistrate Wang from Jinjixi County was also inexperienced. He picked up a stone and thought it was a treasure, unable to tell good from bad. But Mrs. Xiang's quiet muttering was heard by Magistrate Wang. He looked displeased and asked loudly, Shang He is not as good as Chuanxing? Fine, then I will ask, can Chuanxing find a water source? Chuanxing was stunned. Finding a water source isn't something you can do just by wishing. Sheng He was just lucky sometimes. Did he really think she was a fairy? Lu Chuanxing was still upset, but Magistrate Wang was already excited and said to Sheng He, Now, the people have suffered from drought for a long time. The crops in the fields are barely surviving, and even those that do grow have trouble sprouting. Only water sources can save the people. Miss He has a special skill for finding water, which makes her truly a great blessing to the world. Suddenly, a tall hat was placed on her head, and Sheng He felt a bit shy. County Magistrate Wang nervously rubbed his hands and said seriously, Since the spring water was brought to Wuchuan County and used to irrigate day and night, the crops, fruits, vegetables, and rice seedlings have become very lively. Our Jinji County is connected to Wuchuan County, but the crops are withering in large patches. As the head of this county, I am at a loss and can only come to Miss He for help. After speaking, Magistrate Wang thoughtfully presented a gift box to Sheng He. This was a major matter, and Sheng He looked at Sheng Ziyuan for his opinion. Sheng Ziyuan just smiled gently and looked at his daughter. Here, this is your decision. Just do what you can. Sheng He nodded, understanding what to do. Magistrate Wang spoke sincerely, willing to lower himself to ask a woman for help. In ancient times, officials rarely did this, so it shows he truly cares about the people. If there is no water for a long time, even if the people of Jinji County are rich, many of the lower-class villagers will starve because they have no food. If they refuse to come and ask for help, Sheng He would ignore them. But now that they are asking directly, she cannot stand by and do nothing. I can help your county find a water source, Sheng He said straightforwardly. Hearing this, Magistrate Wang's heart sank with relief, and he was overjoyed. If Miss He can find water for Jinji County, I will reward her generously. Sheng He glanced at the obedient Zhu Zhu and continued, No need for a big reward. I have another condition. Magistrate Wang quickly asked, Please, Miss He, tell me. I want to open a school in Wuchuan County. Our county lacks educational resources. There is only one scholar teaching in Zaoer village, and when there are many children, it becomes too busy. Jinji County has many talented people, so I want Magistrate Wang to transfer a few scholars to teach and educate in my county, Sheng He softly suggested. Sheng Ziyuan was both pleased and surprised to hear this. He suddenly realized that his daughter had been actively working to develop Wuchuan County. Zhu Zhu also felt warm inside. Last time, he mentioned to his mother that he wanted other children to learn and read in the school like him. His mother had truly kept this in her heart. Only Mrs. Xiang was almost too angry to speak.
Oh.
No need for a generous reward, just a few poor scholars to teach? This Sheng He really is a careless woman who doesn't understand the value of everyday life. She always fusses over useless things. County Magistrate Wang naturally agreed readily, secretly feeling that with the current situation in Wuchuan County, whether it's water, irrigation, or education, these are long-term plans. In the future, Wuchuan County might undergo great changes. Finding a water source is urgent. Sheng He sent porridge to the school, tidied up briefly, and prepared to follow County Magistrate Wang to Jinjing County. When the Xiang siblings and Lu Chuanxing saw Sheng He, the fierce woman, about to leave, and Sheng Ziyuan busy with official duties, the entire Xing family seemed to belong to just these three people. Unfortunately, before the Xiang siblings and Lu Chuanxing could be happy for long, Sheng He directly called Aunt Ho Hot and Little Fu from next door to her house, instructing them to keep an eye on these three. I won't be home. If I find out they cause trouble, Just have Uncle Sun tie them up and throw them in the firewood room. I'll deal with it when I return. Aunt Ho-Hot and Little Fu now obey Sheng He's words completely, nodding in agreement, their eyes sternly scanning these three unfamiliar faces. Xiang dared not offend Sheng He, so she patted her thigh and scolded Sheng Ji Yuan. Oh, you unfilial son. How can you let your daughter treat your mother like this? Unexpectedly, Sheng Ji Yuan looked serious and said, Mother, how can you say that? You all stay at home quietly and don't cause trouble. That's enough of a rule, isn't it? You. Xiang was so angry she couldn't argue and finally went back to her room, slamming the door shut. Lu Chuanxing felt numb with frustration and didn't want to say anything more. She went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Sheng He got on County Magistrate Wang's carriage. The coachman waved the whip, and the horse snorted as it started to trot slowly. Sheng He looked at the carriage. Although it wasn't as luxurious as the one she rode before with Lord Huai, it was still comfortable and steady, showing the authority of a county magistrate. Sheng He thought of her father, Sheng Ji Yuan. When she returned to the northern region and made money, she would buy a carriage for her father. With her previous experience in finding water sources, plus County Magistrate Wang personally leading the way and ensuring safety, Sheng He's search for water sources went very smoothly. She even found 2 good water sources in Jinjing County. County Magistrate Wang was overjoyed, looking at Sheng He as if she were a savior, with a smile so wide he couldn't close his mouth. Once, the magistrate of another county advised him not to look so stern when asking a poor, remote village girl for water. At first, Magistrate Wang felt a bit embarrassed. But when he saw the crops in the fields withering and the villagers looking worried, he realized that saving face was not so important. Now, he thinks his decision was very right. With 2 water sources under his control, even if the weather doesn't cooperate and it doesn't rain, the people will still have a way to survive. Humph. Next time, he must find a good chance to show off in front of those proud county officials.